In a room filled with all kinds of anime photos, Lin Mo stood in front of the mirror, trying to flatten his curled hair. He was going to attend the anime exhibition today, so he put on a newly bought Hatsune Miku t-shirt, which was a limited edition that he had saved for a month. Ding dong, the phone suddenly rang with a reminder, and Lin Mo clicked it and saw that it was a reminder notification for the anime exhibition. He quickly grabbed his backpack, which contained his treasured anime peripherals and Naruto forehead protector and kunai, a Luffy straw hat, and his favorite Misaka Mikoto badge. Lin Mo put on his backpack and walked out of the house. He went downstairs and just arrived at the gate of the community when the sky suddenly darkened. Lin Mo looked up and saw a dazzling white light cutting through the sky and flying straight towards him. He subconsciously raised his hand to block it, but felt a warm current flowing into his body. Just when Lin Mo felt confused, he suddenly heard a strange sound in his ear. Ding! The dimension inventory system is successfully bound. A mechanical sound sounded in his mind, and Lin Mo froze in place, and the backpack in his hand almost fell to the ground. He rubbed his eyes hard, and a translucent light screen appeared in front of him, showing various options of the anime world. Is this true? Lin Mo trembled and stretched out his hand, trying to touch the light screen. The fingertips felt cold, and a circle of ripples appeared on the light screen. The host can make inventory videos through the system and put them into various anime worlds. The video content can be combat power rankings, famous scene inventory, character analysis, etc. The system's voice continued to explain. Each time you put it, you will get dimension points, which can be used to exchange abilities or props. Lin Mo stood at the gate of the community with a faster heartbeat, and he felt like he was dreaming. As a senior otaku, he has read countless system novels, but never thought that such a good thing would happen to him. So he pinched himself hard, and the pain came, and the whole person was refreshed and not dreaming. I turned around and went home. After washing my face, I felt a little relieved. Then, can I try it now? Lin Mo swallowed his saliva and asked carefully, "Please select the anime world to be launched." The system said he saw a row of familiar anime icons appearing on the light screen. Naruto, One Piece, Bleach, Dragon Ball. Lin Mo's eyes stayed on Naruto, which is one of the anime he is most familiar with. Just choose Naruto. Lin Mo took a deep breath. I want to make a video of the top 10 famous battle scenes of Naruto. With his choice, the video editing interface appeared on the light screen. Lin Mo was surprised to find that the memory of Naruto in his mind became unusually clear, and every scene was vivid. He began to edit with ease. Pain invades Konoha. The 5 Kages fight Orochimaru. 8 Gates Kai fights 6 Paths Madara. Just as Lin Mo was concentrating on making the video, the ninjas and civilians in the Naruto world suddenly found a huge light curtain in the sky that could be seen even in the house. In Konoha village, Naruto, who was eating ramen, raised his head and forgot to swallow the noodles in his mouth. What is this? Sasuke stood in the woods outside the village, his Sharingan slightly turned, and stared at the strange phenomenon in the sky vigilantly. At the same time, the Kages of other ninja villages also noticed this abnormal phenomenon. In the entire ninja world, everyone's eyes were attracted by this mysterious light curtain. Lin Mo began to look for clips from the system's database and began to edit busily. He had never been so serious before, and he was fully committed. After 2 days and 2 nights of hard work, he almost used up all his energy. Lin Mo finished editing the first video, and he was very satisfied with his work. The cover of the first video was a ruin in which the immortal Naruto and 6 Paths Pain stood opposite each other. With the support of the dimensional system, a 360-degree stereoscopic perspective is displayed to all people in the ninja world, which is more shocking and spectacular. Lin Mo thought for a moment, and a handsome name appeared on the sky screen, a list of the top 10 famous battle scenes in the ninja world. After confirming that there was no problem with the video, it was released through the system. Ding! Video production is complete. Start to release. With the prompt sound of the system, the video produced by Lin Mo began to play in the sky of the Naruto world. The sky screen showed Naruto and 6 Paths of Pain, with the title of a list of battles, accompanied by exciting background music, and a huge picture made everyone put down their busy work and start watching. Everyone in the Naruto world. In the Hokage office, the 3rd generation of Hokage stood up suddenly, and he didn't even notice that his pipe fell to the ground. His eyes were fixed on the window. Is this a prophecy or some kind of illusion? In a hidden cloud village, the Raikage smashed the desk with a punch. Call all the Jonin immediately. Whatever this is, the hidden cloud village must be prepared. In the hidden mist village, Terumi Mei stood on the top of the Mizukage building, her red lips slightly parted. Interesting, it seems that the ninja world is about to change. Is this a picture of the future? Jiraiya stood on the roof of the hot spring, looking at the image in the sky in shock. In Orochimaru's laboratory, Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes flashing with excitement. Future battles. I'm really looking forward to it. Maybe I can get more power from it. Kabuto pushed his glasses and analyzed calmly. Lord Orochimaru, this may be a good opportunity for us to obtain intelligence. In the hidden rain village, Nagato controlled Pain and Konin standing on the high tower. When he saw the picture of Pain invading Konoha, Nagato's samsara, I flashed a little. Is this the future? Lin Mo sat on the sofa, nervously watching the feedback from his system. Although he had already uploaded the video to the Naruto world, he didn't know what was going on there. System, can people in the Naruto world see my video? Lin Mo asked. Host, the video has been uploaded successfully, and everyone in the Naruto world is watching it. The system's mechanical voice replied. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He had never thought that the video he made could cause such a sensation in another world. Next, what should I do? Lin Mo muttered to himself. The host can obtain dimension points and exchange abilities or props by making more inventory videos. The system reminded. Lin Mo nodded, with a flash of excitement in his eyes. Okay, then I will continue to make the next video. Chapter 2. The Invasion of Pain. The sky began to display content. Top 10 Sage Naruto versus 6 Paths of Pain. The order is not ranked, merely sequential, main character. Konoha Ninja, Ninetales Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. I mean what I say, this is my ninja way. 6 Paths of Pain. Leader of the Akatsuki organization from the Land of Rain. Those who do not know pain cannot comprehend what peace truly is. Kakashi gazed in astonishment at the screen, realizing that Naruto had entered Sage Mode. This legendary technique was only mastered by one of the legendary 3, Jiraiya, and his teacher, the 4th Hokage. Once activated, Sage Mode greatly enhances the user's abilities, amplifying both physical prowess and the potency of various ninjutsu. The 3rd Hokage stood by the window, his eyes fixed on the unfolding events in the sky, filled with apprehension and concern. Furrowing his brow, he slowly turned to face the members of the Umbu. Speaking gravely, immediately informed Kakashi to ensure Naruto's safety. The Umbu members swiftly obeyed. On the screen, the scene gradually unfolded, revealing the figures of the 6 Paths of Pain and Konin at the outskirts of Konoha. The 6 Paths, Deva, Asura, Human, Animal, Hungry Ghost, and Hell, each possessed unique abilities. Their vacant gazes exuding an oppressive aura, as if they were messengers from the depths of hell. Konin stood quietly beside them, paper fluttering around her, ready to transform into lethal weapons at a moment's notice. The display continued to shift, illustrating their discussions on how to capture the Nine Tails. Their plans were meticulous and comprehensive, as if everything was within their grasp. Pain intoned, from this moment, let the world feel pain. As the Azura path was hurled into the sky above Konoha, effortlessly breaching its defenses to summon the remaining 5 paths. In a brief span, they wreaked widespread destruction, throwing the once peaceful village into chaos. Civilians were thrown into panic, and the ninjas began to locate the enemy and mount a counterattack. Yet, faced with the formidable 6 Paths of Pain, the ordinary ninjas were utterly outmatched. The human path absorbed the souls of the ninjas in search of information about the Nine Tails. The Umbu reported the enemy intel to the 5th Hokage at the earliest opportunity. Tsunade realized it was the Akatsuki, and her mind raced back to the words of Fukasaku, the sage who had brought news of Jiraiya's demise and the Akatsuki's intel. I hope that child is the prophesied one. Tsunade immediately activated the emergency alert and instructed that Naruto return. Confronted with the multitude of injured caused by pain, Tsunade swiftly summoned a legion of slugs to assist. The scene shifted to the Deva path preparing to strike Irika, but Kakashi intervened just in time, and a fierce battle ensued. The screen revealed Kakashi's attacks being repelled, while the Azura path rushed to support the Deva path. The Deva path employed the universal pull, drawing Kakashi toward him, while the Azura path launched an assault. Kakashi discovered he was fighting a lightning clone, as other ninjas rushed to assist. Using the almighty push, the Deva path sent them all flying, subsequently killing Kakashi. The Azura path targeted Choji with missiles, and just as Kakashi, trapped beneath rubble, urged him to flee and relay information to the Hokage, he summoned his final chakra to activate Kamui, absorbing the missiles. Elsewhere, fierce battles raged on. Different ninjas waged desperate struggles against the 6 paths, each showcasing their unique jutsu and skills in a valiant attempt to counter the formidable foes. Among them, Konohamaru exhibited remarkable prowess, cleverly utilizing his jutsu and intellect to defeat the human path and secure victory in that clash. At that moment, while the other 6 paths were entangled with the ninjas. Pain acquired information about the Nine Tails. Fully aware of its significance to his plan, he unhesitatingly performed a summoning technique, vanishing from Konoha and leaving behind astonishment and chaos. His departure caught the other ninjas off guard, leaving only the Deva Path and Tsunade to face off. The Deva Path ascended rapidly into the skies above Konoha, illuminated by the astonished gazes of Tsunade and the Umbu. His silhouette traced a brilliant arc through the air, as if the entire world were shaken by his presence. His voice thundered through the atmosphere. Feel pain. Contemplate pain. Embrace pain. This declaration resonated with an overwhelming pressure, instilling fear within all who heard it. The Deva Path continued. Those who do not understand suffering cannot grasp true peace. I will not forget Yahiko's pain. His words were steeped in profound sorrow and resolve. Tsunade and the Umbu stared wide-eyed, witnessing the Deva Path ascend higher in the sky, feeling an unprecedented weight bearing down upon them. Suddenly, the Deva Path brought his hands together, murmuring incantations as an immense force coalesced around him. From this moment, let the world experience pain. His roar echoed like a hellish screech, reverberating within the souls of all present. As his words fell, a colossal shockwave surged outward from his being, obliterating everything in its path. The buildings of Konoha crumbled before this overwhelming power, collapsing as if they were mere paper. The force was so tremendous that structures were uprooted, trees torn from their roots, and streets shattered into fragments. In an instant, the once bustling Konoha transformed into a desolate ruin. Amidst the wreckage, Sakura knelt alone, her eyes brimming with despair and helplessness. Her voice trembled, laced with tears, as she called out repeatedly, "Please, Naruto." It was as if this plea represented her last glimmer of hope, the only thing she could cling to. Suddenly, an exhilarating melody erupted from the sky, as if heralding the imminent spectacle. Thick smoke began to dissipate like a veil, revealing the concealed scenes within. To the astonishment of all, several gigantic toad summoning beasts emerged, hailing from Mount Mayaboku. Each toad possessed an awe-inspiring size and formidable strength. These toads, whether standing or crouching, emanated an air of majesty that left everyone in awe. At the center of this assembly of toads, atop the head of Fukasaku, stood none other than the sage mode Uzumaki Naruto. His eyes sparkled with a sharp brilliance, exuding an ethereal aura. The third Hokage gazed up from his elevated position, observing Konohamaru on the screen, though his figure appeared diminutive against the vastness of the sky. His courage and determination were profoundly stirring. The third Hokage, witnessing Konohamaru's valiant stance, felt a surge of warmth and could not help but exclaim, "My grandson has grown." However, as his gaze shifted to the ruins that were once Konoha, his heart grew heavy. The once thriving streets lay in shambles, unrecognizable in their devastation. The buildings now mere remnants of their former glory. A tempest of anger and sorrow swelled within the third Hokage. For this was the Konoha he had protected throughout his life, and he could not bear to see it so ravaged. His eyes widened, fists clenched, trembling with disbelief. He could not fathom that this was reality. His beloved Konoha had suffered such a grievous blow. His voice turned stern. Immediately notify the Umbu to investigate the identities of these attackers, and quickly inform Jiraiya and Tsunade to return to the village at once. Tell them, I'm running out of time. Beneath the sky, Jiraiya stared wide-eyed, fixated on the familiar figure. The outline, the distinctive hairstyle, everything screamed that the one who had destroyed Konoha was none other than his own disciple, Yahiko. But how could this be? Hadn't Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan perished long ago? In Jiraiya's mind, fragments of memories with them flashed incessantly. Those moments of laughter seemed to resurface as if they were but yesterday. He could scarcely believe his eyes. This must be an illusion, or perhaps a potent jinjutsu. Yet, was not the Rinnegan the domain of Nagato? Jiraiya's lips trembled slightly as he murmured, Yahiko and Konan, are they not already deceased? What on earth is happening? His voice echoed softly in the wind. Tsunade and Shizen emerged slowly from the gambling establishment, their hearts heavy with unspoken burdens. Tsunade gazed at the sky above the village of Konoha, a torrent of indescribable rage surging within her. This village was the creation of her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, and bore witness to countless memories in the honor of her lineage. Yet, the current state of Konoha was unrecognizable, ravaged beyond repair. A sight that pierced Tsunade's heart like a dagger. She could not help but recall her brother, Nawaki, that vibrant young ninja who had given his precious life for Konoha, and her beloved Dan Cat, who had also met with an untimely demise in battle. Tsunade's fists clenched tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, blood seeping through her fingers. Her breaths quickened, fury igniting within her chest. What was amiss? Tsunade's voice quivered, questioning why Konoha had descended into such chaos. Shizen stood silently beside her, fully aware of Tsunade's turbulent emotions. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade sought to calm the tempest within. She understood that anger would not resolve their plight. The paramount task now was to return to Konoha. Chapter 3, Naruto's entrance in the expanse of the sky. Naruto stood resolute before the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, who had just arrived after exhausting her chakra, facing the formidable pain of the six paths. The Azura Path. With a cold and unfeeling gaze, fixed its stare upon Naruto, its mechanical voice echoing chillingly, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has finally been found. Before the words could fully escape its lips, the Azura Path surged forward like a released arrow, its arm transforming into a razor-sharp blade aimed directly at Tsunade's vital points. Yet, just as the blade was about to make contact, an orange figure flashed like lightning. It was Naruto. His fist, imbued with fierce chakra, crashed into the Azura Path's mechanical form. With an explosive sound, the Azura Path was shattered, its components scattering like dust. "It's me," Naruto roared, his voice laced with suppressed fury and unwavering determination. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, penetrating the remaining members of Pain as if to see right through them. He stood tall, resembling a beast poised to pounce, ready to tear apart any adversary that dared to approach. Tsunade, standing beside him, felt a flicker of recognition. In that moment, she perceived two familiar figures overlapping with Naruto. One was Jiraiya, the ever-jovial yet utterly dependable friend. The other was Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage who sacrificed himself to protect the village. Their wills and beliefs seemed to find continuity within Naruto. A subtle smile graced Tsunade's lips, and a wave of indescribable comfort surged within her. The atmosphere on the battlefield was thick with tension as the remaining members of Pain coldly assessed Naruto and Tsunade, calculating their next move. Naruto, however, showed no signs of retreat. His fists clenched tightly, chakra boiling within him, declaring that regardless of the enemy's might, he would fight to the end to protect all that he cherished. As the Azura Path crumbled under Naruto's punch, the other five quickly reacted, forming a tight defensive formation. Their movements were synchronized, resembling a precise killing machine, cold and merciless. The Animal Path initiated the attack, swiftly performing hand seals, and uttered, "Summoning technique." Instantly, a colossal summoning beast, a rhinoceros, charged forth from the smoke, roaring thunderously as it lunged at Naruto. Yet, Naruto exhibited no fear. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he crouched slightly, then leapt into the air, seizing the rhinoceros by its massive horn, utilizing the power of Sage Chakra to hurl the behemoth away with sheer force. Simultaneously, Fukasaku and Shima, the two Toad Sages, joined the fray. They swiftly performed seals, murmuring incantations that ensnared the other summoning beasts, rendering them immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto rapidly condensed chakra in his hands, forming an enormous Sage Art, super giant Rasengan, which radiated a brilliant light. He charged towards the ensnared summoning beasts and struck down with the Rasengan. Boom! With a cataclysmic sound, the summoning beasts were sent flying by the Rasengan's might, dissipating into vapor. Meanwhile, Gamabunta and other Toad summoning beasts entered the battle, with Bunta wielding a massive katana, effortlessly dispatching the remaining summoning beasts. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. However, Naruto did not relent. His eyes burned with the fervor of battle as he swiftly formed hand seals once more, chakra swirling in his hands to create a high-speed rotating wind release, Rasen Shuriken. He leapt high, hurling the Rasen Shuriken towards the remaining members of Pain. The Rasen Shuriken screamed through the air like a meteor of destruction, hurtling towards the enemy. Upon seeing this, the remaining members of Pain quickly scattered to evade, but the range and speed of the Rasen Shuriken far exceeded their expectations. A tremendous explosion erupted, tearing apart the ground and distorting the air. Naruto stood resolute, his gaze fierce, as if proclaiming that he would neither retreat nor fail in this battle. As the battle intensified, the Animal Path coldly regarded Naruto, rapidly performing hand seals, and commanded, "Summoning technique." Instantly, a massive summoning beast, a giant bird, burst forth from the smoke, its wings casting a shadow over the battlefield as it swooped down towards Naruto with a shrill cry. The bird's claws gleamed ominously, poised to rend Naruto to shreds. Yet, Naruto's reflexes were lightning fast. He darted aside, utilizing the explosive power of Sage Chakra to evade the bird's lethal strike. The bird's claws missed, crashing into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The Animal Path, undeterred, charged at Naruto, seeking to engage him in close combat. Her movements were swift and fierce, each strike carrying the threat of death. At that moment, Shima swiftly performed hand seals, murmuring, "Sage Art, Wind Release Sandstorm." Instantly, a violent storm of sand and dust engulfed the battlefield, obscuring vision entirely. The swirling sand was interspersed with sharp wind blades, not only preventing the enemy from discerning their surroundings but also causing significant disruption. The figures of Pain became hazy amidst the dust, their movements hampered by the lack of visibility. Naruto closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as Sage Chakra flowed rapidly within him, utilizing the heightened sensory perception of Sage Mode. He pinpointed the location of the Animal Path with clarity. Though obscured by the sandstorm, Naruto's perception was as precise as radar. He swiftly condensed chakra in his hands, declaring, "Rasengan Barrage." In an instant, Naruto appeared before the Animal Path like a phantom. With a Rasengan in each hand, he struck without hesitation at her form. The first Rasengan crashed into the Animal Path's chest, followed closely by the second, utterly obliterating her body. As the dust began to settle, the battlefield became clear once more. Naruto stood firm, breathing slightly heavier, yet his eyes remained sharp as ever. The Deva Path of Pain coldly observed Naruto, its figure darting forward like a specter. With astonishing speed, it closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Naruto quickly reacted, joining forces with Gamabunta. Bunta swung his massive katana, slicing through the air with a razor-sharp whistle aimed at the Deva Path. However, the Deva Path effortlessly evaded, leaping onto Bunta and attacking Naruto rapidly. Seeing this, Naruto leapt upward, gathering chakra in his hands, attempting to strike from the side. Yet, the Deva path moved like a mirage, easily sidestepping Naruto's assault. Its Rinnegan glimmered coldly, seemingly having foreseen every move. Naruto felt the sage chakra within him depleting rapidly. In this critical moment, an idea struck Naruto. He swiftly retrieved a scroll from his back and tossed it towards Fukasaku, who deftly caught it and unfurled it. The scroll, inscribed with intricate runes, glowed faintly. It was the reverse summoning technique that Naruto had prepared in advance. Fukasaku quickly performed hand seals, exclaiming, "Reverse summoning technique." In an instant, a flash of white light erupted, and two sage clones of Naruto leapt from the scroll, landing securely on the battlefield. The Deva path regarded this with indifference, seemingly unfazed by Naruto's strategy, attempting to draw both Naruto and his clones towards itself. However, Naruto's clones swiftly responded, forming hand seals alongside the original, chanting, "Sage Art, Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken." A high-speed rotating Raisin Shuriken formed in their hands and was hurled directly at the Deva path. The battle reached its peak, as the approaching Hungry Ghost path swiftly absorbed the Raisin Shuriken. Its hands, like black holes, devoured the energy of the Raisin Shuriken, and it coldly gazed at Naruto, as if mocking his impotence. Nevertheless, Naruto did not waver. His gaze remained resolute, and he rapidly condensed chakra once more, declaring, "Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken." This time, Naruto did not launch a direct assault. Instead, he hurled the Rasengan into the air while swiftly tossing a smoke bomb. The smoke rapidly enveloped the battlefield, obscuring all visibility. Nagato, wielding the Rinnegan, slightly narrowed his eyes in an attempt to penetrate the haze, but Naruto's movements were swifter than he anticipated. In the very moment the smoke billowed, Naruto, utilizing the cover of his shadow clones, leaped down from above, targeting the enemy lurking behind the Azura path. His fist, infused with a tempest of chakra, struck the adversary with tremendous force, utterly shattering them. Simultaneously, Naruto's Sage Mode clone launched an offensive from another flank, joining forces with the original to unleash a formidable barrage upon Nagato. Nagato, coldly observing the unfolding chaos, raised his hand slightly and intoned, "Shinra Tensei." A powerful repulsive force erupted instantaneously, sending both Naruto and his clone hurtling backward. Naruto's body spun through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Yet, he refused to yield, swiftly rising to his feet, his gaze still sharp. At that moment, Gamabunna joined the fray, charging towards Nagato from three directions in a bid to buy Naruto precious time. However, Nagato merely smiled coldly and raised his hand once more, "Shinra Tensei." The formidable repulsion sent the three toads sprawling, their bodies crashing to the ground, temporarily incapacitated. Nagato's gaze once again fixed upon Naruto as he intoned, "Bensho Tenin." A powerful gravitational pull surged forth, inexorably drawing Naruto towards him. Naruto struggled in vain against the overwhelming force, which rendered him powerless. Just as he was about to be pulled before Nagato, the Azura path struck, seizing Naruto in its grasp. The Azura path's hands acted like black holes, voraciously siphoning the chakra from within Naruto. He felt his strength rapidly depleting, his body growing increasingly feeble. However, at that critical juncture, Naruto's Sage Chakra erupted. Despite the Azura path's formidable absorption capabilities, it could not withstand the purity of Sage Chakra's energy. Its body began to petrify swiftly, ultimately transforming into a lifeless stone statue, entirely devoid of movement. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto broke free from his constraints and quickly retreated, distancing himself from Nagato. Though his body was utterly exhausted, his eyes remained resolute. He understood that this battle was far from over. He must persevere for the sake of Konoha and all that he cherished. Nagato regarded Naruto with a cold stare, seemingly taken aback by his tenacity, yet soon resumed his detached demeanor. The Rinnegan in Nagato's eyes radiated a chilling, merciless glare, as if everything lay within his dominion. He slowly raised his hand and intoned, "Bansho Tenin." A powerful suction force erupted once more, catching the sage before he could react, drawing him inexorably toward Nagato. Nagato grasped a pitch-black rod, plunging it mercilessly into the sage's body. Naruto's eyes widened in horror as he rushed forward with a furious roar, yet Nagato's movements were swifter. The sage's body shuddered slightly, consciousness fading as he was flung aside, a mere plaything in Nagato's hands. Nagato's gaze locked onto Naruto once more, commanding, "Bensho Tenin." Naruto felt an irresistible force drawing him closer, rendering his body immobile in midair, helplessly watching as he was propelled toward Nagato. Just as he neared, Nagato forcefully slammed him to the ground, the black rod plunging into him, pinning him firmly to the earth. "Ack!" Naruto emitted a muffled cry of anguish, his body thoroughly restrained by the rod's power, unable to move. His chakra was sealed, rendering him incapable of maintaining Sage Mode. Nagato coldly observed Naruto, as if regarding a trapped prey. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki captured successfully. Nagato's voice was devoid of warmth, pronouncing the apparent conclusion of this battle. He slowly raised his hand, preparing to completely subjugate Naruto and return him to the Akatsuki to fulfill their sinister plans. Chapter 4. The Reaction of the Ninja World Beneath the Celestial Canopy. The denizens of Konoha village anxiously observed the unfolding battlefield within the skies, when they witnessed Naruto being pinned to the ground by Pain of the Six Paths. Proclaiming the successful capture of the Nine Tails, a profound silence enveloped the village, which was soon shattered by fervent discussions and anxiety. Wow, is that really me? The future me is astonishingly powerful, Naruto exclaimed, pointing at the celestial display, his excitement propelling him into a jubilant dance. His face radiated pride and exhilaration, as if he could already envision the day he would ascend to become the strongest ninja in the realm. However, when the scene shifted to show his defeat at the hands of Pain, his expression froze in disbelief. His eyes widened, transitioning from crimson to pallid. Then back to a furious red. What? The future me has been captured? This must be a joke. Grasping his hair, Naruto shook his head vigorously, struggling to accept this harsh reality. He pointed at the celestial display, exclaiming in exasperation, "Hey, this can't be true. How could I possibly lose to that guy? What on earth is the future me doing?" Beside him, Sasuke shot a cold glance in his direction, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, laced with derision. It seems that even in the future, you're still a loser. Naruto, incensed by Sasuke's words, leaped up and pointed an accusatory finger at him, shouting, "What did you say? You arrogant Sasuke. The future me is incredibly powerful. I just got ambushed." Determined, he declared, "Just you wait. I will become stronger than the me in that display." Sakura, exasperated, rubbed her forehead and sighed. "Naruto, could you be a bit quieter? Everyone is watching the celestial display." Yet Naruto remained oblivious, lost in his shock and indignation. Clenching his fists, he shouted at the skies, "Future me. Listen carefully. I will surpass you. No matter Pain or the Six Paths, I will defeat them all. I am destined to become Hokage." Kakashi, who had gathered Team 7, watched Naruto's fervor with a smile. Closing the book in his hands, he lazily remarked, "Naruto, rather than yelling here, why not train? The future you is fighting with all his might." At this, Naruto's spirit surged. "You're right. Kakashi-sensei is right. I'm going to train right now. If the future me is that powerful, how can I possibly lose to him?" With that, he dashed towards the training ground, fervently chanting, "Rasengan. Sage art. I must master such formidable jutsu." As the celestial display continued, Naruto embarked on his rigorous training, his figure darting across the field, as if he were determined to leave his future self far behind. Sasuke stood at the training ground, his gaze fixed coldly on the celestial scene. His expression was complex, a mixture of admiration for Naruto's strength and an unnoticeable hint of concern. He muttered under his breath, "Humph, the loser." Yet, his fists clenched unconsciously, as if suppressing some inner turmoil. Kakashi's single eye was intently focused on the depiction of his own demise within the celestial display. His demeanor was grave, the book long since stowed away. He whispered to himself, "Obito, Rin." The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood atop Hokage Rock, his brow furrowed and his expression solemn. He sighed deeply, murmuring, "Naruto, you have done well, but this battle is far from over. The future of Konoha must not be destroyed so easily." A flicker of resolve ignited in his eyes, as if he had made a profound decision. Hinata, amidst the crowd, clasped her hands tightly to her chest, her eyes filled with worry and urgency. Her complexion was pale, her lips trembling slightly as she whispered, "Naruto-kun, you must be safe." Memories of Naruto protecting her flooded her mind, igniting a fierce impulse within her. She wished to rush to the battlefield, to aid him, despite her seemingly insignificant power. As the celestial battle unfolded, other major ninja villages swiftly gathered intelligence regarding the figures displayed. When they learned that such formidable strength belonged to a mere newly graduated genin from Konoha, the leaders and ninjas of various nations were left in shock and disbelief. In the office of the Cloud Village, Raikage observed the celestial images with a furrowed brow. A genin from Konoha? What nonsense! Even elite jounin would struggle against such a battle. How much power does Konoha truly conceal? His fist slammed down on the table, clearly wary of Konoha's potential. In the Mist Village, Mizuki's Terumi May contemplated the display, softly stating that boy named Naruto can single-handedly contend against formidable foes. The younger generation of Konoha cannot be underestimated. A glimmer of admiration crossed her eyes, accompanied by a growing concern for the Akatsuki's might. In the Sand Village, Kazekage Raza stood high atop the village, his gaze fixed intently on the celestial display. His expression was intricate, filled with confusion and unease as he witnessed Naruto's fierce battle against Pain. Is this a glimpse into the future? Or merely an illusion? If it is the future, should we reconsider our plans? Raza's thoughts raced back to the collaboration scheme with Orochimaru. According to the original plan, the Sand Village was to ally with Orochimaru and launch a surprise attack on Konoha during the Chunin exams, aiming to weaken Konoha's strength, perhaps even annihilating this formidable adversary. If what was shown is indeed a vision of the future, Konoha's strength exceeds our expectations by far, he mused. His gaze remained locked on Naruto and the celestial display, a sense of wariness creeping in. A freshly graduated genin, capable of battling against a foe like Pain, even gaining the upper hand. Such potential could instill fear in any opponent. Meanwhile, in the Stone Village, third Suigetsu Jinoki appeared deep in thought. Seated in his chair with hands interlaced, his serious gaze remained fixed on Pain and the celestial display. Memories of Pain's ominous black cloak filled his mind, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. That cloak, isn't it the symbol of the Akatsuki? He murmured. His furrowed brow tightened further, as a terrifying hypothesis began to surface. The Akatsuki, an organization he had once employed for clandestine missions, possessed such formidable power? Inoki recalled past dealings with the Akatsuki, a chill running down his spine. He had believed them to be mere rogue ninjas motivated by greed, never imagining they harbored such strength. Now, the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, brazenly attacked Konoha, even attempting to capture the Nine Tails. What could their true intentions be? If the Akatsuki's goal is the tailed beasts, will they target other villages next? This thought flashed through Inoki's mind, his expression growing grave as he realized the threat posed by the Akatsuki was far more significant than they had anticipated. We can no longer remain passive, Inoki declared. Rising from his seat to address his aides, immediately convene a high-level meeting. We need to reassess the Akatsuki's threat and devise a strategy. Furthermore, contact the other ninja villages to ascertain if they recognize the gravity of the situation. Within the celestial display, the images of Pain's assault on Konoha and his attempt to capture the Nine Tails not only shocked the major ninja villages but also sparked widespread concern within the Akatsuki itself. The members of the Akatsuki organization are dispersed across various locations, yet through the screen, they vividly witness the formidable power and ruthless methods of their leader, Pain. This spectacle ignites a flurry of discussions among the Akatsuki members, with each reaction distinctly unique. Deara, perched atop his clay giant bird, gazes at the images on the screen with fervent excitement, his eyes sparkling with a wild enthusiasm. He exclaims, "Ha ha ha. Brother Scorpion, look, truly worthy of a leader. Such artistic destruction is simply magnificent." As he speaks, he molds the clay in his hands, seemingly contemplating how to equate his art with Pain's might. Scorpion, observing the screen with a cold gaze, responds in a deep, gravelly voice. Indeed, Pain's power is not to be underestimated. However, this brutish method of combat lacks a certain aesthetic. He caresses the puppet in his hands, pondering how to employ more refined techniques. Haydn strides through the forest, brandishing his blood-stained scythe, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. The boss is indeed formidable. Yet, this method of fighting is rather dull. Were I to take the stage, I would make those Leaf Village scoundrels feel the pain of Lord Jashin. His eyes gleam with fervor, as if he can hardly wait to plunge into the fray. Kisame, hefting his sword Samahata, grins widely, revealing his sharp teeth. No doubt, Pain is worthy of being the Akatsuki leader. However, that brat with the nine tails possesses a certain intrigue. His gaze is intensely fixed on Naruto on the screen, clearly intrigued by the boy's potential. Itachi Uchiha stands quietly to the side, his eyes deep and tranquil. He observes Naruto's tenacious resistance with a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. He murmurs to himself, "Naruto, have you truly grown to such an extent?" His heart harbors admiration for Naruto, alongside a tinge of apprehension, for he knows that Pain's strength extends far beyond what is displayed. And Naruto's future will face even greater challenges. From the ground, a figure begins to rise slowly, a face divided in black and white revealing a sinister smile. His voice is low and gravelly, tinged with an elusive quality. Hee. Nagato's power is indeed astonishing. That brat with the nine tails has finally been ensnared. His words brim with mockery and profound meaning, as if hinting at something deeper. Yet, beneath the surface, his heart is far from tranquil. Though a smile graces his black and white visage, his eyes flicker with intricate emotions. My plan is finally coming to fruition, he muses quietly, his voice betraying an unmistakable excitement and anticipation as he fixates on the image of Naruto being pinned to the ground by Pain's black rods. Envisioning the culmination of his years of scheming, Konan stands beside Nagato's true form, silently observing the screen, her eyes filled with trust and determination as she softly states, "Nagato, you will surely change this world." She is acutely aware of Pain's true intentions and comprehends the deeper significance behind this battle. Despite their diverse personalities, the members of the Akatsuki unanimously acknowledge Pain's prowess. However, Naruto's performance on the screen elicits a degree of surprise among them. A freshly graduated genin is managing to confront Pain's six paths head-on, even gaining the upper hand at times. This potential compels the Akatsuki to reassess the threat posed by the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Deidara exclaims with excitement, "That Nine Tails brat is rather intriguing. If I were to encounter him, I would certainly showcase my art." Kisame chuckles, "Humph, that brat's chakra is indeed fascinating. Samahata would surely appreciate it." Itachi quietly turns away, murmuring to himself, "Sasuke." Meanwhile, the higher-ups from other ninja villages begin to take action. The formidable strength and enigmatic objectives of the Akatsuki instill a sense of unease throughout the ninja world. They realize that this battle represents not merely a crisis for the Leaf Village, but a threat to the entire ninja realm. Chapter 5. Hinata's confession. The scene in the sky continued to unfold, captivating the attention of all in the ninja world. In the heart of the ruins of Konoha, Pain coldly gazed down at Naruto, pinned to the ground by black rods, as though victory was within his grasp. Yet, at this critical moment, a slender yet resolute figure rushed forth. Hinata Hyuga. Her pale eyes sparkled with a fierce determination as she unhesitatingly positioned herself before Naruto. Though her body trembled, It was filled with unwavering resolve. She assumed the gentle fist stance of the Hyuga clan, aware that her strength paled in comparison to Pain's. She chose to stand her ground. In the sky, Naruto struggled to lift his head, his gaze filled with anxiety and concern for Hinata, who stood bravely in front of him. His voice was hoarse and urgent. "Hinata, why did you come out? Run away. You are no match for him." Hinata's body quivered slightly, yet her eyes shone with an extraordinary firmness. Turning to face Naruto, her white pupils glimmered with a gentle yet resolute light. Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable strength. "This is my own decision. I came here of my own volition." Naruto was momentarily taken aback. He had never seen this side of Hinata before. Her words were imbued with conviction and courage, as if she had transformed into someone entirely different. Hinata continued, "This time, I want to help Naruto. I have always chased after you, wanting to catch up, to walk alongside you, to remain by your side." Each word trembled slightly, yet was clear and powerful. Her gaze was tender and filled with deep affection, as if she were pouring out years of unspoken feelings. "It was Naruto who changed me. It was Naruto's smile that saved me. Therefore, if it is to protect Naruto, I fear not even death." At this point, a blush crept across Hinata's face, yet she did not falter. Her voice, though gentle, resonated with immense strength. "Because I love Naruto the most." Naruto's eyes widened. A torrent of indescribable emotion surged within him. He had never imagined that this girl, who had always silently watched over him, harbored such intense feelings. Each of her words was like a key, unlocking a door in his heart that had never been touched. However, just as Hinata prepared to shatter the black rods binding Naruto, pain struck her away. Yet, Hinata rose again, rushing towards Naruto, only to be repelled once more by Pain's gravitational force. In the sky, her figure appeared frail yet was infused with an indomitable spirit. She had been thrown down by Pain as Shinra Tensei several times, each impact raising clouds of dust. Blood flowed from her mouth, her body shook, and she could barely move. Yet, her gaze remained steadfast, as if an invisible force sustained her. "Naruto, I must save you," Hinata whispered, pushing herself off the ground with great effort. Her white pupils sparkled with determination. Despite her battered body, she gritted her teeth and continued to move toward Naruto. The onlookers in the ninja world, including the Raikage from the Cloud Village, scoffed, yet a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. This little girl has some spirit. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Sakura watched anxiously, murmuring, "Naruto, Hinata, please be safe." Kakashi silently observed the scene above, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. He spoke softly to himself. "Obito, Rin, is this what you wish to protect?" Naruto witnessed everything, his heart heavy with despair and helplessness. He struggled to rise, but the black rods held him firmly in place. He could only watch as Hinata fell time and again, only to rise again. In anguish, he cried out, "Stop, Hinata. Don't come any closer. You can't defeat him." Yet, Hinata's mind replayed Naruto's past words, memories from their time at the Ninja Academy and the Chunin exams. Each sentence etched deeply in her heart, fueling her resolve. She clenched her teeth and forced herself to rise, her eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Pain regarded her coldly, a hint of confusion lacing his tone. "I do not understand. You know your strength is insignificant, yet you oppose me? Why do you fight? Are you not afraid of death?" Hinata took a deep breath. Despite her exhaustion, her voice remained resolute. "To speak and act, to forge ahead, this is my ninja way. I will not give up, nor will I retreat." She sought to remove the black rods from Naruto. Pain ceased his words, raising his hand to summon a powerful force that yanked Hinata toward him. Helpless against it, she was slammed to the ground. Without hesitation, Pain thrust the black rod toward her body. Naruto's eyes widened in horror as he watched Pain mercilessly strike Hinata down, the rod piercing her body, blood staining the earth. His heart felt as if it were being torn apart, a tumult of pain and rage nearly suffocating him. He longed to charge forward to protect her, yet he was pinned down and unable to move. All he could do was scream in despair and defiance. Pain coldly regarded Naruto, his tone calm, yet laden with profound oppression and sorrow. He began to speak, his voice low and frigid. "So be it. My parents were slain before my eyes by your Konoha ninjas. It is love that begets sacrifice. It is sacrifice that breeds hatred. It is through hatred that pain is known." Yet, at that moment, Naruto could not hear Pain's words. His heart shattered completely, his mind replaying the image of Hinata falling, recalling those he failed to protect, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and countless comrades who sacrificed themselves. The tide of anguish surged, nearly engulfing him. His body trembled as the Nine-Tails chakra erupted uncontrollably, red energy spilling forth like flames, enveloping him entirely. In the reality of the ninja world, Naruto watched helplessly as Hinata was ruthlessly slain before him. In that instant, his world felt as if it had collapsed. The sight of Hinata's fallen form was seared into his mind, blood staining her clothes, as if she were imploring him, "Naruto, do not give up." This moment shattered Naruto's sanity. His heart raced wildly, breaths quickening, plunging him into an unprecedented agony and despair. "No, no, Hinata," Naruto roared, his voice rife with despair and rage. His eyes turned crimson, the Nine-Tails chakra surging uncontrollably, the red energy bursting forth like flames, gradually enveloping his entire being. His nails sharpened, his teeth became fangs, transforming him into a feral beast. Just as Naruto was on the verge of being completely consumed by the power of the Nine Tails. A calm yet resolute voice broke through. "Naruto, calm down." In an instant, a figure appeared beside him, Kakashi. Concern and seriousness filled Kakashi's gaze. He understood the dire consequences if Naruto lost control. Without hesitation, Kakashi formed hand seals and called out, "Sealing technique. Evil sealing method." His palm pressed firmly against Naruto's chest. A powerful sealing technique unfurling in an attempt to suppress the raging Nine Tails chakra within him. Naruto howled in agony, his body thrashing violently. Yet Kakashi held him down with unwavering strength. He knew that if Naruto completely succumbed to his rage, the consequences would be catastrophic. A glimmer of determination flashed in Kakashi and Appo's eyes as he swiftly moved behind Naruto, whispering, "Naruto, I'm sorry, but this is the only way." As soon as his words fell, Kakashi swiftly delivered a precise chop to Naruto's nape. Naruto's body stiffened momentarily, and the crimson hue in his eyes gradually faded, rendering him powerless as he slumped to the ground. Kakashi quickly caught him, gently laying him down to ensure he would not incur any injury. Sasuke and Sakura, having witnessed the scene, rushed over in haste. Worry etched on Sakura's face, she crouched down to examine Naruto's condition, anxiously inquiring, "Kakashi-sensei, is Naruto all right?" His earlier state was terrifying. Although Sasuke maintained a facade of calmness, a hint of unease flickered in his gaze. Kakashi sighed. His expression complex as he regarded the unconscious Naruto, and spoke slowly. Naruto's emotional turmoil was overwhelming, causing the Nine Tails chakra to surge uncontrollably. If not curtailed promptly, he might have been completely consumed by its power. For now, we must render him temporarily unconscious to stabilize his emotions. On the screen, Naruto had transformed into his tail beast form, the chakra of the Nine Tails raging around him like a violent inferno. His body was enveloped in a red energy, tails manifesting one after another, his eyes glowing crimson, fangs bared, resembling a beast of annihilation. His rationality had long been devoured by anger and pain, leaving only the primal desire for destruction. Pain stood opposite him, coldly observing the transformed Naruto, his tone calm yet laced with a hint of provocation. "Do you hate me?" This is the power of the Nine Tails. It seems that anger has fused with its strength. However, at that moment, Naruto was incapable of a response. He let out a deafening roar, filled with boundless fury and sorrow. His claws lashed out violently, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that swept across the surroundings, delivering yet another devastating blow to the already ravaged ruins. The ground cracked, buildings collapsed, and dust and debris soared through the air, as the entire battlefield descended into a cataclysmic scene. In the sky, the fierce battle between the tailed beast Naruto and Pain left the inhabitants of the shinobi world trembling in fear. The cataclysmic force, the tumultuous chakra fluctuations, and Naruto's terrifying visage, completely devoid of reason, evoked shock and unease in everyone. The power of the Nine Tails was indeed terrifying. If Naruto were to lose control entirely, would we also be caught in its wake? Is this the true essence of the Nine Tails' power? So fearsome. A leaf ninja murmured to himself, his voice trembling. His gaze brimmed with terror, as if he could scarcely believe the unfolding spectacle. Orochimaru, in the Sound Village, narrowed his golden serpent-like eyes slightly, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. He murmured softly, "Is this the power of the tailed beasts? Truly captivating. The Nine Tails chakra is so ferocious, yet so potent." His voice was deep and hoarse, tinged with a sense of greed and longing. Orochimaru's gaze remained fixed on Naruto within the sky, as if contemplating something. His mind was already devising new experimental plans on how to integrate the power of the tailed beast with his research to create an even more formidable existence. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, on his way back to Konoha, furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with concern. He gazed at the tailed beast Naruto on the screen, his heart awash with a torrent of complex emotions. Chapter 6. The cataclysmic celestial star beneath the vast expanse of the sky. The battle between the tailed beast empowered Naruto and Pain intensified, as the battlefield appeared to be torn asunder by a tempestuous surge of chakra. Naruto had succumbed entirely to the dominion of the tailed beast's power, enveloped in a shroud of crimson chakra, his four tails thrashing wildly in the air. Each strike he unleashed bore the weight of cataclysmic force, his claws rending the very fabric of the atmosphere, while the ground beneath him fractured, sending debris and dust soaring, as though the world trembled in response to his wrath. Pain, besieged by Naruto's relentless onslaught, found himself retreating steadily, his ability to counterattack nearly extinguished. His form staggered under the ferocity of the assault, teetering as though he might collapse at any moment. Yet, despite being positioned in absolute peril, Pain's visage bore no trace of alarm or anguish. Instead, it radiated an unsettling calmness. His gaze was profound and indifferent, as if he had foreseen the entirety of this conflict. As Naruto's tailed beast-infused fist prepared to descend once more, Pain's voice suddenly pierced through the cacophony of battle. Low and composed, imbued with an indescribable detachment, "Do you harbor hatred for me?" This query seemed to transcend the clamor of combat, striking at the very core of Naruto's being. Pain's tone bore neither provocation nor fury, but rather an almost compassionate tranquility, as if he had transcended the very essence of hatred itself. In his beastly form, Naruto had completely forfeited his rationality, the scarlet chakra enveloping him in a frenzy. His tails thrashing as if to obliterate all in their path. His eyes glimmered with a primal ferocity, emitting low growls that suggested a blurring of the lines between foe and friend, leaving only an instinctual desire for destruction. Faced with Pain's inquiry, Naruto remained unresponsive. Or perhaps he was beyond the capacity for response. His consciousness had been devoured by the Nine-Tails' fury, leaving behind a void filled with unrelenting chaos and a thirst for ruin. The sky darkened ominously due to Naruto's transformation, heavy clouds gathering as if nature itself mourned the tumult of this clash. Gale-force winds howled, and lightning flickered ominously within the clouds, enveloping the battlefield in an atmosphere reminiscent of an apocalyptic era. Standing before Naruto, Pain's expression remained unperturbed. Even in the face of such terrifying might, he gazed upward at the encroaching darkness, as though interrogating the very fabric of existence. Can you still claim that true understanding exists between individuals? Pain's voice resonated deeply, laced with profound disappointment and helplessness. His words hinted at a skepticism towards the essence of this world, as if to convey to Naruto that hatred and suffering were the true realities of existence, while understanding and peace were but ephemeral illusions. Then, Pain's voice crescendoed, as if he sought to unleash the anguish he had long suppressed. My suffering surpasses yours. This declaration reverberated like thunder across the battlefield, as Pain and the already tailed beast-empowered Naruto faced each other in a fierce standoff. The winds howled, and dust swirled violently, heralding the commencement of a breathtaking confrontation. With a steely gaze, Pain swiftly formed hand seals, the black rods behind him shimmering with an eerie luminescence, launching a flurry of piercing attacks towards Naruto, akin to black lightning. Naruto, engulfed in a torrent of orange-tailed beast chakra, roared defiantly, his massive claws swatting aside Pain's onslaught with ferocious strikes. Each collision elicited a thunderous cacophony, the ground erupting into vast craters as earth and stone were sent flying. At this critical juncture, as the battle reached a fever pitch with both combatants exerting their utmost, the necklace gifted by Tsunade around Naruto's neck suddenly radiated a blinding light. A wave of mysterious energy surging forth as though sensing the peril of Naruto's rampage, autonomously activating to attempt to seal his uncontrollable power. The light emitted from the necklace coiled around Naruto like a tether. Sensing this unusual constraint, a flash of crimson ignited in his eyes, with a furious roar. He seized the necklace in his massive hand, crushing it with a resounding crack. The cherished token, imbued with memories and protective significance, shattered into motes of light, dissipating into the winds. Yet this brief interruption did not halt the clash. Seizing the moment, Pain launched another vigorous assault, intent on subduing Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto howled to the heavens, his form swelling once more as the formidable power of the tailed beast surged forth like a deluge, demolishing all obstacles in its path as it surged toward Pain. The two adversaries were once again engulfed in a life-and-death struggle, each encounter threatening to rend the very heavens asunder. In the realm of reality, Tsunade's gaze was fixated upon the necklace, as if drawn by an unseen force into a vortex of memories. Images from the past flickered within her mind like a lantern's glow. A tapestry woven with countless farewells amidst the storms of time, this necklace had become a source of solace in her heart's most tender corners. Yet now, it adorned the neck of that young boy. In the celestial panorama, the tailed beast-empowered Naruto lay submerged in a body of water, his mouth agape as chakra coalesced, a pitch-black, tailed beast ball forming rapidly within. The tailed beast ball, Pain stood at a distance, his body slightly swaying from the aftershocks of battle. Yet his expression remained unflinchingly calm. Narrowing his eyes, he regarded the impending explosion, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. The power of the Nine Tails is indeed formidable. Rather than confront it head-on, Pain swiftly pivoted and fled into the distance, his movements graceful and swift, as if guiding something unseen. Observing this, Naruto unleashed a deafening roar, unhesitatingly pursuing him. Each of his strides sent tremors through the earth, the crimson chakra trailing behind him like a blazing comet, as if to incinerate the very world itself. At last, Pain halted near a thicket, turning to face the relentless Naruto. His gaze, piercing through the Rinnegan, remained composed. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, your power is indeed astonishing. But this is where it ends. Simultaneously, hidden in the shadows, Nagato slowly raised his hands, forming a complex seal. Despite his weakened state, a resolute light flickered within his Rinnegan. He murmured softly, the cataclysmic celestial star, let it commence. As Nagato's jutsu was unleashed, the ground quaked violently, as if an unseen force surged from the depths of the earth. Debris, soil, trees, and even entire ruins were drawn skyward by an overwhelming gravitational pull. The ground beneath Naruto began to fracture, colossal stones being wrenched from their resting places and hurled into the air. Naruto emitted a furious roar, striving to resist the overwhelming force with the power of the tailed beast, yet his body was inexorably pulled from the earth. Surrounding stones and soil rapidly converged upon him, forming a colossal sphere that enveloped him entirely. The sphere grew ever larger, resembling a miniature planet suspended in the sky, emanating an oppressive aura that stifled the breath. Pain stood firmly on the ground, gazing upward at the burgeoning cataclysmic celestial star. Konan, beside Nagato, furrowed her brow, concern etching her features. She observed the immense sphere ascending into the sky, softly voicing, "Nagato, is it truly necessary to go this far?" Breathing heavily, Nagato exhibited visible strain. The exertion of such potent jutsu weighing heavily on him. His Rinnegan remained fixed on the celestial formation, his tone resolute and calm. "Konan, that is the Nine Tails. We must not be careless." He paused for a moment, a flicker of profound memory passing through his eyes, as if recalling something significant. Moreover, compared to the moon created by the legendary sage of six paths, this is hardly of consequence. Konan fell silent for a moment, then nodded gently. She understood Nagato's resolve and recognized the terror of the Nine Tails' power. Choosing not to speak further, she stood quietly beside Nagato, her gaze fixed upon the cataclysmic celestial star in the sky. Nagato continued, "Once the cataclysmic celestial star is fully formed, the Nine Tails will be irrevocably sealed within it. Thus, our plan shall reach fruition. The capture of the Nine Tails will mark a pivotal step towards achieving peace. In the realm of ninjas, many have witnessed the astonishing spectacle of Pain unleashing the heavenly explosion, a display of cataclysmic power that has left them profoundly shaken. In the office of the fourth Raikage, he slammed his fist onto the table, splintering it instantly. His eyes widened as he fixated on the colossal sphere in the sky, roaring, "What nonsense is this? Such a technique is a blatant challenge to the limits of the ninja world." Meanwhile, Inoki floated in the air. His brow furrowed as he observed the scene of the heavenly explosion. This scale of ninjutsu reminds me of that terrifying individual, Uchiha Madara in the Hokage Rock of the Hidden Leaf Village. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gazed at the immense heavenly explosion in the sky, his pipe coming to an involuntary halt. His eyes brimmed with shock and gravity as he murmured, "This power is utterly terrifying, even during the Ninja World War. Such a magnitude of ninjutsu was never seen. Only the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju S, would release techniques could possibly rival it." The image of the first Hokage, the man revered as the god of shinobi, surfaced in his mind, one who had once subdued the Nine Tails and engaged in earth-shattering battles with Uchiha Madara. The third Hokage sighed deeply. Simultaneously, in the clandestine base of the Root organization, Danzo stood in the dimly lit room, observing the footage of the heavenly explosion. As the sight unfolded before him, a chilling light flickered in his solitary eye. His lips twitched slightly as he muttered to himself, "That individual has become astonishingly powerful. How unbelievable." His thoughts wandered back to a night many years ago in the Land of Rain, when he had allied with Hanzo of the Salamander to ambush the young Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, aiming to suffocate the budding Akatsuki organization. At that time, although Nagato had demonstrated the power of the Rinnegan, he was nowhere near his current level. "If only I had resolved this thoroughly back then," Danzo lamented, bitterness and malice lacing his voice. The power of the Rinnegan is indeed formidable. How did he come to master such strength? Danzo's gaze darkened further as he gripped his cane tightly, formulating a new plan in his mind. "The power of the Rinnegan must be harnessed for my purposes. Whether it be Nagato or Naruto, their strength shall serve as instruments to achieve my ambitions." Within the castles of various feudal lords, the once lofty nobles found themselves ensnared in unprecedented panic, having witnessed the terrifying display of Nagato's heavenly explosion. The cataclysmic force instilled profound fear in these lords who were accustomed to lives of luxury. In the Fire Country's castle, the Fire Daimyo sat in his opulent hall, his fan trembling slightly in his grasp. His complexion paled, and a hint of panic seeped into his voice. "Is this the power of ninjas? That Nagato can unleash such a terrifying jutsu? If this strength were directed against us, would we not be utterly defenseless?" The advisors at his side nodded in agreement, one whispering, "My lord, the power of ninjas has far exceeded our control. We must devise a means to suppress them, or the consequences could be dire." The Fire Daimyo inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. "Issue orders to summon all advisors and consultants. We must formulate a strategy. The power of ninjas must be contained within manageable limits." In the Wind Country's castle, the Wind Daimyo stood upon a high platform, gazing into the distance at the sky, his brow knitting in concern. "That Nagato is nothing short of a monster." In the Lightning Country's castle, the Lightning Daimyo pounded his fist on the table, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this? How can such a terrifying jutsu be unleashed? What of our ninjas? Is there no one who can stand against him?" In the Earth Country's castle, the Earth Daimyo sat in his chair, his expression grim. "The power of ninjas has begun to threaten our rule." In the Water Country's castle, the Water Daimyo stood by the window, observing the sky with a furrowed brow. "The power of ninjas exceeds our imagination. It poses a direct threat to our dominion. If we do not take action, the ninjas will inevitably jeopardize our status." Chapter 7. The fourth Hokage Naruto entered his inner world, where darkness enveloped him, save for the distant, colossal ceiling gate that emanated a haunting red glow. The intricate symbols inscribed upon the gate flickered with a faint light, seemingly warning any who dared approach. In a moment of despair, Naruto was on the verge of tearing away the seal. Just as he reached out to touch the gate, a golden figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. Stunned, Naruto looked up to behold a visage that took his breath away, golden hair, a gentle smile, and the iconic Hokage cloak. This figure was none other than his childhood idol. The legendary fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The fourth Hokage? Naruto could scarcely believe his eyes, his voice trembling. Minato smiled softly, his gaze filled with warmth and regret. He nodded gently and spoke, "Naruto, it is I." A tumult of emotion surged within Naruto, excitement at meeting his idol, coupled with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Why? How do you know my name?" Minato's gaze remained tender as he replied, "Because I named you, my little one." "Little one?" Naruto echoed, bewildered. "As I mentioned earlier, you are my son." This revelation struck Naruto like a thunderclap, overwhelming him with emotion. Tears streamed down his face as his mind reeled. His father? The fourth Hokage was indeed his father? The hero he had idolized all his life was the very parent he had longed to meet? Naruto's emotions became a complex tapestry of joy, deep-seated resentment, and anger. He could not suppress his voice as he questioned, "Why? Why did you seal the nine tails within me? Because of you, I have suffered immensely. The adults turned their backs on me. No one wanted to befriend me. I have worked tirelessly, hoping for their acknowledgement, striving to grow stronger, and eventually finding companionship in Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, and Jiraiya." As he spoke, Naruto's voice faltered, and tears flowed uncontrollably, burdened by the weight of his solitude and anguish. Minato gazed at his son, filled with guilt and sorrow. He spoke softly, "Naruto, I am truly sorry for the pain you have endured as my son. As a father, I am ashamed to face you." Naruto looked up, his tear-filled eyes meeting Minato's. Gritting his teeth, he strove to compose himself and declared with determination, "It no longer matters. After all, I am the son of the fourth Hokage. I can endure." Having grasped the events of 16 years prior, Naruto nodded, his eyes gleaming with resolve. "Father, Konoha has been devastated beyond recognition. What should I do?" Minato smiled gently, his gaze brimming with trust and encouragement as he ruffled Naruto's hair. "As a ninja, you must confront this hatred. Jiraiya entrusted you with the answer to end this animosity. It is a truth you must seek for yourself. You can achieve it. I believe in you." No matter where you are, a parent must always have faith in their child. As Minato's figure faded, Naruto felt a warm power surge within him. He understood that his father had resealed the Nine Tails power within him, aiding him in regaining his composure. Opening his eyes, he returned to the realm of reality. His gaze now resolute and filled with strength. "Father, I will succeed." Naruto vowed silently within his heart. He recognized that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. Yet he was no longer lost. He would carry his father's hopes forward as he sought the answer to end hatred and protect all that he cherished. Reinvigorated, Naruto stood atop the celestial sphere, surrounded by countless boulders and fragments drawn by gravity, forming a vast orb suspended in the sky. The wind howled, and amidst the chaos, Naruto appeared diminutive, yet his gaze remained unwavering. As the dust settled, Pain's figure lay defeated on the ground, utterly devoid of strength, unable to move. Naruto descended gracefully, landing beside Pain. He extracted the black rods from Pain's body, rendering him immobile, and resolved to seek the mastermind behind it all. Holding the black rod in hand, memories of his deceased mentors and comrades flooded his mind, recalling Pain and Appo's words. In the realm of reality, the image of the fourth Hokage materialized within Naruto and Appo's inner world, casting the village of Konoha into a brief silence. All held their breath, eyes fixed upon the unfolding scene. When Minato proclaimed, "Naruto, I am your father," the village was struck by an invisible shockwave, disbelief etched upon every face. "The fourth Hokage is Naruto's father?" murmured a ninja, voice rife with astonishment and guilt. "How is this possible? That underachiever is the son of a hero?" Another ninja exclaimed, wide-eyed, grappling with the truth. Meanwhile, those who had once bullied Naruto turned pale, filled with regret and fear as they reflected on their past mockery and ostracization. We treated the son of the fourth Hokage in such a manner." A middle-aged woman clutched her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. I even threw stones at him." A young boy lowered his head, his voice trembling. The villagers who had once scorned Naruto bowed their heads, weighed down by guilt and unease. They finally comprehended that Naruto was not the monster they had imagined, but rather the son of a hero who had sacrificed everything to protect the village. Their ignorance and prejudice had inflicted undue suffering upon an innocent child. We deserve the harshest of fates." An elderly man quaked, tears of remorse glistening in his eyes. Simultaneously, Konoha shinobi fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting on their previous indifference towards Naruto, guilt consuming them. Especially those peers who had once mocked him at the Ninja Academy, now felt utterly ashamed. We were so oblivious," a young ninja whispered, laden with self-reproach. Just as silence enveloped the crowd, the scene continued to play out. They witnessed Naruto, despite his anguish and fury upon learning his lineage, choosing to confront his reality with strength. He bore no animosity towards the village, but instead reaffirmed his resolve to protect it. "Naruto can actually forgive us," a villager murmured, emotion thick in their voice. We have wronged him," another villager choked out. As the scene began to fade, the village of Konoha fell into a deep stillness, each person reflecting profoundly. They finally recognized that Naruto was not the monster of their imaginations, but a true hero, one who silently endured everything for the sake of protecting the village. From this day forth, we must treat Naruto with the utmost respect, a villager proclaimed, their voice resonating with determination. Indeed, he is our hero. We shall not allow him to suffer any further harm, another villager echoed. Among the crowd, those who had once shunned Naruto bowed their heads, enveloped in remorse and regret. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 8. The hero of Konoha. The imagery within the celestial canvas continued to unfold as Naruto inhaled deeply, resolutely deciding to embark on a solitary journey to confront the mastermind behind it all, Nagato. He understood that to put an end to this senseless hatred, he must face it himself. Shikaku perched upon a tree, gazing contemplatively at the departing figure of Naruto. Memories of his son Shikamaru's words echoed in his mind. After a mission, Shikamaru had unexpectedly mentioned Naruto. Father, do you know? Naruto possesses something that none of us do, Shikamaru had remarked, casually removing his shoes. Shikako had been taken aback, inquiring, something that none of us possess? Shikamaru paused, stating, one day, he will undoubtedly become a vital ninja for the village. I wish to walk alongside him. At that moment, Shikako had dismissed it, merely appreciating his son's rare admiration for another. Yet now, observing Naruto's silhouette fading into the distance, he finally grasped the profound significance of Shikamaru's words. It was time to entrust everything to Naruto. In the realm of the ninja world, the celestial imagery persisted. Naruto strode resolutely towards Nagato's lair, his steps firm and unwavering as if nothing could impede his advance. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, he appeared larger than life, embodying the essence of a true hero. The villagers of Konoha watched in awe and emotion, coming to the realization that Naruto was not the underachiever they had once perceived, but a genuine hero, a ninja silently enduring everything to protect his village. Is he truly confronting Nagato alone? One ninja murmured, respect evident in his tone. We have failed him, another lamented, voice trembling with regret. In the celestial footage, Naruto, preparing for any eventuality, entered sage mode once more. He located the camouflaged tree, tore it open, and encountered Chunin and Nagato. The atmosphere was one of calm, devoid of immediate hostility. Standing before Nagato, Naruto felt an oppressive weight in the air. Nagato, seated within a contraption supported by black chakra rods, appeared frail, yet his gaze was piercing, as if capable of penetrating Naruto's very soul. Are you the true pain? Naruto inquired solemnly, his gaze locked onto Nagato, seeking insight from his expression. Nagato lifted his head slightly, a sardonic smile curling at the edges of his lips. You finally arrived, bearing your naive ideals of peace, shamelessly standing before me. Naruto clenched his fists, a surge of anger welling within him, yet he restrained his emotions, aware that Nagato sought to provoke him into irrationality. Observing Naruto's restraint, Nagato continued. Do you hate me? Do you seek revenge? Nagato's words plunged Naruto into contemplation until Nagato suddenly launched an attack, a black rod piercing through Naruto's body. Calmly, Naruto responded. I came here to converse with you. Yet, he could not suppress the hatred surging within him and charged at Nagato. In that instant, memories of Jiraiya's smile and the devastation of Konoha flooded his mind, filling him with anguish and fury, his fists tightening further. Just as he teetered on the brink of losing control, he recalled Jiraiya's wisdom. Hatred begets only more hatred. True peace requires understanding and compassion. The two began a dialogue. After learning of Nagato's past, Naruto resolved to relinquish his hatred and drew forth Jiraiya's book, sharing his insights. He reminisced about Jiraiya's belief that a time would come when people could genuinely understand one another. Standing before Nagato, Naruto's gaze was steadfast and sincere. His words radiated warmth, illuminating the darkness within Nagato's heart. Nagato bowed his head, his frail form trembling as he wrestled with profound inner turmoil. Memories surged forth, recalling days spent with Yahiko and Chunin in the hidden rain village when they dreamed of changing the world, filled with innocence and hope. Yahiko always led the charge, inspiring them to pursue the ideal of peace. Nagato remembered Yahiko's fearless and resolute smile, a beacon that seemed impervious to the obstacles before them. Yet, the harshness of reality shattered those dreams. Yahiko's death became an indelible wound in Nagato's heart. Unable to accept Yahiko's departure or the world's merciless oppression of the weak, hatred and pain consumed him, propelling him down a path of vengeance. He created pain in a misguided attempt to convey the meaning of peace through suffering. Yet this only ensnared him deeper in darkness. Nagato raised his gaze to Naruto, perceiving the shadow of Yahiko in him. The boy who once led their dreams now resonated within Naruto. Nagato felt a long-buried shackled release, a long-lost sense of relief washing over him. Naruto, you are truly an extraordinary individual, Nagato murmured softly. After a moment of silence, he nodded slowly, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes, as if he had resolved to embrace a new path. Naruto, I will place my trust in you. Perhaps you can indeed change this world. With that, Nagato raised his hand, forming a complex seal. His body began to be enveloped in radiant light as he intoned, outer path, samsara of heavenly life. In an instant, a powerful surge of life emanated from Nagato, transforming into countless luminous orbs that scattered across the corners of Konoha. Those who perished during Pain's invasion gradually regained vitality, rising from the ground with expressions of bewilderment and astonishment. In Konoha, the survivors beheld this miraculous scene, their faces reflecting disbelief. What is happening? One ninja gasped, witnessing a fallen comrade suddenly standing again. They have been revived. Another villager exclaimed, tears of joy brimming in their eyes. Kakashi stood amidst the ruins, observing the gradual restoration of life around him, his heart overwhelmed with awe. The revived individuals regained consciousness, their eyes filled with confusion and gratitude. The survivors rushed forward, embracing their resurrected loved ones, tears and laughter intertwining in a poignant reunion. This is a miracle, a villager declared, voice resonating with gratitude. As the footage concluded, Kakashi carried Naruto back to the village, encircled by the crowd, who erupted in cries of hero. As the first video on the celestial canvas faded, it displayed the time, 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. In the reality of the ninja world, as the imagery dissipated, members of the Akatsuki organization gazed in disbelief as Nagato was persuaded by Naruto to employ the samsara of heavenly life technique to resurrect the fallen of Konoha. They had never anticipated that their cold, unyielding leader, who thrived on pain and hatred, would be swayed by a mere youth, even to the extent of sacrificing himself to atone for past transgressions. The leader has conceded? Haydn exclaimed, eyes wide with incredulity. In the skies, Deara pouted in dissatisfaction. Art is an explosion. This leader has abandoned our plan. It is truly disappointing. Sasori remained silent. Yet a myriad of complex emotions flickered in his gaze. He murmured softly, perhaps, that lad named Naruto is indeed rather extraordinary. Kisame grinned broadly, hefting his sword. It seems our plans are destined to fail. However, that Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is quite intriguing. Meanwhile, ninjas from various nations observed this spectacle through the celestial screen, engaging in lively discussions. That Naruto boy managed to persuade the mastermind? An astonished ninja from a Wagakure exclaimed. I hear he is the son of the fourth Hokage. He truly is remarkable, another from Sunagakure whispered. Humph, Konoha indeed produces exceptional talents, a cloud ninja sneered, tinged with envy. Yet, it is surprising that Nagato chose to sacrifice himself to resurrect the fallen of Konoha, a ninja from Kirigakure remarked wistfully. As the ninjas from various nations debated, the atmosphere within Konoha was entirely different. Villagers and ninjas alike gazed at Naruto on the celestial screen, their hearts brimming with astonishment and gratitude. They finally understood that Naruto was not the underachiever or monster they once perceived him to be, but a true hero, a ninja who would go to great lengths to protect his village. Naruto, he saved everyone, a villager murmured. Naruto is the true hero, a young ninja proclaimed passionately, his voice filled with admiration. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood atop Hokage Rock, his emotions in turmoil. Clutching his pipe, tendrils of smoke billowed upward, seemingly transporting him back to memories of the past. He recalled that fateful night over a decade ago when the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Izumaki sacrificed their lives to seal the Nine Tails within the newly born Naruto to protect the village. At that time, as the third Hokage, he took on the responsibility of caring for Naruto. Yet, reflecting on the years gone by, Hiruzen's heart was heavy with guilt. He knew he had failed to truly protect Naruto. The boy had endured scorn and rejection throughout his childhood, and as Hokage, Hiruzen had refrained from publicly acknowledging Naruto as the son of the fourth Hokage, denying him the love and support he deserved. Minato, Kushina, I have failed you. Hiruzen whispered, his voice laden with remorse and regret. He watched as the celestial screen showcased Naruto's emergence as the village's hero, feeling both consolation and profound sorrow. He realized that Naruto's ascent to this moment was entirely due to his unwavering determination and relentless effort. Yet, as the third Hokage, he had not provided Naruto with the assistance he needed. Naruto, you have truly grown into a formidable ninja, Hiruzen murmured, a glimmer of pride illuminating his eyes. If Minato and Kushina could see you now, they would undoubtedly be proud. Simultaneously, Danzo stood in the base of Root, his expression dark and foreboding. He watched the celestial display of Naruto persuading Nagato to resurrect the fallen of Konoha, his heart seething with fury and dissatisfaction. Clenching his cane tightly, his knuckles turned white with strain. That nine-tails brat, Danzo growled in a suppressed rage. He had initially intended to exploit the power of the Nine Tails to augment his own strength, contemplating the use of his right eye's Kodo Amatsukami to manipulate the beast to fulfill his ambitions. However, Naruto's growth and strength had far surpassed his expectations. The Naruto depicted on the screen was no longer a mere pawn he could control, but a genuine hero, revered and cherished by the entire village. Lord Danzo, what should we do now? A Root ninja inquired anxiously. Danzo cast a cold glance at him, his voice dripping with malice. That brat Naruto is beyond our control. Nevertheless, this does not mean we shall concede. The future of Konoha must be in my hands. Iruka sat in the Ninja Academy office, his heart a tempest of emotions. He felt a profound sense of nostalgia and satisfaction, as if witnessing the mischievous boy who once caused chaos in the academy, the underachiever, Naruto. You have truly done it. Iruka whispered, his voice thick with emotion. His thoughts drifted back to years ago, to the day he first became Naruto's homeroom teacher. At that time, Naruto was isolated and rebellious, often resorting to pranks to garner attention. Iruka had found Naruto to be a source of frustration, even feeling helpless at times. Yet, as time passed, he began to comprehend the loneliness and anguish that resided within Naruto. Iruka reflected on his previous misunderstandings and biases against Naruto. Feeling a wave of guilt, he recognized that he had, at times, harbored prejudice against Naruto, even harboring wariness due to him being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. However, Naruto had gradually altered his perceptions through his actions and beliefs. "Thank you, Iruka-sensei," Naruto had once said after completing a mission, offering a sincere smile. "Without you, I might have given up long ago." A warmth surged within Iruka as he realized that Naruto's journey to this point was not solely attributable to his talent and effort, but also to the unwavering belief that resided deep within him. At that moment, Iruka's mind suddenly recalled the words of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, from long ago. This occurred shortly after Naruto had entered the Ninja Academy, when Iruka had felt a headache from Naruto's antics and sought guidance from the third Hokage. "Lord Third, that boy Naruto, I truly do not know how to teach him," Iruka had expressed disheartenedly. Hiruzen, seated in his office, pipe in hand, exhaled a cloud of smoke while smiling at Iruka. "Iruka, do you know? That boy Naruto is quite similar to you," he replied, his tone imbued with depth. Iruka paused, perplexed. "Similar to me? Lord Third, I do not quite understand." Hiruzen nodded, his gaze filled with affection and wisdom. "In your youth, you also felt lonely and pain from losing your parents, yet you did not succumb to it. Instead, you chose to persevere. Naruto is the same. The loneliness and suffering he endures run deeper than you might imagine. What he needs is not pity or sympathy, but understanding and trust." After a moment of silence, Iruka felt a surge of complex emotions. He recalled his own childhood experiences, which indeed bore resemblance to Naruto's. "Lord Third, I understand now. I will strive to comprehend him and to trust him." Hiruzen smiled and nodded, his voice warm with reassurance. "Iruka, I believe you can do it. That boy Naruto will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja, and you will be one of the most vital guides on his path." Reflecting on the third Hokage's words, Iruka felt a rush of emotion. He recognized that Hiruzen had seen through Naruto's potential long ago and believed in his capacity to be a great ninja. And indeed, Naruto had not disappointed the third Hokage's expectations. "Lord Third, you were right. Naruto has truly accomplished it," Iruka murmured, a glimmer of tears in his eyes. For Naruto was not merely a student, he was, above all, the most cherished family in his heart. Chapter 9. A new turmoil in the realm of shinobi. The numbers on the canopy descended steadily, as if silently heralding an irreversible countdown. The ninjas from various nations gazed up at the dwindling figures, fully aware that 3 days hence, a new video would emerge. During this brief countdown, hidden currents surged between the nations, and the situation grew increasingly intricate and tense. Within the confines of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before the window of the Hokage's office, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Observing the numbers in the sky, he was filled with apprehension. As Hokage, he bore the weight of preparing for the village's future. He promptly summoned all Jonin and Umbu members for an emergency meeting. "We must act with urgency," he declared, his tone imbued with a sense of immediacy. The Umbu responded swiftly and departed without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, the Jonin of Konoha convened, the atmosphere heavy with gravity. Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and others gathered, their faces etched with seriousness. The numbers above indicate that significant changes are forthcoming in 3 days. "We must be thoroughly prepared," Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the assembly, his gaze sweeping across the room. The Umbu was immediately dispatched to bolster the defenses near the Land of Rain while simultaneously reinforcing the village and Appos as protections to ensure absolute security. "Kakashi, ensure Naruto stays with you until Jiraiya returns." "Understood." The assembly responded in unison, swiftly mobilizing into action. And Kimobikure, the fourth Raikage, stood in his office, fist clenched, his eyes glinting with martial fervor. Renowned for his resolute demeanor, he would not sit idly in the face of an unknown threat. "Dare we dispatch an Umbu squad immediately to infiltrate the Land of Rain and ascertain the details regarding the Akatsuki organization?" The Raikage commanded, his voice resonating with undeniable authority. "Yes, Lord Raikage," Darui acknowledged with a nod before departing in haste. In Awagakure, Anoki sat in his office, brow tightly knit. Though aged, his mind remained sharp. He understood all too well the monumental threat posed by the Akatsuki. Kuratsuchi, locate the liaison with the Akatsuki and urge him to probe into their activities. Also, inform old Zetsu to return to the village, Anoki instructed in a low voice, tinged with gravity. "Yes, father," Kuratsuchi affirmed, departing swiftly. In the Land of Rain, at the Akatsuki's base, Konan stood elevated, her gaze fixed upon the numbers in the sky. A tumult of emotion stirred within her. The video had unveiled their existence, and formidable challenges lay ahead for them in the Land of Rain. 3 days later, the canopy illuminated once more and began to broadcast its content. The subtitles read, "Top 9 Senja Hashirama vs Uchiha Madara. Rankings are not indicative of order. Merely sequence, main characters, God of Shinobi Senju Hashirama, the villagers of Konoha are a part of my very being. I trust them as they trust me. Shura of the Shinobi world, Uchiha Madara. The world is so limited in its territory, barely enough for me to wreak havoc alone. Do you wish to dance as well? In the backdrop of the subtitles, two colossal figures subtly emerged, reminiscent of ancient deities, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. To the left stood a statue of Kanon, radiating golden light with an air of solemnity. Countless massive arms extended from its back, each seemingly capable of shaking the very heavens. This was the ultimate manifestation of Hashirama's would-release technique, Senjutsu, True Thousand Hands, the legendary power of the god of shinobi. The visage of Kanon was serene yet commanding, seemingly surveying the entirety of the shinobi world, symbolizing the forces of creation and protection. To the right loomed a complete Susanoo, clad in deep blue armor, wielding a colossal chakra sword, its eyes flickering with a crimson glow. This was Madara's perfected Susanoo, embodying the forces of destruction and annihilation. The Susanoo unfurled immense wings, poised to engulf the entire shinobi realm, heralding endless war and calamity. The silhouettes of the two giants flickered in the canopy, silently locked in confrontation. The compassion of Kanon contrasted sharply with the fury of Susanoo, epitomizing the eternal dichotomy within the shinobi world: creation versus destruction, peace versus war, protection versus obliteration. The ninjas from various nations gazed upwards, filled with awe and trepidation. They had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. As if the myths of yore had re-emerged in the world. That is, Lord Hashirama's would-release technique. An elder ninja from Konoha exclaimed, eyes wide with incredulity and excitement. And Madara Uchiha, how can this be? Another ninja murmured, fear threading through his voice. Did they not perish long ago? The leaders of the nations observed the scene unfolding in the canopy, their hearts heavy with complex emotions. They recognized that Hashirama and Madara were the two most formidable ninjas in history, their powers capable of reshaping the very fabric of the world. Now, the figures of these giants reappeared on the canopy. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood atop Hokage Rock, gazing at the immense silhouettes of Hashirama's Kanon and Madara's complete Susanoo. His eyes reflected a depth of thought and nostalgia. As if pulled back to the cataclysmic battles of decades past, the mightiest conflict in the annals of the shinobi world that marked the end of an era. Hashirama, Madara, Hiruzen murmured, his voice heavy with reminiscence and weighty memories. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the tumultuous times of war. During an age when the shinobi world was embroiled in strife, the Senju and Uchiha clans were locked in an unfathomable enmity. Yet, Hashirama and Madara transcended this fate. Once dear friends, they aspired to end the warfare and establish a peaceful shinobi realm. However, the chasm between ideals and reality ultimately drove them apart. Madara chose the path of conquest through strength, while Hashirama steadfastly advocated for peace through understanding and trust. Their conflicting ideologies culminated in a cataclysmic clash. Though Hiruzen had not witnessed this battle firsthand, he had heard many details from his master, Tobirama Senju. The confrontation unfolded in the Valley of the End, where the powers of Hashirama and Madara nearly leveled the entire valley. He recalled Hashirama's words to him. Hiruzen, the duty of a ninja is not solely to fight, but to protect. Regardless of how arduous the future may seem, we must resolutely persevere. In Awagakure, Inoki pondered in his office, his brow furrowed. He had witnessed Madara's might firsthand and understood its terrifying implications. Fortunately, had they not battled each other in the past, we would have been unable to contend with such a formidable village, Inoki silently reflected. He recognized that had Hashirama and Madara united their strengths, the entire shinobi world would have succumbed to their dominion, leaving no room for resistance from other villages. As discussions erupted among the gathered shinobi, the canopy began to unveil images. The scene depicted sunlight bathing the streets of Konoha, where villagers wore radiant smiles. Children chased and frolicked in the streets, while ninjas busily executed their missions, and shopkeepers warmly welcomed customers. It was a peaceful and prosperous Konoha, the very embodiment of Hashirama's lifelong dream. Clad in the Hokage robe, Hashirama strolled leisurely down the street. His expression was gentle yet resolute as he exchanged nods with passing villagers. His heart brimmed with hope for the future and a deep appreciation for peace. Yet, in that moment, he felt a familiar, potent chakra fluctuation. This chakra, is it Madara? Hashirama and Appo's hearts surged with a tumult of emotions. Once a cherished friend, now an adversary. They once fought side by side, co-founding the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet their divergent philosophies ultimately led them to part ways. What does Madara's return signify? A harbinger of war or an unresolved obsession? As the scene shifts, we find Madara Uchiha standing silently upon a cliff outside the Hidden Leaf Village. His figure is enveloped in the golden glow of the setting sun, his black cloak billowing gently in the breeze. His gaze pierces through the layers of trees, settling upon the bustling Hidden Leaf Village in the distance. Wisps of smoke rise from chimneys, the laughter of children faintly echoes, and the busy silhouettes of ninjas weave through the streets. Reflected in the depths of his Sharingan are these images, yet his expression remains stern and intricate. The chasm between his once cherished dreams and the stark reality fills him with an indescribable tumult. Is this the peace you desired, Hashirama? Memories of fighting alongside Hashirama flood his mind. They once shared a common ideal, striving to forge a world devoid of conflict. However, the harshness of reality has driven their philosophies further apart. This hypocritical peace, built upon sacrifice and compromise, is destined to be fleeting. A glimmer of resolve flickers in Madara's eyes. Chapter 10. The final battle before the audience. A vast projection unfurled in the heavens, unveiling a heart-stirring confrontation. Within the frame, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stood opposed, surrounded by towering mountains, as if the entire world held its breath for this fateful clash. Madara's crimson Sharingan flickered with a cold, piercing light. His gaze laden with a complex tapestry of emotions, nostalgia for a once-beloved friend intertwined with fury at the injustices of fate. Gradually, he raised his hand. The speed of his hand seals almost imperceptible, and with a low, commanding shout, the colossal figure of the Nine Tails materialized before him. Its nine tails writhed like flames in a tempest, and in its golden beastly eyes shimmered boundless wrath and the power of destruction. It let out a thunderous roar, shaking the very earth as if intent on tearing the heavens asunder. In the face of Madara's overwhelming assault, Hashirama's expression was grave, yet devoid of fear. He brought his palms together, and the chakra within him surged forth like a torrent, instantly transforming into countless massive wooden tendrils that erupted from the ground. Reaching for the sky, would release, birth of the world tree. Under his command, innumerable towering trees rapidly sprouted, forming a dense forest that ensnared the Nine Tails and Appo's onslaught. The branches twisted and writhed like living entities, endeavoring to bind the beast within. The spectacle in the heavens grew ever more intense as the Nine Tails clashed against Hashirama's colossal wooden trees in a cataclysmic struggle. The Nine Tails, akin to raging infernos, lashed wildly, each swish creating fierce winds that snapped nearby trees asunder. Its claws ravaged the ground, flames soaring, smoke billowing. Yet, the power of Hashirama's would release was inexhaustible. The felled trees swiftly regenerated, surging forth like an endless tide toward the Nine Tails. The grapevines coiled around the beast like serpents, attempting to ensnare it. But the Nine Tails' ferocity repeatedly broke free, its roars resounding with deafening might. Meanwhile, Madara, wielding a massive fan aflame with fire, darted like a wraith among the trees. His Sharingan glimmered with a chilling light. With each sweep of the fan, gusts of wind and sparks erupted, deflecting Hashirama's onslaught. His movements were swift and precise, as though he had anticipated every action of his opponent. The figures of the two danced among the trees, their speed so great it was nearly imperceptible, save for the continuous thunder of their clashes. Hashirama's expression tightened, his hands swiftly formed seals once more, and the wood release, wood dragon technique was unleashed anew. A gargantuan wooden dragon soared from the earth, its gaping maw aimed directly at Madara. With a cold smirk, Madara's Sharingan spun rapidly, he forcefully swung the fan, deflecting the dragon's assault. The battle in the heavens reached its zenith as Madara perched atop the Nine Tails, his crimson Sharingan pulsating with an icy brilliance. His form melded with that of the Nine Tails, embodying the essence of annihilation. With a series of rapid hand seals, an overwhelming chakra erupted from within him, coalescing into a colossal Susanoo armor that enveloped the Nine Tails entirely. At that moment, the Nine Tails, empowered by its own ferocious beastly energy, donned the formidable armor of Susanoo. Resembling a demon descended from the abyss. Beast fury. Madara roared, and the fusion of the Nine Tails and Susanoo leapt into the air, its massive form blotting out the sun. The Nine Tails swirling like blazing flames, warping the very air with energy. With a thunderous roar, the Nine Tails raised a colossal sword to strike down upon Hashirama. Confronted with this cataclysmic onslaught, Hashirama's demeanor was solemn, yet he remained undaunted. He pressed his palms together, and chakra surged forth, propelling him into sage mode. Red markings appeared upon his visage, radiating a potent natural energy. He intoned, "Sage art, true thousand hands." As his words resonated, the earth trembled violently, and a gigantic statue of the thousand-handed Buddha ascended from below. Towering hundreds of meters high, it sprouted countless massive wooden arms, each brimming with cataclysmic might. The statue's visage was both solemn and compassionate, as if casting a benevolent gaze upon the world's turmoil and suffering. The innumerable arms of the Buddha statue swung forth, colliding with the Nine Tails and Susanoo's amalgamation in a tempest of fury. The clash of tailed beast balls and wooden arms ignited a blinding brilliance, as shockwaves cascaded through the surroundings, altering the very fabric of the earth. The roars of the Nine Tails intermingled with the murmurs of the Buddha, weaving an epic symphony of battle that reverberated through the cosmos. Madara, commanding the colossal sword of Susanoo from atop the Nine Tails, struck fiercely at the Buddha statue, while Hashirama deftly maneuvered the statue's countless arms to counter each of the incoming attacks. Their combat surged into a fever pitch, each collision sending tremors through the land, rending the sky and dispersing the clouds. In the realm of reality, beneath the celestial display, the onlookers gazed upward, spellbound by the cataclysmic struggle, momentarily forgetting to breathe. The air was thick with a profound sense of awe and reverence, as if the entire world trembled before this clash beyond mortal comprehension. Is this truly the legendary power of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? A young ninja murmured, disbelief lacing his voice. He had read of these legendary figures in his family's tomes, Yet the stark contrast between the written word and the awe-inspiring scene before him was akin to the disparity between a firefly and the full moon. How terrifying. This is a realm beyond human reach. Another ninja whispered, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his hands instinctively clenching. He had once believed he stood at the pinnacle of shinobi prowess, yet in this moment, he truly comprehended the chasm separating him from these two legendary warriors. Akin to the gulf between an ant and a dragon. They seem like gods engaged in battle. An older ninja sighed, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Having witnessed two great ninja wars and countless powerful shinobi, he had never encountered such a breathtaking spectacle. The fusion of the Nine Tails and Susanoo. Hashirama Sage Art, True Thousand Hands. These legendary jutsu truly existed, surpassing his wildest imagination. As the battle in the heavens intensified, the roars of the Nine Tails and the murmurs of the Buddha intertwined, composing an earth-shattering anthem of war. Each clash reverberated through the ground, tearing the sky asunder and scattering the clouds. The spectators felt the very earth beneath their feet tremble, as if the world itself quaked in response to this monumental conflict. Such power. If it truly exists in this world, the balance of the shinobi realm would undoubtedly be shattered. A ninja spoke softly, the tone laced with fear. He could scarcely fathom the devastation that would unfold if such power were unleashed in war. The crowd fell silent, gazing at the figures of these two legendary warriors in the heavens, a tumult of complex emotions swelling within them. It was a profound respect for power and a contemplation of conviction. Perhaps, this is why they are revered as the gods of shinobi, a ninja quietly remarked, his voice imbued with deep sentiment. In his gaze was a mixture of admiration for the legendary figures and an acute awareness of his own insignificance. Tsunade stood beneath the celestial display, her eyes fixed upon the towering figure of her grandfather, Hashirama, her heart awash with myriad emotions. Her golden hair danced in the wind, her eyes shimmering with a complex blend of pride, nostalgia, and profound helplessness. Grandfather, she whispered softly, her voice trembling. As Hashirama's granddaughter, she had grown up hearing countless tales of his legendary exploits, knowing him to be a great shinobi, a veritable legend within the shinobi world. Yet it was only upon witnessing her grandfather's formidable strength in battle that she truly comprehended the inadequacy of the legends that sought to depict his might. Indeed, her grandfather's power was terrifying beyond measure, she murmured, her voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. As one of the legendary Sannin, she had always taken pride in her own abilities, but in that moment, she fully grasped the chasm that lay between her and her grandfather. Akin to the disparity between a firefly and the bright moon, truly incomparable. Vivid memories from her childhood resurfaced. Her grandfather, always adorned with a gentle smile, would tenderly stroke her head and impart the wisdom, Tsunade, the strength of a ninja is not meant for destruction, but rather for protection. At that time, she did not entirely fathom the profundity of those words. She merely perceived him as a powerful yet gentle figure. Now, witnessing her grandfather's strength and unwavering conviction in combat, she realized that his greatness resided not solely in his ninjutsu, but in his steadfast heart that perpetually championed peace. However, she lamented, grandfather, the ninja world is no longer as you envisioned it. A shadow of sorrow flickered in Tsunade and Appo's eyes as she recollected the brutality of the great ninja wars and the countless lives, both ninja and civilian, lost to the ravages of conflict. A surge of helplessness enveloped her, as if no matter how fervently she strived, she could not alter the current state of the world. Orochimaru observed the clash unfolding in the heavens, his golden serpent-like eyes fixated on the crimson Sharingan of Uchiha Madara, a glimmer of greed and desire illuminating his gaze. He unconsciously licked his lips, as though savoring an exquisite delicacy. The power encapsulated within those Sharingan ignited a fervor and obsession within him. Is this the true power of the Sharingan? Orochimaru whispered, his voice laced with a hoarse fervency. Memories of his defeat at the hands of Itachi Uchiha surged forth at that moment. His Jinjutsu was effortlessly unraveled, his body utterly suppressed, leaving him with no chance to resist. The sensation of powerlessness haunted him still. Uchiha Itachi, those eyes are indeed unparalleled treasures. A cold glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He had once coveted Itachi's body, yearning to claim those Sharingan for himself, yet ultimately succumbed to Itachi's overwhelming prowess. That sense of defeat only intensified his desire for the power of the Sharingan. His gaze slowly shifted to Uchiha Madara within the scene, brimming with avarice and cunning. Madara's strength had transcended the limits of mere mortals. If I could attain such power, no, if I could master such power. A frenzied ambition surged within him, as if he could already envision the moment of his triumph. At that instant, the figure of Sasuke emerged in his mind, the youthful descendant of the Uchiha clan, with his Sharingan yet to fully awaken. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Orochimaru's mouth. Sasuke, your body, your eyes, are the perfect vessel for me. His resolve solidified. He would stop at nothing to seize Sasuke's body and fully harness the power of the Sharingan. With the strength of the Sharingan coupled with my forbidden techniques, I shall become an existence that transcends all. Orochimaru's heart brimmed with fervent fantasies as he envisioned himself standing atop the pinnacle of the ninja world. Chapter 11. The fateful battle. In the video on the celestial screen, the battle raged with increasing ferocity as Senju Hashirama clashed with Uchiha Madara. altering the very landscape around them. The once mighty mountains crumbled under their immense power, rivers were severed, and the earth split open, revealing countless unfathomable chasms. As if the entire world trembled in response to their conflict. Hashirama, prepare to receive my blow. Madara's voice thundered, filled with boundless combat spirit and arrogance. He swung his hand fiercely, sending the tailed beast ball hurtling towards Hashirama like a meteor. Wherever the sphere passed, the ground was torn asunder, and the air ignited. As if everything succumbed to its overwhelming force. Yet Madara did not relent. Standing atop the Nine Tails, he gazed down at Hashirama, his eyes ablaze with pride and battle fervor. Hashirama, I have already reached the other shore. Can you still withstand me? His voice reverberated through the heavens and earth, proclaiming his impending triumph. The video continued to unfold. Shifting from the cataclysmic battlefield to a deep valley. Towering cliffs flanked the sides of the valley, while a broad river flowed through its center. Its waters muddied and turbulent from their previous clash, emitting a low, rumbling roar. Above the river, Hashirama and Madara faced each other. Both warriors were nearing their limits. Their breaths heavy, chests heaving violently, sweat mingled with blood trickling down their faces and into the earth below. Their garments were tattered. Their bodies marred by the scars of battle, yet their gazes remained sharp as blades, as if they sought to see through each other's very souls. Madara's Sharingan still flickered with crimson light, though fatigue had begun to creep into his pride. Breathing heavily, he clutched his flaming fan tightly, its surface marred with cracks. Seemingly on the verge of shattering. His voice, low and hoarse, still carried an undeniable authority. This time, it is your turn to falter. Hashirama stood tall. His hands trembling slightly, yet his gaze was unwavering. His sage mode had dissipated, the red markings fading from his face, but a formidable chakra still surged within him. Their eyes locked in the air, as if invisible sparks ignited. In the next instant, they moved simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, Hashirama's form crashed heavily onto the water's surface, sending up a spray of murky water. Madara's breath remained labored, yet a victorious smile crept upon his lips. He slowly turned to face Hashirama, his fan lowering, his eyes shimmering with a complex mixture of triumph and sorrow for his former friend. Now, let us begin the lecture. However, just as Madara immersed himself in his discourse, a chilling sensation surged from behind him. Hashirama, like a specter, appeared at Madara's back, wielding a sharp katana. His gaze filled with resolve and sadness. With a swift thrust, the katana pierced through Madara's body unimpeded, blood dripping from the blade and staining the water below. Madara's body stiffened, the light in his Sharingan fading. He lowered his head, gazing at the kunai protruding from his chest, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. The figure of Hashirama collapsed into a piece of wood. Would release clone? How could I have been stabbed in the back? I must protect us, no, protect my village. No matter what happens, I still believe that protecting the village equates to safeguarding the people, the ninjas, and the children. Hashirama's voice resonated. Regardless of whether they are my friends, brothers, or even my children, should they dare to oppose the village, I shall show them no mercy. Uchiha Madara knelt. His chest pierced by Hashirama's katana, blood gushing from the wound, staining his garments. His breaths grew shallower, his eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. You have changed, Hashirama. Madara's voice was low and hoarse, laced with profound disappointment and sarcasm. A bitter smile tugged at his lips, as if mocking Hashirama's naivety and stubbornness. You speak of peace, of the village, yet everything you do now is merely turning things upside down. His voice weakened. Do you think establishing a village can erase hatred? Do you believe that rules and systems can bind the darkness of the human heart? No. You are mistaken, Hashirama. Someday, this village will become a breeding ground for darkness. Hatred will fester, war will reignite. And you will be powerless to stop it. With those final words, Madara's body finally succumbed, slowly collapsing to the ground. Hashirama gazed at Madara's lifeless form. The light in his eyes dimming gradually. It felt as though all strength had been siphoned from his being, and his legs buckled, kneeling heavily on the ground. The scene on the celestial screen began to fade, as the monumental confrontation between Hashirama and Madara slowly vanished. The final image captured Hashirama kneeling beside Madara's body. The moonlight of the night casting its glow upon them, as if punctuating this fateful battle with a tragic finale. As the image dissolved, the celestial screen dimmed to black. In the realm of the shinobi, the screen was completely darkened, and the ninja world fell into a profound silence. The spectators stood frozen, their hearts feeling as if they had been emptied, an indescribable emptiness enveloping each individual. The recently witnessed cataclysmic battle not only shocked their eyes but also deeply stirred their souls. Two once kindred spirits, ultimately torn apart by differing ideologies. Willing to engage in a life and death struggle, left a heavy pall of sorrow and grief. Can differing beliefs truly drive former friends to such extremes? A ninja murmured. His voice thick with confusion and helplessness. A profound sense of powerlessness surged within him, as he envisioned the potential dilemmas he might face in the future. The world of ninjas is rife with contradictions and conflicts, and the chasm between ideals and reality seems insurmountable. Perhaps, this is the destiny of a ninja. Another elder ninja sighed, his voice tinged with the weight of experience. His gaze drifted into the distance, reminiscent of his own past. We each harbor our ideals. Yet reality is often merciless. The tale of Hashirama and Madara merely reflects one of countless tragedies in the ninja world. Complex emotions welled within the crowd. A mixture of admiration for Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and sorrow for their tragic end. The battle between the two legendary ninjas represented not merely a clash of strength, but a profound confrontation of beliefs and destinies. Their narratives compel reflection. What is right? What is wrong? How can one bridge the chasm between ideals and reality? Hashirama's unwavering pursuit of peace, Madara's relentless quest for power. Who, then, is truly correct? A young ninja quietly inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. There is no right or wrong, only choices. Another ninja replied solemnly, his tone laden with gravity. Hashirama chose to protect, while Madara sought to change. Both their choices stem from a profound love and dedication to this world. Yet, their paths could never converge. Perhaps, there is something we can learn from their stories. A ninja spoke softly, his voice imbued with resolve, whether it be Hashirama's convictions or Madara's persistence. Both are worthy of remembrance, and we must find our own path. As the celestial screen faded, the indelible impact of that heart-stirring battle left an imprint on Naruto and Sasuke's hearts. Slowly rising from the ground, Naruto's golden hair swayed in the wind. His fists clenched tightly, and a determined glimmer shone in his blue eyes. Is this the true essence of battle among the strongest? Naruto whispered softly, his voice tinged with a sense of awe and fervor. His mind incessantly replayed the cataclysmic duel between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, igniting an indescribable surge of passion within him. The first Hokage, a hero safeguarding the village. I too aspire to be like him, to become a great Hokage. I must become stronger, strong enough to protect everyone. His gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon, as if he could already envision his future self. He understood that this path would be fraught with challenges, yet he had never considered retreating. No matter how formidable the adversary or arduous the trial, he would overcome them all. For he is Uzumaki Naruto, destined to be the Hokage. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood quietly nearby, his obsidian eyes shimmering with a complex light. His gaze was intensely focused on the silhouette of Uchiha Madara against the sky, a torrent of unspoken desire and obsession swelling within him. Uchiha Madara. Such power embodies true strength. Sasuke murmured, his voice laced with cold resolve. The image of Itachi Uchiha, the brother he both revered and resented, surfaced in his mind. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers, yet he felt no pain. If only I could possess such power. If I could become as formidable as Uchiha Madara, then I would be able to eliminate that man, to kill Itachi Uchiha. A flicker of madness crossed Sasuke's eyes, his heart brimming with hatred and obsession. He realized that his strength was still woefully insufficient, yet he would never relent. Regardless of the cost, he would become stronger, strong enough to fulfill his ambitions. A gentle breeze stirred, swirling up a cloud of dust. The figures of Naruto and Sasuke appeared particularly solitary in the light, yet brimming with strength. Each harbored distinct beliefs and aspirations, yet their paths were destined to intertwine. Naruto. Sasuke. Sakura stood not far away, watching their silhouettes with a mixture of concern and complex emotions. She recognized the unspoken obsessions within Naruto and Sasuke, and knew that their futures would be rendered exceedingly arduous due to these fixations. I will definitely become the Hokage. Sasuke. Naruto suddenly exclaimed, his voice imbued with a stubborn defiance. He turned to face Sasuke, his eyes filled with determination and anticipation. Sasuke shot Naruto a cold glance. His voice low and frosty. Humph, Hokage? A trivial aspiration. My path is unrelated to yours. Kakashi lazily leaned against the trunk of a large tree, cradling his ever-present book. Make out paradise, his silvery hair swaying gently in the breeze, though his gaze seemed absorbed in the pages. His attention had long been captivated by the bickering youths beneath the tree. Ah, youth. Kakashi murmured softly, his tone laced with a hint of languor and jest. His eyes drifted from the book to the heated exchange between Naruto and Sasuke. Below the tree, their quarrel persisted. Sakura stood by, exasperatedly attempting to mediate, but clearly to little avail. Kakashi watched this scene unfold, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, what will your futures hold? Perhaps the heavens will reveal it. Kakashi whispered contemplatively, knowing that his students would ultimately carve their own paths. And all he could do was silently protect them from behind when they needed him. Chapter 12. Excessive trivialities. Lin Mo sat before his computer, his brow furrowed, swiftly alternating between the keyboard and mouse. His gaze occasionally drifted to the floating holographic screen before him, an interface of the inventory system that had been a constant presence since he edited his first video. Although the screen provided him with tremendous benefits, its prolonged presence in his line of sight became somewhat disconcerting, especially after he finished editing a video, as it often distracted him. This screen, while convenient, is quite obstructive, Lin Mo murmured under his breath. He attempted to refocus his attention on the computer display. Yet the holographic interface persistently diverted his concentration. Suddenly, a prompt materialized on the screen. Host operation detected. Would you like to project the system interface onto an external device? Lin Mo paused, a spark igniting in his mind. Is that possible? How much more convenient it would be. Without hesitation, he selected yes. In an instant, the content of the holographic screen vanished, reappearing on his computer monitor. The interface, once suspended before him, was now integrated into the display, side by side with the video editing software. Lin Mo tested the controls and discovered that the system's response on the computer was even swifter than on the holographic screen. A week later, the room appeared rather chaotic. cluttered with an array of snack wrappers and empty beverage bottles. The computer screen glowed, displaying the interface of a third unfinished video edit. Since acquiring the inventory system, Lin Mo had scarcely left his home, engrossed in frantically editing videos, pouring all his energy into this endeavor for an entire week. Initially, he felt an exhilarating mix of excitement and anxiety, as the advent of the inventory system had irrevocably altered his life. He could now gain dimensional points by editing videos, points that seemed to possess limitless potential, able to be exchanged for various magical items and abilities. However, as time passed, Lin Mo's emotions began to stabilize. He adapted to this new rhythm, even as he remained filled with anticipation and a tinge of unease about the future. At this moment, Lin Mo sat at his computer, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the desk, his gaze fixed on the 2 videos he had already published. The view counts and comments were steadily increasing, and the accumulation of dimensional points exceeded his expectations. With each page refresh, the numbers would leap, as if reminding him of the reality of it all. Incredible, Lin Mo whispered, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Once an ordinary enthusiast of the second dimension, he never anticipated possessing such a marvelous system. Although he was still uncertain of the extent of change these dimensional points could bring, merely witnessing their continuous growth was enough to elate him. Yet, this exhilaration left Lin Mo feeling somewhat restless. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. Excessive excitement would not resolve his issues. Rather, it could lead him to irrationality. He rose and walked to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face. The chill of the water trickled down his cheeks, alleviating some of his heat and clarifying his thoughts. It's time to step outside, Lin Mo mused to his reflection in the mirror. He had been cooped up for far too long, engaging solely in video editing and neglecting all else. The food supplies at home were dwindling, with only a few packs of instant noodles and half a bottle of chili sauce left in the refrigerator. If this continued, even basic survival could become a challenge. With that thought, Lin Mo resolved to venture out to procure some essential supplies and treat himself. After a week of intense video editing, he felt the need for relaxation and reward. He donned a loose sweatshirt, grabbed his wallet and phone, and stepped outside. The sun shone brightly. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and the air was fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. The bustling street, alive with people, stood in stark contrast to his dim, cluttered room. He first visited a nearby supermarket, pushing a shopping cart through the aisles. He purchased various instant foods, drinks, and snacks, selecting some fresh vegetables and meats, planning to prepare a proper meal upon his return. Although he rarely cooked, he deemed it a worthy indulgence to treat himself occasionally. As he checked out, Lin Mo gazed at his cart brimming with items, a sense of reflection washing over him. This past week, he had devoted all his energy to the inventory system, overlooking many details of life. Now that he stepped outside, he recognized that life encompassed more than just dimensional points and video editing. There were myriad experiences worth savoring. After completing his shopping, Lin Mo chose not to head straight home, but rather to dine at a nearby restaurant. He opted for a well-reviewed Japanese eatery, ordering a sashimi platter and a steaming bowl of ramen. The aroma of the food enveloped him in satisfaction, as if all the fatigue of the past week evaporated in that moment. Seated in the restaurant, Lin Mo relished his meal while contemplating his future plans. He understood that the inventory system's emergence was merely a turning point in his life. The road ahead remained long. He could not remain ensnared in the excitement of accumulating dimensional points. He needed to learn to balance life with the opportunities the system presented. Perhaps I ought to strategize more thoughtfully, Lin Mo resolved inwardly. He could not solely focus on immediate gains. He needed to consider the long-term implications. After finishing his meal, Lin Mo ambled home with shopping bags in hand. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed him, elongating his shadow. The trees lining the streets swayed gently in the breeze, as if bidding him farewell. Upon returning home, Lin Mo meticulously organized his purchases before sitting down at his computer, opening the inventory system interface. The numbers of dimensional points continued to rise slowly, yet Lin Mo no longer felt the same fervor as before. He recognized that this was merely the beginning. The journey ahead was still extensive. In the realm of the ninja, 3 days had passed since the previous sky video, and the inhabitants of the ninja world gradually resumed their daily routines. Although the appearance of the sky had once caused a tremendous uproar, with time, people began to acclimate to its presence. Life must go on. The ninja's missions, training, family affairs, and even mundane daily activities could not be halted by the sky's emergence. In the Hokage office of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen diligently sifted through a pile of documents. The pen in his hand moved swiftly across the paper. Occasionally, he would lift his gaze to the sky, observing the numbers on the screen above, which continued to tick down, indicating the time until the next video broadcast. His eyes lingered on the sky for a moment before he returned to his pressing work. For days left, he murmured, his tone laced with complex emotions. The videos that appeared in the sky had rendered the situation in the ninja world increasingly delicate. While no direct threats had yet emerged, as Hokage, he had to remain vigilant. The atmosphere in the ninja world had not calmed with the passage of time. Rather, the content of the previous 2 videos had sparked further speculation and rumors. Particularly concerning were the prominent figures featured in those videos, Naruto, Hashirama Senju, and others, who were all ninjas from Konoha. This had given rise to suspicion among the inhabitants of other ninja villages, even leading to various conspiracy theories. Meanwhile, on the village training grounds, Naruto was engaged in an intense battle with Sasuke. Their figures darted across the training area, exchanging blows, as the fluctuations of chakra resonated in the air. As Naruto deftly evaded Sasuke's assaults, he shouted, "Sasuke, this time you shall not easily claim victory over me." Sasuke scoffed. "Humph, the underdog, you should be more concerned about your own fate." The intensity of their battle escalated, leaving deep scars on the trees and ground around them from their fierce exchanges. However, just as they were about to clash once more, Naruto abruptly halted his movements, gazing skyward. "Hey, Sasuke, look!" he exclaimed, pointing at the celestial screen with a hint of astonishment. The countdown to the next video had inexplicably extended by 4 days. Sasuke ceased his attack as well, his eyes narrowing in contemplation as he studied the screen. It appears the timing of the broadcast is not fixed. It seems to be adjusting according to some pattern. Naruto scratched his head, perplexed. What could this possibly mean? Is someone manipulating the screen behind the scenes? Sasuke remained silent, his gaze fixed on the celestial display. A sense of unease stirred within him. The emergence of this phenomenon undoubtedly heralded significant changes for the ninja world. Yet they remained utterly in the dark. The scene shifted. "This is undoubtedly the handiwork of Konoha," exclaimed a shinobi from Suigetsu, slamming his hand on the table, his voice rife with discontent and suspicion. His words pierced through the clamor of the tavern, drawing the attention of nearby Suigetsu ninjas who paused in their activities. Indeed, the previous 2 videos were solely from Konoha. What are the odds? Another ninja chimed in, distrust etched upon his features. Konoha has a history of playing tricks. This could very well be their ploy to showcase their strength and undermine the other villages. But can such a phenomenon truly be controlled by human hands? A young Suigetsu shinobi hesitantly questioned. His inquiry momentarily quieted the tavern, yet it wasn't long before another voice broke the silence. Similar dialogues resonated not only in Suigetsu, but also in Kumogakure, Awagakure, Kirigakure, and even among the smaller ninja villages and wandering shinobi. The advent of the celestial screen had already instilled a sense of dread, and the content of the previous videos had deepened the suspicions other villages harbored toward Konoha. In his office, Suigetsu Janoki sat with a steaming cup of tea in hand, his gaze fixated on the celestial screen, observing the fluctuating numbers. As a veteran ninja who had weathered countless storms, he understood that the content displayed on the screen could fundamentally alter the dynamics of the ninja world, and he needed to prepare for any potential repercussions. Suigetsu-sama, rumors are proliferating within the village. Many believe Konoha is manipulating the celestial screen from behind the scenes. A low voice reported from an Awagakure ninja. Inoki pondered for a moment before responding. Konoha does bear suspicion, yet we must refrain from hasty conclusions. The existence of the celestial screen transcends our understanding. Any rash actions may provoke unnecessary conflict. However, Suigetsu-sama, if we remain passive, other villages may perceive us as weak. The Awagakure ninja pressed anxiously. Inoki shook his head. The priority now is to maintain composure and await the next video broadcast. If Konoha is indeed orchestrating the celestial screen, they will inevitably reveal their true intentions. The presence of the celestial screen had subtly altered the rhythm of the ninja world. Whether they were Kages or ordinary shinobi, all awaited the unveiling of the next video. In this period of anticipation, the very fabric of the ninja world began to shift. Perhaps when the next video graced the celestial screen, the future of the ninja realm would embark on a wholly new trajectory. Chapter 13. The Chunin exam in the realm of ninjas. Time flowed gently beneath the celestial dome, resembling an invisible river that quietly carried away every fleeting moment. During their leisure, the denizens of the ninja world congregated, engaging in lively discussions about the upcoming 3rd video to be displayed on the celestial screen. They speculated on who the protagonist would be this time. Surely it won't be another person from the Leaf Village, one murmured, a hint of resignation lacing their tone. After all, the Leaf Village had always been the focal point of the ninja world, birthing countless legendary ninjas. Who knows? Perhaps this time it will be someone from another village, another responded, hope shimmering in their eyes. They yearned to witness the heroes of their own villages shine on the celestial screen. The Kazekage of Suigetsu, his prowess is undeniable, one suggested, pride evident in their voice. And then there's Killer Bee from Kumogakure. His mastery of the 8 Tails is unparalleled, another added, admiration filling their tone. Don't forget Mei Terumi from Kirigakure. Her water release techniques are exquisite, someone interjected, their eyes brimming with respect for the formidable Kunoichi. Finally, the mention of Noki from Awagakure, the venerable ninja, sparked a tone of reverence among the crowd. The discussions grew fervent as they awaited the 3rd video, hoping it would deliver a spectacular battle that would allow them to witness the legends of the ninja world once more. The celestial dome remained suspended, time continuing its relentless march. The hearts of the ninja realm were filled with anticipation and curiosity. They understood that regardless of who appeared in the 3rd video, it would undoubtedly be a feast for both the eyes and the soul. They eagerly awaited the moment. In the Leaf Village, the sky was a brilliant blue, sunlight cascading upon Hokage Rock, illuminating the resolute visage of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Standing by the window of his office, he gazed into the distance, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. The appearance of the celestial screen had brought unprecedented shock and confusion to the ninja world, yet as the third Hokage of the Leaf Village, he understood the critical importance of maintaining composure during this tumultuous time. The announcement of the Chunin exam had already been made. It must not be interrupted by the upheaval caused by the celestial display. The Chunin exam shall proceed as scheduled, Hiruzen declared, his voice imbued with an unassailable authority. Turning to his ANBU ninja, he commanded, dispatch a messenger to inform the other ninja villages. The Chunin exam in the Leaf Village will take place without delay. Whatever unfolds on the celestial screen, the order of the Leaf and the future of the ninja world must remain undisturbed. The ENBU nodded in assent before swiftly vanishing from the room. Hiruzen's gaze returned to the world outside, a sense of reassurance settling in his heart. He had just received word that his two disciples, Jiraiya and Tsunade, were en route back to the Leaf. These legendary Sannin were not only the backbone of the Leaf, but also his most trusted pupils. Has Jiraiya finally decided to return? A faint smile of relief graced Hiruzen's lips. Jiraiya had long roamed the lands, gathering intelligence and penning novels, while Tsunade had distanced herself from the Leaf due to past traumas. Their imminent return undoubtedly bolstered Hiruzen's confidence. With their presence, the strength of the Leaf would be greatly enhanced, Hiruzen mused. He recognized that Jiraiya's wisdom and strength, coupled with Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and extraordinary physical power, were indispensable assets to the village. Their return signified not only support for the Leaf, but also a safeguard for the current stability of the ninja world. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the office door. A ninja entered and respectfully reported, Hokage-sama, preparations for the Chunin exam have been completed, and messengers have been dispatched to invite the daime and participating ninja villages. Hiruzen nodded approvingly, his gaze resolute as he stated, excellent. Inform all examiners and guards to ensure the safety and fairness of the exam. Regardless of what appears on the celestial screen, we must prioritize the will of the Leaf and the future of the ninja world. The ninja departed with the task at hand, and Hiruzen once again gazed out the window. Confidence filled his heart, although the celestial display posed unknown challenges. He believed the Leaf Village possessed the capability to confront any adversity. Whether in the Chunin exam or future crises, he would lead the Leaf Village to face them head-on. The flames of the Leaf shall never be extinguished, Hiruzen whispered to himself, his eyes glimmering with unwavering determination. He turned towards his desk, ready to address the affairs that lay ahead. Regardless of what the future held, he would protect this land and its people in his role as Hokage. Within the land of rice, Orochimaru navigated swiftly through the dense forest, his golden slit-like eyes glinting with a cold light. His objective was clear, the land of wind. Originally, he had forged a clandestine agreement with the fourth Kazekage, Raza, to initiate the plan for the collapse of the Leaf during the Chunin exam. However, the emergence of the celestial screen had disrupted his plans. Will Raza alter his strategy due to the celestial display? Orochimaru mused, a chilling and disdainful tone creeping into his voice. He was well aware that Raza was a cautious and suspicious individual, and the foreseen future displayed on the screen would undoubtedly compel Raza to reassess their cooperation. After all, while Suigetsu yearned to elevate its status by destroying the Leaf, the appearance of the celestial screen complicated the entire situation within the ninja world. Regardless, the strength of Suigetsu is indispensable. Orochimaru sneered, quickening his pace. He needed to meet Raza in person to reaffirm the details of their collaboration, perhaps resorting to certain tactics to ensure Raza would not falter at a critical moment. Days later, Orochimaru stealthily arrived at the border of the Land of Wind. The yellow sands swirled in the air, starkly contrasting the desolation of the Land of Wind with the prosperity of the Leaf. Concealed behind the dunes, Orochimaru awaited his meeting with Raza. Timeline delineation. On a morning in the Leaf Village, sunlight bathed the training grounds, infusing the air with a palpable sense of tension and excitement. The 12 young ninjas of the Leaf each received notifications from their teachers. The Chunin exam was imminent, and their names had been registered for participation. On the path to complete their tasks, upon hearing Kakashi's announcement, Naruto sprang to his feet, exuberantly pumping his fist in the air. Awesome. The day has finally come. I will become a Chunin and make everyone take notice. Sasuke, hands buried in his pockets, shot a cold glance at Naruto, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Humph. Just don't hold me back. Sakura, feeling a twinge of anxiety, clenched her fists, resolutely vowing to prove her worth this time. Determined not to rely on Sasuke and Naruto any longer, leaning lazily against a tree, Kakashi observed his students' varied reactions. A glimmer of satisfaction crossing his gaze. You all better prepare well. The Chunin exam is not to be taken lightly. At Training Ground 37. Upon receiving the notification from Yugao, Kiba eagerly patted Akamaru's head, exclaiming, Akamaru, our chance has come. We must show everyone our true strength. Hinata, her head bowed and cheeks flushed, murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, I will do my best. Shino adjusted his sunglasses and calmly stated, the Chunin exam is an excellent opportunity to showcase our teamwork. We must remain vigilant. Yugao looked tenderly at her students, encouraging them. You have all grown immensely. I believe you will achieve great results in the exam. At the barbecue restaurant, upon hearing Asuma's announcement, Shikamaru let out a lazy sigh. What a hassle. But since we've signed up, I guess we'll have to take it seriously. Ino, excited, patted Shikamaru's shoulder. Shikamaru, you better not hold us back. This time, I will make everyone see my strength. As Ding Ci chewed on a piece of grilled meat, he mumbled, once the exams conclude, let us celebrate with another barbecue feast. Asuma, cigarette in mouth, chuckled and shook his head. You three shouldn't let your guard down. The Chunin exams are no trivial matter. At Training Ground 66, upon receiving the announcement from Teacher Guy, Shaoli's spirits soared, and he passionately declared, Teacher Guy, I will prove my strength with the fiery blood of youth. I am determined to pass this exam. Niji, arms crossed, replied coolly. The Chunin exams are a prime opportunity to assess our abilities. We must not allow ourselves any negligence. Tendon patted Shaoli's shoulder with a smile. Shaoli, don't get too carried away. We need to devise a solid plan. Teacher Guy gave a thumbs up, flashing a bright smile. Exactly. That is the essence of youth. You must give it your all. Each team was enveloped in excitement and anticipation, each member contemplating how to stand out in the Chunin exams. On the training ground, their figures were more diligent, each hoping to demonstrate their prowess and ascend to the rank of Chunin. Naruto and Sasuke competed in taijutsu amidst the trees, while Sakura diligently practiced medical ninjutsu nearby. Hinata trained in gentle fist techniques alone under the setting sun, and Kiba and Shino engaged in team coordination drills with Akamaru, Shikuru, Ino, and Ding Ci continuously refined their strategies and tactical discussions. Shaoli, Niji, and Tenten underwent intense taijutsu training under Teacher Guy's guidance. Every corner of Konoha pulsed with youthful vigor and the passion for striving. The 12 young ninjas understood that the Chunin exams were not merely an opportunity to ascend, but a stage to prove themselves and transcend their limits. They looked forward to showcasing their brightest talents during the exams. In the land of Earth, Iwagakure, nestled amidst towering mountains, the formidable rock walls encircled the village like an impregnable fortress. Inside the shadow office of Iwagakure, the third Suigetsu, Inoki, sat at his desk, holding a Chunin exam invitation from Konoha, his brow furrowed. The Chunin exams of Konoha. I had no interest initially, Inoki murmured to himself, a hint of disdain in his tone. Iwagakure was known for its steadfastness and had little enthusiasm for such seemingly formal examinations. However, images from the screen flashed in his mind. The young ninja from Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki, displayed astounding potential and indomitable willpower during battle. That blonde-haired brat could unleash such strength. Inoki narrowed his eyes, contemplating. The scenes on the screen made him realize that the new generation of ninjas from Konoha might not be so simple. Should Iwagakure remain oblivious to this, it could find itself in a passive position in the future. Come in. Inoki suddenly raised his voice, a note of resolve evident. A ninja from Iwagakure quickly entered the office, bowing respectfully. Suigetsu-sama, what is your command? Inoki placed the invitation on the desk, speaking gravely. Spread the word. Select several elite genin teams to prepare for participation in the Chunin exams at Konoha. The ninja hesitated, visibly surprised. Suigetsu-sama, did we not decide against participating? Inoki snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Circumstances have changed. The images on the screen made me realize the new generation of Konoha cannot be underestimated. We must personally test their strength to discern their true capabilities. The ninja immediately comprehended Inoki's intent, nodding in response. Understood. I will make the arrangements. Inoki waved him off, signaling him to leave, then leaned back in his chair, his gaze penetrating as he looked out the window. Visions of Konoha surfaced in his mind. The village that had repeatedly clashed with Iwagakure during the Great Ninja Wars, now seemingly nurturing a new crop of geniuses. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what other secrets does your village harbor? Inoki murmured softly, a mix of vigilance and curiosity in his tone. At the training ground of Iwagakure, several genin teams assembled. Leading the group was the Jonin, Karatsuchi, who surveyed each genin's face with a serious expression. This journey to Konoha for the Chunin exams was not merely for the exam itself, but to gauge the strength of the new generation from Konoha. Karatsuchi's voice was deep and commanding. You must remain vigilant at all times, observing their combat styles and levels of strength. Understood? Understood. The genin responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with excitement and determination. One genin whispered to a companion, I heard there's a guy named Naruto Uzumaki in Konoha. He was quite a character in the images on the screen. Another genin scoffed. The screen's portrayal may not be accurate. I'll see for myself just how formidable he truly is. Karatsuchi caught their exchange and frowned slightly, but chose not to elaborate. He understood that the youthful genin were proud. Only through first-hand experience in battle could they truly grasp the strength of their opponents. Meanwhile, preparations for the Chunin exams in Konoha were proceeding with great urgency. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood atop Hokage Rock, gazing into the distance, a sense of unease stirring within him. Chapter 14, The Battle of Earth and Water in the Realm of Ninjas. While the great ninja villages were engaged in discussions and preparations for the Chunin exams in Konoha, the countdown on the enormous screen in the sky finally reached its conclusion. People across the ninja world, without exception, lifted their gazes, their attention fixated on the vast celestial surface. Whether they were ninjas from Konoha or those residing in the wind, earth, water, or thunder countries, they were all irresistibly drawn to this mysterious display. The brilliance upon the screen gradually coalesced, ultimately revealing several striking lines of text. T18, Hozuki Mangetsu versus Mu. Ranking is not indicative of superiority, merely a sequence. Second Mizukage Hozuki Mangetsu relishes combat, constantly growing stronger. Do not call me Little Beard. Second Suigetsu Mu. To me, the way of the ninja is to protect, to safeguard this land beneath my feet and to uphold my beliefs. Hozuki Mangetsu and Mu, these two legendary figures of the Kage level, had long since etched a vivid chapter in the annals of ninja history. Their names epitomized the pinnacle of power and wisdom within the ninja realm. And now, the screen was poised to recreate the clash between them for all to witness. Within the Hokage's office in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before the window, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized the words upon the screen. A subtle easing of his brow signaled a flicker of relief within him. The matchup of Hozuki Mangetsu versus Mu brought him a sense of comfort. Thankfully, the display did not feature a ninja from Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured softly, a hint of gratitude lacing his tone. As the third Hokage of Konoha, he was acutely aware that the emergence of this screen had rendered the situation within the ninja world increasingly intricate and sensitive. Should the screen once again showcase a battle involving a Konoha ninja, especially one akin to Naruto's future exploits, it could cast Konoha into a spotlight of scrutiny, potentially inciting a coalition of other villages against them. Hozuki Mangetsu and Mu. Though their battle would be awe-inspiring, at least it did not pertain to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated. He understood that while this would capture the attention of various villages, it would not directly jeopardize Konoha's interests. Turning away, he approached his desk, lifting his pipe and taking a gentle puff, the smoke swirling upward, obscuring his visage. Yet his thoughts remained lucid. The screen's emergence had undeniably complicated the dynamics of the ninja world. The vigilance and hostility of other villages towards Konoha were on the rise. If this time it were a Konoha ninja on display, they might not even have the opportunity to explain themselves. At this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed once more. He recognized that while Konoha was formidable, it could not withstand the entire ninja world's animosity, especially now with the Chunin exams on the horizon. Where ninjas from various villages would converge in Konoha, even the slightest disturbance could yield unpredictable consequences. However, since the screen was showcasing the battle of Hozuki Mangetsu and Mu, at least for the time being, Konoha would not face direct pressure. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a modicum of reassurance. He returned to the window, casting his gaze once again towards the screen, his mind now contemplating deeper issues. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the office door. Sarutobi Hiruzen withdrew his thoughts and spoke in a deep tone. Enter. The door opened, and an Umbu ninja stepped inside, bowing respectfully as he reported, Hokage-sama. Some of the participating teams from various villages have arrived in Konoha, and preparations for the Chunin exams are complete. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his tone steady as he replied, Excellent. Inform all examiners and guards to ensure the safety and fairness of the exam. Additionally, heighten surveillance on ninjas from each village, especially those from Suigetsu and Iwagakure. We cannot afford any negligence. The Umbu ninja acknowledged the orders and swiftly exited the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen once again approached the window, his gaze drifting far beyond. Yet he remained unable to fully relax. In the training ground, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and the other young ninjas paused their training, looking up at the screen. Naruto scratched his head in confusion and asked, Who are Hozuki Mangetsu and Mu? They sound really impressive. Kakashi, having appeared behind them unbeknownst, spoke with a solemn tone. They are the second Mizukage and the second Suigetsu, powerful figures in the history of the ninja world. Their battle, it is said, ended in mutual destruction. A flicker of battle intent ignited in Sasuke's eyes, a clash between Kage-level warriors? How intriguing. In Suigetsu, Gaara stood atop a high vantage point, coldly observing the screen. A subtle smile, tinged with a hint of bloodlust, curled at the corners of his mouth. Hozuki Mangetsu and Mu. How much blood will their battle spill? Temari and Kankuro stood behind him, an unsettling feeling creeping into their hearts. Temari murmured, What could be the purpose of showcasing a battle of this magnitude? Kankuro tightened his grip on the strings of his puppet, responding gravely, Regardless, we must remain vigilant. In Iwagakure, Inoki sat within the Tsuchikage's office, his expression grave as he fixated on the screen. Lord Mu, this time, the screen is actually going to showcase that battle. Lus, standing nearby, quietly inquired, Tsuchikage-sama, should we take any action? Inoki pondered for a moment, then replied slowly, Let us observe the developments. We must not act rashly. In Kirigakure, Terumi Mei stood calmly at the window of the Mizukage's office, her gaze steady upon the screen. As the text upon the screen gradually faded, the imagery began to materialize. The figures of Hozuki Mangetsu and Mu became increasingly distinct, their battleground transcending time and space, reappearing before the world. Hozuki Mangetsu stood atop the water's surface, his water release techniques flowing under his command as if they were living entities. Meanwhile, Mu floated in the air, arms crossed, his demeanor calm and profound, the power of dust release coalescing in his hands. A confident and composed smile adorned Hozuki Mangetsu's face, his eyes exuding an air of playful arrogance. His hands swiftly formed seals, his movements fluid and graceful, akin to performing a magnificent symphony. Water release, water cannon technique. Kozuki Mangetsu shouted, abruptly unleashing a high-pressure water projectile that slides through the air with a fierce arc, hurtling directly toward Mu. The speed of the water projectile was astonishing, its power immense, even tearing through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. Simultaneously, a thin mist began to envelop Kozuki Mangetsu, gradually coalescing into a massive steam clone. The clone, towering and radiating intense heat, seemed poised to explode at any moment. Steam explosion. Kozuki Mangetsu's voice carried a hint of mockery. Mu, let me see if your dust release can withstand my steam power. On the opposite side, Mu remained suspended, arms crossed, his gaze unwavering. His form appeared to merge with the very essence of the world around him, the air thickening in his presence. His body was enveloped in bandages, exuding an aura of mystery and authority, resembling an immovable statue. Kozuki Mangetsu, your water release and illusions are indeed impressive, yet before my dust release, they are but futile. Mu's voice was low and calm, as if stating an undeniable truth. His hands slowly unfurled, a dazzling orb of light forming between his palms. Dust release, original world separation technique. As Mu's words fell, the orb erupted, transforming into a colossal beam of light that surged toward Kozuki Mangetsu. As it traversed the space, it seemed to rend the very fabric of reality, devouring even the light itself, leaving behind only an abyss. The steam clone of Kozuki Mangetsu was struck by the dust release beam, instantly disintegrating into countless minute particles of dust, dissipating into the air. However, Kozuki Mangetsu's true form had already utilized the water transformation technique to liquefy, evading the lethal strike of dust release. Hahamu, your dust release is indeed formidable. But defeating me is far from easy. Kozuki Mangetsu's laughter echoed from all directions as he swiftly maneuvered across the water's surface, seemingly merging with the entire expanse of water. The gaze of Wu remained calm as his body gradually split into two independent entities, each possessing complete combat prowess. At that moment, his invisibility ability activated, causing his form to vanish from the air, concealing even the fluctuations of his chakra. Kaguzuki Mitsuki, your illusions and water clones are indeed formidable. But before my invisibility and splitting abilities, your advantages shall be utterly dismantled. Wu's voice echoed from the void, as if omnipresent. Kaguzuki Mitsuki's smile remained confident, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of gravity. He understood that Wu's strength was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. However, rather than retreating, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Now this is interesting. Wu, let us engage in a battle to our fullest. Mitsuki's voice brimmed with combat fervor as he formed hand seals, summoning countless water pillars that surged from the surface, intertwining in the air to create a vast net of water, attempting to ensnare Wu's figure. Wu's silhouette flickered in the void, the light of dust release coalescing once more, poised to unleash a fatal strike. The battle between the two escalated to a fevered pitch, with the powers of water release and dust release colliding violently in the air, erupting in dazzling brilliance and deafening roars. In the realm of reality, onlookers from the ninja world were awestruck by this clash. Whether ninjas from Konoha or powerful figures from other villages, their eyes were glued to the spectacle above, filled with admiration. Is this the battle of shadow-level strongholds? Naruto exclaimed with wide eyes, his tone saturated with astonishment. A flicker of fervor flashed in Sasuke's eyes. This power is the very goal I pursue. Kakashi stood by, his gaze profound. The battle between Kaguzuki Mitsuki and Wu transcends mere strength. It is a contest of wisdom and strategy. Above, the fierce confrontation between Kaguzuki Mitsuki and Wu raged on. The powers of water release and dust release clashing in the air, producing brilliant flashes and thunderous sounds. Meanwhile, in the office of the Tsukikage in Awagakure, the third Tsukikage, Inoki, stood quietly at the window, observing the familiar figure on the sky. Wu, his mentor, the second Tsukikage of Awagakure. A complex emotion flickered in Inoki's eyes, admiration, nostalgia, and determination. The image of Wu appeared in his mind, the one who once led Awagakure's legendary figures. Wu's calmness, wisdom, and strength had always been a paragon for the ninjas of Awagakure, and the lifelong aspiration of Inoki. Lord Wu, Inoki murmured softly, his voice imbued with respect and sentimentality. His thoughts drifted back years to when he was a young ninja, personally instructed by Wu in the secrets of earth release and dust release. Wu's words still resonated in his ears. Inoki, the will of earth symbolizes not only strength but also resilience and responsibility. Remember, the future of Awagakure lies in your hands. Inoki's fist clenched slightly, determination radiating from his gaze. Lord Wu, rest assured, I have inherited your will of earth and will ensure Awagakure grows even stronger. His heart swelled with a sense of mission. As the third Tsukikage, Inoki was acutely aware of the responsibilities he bore. Although Awagakure was remote and resource scarce, it was precisely this environment that forged the indomitable spirit of its ninjas. Inoki believed that as long as they upheld the will of earth, Awagakure would secure its place in the ninja world. Lus, Inoki suddenly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. The figure of Lus stepped forward respectfully, asking, Tsukikage, what is your command? Inoki's gaze remained fixed on the sky. His tone resolute. Notify all teams participating in the Chunin exams to showcase the strength of a Wagakure during the competition. We must let other villages know that the new generation of a Wagakure is not to be underestimated. Lus nodded in agreement. Understood. I will make the arrangements. He promptly exited the office. Meanwhile, the battle above continued unabated. The figures of Kazekage, Mitsuki, and Wu intertwined on the screen. The forces of water release and dust release clashing fiercely in the air. Lord Wu, please bear witness from the heavens. I will ensure a Wagakure grows even stronger. A determined light sparkled in Inoki's eyes, as if he could already envision a glorious future for a Wagakure. Second Lord, your power is indeed the pride of Kirigakure. Terumi Mei whispered, her tone laced with respect and nostalgia. Memories of Kirigakure's history flooded her mind. Once illustrious bloodline clans and those ninjas persecuted during the reign of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, the village of Bloody Mist. A flicker of pain crossed Terumi Mei's eyes. This moniker had once been a source of shame for Kirigakure, a product of the extreme isolationist policies enacted during Yagura's rule. During that dark time, Kirigakure was rife with bloody purges and ruthless competition, forcing many powerful bloodline clans to flee or face annihilation. The perception of Kirigakure shifted from a once mighty ninja village to one steeped in slaughter and fear, branded as the village of Bloody Mist. Fortunately, we uncovered the truth that the fourth Mizukage was being manipulated. A note of relief tinged Terumi Mei's voice. She understood that had they not exposed Yagura's puppet status, Kirigakure might have spiraled further down a path of destruction. Her gaze returned to the sky, where the figure of Kazekage Mitsuki continued to shine on screen. A strong sense of responsibility surged within Terumi Mei. The future of Kirigakure must be reshaped by us. Those who were once forced to leave, ninja and bloodline clans alike, are invaluable treasures of Kirigakure, and we must bring them back. Ching, Terumi Mei suddenly called, her voice firm and resolute. Ching stepped forward respectfully, asking, Mizukage, what is your command? Terumi Mei and Appo's gaze remained fixed on the sky. Her tone decisive. Notify all Mist ninjas currently on missions that if they encounter any of the escaped Mist ninjas or bloodline clans, they should convey my message. Kirigakure welcomes their return. Ching was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Understood. I will arrange this immediately. Terumi Mei continued. Additionally, inform the elders and jonin of the village to convene an emergency meeting. We need to formulate a detailed plan to welcome the returning ninjas and clans. The future of Kirigakure requires their strength. Ching nodded again and swiftly exited the office. Terumi Mei's gaze returned to the sky, her mind already strategizing for the future of Kirigakure. She envisioned a prosperous village, with the return of bloodline clan ninjas. The name of Kirigakure resonating once more throughout the ninja world. Terumi Mei knew the path would not be easy, but she believed that by adhering to the right course, Kirigakure could indeed achieve this goal. The fourth Mizukage's isolationist policies cost Kirigakure dearly. Now, we must reopen our doors to welcome back those who were once forced to leave. Terumi Mei murmured to herself, her tone resolute. She turned towards her desk, picked up the documents, and began attending to village affairs. Regardless of what the future held, Terumi Mei would lead Kirigakure as Mizukage, ready to face any challenges that lay ahead. Meanwhile, the battle above continued unabated, with the figures of Kazekage Mitsuki and Wu intertwining. The powers of water release and dust release clashing fiercely in the air. Chapter 15, the movements of Akatsuki following the broadcast of the video in the sky. The formidable strength of the Akatsuki leader was brought to light, inciting vigilance among neighboring nations. In response, these nations hastened to bolster their ninja presence along the borders. Confronted with this situation, Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, resolved to temporarily temper their ambitions, seeking to avert greater scrutiny and conflict. To this end, Pain employed his Rinnegan abilities to project the phantoms of Akatsuki members to the designated gathering point at their base. Though the members were scattered across the globe, Pain's power rendered their apparitions as tangible as if they truly existed, converging in the dimly lit hall of the base. In the center of the hall, Pain stood elevated, his gaze piercing as it surveyed each member. His voice, deep and resonant, echoed throughout the space. Esteemed members, the recent circumstances have shifted. The video has exposed us, and neighboring nations are now on high alert, their ninjas saturating the borders. We must now adopt a low profile and refrain from any large-scale actions. He paused, continuing. Akatsuki requires a period of consolidation. Our goals remain unchanged, yet this is not the opportune moment for us to take center stage. Nations are now scrutinizing us closely. Any rash move would only place us at a disadvantage. Therefore, I urge each of you to exercise caution in the days to come and avoid drawing unnecessary attention. As Pain's words concluded, the phantoms in the hall responded in unison. Deara, arms crossed with a hint of disdain in his smile, remarked, Humph. Those great nations are merely posturing. However, since the leader has spoken, I shall hold back for the time being. Sasori, standing nearby, replied coolly, maintaining a low profile is not difficult for us. The actions of puppets are inherently discreet and will not attract much notice. Hisame, with an impassive expression, added, as long as my financial plans are not disrupted, I have no objections. However, Leader, our capital flow may be constrained during this time. Haydn swung his scythe impatiently, exclaiming, what a hassle. Nevertheless, since it is the leader's command, I shall endure for a while. But I do not wish to wait too long. Kisame grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Heh, acting discreetly is no challenge for me. Yet, the Samahata will not remain silent forever. Conan, quietly standing beside Pain, surveyed the members with a composed demeanor. Everyone, the leader's decision is for the long-term benefit of our organization. I hope you all understand and adhere strictly to it. Zetsu's figure rose ominously from the ground, grinning sinisterly. Heh, rest assured, I will continue gathering intelligence to ensure we do not miss any opportunities. Pain nodded and concluded, remember, the objectives of Akatsuki have never wavered. We are merely awaiting a more favorable moment. Until then, maintain a low profile and gather strength. When the time is ripe, we shall act again and reshape this world. As Pain's speech came to an end, the phantoms gradually dissipated, and the members regained their awareness of their respective locations. Despite their physical separation, each understood that the coming days would usher in a period of quietude for Akatsuki. However, beneath this silence, a current of unrest awaited its moment to erupt. After the meeting, Zetsu's figure silently vanished into the shadows of the base, soon locating Obito concealed in the dark. The two convened in a secret underground cavern, illuminated only by faint light that cast their silhouettes in shadows. Zetsu's voice, low and raspy, carried an undercurrent of malice. Obito, you heard Pain's decision. Though Akatsuki must remain discreet for the time being, we cannot halt our progress. Obito, standing in the shadows, his gaze cold and profound beneath his mask, replied, indeed, Pain's intentions are merely to stabilize the other members. Our plans must not falter due to external disturbances. The collection of tailed beasts is crucial to the Eye of the Moon plan. Zetsu, what new developments have your intelligence networks uncovered? Zetsu's body gradually rose from the ground, half of his white face displaying a sinister smile. Heh, fear not. My clones have been active everywhere. The Jinchuriki of the One-Tail, Gaara of Suigetsu, seems to have heightened protection recently. However, we will find an opening. The Jinchuriki of the Two-Tails, the Kunoichi from Kumogakure, remains elusive, yet my clones have pinpointed her location. Obito nodded, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Excellent, but now is not the ideal time to act. The nations have just heightened their vigilance. Any reckless move would alert them. We must await a suitable moment, preferably when their guard is down. The other half of Zetsu's black face shifted slightly, his voice growing more ominous. Obito, what do you intend to do? Are we to wait indefinitely? Obito smirked, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Waiting does not equate to inaction. We can utilize this time to further weaken the nation's strength. For instance, instigating minor conflicts to sow discord within their ranks. Simultaneously, we can continue to monitor the movements of the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki to ensure we possess the latest intelligence. Zetsu nodded, his white face betraying a satisfied grin. Heh, as expected of you, Obito. I will persist in having my clones gather intelligence to ensure we do not miss any opportunities. However, regarding Pain, do you truly intend to keep this from him? Obito's voice was deep and frigid. Pain is merely a pawn in our scheme. His Rinnegan, while powerful, does not wholly align with our ideology. The Eye of the Moon plan is our ultimate goal. For its realization, necessary concealments and sacrifices are justified. Zetsu chuckled ominously. Heh. Well said. Then I will continue to act in the shadows, ensuring our plans proceed smoothly. Obito turned, his gaze penetrating the depths of the cavern, as if peering into a future moment. Zetsu, remember, our objectives extend beyond merely acquiring the tailed beasts. They encompass the transformation of the entire world. When the Eye of the Moon plan is realized, all suffering and war shall cease, and true peace will descend. Zetsu's figure gradually sank into the ground, his voice fading into the air. Fear not, Obito, I shall always stand by your side. When the time is right, we will ensnare the entire world within our grasp. As Zetsu vanished, Obito remained alone in the cavern, the corners of his mouth curving slightly in a cold smile. He knew that the true battle had yet to commence, and that his and Zetsu's actions would one day irrevocably alter the world's landscape. During this period of quietude, the members of Akatsuki returned to their respective strongholds, ostensibly halting their activities. Yet, in truth, they remained vigilant. Each understood that this was merely the calm before the storm, and that the true conflict would soon erupt. Both Pain and Obito were acutely aware that Akatsuki's plans required patience and timing. They must await a moment when the nations would lower their guard or when new opportunities would arise to resume their operations. In the meantime, Akatsuki's members would continue to prepare in secrecy, anticipating the arrival of the moment that could change the world. In the Land of Iron, General Mifune stood atop the city ramparts, his expression grave as he observed the third video being broadcast in the sky. The astonishing prowess exhibited by the ninjas within the video was awe-inspiring, the interplay of various ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu seemingly heralding the unassailable era of the ninja. Mifune tightened his grip on his sword, a surge of complex emotions swelling within him. He reminisced about the illustrious history of the samurai. In that era, the samurai, through their exquisite swordsmanship and indomitable courage, safeguarded the tranquility and dignity of their nation. The samurai were once the epitome of reverence upon this land. their blades commanding a respect that none dared to disregard. However, as time progressed, the rise of the ninja gradually altered the fabric of the world. The agility and diverse skill set of the ninja allowed them to dominate the battlefield, while the status of the samurai began to fade into the periphery. Mitsuhana inhaled deeply, his gaze unwavering as he peered into the distance. He murmured to himself, though the ninja possess formidable strength, we samurai must not succumb to despair. The honor of the samurai must not vanish within our generation. He turned and descended from the castle tower, summoning all the esteemed samurai of the Iron Nation. In the assembly hall, Mitsuhana stood before the assembly, his voice resonant and resolute. Esteemed comrades, you have all witnessed the imagery displayed in the heavens. The might of the ninja is indeed awe-inspiring, yet this does not imply that we samurai should retreat. On the contrary, this presents us with a moment for introspection and advancement. He surveyed the room and continued, we samurai possess a rich history and profound heritage. Our swordsmanship and our indomitable spirit are our most cherished treasures. Nevertheless, the times are changing. If we remain stagnant, we shall inevitably be cast aside by the tides of time. An elder samurai rose respectfully and inquired, General, do you suggest that we must evolve? Mitsuhana nodded, his gaze steadfast. Indeed, we must grow stronger. However, this does not entail relinquishing our traditions as samurai. Rather, we must embrace new strengths and technologies while upholding the essence of Bushido. We can learn from the ninjas' advantages, such as their tactics and intelligence-gathering skills. But we must never forsake our core, our blades, and our convictions. Another youthful samurai, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, General, we are willing to follow your guidance and restore the samurai to greatness. Mitsuhana smiled faintly, patting the young warrior's shoulder. Excellent. With such determination, hope is within our grasp. Henceforth, I shall devise a series of training regimens to enhance our prowess. Concurrently, we must strengthen our engagement with the outside world and learn from the advancements of other nations. We cannot afford to be insular. Only through continual progress can we secure our place in this era. After the meeting concluded, Mitsuhana made his way alone to the training grounds. He unsheathed his sword, its edge glinting coldly under the moonlight. As he gazed at the blade, he seemed to behold the silhouettes of countless ancestors. He spoke softly. The honor of the samurai shall never fade in my hands. Regardless of how the times may shift, we shall carve our own path. Standing in the training arena, observing the diligent samurai, his heart brimmed with hope. He understood that the road ahead was fraught with challenges, yet as long as they remained united, the future of the samurai would not be dim. He clenched his fist, silently affirming, the era of the samurai shall not conclude in this manner. Chapter 16. The tragedy of land and water. Regardless of the activities of the inhabitants of the ninja world, the video projected upon the heavens continued its relentless display. In the footage, the battle between the second Suigetsu Mu and the second Mizukage Kaigetsu Hgetsu had reached a fevered pitch. The confrontation between these two shadow-level powerhouses was not merely a clash of strength. It was an intricate dance of intellect and strategy. Mu hovered in midair, hands forming seals, his cold gaze fixed upon the groundbound Kaigetsu. His figure flickered in and out of visibility, blending seamlessly with the surrounding nature. Mu's ultimate technique, dust release, primitive world stripping technique, was a fearsome ninjutsu capable of disintegrating matter down to its atomic structure. Any target struck by it would be instantaneously reduced to nothingness. Kaigetsu Hgetsu, your water release may be formidable, but it is ultimately futile against my dust release. Mu declared, his voice chilling and self-assured. Standing upon the tranquil surface of the water, Kaigetsu smiled lightly. He raised his hand slowly, summoning countless minuscule droplets of water from the air around him. His signature technique, Steam Danger Explosion, was a powerful ninjutsu utilizing steam to create explosive blasts, both potent and unpredictable. Indeed, your dust release is impressive, but my water release transcends mere water, Kaigetsu retorted, a hint of mockery lacing his tone, his eyes glinting with cunning. The battle erupted anew, as Mu darted through the air, unleashing beams of dust release towards Kaigetsu, who adeptly evaded on the water's surface while crafting numerous explosions from steam to disrupt Mu's focus and rhythm. The exchange was fierce, with land torn asunder by the might of dust release and the water's surface roiling in response to the detonations. Each assault from these shadow-level titans had the potential to reshape the terrain, yet neither could inflict a fatal wound upon the other. As the confrontation settled into a stalemate, a spark of realization flickered in Mu's eyes. He noticed a brief pause in Kaigetsu's execution of the steam danger explosion, as if he were recalibrating the flow of chakra. In his mind, Mu thought, now is the moment. Simultaneously, Kaigetsu discerned Mu's opening. He observed that Mu's body momentarily halted after using dust release, seemingly to recover chakra. Kaigetsu smirked inwardly. The opportunity has arrived. In nearly perfect synchrony, both combatants unleashed their decisive strikes. Dust release, primitive world stripping technique. Mu clasped his hands together, a brilliant beam shooting directly at Kaigetsu. Steam danger explosion, great water surge. Kaigetsu slammed his hands down upon the water's surface. A colossal explosion of steam accompanied by an overwhelming tidal wave surged towards Mu. The two formidable ninjutsu collided midair, erupting in a deafening roar. The beam of dust release intertwined with the explosion of steam, generating a tremendous surge of energy that rent the surrounding land and water asunder. As the dust settled, both Mu and Kaigetsu lay prostrate on the ground, grievously wounded. Mu and Appo's chest bore the scorch marks of the steam explosion, chakra nearly depleted. While Kaigetsu's body was battered by the force of dust release, his left arm nearly devoid of sensation. Struggling to rise, Mu coughed blood and coldly remarked, Kaigetsu, your strength is indeed formidable. Kaigetsu, barely able to sustain himself, wiped the blood from his lips and replied with a smile, Mu, you are no slouch either. However, this battle is far from over. The clash between the second Suigetsu Mu and the second Mizukage Kaigetsu stands as one of the most harrowing and awe-inspiring confrontations in the annals of the ninja world. Each was a top-tier powerhouse from their respective villages, equally matched from the outset. Mu wielded the unique and devastating dust-release ninjutsu, capable of reducing matter to atomic levels, while Kaigetsu countered with his powerful techniques, including illusionary arts and steam danger explosion. The aftermath of their battle even altered the surrounding terrain, a testament to their extraordinary prowess. However, as the combat persisted, both warriors gradually succumbed to exhaustion and sustained injuries. Mu was severely wounded by Kaigetsu's ninjutsu, while Kaigetsu bore the scars inflicted by Mu's dust release. Nevertheless, neither paused in their relentless pursuit of victory. At this juncture, the outcome hinged not upon the potency of their ninjutsu or the abundance of chakra, but on the indomitable will of each fighter. They were fueled by a belief, a fervent dedication to their villages and the way of the ninja. This confrontation was not merely a contest of strength, it was a clash of wills. Both understood that to falter would not only signify personal defeat but could also jeopardize the honor and future of their respective villages. Thus, they gritted their teeth and fought with every ounce of their being until the final moment. This spirit exemplified the most cherished quality within the ninja realm, an unwavering commitment to one's beliefs, persisting to the bitter end, regardless of the direst circumstances. Their battle endured for an extended period, ultimately culminating in a stalemate as both combatants, drained of their strength, could no longer continue. Following the conclusion of this fierce engagement, their subordinates swiftly intervened, rescuing their respective leaders. Although Mu and Kaigetsu were successfully returned to their villages, their physical conditions rapidly deteriorated due to their grievous injuries and excessive exertion. Shortly after their return, both succumbed to their wounds. The demise of these two legendary figures not only deprived the Earth-Hidden Village and the Mist-Hidden Village of their formidable leaders, but also marked a loss for the entire ninja world. The battle between the second Suigetsu and the second Mizukage showcased not only their individual might but also reflected the fierce competition and harsh realities faced by ninjas of their era. In the current ninja world, beneath the celestial canopy, the ninjas observed as the footage of Mu and Kaigetsu being returned to their villages played out. Despite having been equally matched adversaries on the battlefield, their fates had grown eerily similar. Both perished shortly after their return due to their injuries and excessive exertion. This scene evoked a profound sense of nostalgia and complex emotions among the assembled ninjas. Many veteran ninjas, having lived through that era, found themselves reminiscing about the past. They quietly discussed the brutal and helpless struggles that characterized the ninja conflicts of that time. In an age rife with warfare, ninjas were compelled to wield weapons against foes for the sake of their villages, the honor of their clans, and even their personal convictions. Each battle was accompanied by sacrifice and anguish, and even powerful figures like Mu and Kaigetsu could not escape the whims of fate. Their passing seemed to signify the end of an era, heralding the conclusion of a time steeped in blood and fire. For the younger generation of ninjas, this scene deepened their awareness of the preciousness of peace. Many had never personally experienced the horrors of war. They had grown up in a relatively peaceful time, regarding war as mere text in textbooks or tales recounted by their elders. Yet, witnessing the fates of these shadow-level warriors compelled them to contemplate the significance and cost of warfare. Some of the young ninjas engaged in hushed discussions, expressing their thoughts. One lamented, "So war is truly merciless, that even shadow-level powerhouses cannot escape the clutches of death." Another remarked, "Our generation is fortunate to live in a time of peace, free from the heart-wrenching separations endured by our predecessors." Yet others asserted resolutely, "It is precisely because we understand the cruelty of war that we must cherish the peace we have now and strive to safeguard this hard-won tranquility." Hearing the reflections of the younger generation, the seasoned ninjas felt a mix of pride and concern. They were gratified that the youth recognized the value of peace. However, they worried whether these young ones could truly grasp the harshness of war and whether they could someday shoulder the responsibility of preserving peace. In the nameless land of the Wind Country, Orochimaru stood quietly atop a sand dune, the depths of his golden vertical pupils shimmering with profound light. As the images in the heavens gradually faded, the battle and its conclusion between the second Suigetsu and the second Mizukage Kaigetsu replayed in his mind. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a smile laden with profound meaning as he murmured to himself, "How intriguing. The fallen warriors are still remembered in such ways." His thoughts began to drift, returning to the research he had devoted himself to over the years. Orochimaru had always been captivated by the mysteries of forbidden techniques and the essence of life. In particular, the research methodologies left behind by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. enchanted him to the point of obsession. The forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, developed by Tobirama, had the power to summon the souls of deceased ninjas back to the living world, reviving them in physical form. This jutsu not only shattered the boundaries between life and death, but also opened up countless possibilities for the ninja world. Orochimaru reminisced about his past research endeavors, recalling how he had once collected the flesh and blood of several deceased Hokage, attempting to resurrect them through impure world reincarnation. Yet, at this moment, he felt a tinge of regret and dissatisfaction. He murmured softly, "Limiting myself to the flesh of Hokage seems rather narrow. Warriors like Uchiha Obito and Akatsuki Mangetsu are equally deserving of exploration and utilization." Names began to surface in his mind: the third Raikage, the third Kazekage, the first Suigetsu, the second Mizukage. These formidable figures, once dominant in the ninja realm, their power and wisdom, if summoned back through impure world reincarnation, would be exhilarating. A glimmer of fervor ignited in Orochimaru's eyes as he realized he could indeed broaden the scope of his research, incorporating the powerful beings from other villages into his grand design. Not just Hokage, but also the Kage-level ninjas from other villages. And even those legendary shinobi obscured by the shadows of history, their flesh and souls were worthy of collection and study. Orochimaru's thoughts crystallized, and his ambition swelled. He envisioned a future where he could resurrect all these formidable warriors, thus wielding a power capable of reshaping the very fabric of the ninja world. However, he was acutely aware that such a plan would not be easy. Collecting the flesh of these warriors would require exceedingly covert actions, and the execution of impure world reincarnation demanded substantial preparation and resources. More critically, if such actions were discovered by other villages, it would undoubtedly invite relentless pursuit and extermination. Yet, Orochimaru remained undeterred by these risks. For him, the pursuit of knowledge and power was paramount. "Perhaps it is time to reconfigure my research," Orochimaru softly declared, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. In his heart, a far grander, more audacious plan was taking shape. The deceased warriors might soon return to the world in another form, becoming instruments in his quest for ambition. His whispers seemed to linger in the air. "The boundaries of life and death are mine to shatter. This world shall inevitably be transformed by my research." In a hidden underground base, Akatsuki Suigetsu was trapped within Orochimaru's secret lair, surrounded by frigid walls and dim lighting. A massive water tank held a face, its body infused with chakra-suppressing medication, rendering it utterly incapable of escape. Despite this, his gaze remained fixed on the images projected onto the screen above, eyes shimmering with excitement and defiance. The footage depicted the battle prowess of the second Mizukage, Akatsuki Mangetsu, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. He was a legendary figure from Suigetsu's clan, a once mighty warrior in the realm of ninjas. Watching Mangetsu's confident and powerful figure, wielding his water-style jutsu and genjutsu with unmatched skill, filled Suigetsu with envy and yearning. "If only I could be that strong. If only I could be like him," Suigetsu murmured, his fists clenching involuntarily despite the constraints that hindered his strength. He recalled his once-cherished dream, to become an invincible warrior, roaming freely in the ninja world, leaving a legacy that would etch the name Akatsuki into the annals of history. Yet, reality was painfully harsh. Not only had he failed to realize his dream, but he had also fallen into Orochimaru's clutches, becoming the subject of his experiments. Each day, he endured the agony of various trials, his body subjected to cuts, reconfigurations, and injections of bizarre substances. Orochimaru harbored a keen interest in his physique, particularly the unique hydration technique of the Akatsuki clan, which became a focal point of his research. Suigetsu's heart brimmed with rage and resentment. He loathed Orochimaru's cruelty and despised his own helplessness. If he were as powerful as Akatsuki Mangetsu, how could he have ended up in such a predicament? He envisioned himself wielding Mangetsu's strength, breaking free from this confinement, obliterating Orochimaru's secret base, and then departing with grace to continue his journey in the ninja world. Damn it! I must grow stronger. I must escape this place. The flame of determination ignited within Suigetsu's eyes. He understood he could not remain trapped here forever. Nor could he continue being Orochimaru's specimen. He had to find an opportunity to break free from his shackles and regain his freedom. At that moment, the screen shifted to a scene of Akatsuki Mangetsu being rescued by his comrades and returning to the village. Seeing this, Suigetsu's heart ached. Even a warrior of Mangetsu's caliber could not evade the fate of grievous injury and death. This realization struck him. No matter how powerful one became, one could not fully grasp their destiny. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, he found his resolve strengthened. Even if the path ahead is fraught with danger, I must become stronger. Not for others, but for myself, Suigetsu asserted, his voice imbued with unprecedented conviction. He recognized that he had no one to rely on and could no longer evade reality. Only by growing stronger could he truly seize control of his fate. He closed his eyes and began to silently gather the remnants of chakra within him. Despite the medication suppressing his power, he refused to surrender. He repeated his efforts, seeking a way to break his bonds. He knew the journey could be long and arduous, but he was prepared. "Orochimaru, just you wait. One day, I will make you pay for your deeds." Suigetsu vowed silently, his eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance, filled with anticipation for the future. as the images on the screen gradually faded. The secret base was once again shrouded in darkness. Chapter 17, The Scheme of the Serpent's Sand in the Vast Expanse of the Reality Ninja World, on an unnamed dune. Wild winds whipped up yellow sands, enveloping the heavens and the earth in a desolate haze. Orochimaru stood atop the dune, his golden serpent-like eyes narrowing slightly as he pierced through the swirling sand, gazing at the approaching figure in the distance. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, draped in a white Kazekage robe, walked slowly across the sandy waves, his expression stern, with a hint of unease lurking between his brows. You have finally arrived, Raza. Orochimaru's voice was low and hoarse, laced with a trace of mockery. I thought you might reconsider your decision. Raza halted, maintaining a distance from Orochimaru. He surveyed the surroundings. Apart from the two of them, there was no one else on the dunes. The howling wind seemed to whisper ominous omens in his ears. Reconsider? Raza scoffed. Having promised you, I would never go back on my word. However, your people from the Sound Village have infiltrated Konoha, and our actions in the Sand Village require utmost caution. After all, Konoha is not so easily dealt with. A cold smile crept onto Orochimaru's lips. Caution? Or perhaps, you were hesitating? His gaze was as sharp as a viper, seemingly able to see through Raza's thoughts. Raza's heart tightened as images of the shocking battle in the sky flashed through his mind. Naruto against Pain. According to the intelligence he had received, Naruto in that scene appeared much older and possessed an incredible strength. If that were indeed a glimpse of the future, then their current plan might be doomed to fail. What are you thinking? Orochimaru's voice interrupted Raza's reverie. Raza snapped back to reality and replied nonchalantly, nothing much. I merely feel that Konoha's strength far exceeds our expectations, especially that Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto. A flicker of interest gleamed in Orochimaru's eyes. Oh? You seem quite concerned about him. Instead of answering directly, Raza countered, Orochimaru, do you truly believe our plan can succeed? Konoha's foundation is profound, and even if we join forces, we may not easily prevail. Orochimaru let out a light laugh, tinged with disdain. Raza, when did you become so timid? Have you forgotten our purpose in this collaboration? The collapse of Konoha is merely a matter of time, and you shall have all that you desire. Raza fell silent for a moment, growing increasingly uneasy. He recalled the image of Naruto in the sky, his steadfast gaze, immense chakra, an unwavering resolve to protect his village at all costs. If that indeed was the future Naruto, then their plan might have been doomed from the start. Orochimaru. Raza spoke slowly. If our plan fails, what will you do? Orochimaru's smile faded, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Fail? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. Even if plans change, I have contingencies. But you, Raza, are you already wavering? Raza remained silent, lifting his gaze towards the horizon. The winds continued to howl, and the earth lay desolate. Yet, turmoil was brewing within his heart. Partnering with Orochimaru was inherently a perilous gamble. Increasingly, he felt he might have placed his bets incorrectly. I will not backtrack, Raza finally declared, but I will act according to my own way. The interests of the Sand Village will always be my foremost priority. Orochimaru scrutinized Raza, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. I hope so. After all, you are well aware of the cost of betraying me. Raza offered no response and turned to leave. His silhouette appeared particularly solitary against the swirling sands, as if bearing a heavy burden. Orochimaru stood still, watching Raza's retreating figure, a cold smile once again gracing his lips. Raza, do you think you can escape my grasp? Orochimaru whispered to himself, his words dissipating with the wind across the dunes. Simultaneously, Raza was deep in thought. He began to question whether he should indeed continue his collaboration with Orochimaru. The images in the sky served as a warning, reminding him that the path ahead was fraught with unknown dangers. Perhaps I should reconsider. Raza mused internally, his steps not faltering. He knew he had become embroiled in a scheme from which escape would not be easily attained. The outcome of this conspiracy was likely predetermined. The winds continued to blow, and the two figures on the unnamed dune each harbored their thoughts as they walked in divergent directions. The gears of fate had begun to turn, and none could foresee how the final outcome would unfold. Orochimaru stood atop the dune, watching Raza's figure fade into the wind and sand. His golden serpent-like eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of cold murderous intent flashing within. The winds howled, as if whispering the conspiracies within his heart. Raza, it seems you have begun to waver. Orochimaru murmured softly, his voice hoarse and frigid. The vision in the sky had instilled doubt in you, even leading you to regret your alliance with me. Alas, there is no turning back for you now. A cruel smile curled Orochimaru's lips. He had long anticipated that someone as astute as Raza would not be easily controlled. The spectacle of Naruto battling pain had evidently shaken Raza's confidence in the future. A hesitant ally is often more perilous than an enemy. Since you have become unreliable, your demise shall be necessary, Orochimaru thought, envisioning how he would personally escort Raza to Konoha. Then, he would masquerade as him, infiltrating Konoha under the guise of the Kazekage. This way, his plans would unfold even more smoothly. Orochimaru's scheme had already taken shape in his mind. Raza's death would not only not hinder his actions, but would also afford him greater convenience. As the Kazekage, Raza's identity would allow him to penetrate Konoha's core areas effortlessly, even drawing close to the Hokage. and Orochimaru's transformation techniques would be sufficient to deceive everyone. However, relying solely on himself might not be entirely secure. Orochimaru pondered that he needed to summon Kimimaro and others for support. After all, Raza was not an easy opponent to deal with. With this thought, Orochimaru retrieved a small scroll from his sleeve and gently unfurled it. The scroll bore intricate runes, representing the secret techniques he used to communicate with his subordinates in the Sound Village. He bit his finger and quickly inscribed several lines upon the scroll, then formed a hand sign, whispering, "Summoning technique, message serpent." A puff of white smoke erupted, and a small black serpent slithered out of the scroll, flicking its tongue and hissing. Orochimaru handed the scroll to the serpent, instructing in a low voice, "Go, find Kimimaro, and have him bring a team here immediately. Remember, be swift." The black serpent nodded and swiftly burrowed into the sand, disappearing from sight. Orochimaru stowed the scroll away and raised his gaze towards the horizon. The wind still howled, yet his mood was markedly more jubilant than before. Raza's hesitation had, in fact, presented him with a splendid opportunity, provided the plan proceeded smoothly. The collapse of Konoha would be imminent. "Raza, you have only yourself to blame for your indecisiveness," Orochimaru scoffed. "In this world, those who hesitate are destined to become stepping stones for others." Meanwhile, Raza walked alone along the path back to the Sand Village. His heart was heavy, the images from the sky replaying in his mind. Naruto's formidable figure seemed to serve as a reminder that the road ahead was fraught with unknown dangers. Orochimaru, can this venomous serpent truly be trusted? Raza pondered, realizing that if the vision in the sky was indeed a glimpse of the future, their plan was fated to fail, and he might become the villain of the Sand Village. Raza's pace gradually slowed as he halted and turned back to gaze towards the direction of the unnamed dune. The winds obscured his view, yet he felt as though Orochimaru's chilling gaze was fixated upon him. "I cannot remain idle," Raza resolved, determined to return to the village swiftly and reassess his collaboration with Orochimaru. Otherwise, Suigetsu may find itself in an irretrievable predicament. However, Rasha remained oblivious to the fact that Orochimaru's murderous intent was already fixated upon him. Every step he took fell within Orochimaru's calculations. Days later, Rasha embarked on the journey to Konoha, accompanied only by a handful of trusted confidants, moving discreetly and covertly. Yet, as they traversed a desolate canyon, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. "Lord Kazekage, there's something ahead," exclaimed a sand ninja, suddenly halting and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Rasha furrowed his brow and raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. He surveyed the area, where subtle rustling sounds emanated from the rocky cliffs on either side of the canyon. "Be cautious, there's an ambush," Rasha whispered urgently, just as his words faded. Dozens of massive serpentine shadows surged forth from the cliffs, lunging directly at them. Rasha swiftly formed hand seals, and with a flourish of his hands, grains of sand poured forth from his sleeves, transforming into sharp blades that severed several snakes into segments. "It's Orochimaru." A chill gripped Rasha's heart as he immediately recognized the trap he had fallen into. Rasha, did you ever imagine this?" Orochimaru's voice echoed from above the canyon. He stood atop a protruding rock, gazing down at Rasha with a mocking glint in his eyes. "What do you mean by this, Orochimaru?" Rasha inquired coldly, though an understanding of the situation dawned upon him. "What do I mean?" Orochimaru chuckled lightly. "I mean to bid you farewell. You have outlived your usefulness, Rasha." Rasha's expression darkened instantly. He realized he was ensnared in a perilous position. Orochimaru's strength was unfathomable, and he was flanked only by a few loyal aides. "Orochimaru, do you believe that by killing me, you will smoothly execute your plans?" Rasha attempted to stall for time while secretly preparing to counterattack. Of course, Orochimaru's grin widened. "Once you are dead, I can infiltrate Konoha as the Kazekage. At that point, Konoha's collapse will be unstoppable." A shiver coursed through Rasha as he understood he could no longer hesitate. He abruptly raised his hand, and the sand transformed into countless sharp blades, hurling towards Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru's figure vanished like a specter, effortlessly evading the assault. "Futile, Rasha," his voice reverberated from all directions, "your struggles will only lead you to a more painful demise." The atmosphere in the canyon grew taut as a bowstring, the tension palpable. Rasha's confidants quickly formed seals, attempting to mount a counteroffensive against Orochimaru's ambush. Yet, before they could complete their actions, a white figure leaped down from the cliffs, landing gracefully before them. It was Kimimaro. His expression was devoid of emotion. His gaze as cold as frost, and the bone blade in his hand gleamed menacingly under the sun. His arrival seemed to freeze the very air around them. "Lord Kazekage, be careful," a sand ninja shouted, charging towards Kimimaro in a bid to buy Rasha some time. However, as the attack approached, Kimimaro and Appo's figure vanished once more. In the next instant, the sand ninja's body stiffened, glancing down to see a sharp bone blade piercing through his chest. "Too slow," Kimimaro stated coldly, withdrawing the bone blade as the sand ninja collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Rasha's heart sank at the sight. He realized his subordinates were no match for their adversaries. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained aloft in the canyon, coldly observing the unfolding events as if relishing a preordained spectacle. "Orochimaru, you truly are a despicable villain," Rasha bellowed, swiftly forming hand seals as grains of sand surged from his sleeves, morphing into countless sharp blades aimed at Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled softly, nimbly evading the onslaught like a serpent. His voice echoed through the canyon, laced with mockery. Rasha, your struggles will only lead to a more agonizing end. Why bother? Rasha offered no reply. He understood he had no path of retreat. He had to exert every ounce of his strength to escape this dire predicament. However, Kimimura's presence loomed closer, the bone blade shooting towards his vital points like lightning. Sand shield, Rasha shouted, as grains of sand rapidly coalesced into a thick barrier before him, blocking Kimimura's strike. Yet, Kimimura's strength exceeded his expectations. As the bone blade pierced the sand shield, cracks appeared on its surface. Lord Kazekage, your strength is rather lacking, Kimimura remarked coldly. Then exerted force, the bone blade swiftly penetrating the sand shield and threatening Rasha's chest. Rasha retreated just in time to narrowly evade the attack. But before he could regain his footing, Orochimaru's assault followed immediately. A massive serpentine shadow surged forth from the ground, opening its gaping maw to lunge at Rasha. Sand spear, Rasha cried, waving his hands as grains of sand transformed into several long spears, piercing towards the serpent's head. The massive serpent let out a roar upon impact, dissipating into a cloud of white smoke. However, this was merely Orochimaru's feint. The true lethal strike came from behind Rasha. Serpent Shadow Hand. Orochimaru's voice whispered in Rasha's ear as several serpentine shadows erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring Rasha's legs. Rasha struggled to break free. Yet the strength of the snakes was immense, completely restraining his movements. It's over, Rasha. Orochimaru appeared before him, a kunai poised at his throat. Rasha gritted his teeth, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. He knew he could not escape, yet he would not surrender easily. Sand Gold Burial, Rasha roared, unleashing a surge of chakra that erupted from his body, as grains of sand violently swarmed around him, transforming into innumerable sharp blades that indiscriminately attacked the surroundings. Orochimaru and Kimimura swiftly retreated to avoid this deadly onslaught. Nevertheless, the range of Rasha's attack was vast. The entire canyon became engulfed in sand blades, rocks shattered, and the ground caved in, as if the apocalypse had descended. Desperate struggles, Orochimaru scoffed, quickly forming seals, wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, rushing towards Rasha's sand blades. The wind clashed with the grains of sand, producing a deafening screech as the blades were gradually dispersed. Simultaneously, Kimimura was not idle. A layer of bone armor rapidly enveloped his body as he charged headlong into the flurry of sand blades. The collision of bone armor and sand generated a cacophony. Yet Kimimura's speed did not wane. Rasha, it's over, Kimimura stated coldly. The bone blade aimed directly at Rasha's heart. Rasha, his chakra nearly depleted, trembled slightly beneath the sand's encasement. He understood that he was beyond salvation. Orochimaru, you venomous serpent, Suigetsu shall never forgive you. Rasha's voice was low and hoarse, laced with boundless hatred. Orochimaru approached Rasha, gazing down at him with not a shred of pity. Suigetsu? Once I destroy Konoha, the next target will be Suigetsu. Rasha, your demise is merely the beginning. Before the words left his lips, the kunai in Orochimaru's hand punctured Rasha's chest. Rasha's body jolted as blood gushed from his mouth. His gaze gradually dulled, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The winds continued to howl, and the battle within the canyon had come to an end. Rasha's corpse lay quietly in a pool of blood, the sand gradually losing its luster, reverting to ordinary grains. Scattered by the wind, Orochimaru stood beside Rasha's body, coldly observing for a moment before turning to Kimimura. Clean this up, leave no trace behind. Kimimura nodded and began to clear the battlefield. Orochimaru lingered beside Rasha's lifeless form, his eyes fixed on the fading light of life within them. Farewell, Rasha, he murmured softly. Your death will pave the way for me. Subsequently, Orochimaru performed a series of hand signs, employing a secret technique to peel away the skin from Rashi's face. Gradually, his form transformed until he ultimately assumed Rashi's likeness. He gazed down at his own hands, nodding in satisfaction. The next step was to proceed to Konoha. Orochimaru masquerading as Rashi, turned and departed, his silhouette fading at the canyon's end. The wind and sand persisted, leaving only Rashi's cold corpse in the desolate gorge. Silently narrating the cruelty of this conspiracy, the swirling sands caught the last rays of the setting sun, casting a golden-red glow upon the path leading to Konoha. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro were leading a squad from Suigetsu, hastening towards the Leaf Village. Their mission was to act in accordance with the plan, collaborating with Orochimaru and the Sound Village to play a pivotal role in the scheme to dismantle Konoha. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that their father, the fourth Kazekage, Rashi, had succumbed in a pool of his own blood, a casualty of his own ambitions and desires. Gaara, how do you feel? Temari inquired, glancing at her brother with a hint of concern in her tone. She noticed that Gaara's expression was darker than usual, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Gaara did not respond immediately. Instead, he stared at his palm, memories of Naruto battling pain flashing through his mind. That Naruto, powerful and resolute, was willing to sacrifice everything to protect his village. In contrast, Gaara had been regarded as a monster by the villagers. Merely a tool in his father's eyes. "I'm fine," Gaara finally murmured, his voice tinged with an icy detachment. Temari frowned, wishing to say more, but Kankuro interrupted. "Temari, let it be. Gaara has his own thoughts. We must simply proceed as planned." Temari sighed and nodded, acknowledging Kankuro's wisdom. They understood that time was of the essence, and their mission was paramount. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in Temari's heart. She sensed something amiss with the current undertaking. Their father's demeanor, Orochimaru's treachery, and those harrowing images from the sky seemed to foreshadow impending doom. "Kankuro, don't you think father has been acting strangely lately?" Temari asked softly, her voice laced with hesitation. Kankuro paused, then shook his head. "Father has always been this way. For the sake of the village, he would do anything. We just need to trust him." Temari fell silent, but her unease only intensified. She looked back at the path they had traversed, the sand obscuring her vision, as if burying all remnants of the past beneath its golden grains. Meanwhile, Gaara's thoughts churned relentlessly. He recalled his upbringing, his father's indifference and manipulation, and the villagers' fear and rejection of him. Yet, Naruto, as depicted in the sky, possessed everything he yearned for: friends, trust, and even the village's acceptance. "What? Does he have all this?" Gaara murmured to himself, his voice tinged with confusion and jealousy. Temari and Kankuro, unaware of Gaara and Appo's quiet lament, followed silently behind him. Advancing towards Konoha, they remained oblivious to the fact that their father had already perished at Orochimaru's hands, and that they were about to confront a conspiracy far more brutal than they could ever fathom. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night began to take hold. The silhouettes of Gaara's team appeared particularly solitary in the twilight. Their footsteps were resolute yet burdened by an unspoken weight. "Konoha lies ahead," Kankuro remarked softly, observing the faint outline of the village in the distance. Temari nodded, gripping her fan tightly. Her heart remained uneasy, yet she knew there was no turning back. "No matter what happens, we must complete our mission," she stated, her voice a quiet affirmation, as if bolstering her own resolve. Gaara did not respond, merely quickening his pace, a complex glimmer in his eyes as if deep in thought. Unbeknownst to them, Orochimaru, disguised as Rashi, was stealthily closing in on Konoha. His schemes far more insidious and lethal than they could ever imagine. As night fell and the wind subsided, the silhouettes of Gaara's team gradually vanished at the entrance of the Leaf Village. Their fates were irrevocably entwined with the collapse of Konoha, while their father, Rashi, lay forever fallen upon an unmarked dune, a pawn sacrificed in Orochimaru's grand design. The sands buried not only Rashi's body but also his ambitions and desires. Yet, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, unaware of the true peril that awaited them, continued their inexorable march towards the whirlpool of fate. Chapter 18. The AB Combination in the Realm of Reality. As the Chunin exam in Konoha was on the verge of commencing, representatives and participants from various hidden villages arrived one after another. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro from Suigetsu. The formidable Akatsuki from Iwagakure accompanied by her two elite disguised as Chunin, Tosu, Kin, and Sak from Otogakure, along with ninjas from other smaller villages. All gathered with their own ambitions and purposes, awaiting the official start of the exam. While they busily gathered intelligence on their opponents, a sudden low rumble echoed through the sky, prompting all to look up in unison. The heavens illuminated once more, revealing a colossal countdown timer steadily approaching zero. "Another display in the sky," someone exclaimed. "What shall it show this time? Will it feature battles even more intense than those before?" The crowd murmured, their hearts filled with curiosity and trepidation. Gaara gazed upwards, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Temari and Kankuro halted, their eyes fixated on the sky. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the sky erupted in brilliance, and a new video began to unfold. Enormous letters materialized, as if etched in the firmament. Top 7. AB Combination versus Namikaze Minato. Ranking is non-hierarchical, merely indicative of order. Yellow flash Namikaze Minato. A ninja must overcome oneself. I have something worth risking my life to protect. The Lightning Brothers, A and Killer B. I bear many burdens and shall not fail. Fool. Let us commence our concert. AB Combination? Who might that be? Namikaze Minato. Could it be the Yellow Flash of Konoha? Surely not. Are they about to showcase the battle of the fourth Hokage? The crowd buzzed with astonishment and anticipation. The name Namikaze Minato resonated powerfully throughout the ninja world. He was the fourth Hokage of Konoha, revered as the Yellow Flash, a legendary figure in the hearts of countless ninjas. Yet, the title AB Combination left many perplexed. Could it refer to the duo from Kumogakure? If memory serves, the AB Combination refers to the fourth Raikage, A, and his brother Killer B. They are the mightiest partners of Kumogakure, their powers seemingly boundless. The mere mention of Namikaze Minato cast an invisible aura over Konoha, freezing time in that moment. Ninjas of all ages, and even ordinary villagers, instinctively paused their activities, their gazes drawn skyward. That name carried with it a wealth of memories and reverence. Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, the man known as the Yellow Flash, once shown as the village's brightest beacon, a comforting presence both on the battlefield and in the community. His speed was unparalleled, and his wisdom and compassion earned him the admiration of many. He was the hero of Konoha, a role model for innumerable ninjas, and a father to Naruto, whom he had never truly known. The ninjas of Konoha were engulfed in profound reminiscence. The older generation recalled the days of fighting alongside Minato, remembering his unmatched flying thunder god technique and his heroic feats that turned the tide of battle. For the younger generation, they had grown up hearing tales of Minato, his name already a legend. Villagers, especially those who had lived through the Nine Tails incident, were filled with complex emotions. They remembered the hero who sacrificed himself to protect the village, and the child, Naruto, who had been misunderstood and neglected. Naruto stood amidst the crowd, gazing up at his father's name in the sky, his heart swirling with indescribable emotions. Since the day he learned he was the son of the fourth Hokage from a video display, his life had transformed dramatically. Once a child shunned by villagers and labeled as the Demon Fox, he had now become the center of attention. The villagers' attitude towards him underwent a significant shift. The past indifference and rejection were replaced with guilt and attempts at reconciliation. They began to approach Naruto, seeking to make amends for years of neglect. Yet, Naruto did not lose his way in this newfound attention. He understood that the sudden affections and kindness were not for him alone, but rather for the legacy of his father. He felt neither pride nor arrogance. Instead, it solidified his resolve. He aspired to become Hokage, not for validation from others, but to protect the village and those he cherished. He yearned to prove himself not merely as Namake's Minato's son, but as Uzumaki Naruto, a ninja capable of standing on his own. With clenched fists, he fixed his determined gaze upon the sky. He knew that while his father's brilliance was undeniable, it did not define him. He was set on forging his own path and realizing his dreams in his own manner. He believed that only through his efforts could he earn the villagers' respect and truly inherit his father's will, becoming the protector of Konoha. As the surrounding clamor faded, a singular thought resonated within Naruto's heart. I shall become Hokage, surpassing my father, and safeguarding this village. In that moment, Naruto was no longer the neglected child or merely a boy basking in his father's shadow. He emerged as a ninja with unwavering conviction, a dreamer relentlessly pursuing his aspirations. The radiance of Namake's Minato was indeed brilliant, yet Naruto believed he would ultimately shine with a light uniquely his own. The child once overlooked had blossomed into a trustworthy ninja. Perhaps, the spirit of Namake's Minato had already taken root in Naruto's heart, destined to bloom anew. In the sky, the scene transitioned to the fierce battles of the Ninja World War, blades glinting and jutsu colliding, each moment elongated as if time had slowed. Every frame was imbued with tension and a sense of impending doom, as silhouettes of ninjas intertwined amid smoke and dust, blood and sweat intermingling. The harsh reality of war laid bare before all. Suddenly, the scene shifted, revealing a deep, shadowy forest. Towering trees stood densely packed, their branches weaving together to obscure the light. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, interrupted only by the distant cawing of crows, shattering the stillness of the woods. Yet, this silence was not one of tranquility. It bore an oppressive weight, as if the entire forest awaited something momentous. Dark clouds loomed low, nearly brushing the treetops, and flashes of lightning illuminated the forest depths before plunging it back into darkness. Thunder rumbled, as if the heavens themselves were in turmoil, heralding an unavoidable clash on the horizon. The wind grew wild, swirling fallen leaves and dust, making it nearly impossible to see. Konoha's ninjas stood within this forest, their figures appearing resolute in the flickering lightning, but their eyes betrayed a profound seriousness. They gripped their kunai, shuriken, or hand signs with utmost caution, acutely aware that their adversaries were no ordinary ninjas, but the elite forces of Kumobikure, particularly the fearsome duo, A and Killer B. A, the future fourth Raikage, was a towering figure, muscles rippling, radiating an overwhelming chakra presence. His speed was unmatched, and his strength formidable, hailed as the embodiment of lightning release. Beside him stood his brother, Killer B, the host of the Eight Tails, possessing nearly limitless chakra and tremendous beastly power. Together, they loomed like insurmountable mountains, instilling a sense of dread. That feeling, it was akin to the approach of death, murmured a Konoha ninja, his voice tinged with unmistakable fear. His hands trembled slightly, cold sweat beading on his brow. Though the companions surrounding him remained silent, their expressions were equally grave, their gazes fixed ahead as if awaiting the judgment of fate. The atmosphere was thick with tension, akin to a taut string poised to snap at any moment. Suddenly, AI's figure moved, his speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving behind only an afterimage. In an instant, a dazzling bolt of lightning tore through the sky, hurtling towards the Leaf Village's encampment. Here it comes. A Leaf Jonin shouted, swiftly forming hand seals in an attempt to counter this lethal strike. However, the speed and might of the Raikage exceeded their wildest expectations. The lightning pierced through their defenses in a heartbeat, sending several ninjas crashing to the ground. At that moment, battle erupted in earnest. The Leaf Ninjas quickly scattered, striving to utilize the forest terrain to outmaneuver their foes. Yet, the Cloud Ninjas were equally well trained, their coordination impeccable and their assaults relentless, leaving no respite for the Leaf Warriors. The figure of Killer B joined the fray, enveloped in the chakra of the tailed beast. The tentacles of the Eight Tails thrashing in the air, each strike infused with devastating power. Despite their valiant resistance, the Leaf Ninjas found their defenses crumbling before such overwhelming strength. They recognized they were in a dire predicament. The formidable prowess of the brothers and the elite cloud ninjas left them with no discernible escape routes. Each attack was effortlessly neutralized, and every defense was ruthlessly shattered. The air was thick with the scent of blood and scorched earth. The very ground of the forest seemed to lament, bearing witness to this harrowing conflict. Yet, even in the face of such despair, the Leaf Ninjas refused to surrender. Their eyes still sparkled with unwavering determination, their weapons gripped tightly, silently proclaiming their resolve. Even in the presence of death, they would not retreat. Hold firm. We cannot fall here, a Jonin shouted. Despite his arm being burned by lightning, blood dripping from his fingertips, yet his voice remained resolute. The surrounding comrades nodded. Though their stamina was nearly exhausted and chakra dwindled, they gritted their teeth, ready to face the next wave of assault. At that moment, AI's figure flickered once more. His fist charged with wild lightning chakra, aimed at a Leaf Ninja too weary to evade. The ninja closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate. However, just as the moment hung in the balance, whoosh, a golden light sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp metallic clash as a kunai, appearing out of nowhere, deftly deflected AI's punch. The Leaf Ninja opened his eyes wide to see a tall figure standing resolutely before him. Golden hair billowed in the wind, and blue eyes radiated calmness and conviction. It was the yellow flash of the Leaf, Minato Namikaze. Apologies for my tardiness. Minato's voice was calm and gentle, yet imbued with a reassuring strength. His presence was like a beacon of hope, instantly dispelling the despair within the Leaf Ninjas. Lord Minato, the rescued ninja exclaimed, his voice filled with uncontainable joy and reverence. The other Leaf Ninjas also felt invigorated, as if they had found their anchor once more. Minato spoke little. His gaze swiftly scanned the battlefield, and then his hands began forming seals at lightning speed. In the next moment, his figure traversed the battlefield like an apparition, moving so swiftly that it was almost impossible to track. With each flash, a cloud ninja was sent reeling, unable to react in time. His flying thunder god technique had reached an extraordinary mastery, rendering him seemingly omnipresent yet elusive. AI furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by Minato's appearance at this critical juncture. His fist clenched tightly, lightning chakra coalescing once more as he attempted to lock onto Minato's form. Yet, Minato's speed far surpassed his predictions, each strike missing its mark. Is this the power of the yellow flash? AI murmured softly, a flicker of gravity crossing his features. He understood that this man before him was no ordinary foe, but a force capable of altering the tide of battle. Leaf Ninjas, fall back. Minato's voice resonated again, carrying an undeniable authority. The Leaf Ninjas quickly obeyed, retreating to a secure position. They recognized that the ensuing confrontation was beyond their capacity to influence. Standing alone at the center of the battlefield, Minato faced the Rakage brothers and the elite cloud forces, his figure appearing both solitary and monumental. In his hand, he wielded a specially made kunai, inscribed with the technique of flying thunder god, shimmering faintly with light. Now, I shall be your opponent, Minato stated calmly, his voice imbued with an unmistakable confidence. Chapter 19, The Yellow Flash in the Realm of Ninjas. The figure of Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage, darted across the battlefield like a streak of golden lightning. Each of his movements executed with precision and elegance, as if he were performing a deadly dance. People from all corners of the ninja world gazed upwards in awe, captivated by the legendary Yellow Flash. Whether ninja or civilian, they were drawn to his presence, their murmurs rising in a crescendo. Is that really the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato? Truly deserving of his reputation, a young ninja exclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration. I hear he is the fastest ninja in the world. Not even the Rakage can contend with him. Another added, his tone laced with reverence. What a pity that such a genius met his untimely demise, lamented an older ninja, his voice tinged with profound regret. Meanwhile, in the hidden cloud village, the fourth Rakage, stood elevated, his gaze fixated on the scene unfolding in the sky. His fists clenched slightly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Minato remained calm and collected in the footage, as if everything lay within his grasp. A's mind wandered back to that fateful encounter years ago, after a brief clash on the battlefield with him and Killer B. Minato had smiled and said, perhaps when we meet again, it will be as shadows. Back then, though A felt a sense of reluctance, he could not help but acknowledge Minato's formidable power. He anticipated that day, longing for another chance to duel with this powerful adversary. Yet, fate had other plans. Minato perished in the Ninetales incident, and that promised confrontation would never come to pass. What a pity, A murmured softly, his tone carrying a rare hint of desolation. Turning to his secretary, Mabui, he spoke solemnly. I had hoped for another chance to battle him, but alas, fate is cruel. Mabui nodded in understanding. After a moment of silence, A inhaled deeply, his gaze regaining its resolute strength. As a leader, we bear not only our own will but also the future of our entire village. Minato accomplished this, and I shall carry on. In a high vantage point within the hidden leaf village, Jiraiya gazed at the sky, tears shimmering in his eyes. In the footage, Minato appeared ever youthful and radiant, as if he had never departed. Memories of teaching Minato flooded Jiraiya's mind, the exceptionally gifted yet humble young man, the disciple who always wore a warm smile, the one he once believed to be the child of prophecy. Minato, Jiraiya whispered, his voice heavy with sorrow. I thought you would be the one to change the ninja world. Yet, you left us too soon. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. Regret and guilt filled Jiraiya's heart. Had he returned to Konoha in time, perhaps both Minato and Kushina would have survived, and Naruto would not have grown up an orphan. Perhaps, the child of prophecy was not you, but Naruto, Jiraiya murmured, a newfound determination glimmering in his gaze. Minato, your will and dream shall be passed on to Naruto through me. Meanwhile, in the guest reception room of Konoha, Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, stood quietly in the shadows, his gaze cold and indifferent as he watched Minato on the screen. A slight smirk formed on his lips, revealing a profound yet sardonic expression. Namaki Minato. Such a name evokes nostalgia. Orochimaru intoned softly, his voice carrying a mix of mockery and reflection. In those days, you were celebrated as one of the strongest ninjas in the world. Yet, even the mightiest cannot escape the clutches of death. A complex emotion flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Once a senior to Minato and one of the legendary Sannin, his obsession with life and pursuit of power led him down a path starkly divergent from Minato's. While Minato sacrificed himself to protect his village, Orochimaru betrayed everything for the sake of eternal life and strength. Perhaps death is the true end, Orochimaru whispered, a rare hint of confusion in his tone. But soon his expression hardened, his resolve returning. No, I shall not follow in your footsteps. I will discover the means to attain immortality, transcending the boundaries of life and death. In the sky, the tension of the battle reached its zenith. Young A's eyes sparkled with fervent battle intent, his body enveloped in a tempest of lightning chakra. The blue sparks dancing around him like a beast poised to pounce on its prey. His fists were clenched, muscles taut, every inch of him brimming with explosive power. The roar of his lightning chakra resonated with the thunder above, as if the very heavens trembled in response to his fighting spirit. Standing beside him, Killer Bee appeared relaxed. A glint of mischief in his eyes behind his sunglasses, a playful grin gracing his lips. The 7 swords on his back glimmered ominously in the electric light, each blade bearing the scars of countless battles. Killer Bee leaned slightly forward, hands casually resting on the hilts of his swords, seemingly nonchalant yet poised to strike with lethal precision. Today, let us witness the true speed of your yellow flash. Young A's voice boomed like thunder, filled with unyielding determination and confidence. His words dripped with provocation, yet they also conveyed respect for his formidable opponent. He understood that the man before him was no ordinary foe, but a rival worthy of his utmost effort. Namikaze Minato stood opposite them, his golden hair shining brilliantly amid the lightning. A gentle smile graced his face, his blue eyes radiating calmness and resolve. In the face of A's challenge, he exhibited no emotional fluctuation, merely nodding slightly, his voice steady yet powerful. I look forward to your guidance. Before he finished speaking, Young A vanished from sight. His speed was astounding, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the sky, hurtling directly towards Minato. Lightning chakra surged in his fist, forming a blinding beam of destructive force. Yet, Minato's response was swifter still. His figure flickered, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, suspended in midair. The next moment, Minato appeared behind Young A, kunai poised at his back. However, Young A's reflexes were equally remarkable. He whirled around, delivering a powerful punch that detonated the lightning chakra in the air, forcing Minato back. Their speeds reached a crescendo, as if 2 bolts of lightning intertwined in a dazzling display. Concurrently, Killer Bee joined the fray. His body became enveloped in the chakra cloak of the 8 tails, the crimson energy burning like flames, as he wielded his 7 swords in a mesmerizing dance. Each strike was swift and fierce, imbued with devastating power. The blades of light and lightning intertwined, forming an impenetrable net of assault, attempting to completely subdue Minato. Yet, Minato stood undaunted against their onslaught. His Flying Thunder God technique allowed him to evade lethal strikes in the nick of time, while countering with kunai and techniques of his own. He moved like a phantom across the battlefield, each flicker heralding a deadly threat. The pace of the battle quickened, resembling a lightning-fast duel that left spectators in awe. As the battle intensified, the coordination between Raikage A and Killer Bee became seamless, the forces of lightning and tailed beast chakra plunging the battlefield into chaos. Lightning raged through the air, while the chakra of the tailed beast erupted on the ground, uprooting trees and tearing deep scars into the earth. Yet, Minato remained composed, his Flying Thunder God technique enabling him to evade deadly attacks while seeking opportunities to counter. Ultimately, Minato seized upon a fleeting moment of vulnerability. His figure flickered, appearing behind Karabi with a kunai aimed directly at his vital point. Yet, just as he was about to secure his strike, the 4th Raikage AI surged forward, using his body to absorb the blow. Be careful, Karabi. AI growled, his voice tinged with urgency. A deep gash was carved into his flesh by the kunai, blood flowing freely from the wound. Yet he remained unfazed, fixated on Minato Namikaze, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. Karabi quickly retreated, a flicker of gratitude crossing his gaze. He understood that had AI not arrived in the nick of time, he might have sustained grievous injuries. Seeing this, Minato offered a faint smile and retracted his kunai. His eyes swept between the two, his tone remaining calm. Your cooperation is commendable, but it is still insufficient to overcome me. Young AI gritted his teeth, a glimmer of reluctance in his eyes, yet he comprehended that Minato's prowess far exceeded their expectations. This battle was destined not to conclude easily. Kurabi resumed his fighting stance, excitement gleaming in his eyes behind his sunglasses. He recognized that the true confrontation was only just beginning. It seems we shall not determine a victor today, Minato remarked with a hint of regret, yet predominantly with respect for his opponents. His form stood tall, golden hair gently swaying in the wind, and his blue eyes radiated a profound light. Despite the intensity of the battle, his aura remained steady, as if the life-and-death struggle had merely been a segment of his routine training. Young AI snorted quietly, yet admiration flickered in his gaze. His fists remained clenched, the chakra of lightning dissipating around him, akin to a beast retracting its claws. Although his nature was fierce and his methods domineering, he never withheld respect from genuine power. Minato's strength, composure, and serenity inspired in him a deep sense of admiration. Minato Namikaze, you truly live up to your reputation. AI's voice was deep and resonant, tinged with reluctance but also acknowledgement of his formidable opponent. Your speed, tactics, and mastery of ninjutsu have opened my eyes. However, when we meet again, we shall decide who reigns supreme. Minato smiled slightly and nodded. I look forward to that day. Perhaps then we will clash again in the name of the Hokage. A spark of battle intent flickered in AI's eyes as he smiled slightly. All right. Next time, I will show you the true pinnacle of lightning release. Standing nearby, Kurabi sheathed his 7 blades, excitement gleaming in his eyes behind his sunglasses. He stepped forward, clapping AI's shoulder, his tone lighthearted. Big brother, don't be so serious. Minato is a fascinating opponent. We shall have fun next time. Minato turned his gaze to Kurabi. A gentle smile gracing his features. Kurabi, your swordsmanship and the power of the tailed beast have also left a lasting impression on me. Kurabi gave a thumbs up. Next time, I won't let you get close so easily. In the realm of the ninja world, the images in the sky slowly faded, as if a dream had quietly concluded, yet every detail of that battle was indelibly etched in the hearts of the onlookers. Although this skirmish lacked the catastrophic grandeur of previous displays of ninjutsu, and did not encompass awe-inspiring spectacles, Minato's unparalleled space-time ninjutsu, his calm demeanor in combat, and AI's nearly matching speed presented a genuine pinnacle of ninja confrontation. This was a contest of speed and intellect, a flawless amalgamation of ninjutsu and physical prowess. Minato's flying thunder god technique was akin to a spectral presence. Each of his movements was elusive, as if time and space lost significance in his wake. His unwavering calmness was awe-inspiring, as he deftly navigated the threat posed by the Raikage brothers, even seizing opportunities for counterattacks amidst the fray. Young AI's performance was equally staggering. Though his speed was slightly inferior to Minato's, the ferocity of his lightning chakra and astounding explosive power rendered him a force to be reckoned with. Each of his strikes carried devastating might, as if capable of tearing through any obstacle. His fighting spirit and tenacity hinted at the future legacy of the Fourth Raikage. Kurabi's execution was also memorable. His intricate sword techniques flowed like a dance, with 7 blades seemingly imbued with life, each strike emanating lethal threat. His seamless synergy with the 8 tails was breathtaking. The tailed beast chakra intertwined with his swordsmanship, forming an impeccable offensive and defensive system. His combat style, appearing casual, was imbued with cunning and intellect, rendering it elusive. While this battle did not yield cataclysmic destruction, it unveiled the purest essence of ninja conflict, collisions of speed, skill, intellect, and will. Minato's flying thunder god technique, AI's lightning speed, and Kurabi's swordplay, alongside the power of the tailed beast, were vividly showcased in this encounter. This is the true essence of ninja combat, an elder ninja murmured, his eyes reflecting profound emotion. There were no extravagant jutsu, only the purest contest of speed and skill. Lord Minato is truly formidable. His flying thunder god technique is simply unassailable. An enthusiastic young leaf ninja exclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration. The Raikage and Kurabi are equally impressive. Their speed and power are almost unbelievable. A cloud ninja chimed in, pride resonating in his tone. Kurabi's swordsmanship is incredibly stylish, and his synergy with the 8 tails is flawless. Another ninja excitedly remarked, seemingly lost in the memories of the battle. The Fourth Raikage, AI, stood quietly at a distance, his gaze fixed on the now-vanished images. His fist clenched slightly, a complex glimmer in his eyes. The scenes of that battle replayed vividly in his mind. Minato's figure, Kurabi's swordplay, his own lightning speed evoked a profound and ineffable emotion within him. Minato Namikaze, AI murmured softly. Chapter 20, The Thoughts of the People in the Reality of the Ninja World. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood in his office, gazing out the window at the vibrant figure of Minato Namikaze against the backdrop of the sky, his heart awash with complex emotions. The image of Minato remained serene and unperturbed, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, and his blue eyes radiating determination and wisdom. His presence illuminated the battlefield as well as the depths of Hiruzen's memories. The tumult of the Nine Tails incident, which seemed to have transpired only yesterday, had plunged Konoha into an unprecedented crisis. Minato, the 4th Hokage he had personally chosen, had risen to the occasion in that critical moment, sacrificing his life to seal the Nine Tails and save the village. Hiruzen vividly recalled Minato's final smile, a reflection of unwavering acceptance and a hopeful glance towards the future. If I had been the one to sacrifice myself, Minato would surely have led Konoha to greater heights. Hiruzen murmured softly, his voice laced with profound regret and self-reproach. He tightened his grip on his pipe, his fingers trembling slightly. As the third Hokage, he had dedicated his life to the prosperity and peace of Konoha, yet he was acutely aware that Minato's talent and vision far surpassed his own. The young man possessed boundless potential, and his wisdom, ninjutsu, and leadership were destined to guide Konoha towards a more glorious future. Yet, fate had played a cruel jest. Minato's departure not only robbed Konoha of a great leader but also deprived his child, Naruto, of parental love from an early age. Each thought of this filled Hiruzen's heart with anguish and remorse. Minato, Kushina. If I had sensed it sooner, if I could have reached the battlefield in time. Perhaps you would not have. Hiruzen's voice grew low and hoarse, each word heavy with burden. He understood that in this world there were no ifs. The regrets of the past were irretrievable, yet he remained unable to find peace. The scene in the sky continued to unfold, showcasing Minato's figure darting across the battlefield. His flying thunder god technique, and his calm wisdom evoking immense admiration. As Hiruzen watched, a glimmer of solace emerged in his eyes. Although Minato had departed, his will and spirit had never vanished. His son, Naruto, was gradually inheriting his legacy, becoming the pillar of Konoha. Minato, your dreams and aspirations shall be carried forth by Naruto. Hiruzen spoke softly, his tone imbued with a hint of resolve. I shall do everything in my power to safeguard this village and protect your child until he is ready to stand on his own. In the underground base of the Akatsuki, dim lights illuminated Danzo's grim visage. He sat alone on a stone chair. His right eye tightly bandaged while his left eye fixated on the image of Minato in the sky. Each of Minato's actions and words seemed to mock Danzo's failures and frustrations. Minato Namikaze. Danzo whispered the name, his voice tinged with barely contained resentment. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening with the effort. Memories from over a decade ago surged forth, a time he believed he could manipulate entirely, which had been irrevocably shattered by Minato's emergence. Danzo had meticulously orchestrated a power play, secretly supporting Orochimaru in an attempt to control Konoha through Orochimaru's position as Hokage. Orochimaru's genius and ambition made him the perfect pawn, while Danzo lurked in the shadows, poised to leverage Orochimaru's experiments to force his resignation and ascend to the Hokage seat himself. However, all of this was thwarted by Hiruzen, his old rival, who had discerned Danzo and Orochimaru's clandestine schemes. Hiruzen not only exposed Orochimaru's experiments but also forced him to flee the village. The most unbearable blow to Danzo was Hiruzen's choice of a young man, Minato Namikaze, as the successor to the fourth Hokage. The immensely talented and upright young man stood in stark contrast to Danzo's expectations of a Hokage. Hiruzen, you always sacrificing the village's interests for the sake of fairness. Danzo muttered, his tone laced with scorn and dissatisfaction. A cold glint flickered in his left eye, as if plotting something sinister. The scene continued to play out in the sky, with Minato's figure shining on the battlefield, his flying thunder god technique and composed wisdom eliciting deep respect. Yet for Danzo, these accolades were nothing short of infuriating. He coldly regarded the image, his heart brimming with bitterness and envy. Minato Namikaze, what gives you the right to become Hokage? You know nothing of true darkness or genuine sacrifice. Danzo and Appo's voice was low and hoarse, as if echoing from the depths of hell. His fingers drummed lightly against the armrest of the stone chair, producing a dull sound. At that moment, a member of Root appeared silently behind Danzo, kneeling respectfully and saying, Lord Danzo, what are your orders? Danzo did not turn around but coldly replied, continue to monitor the village's movements, particularly Hiruzen and that Ninetales brat. Our opportunity will soon arise. Yes, Lord Danzo, the Root member replied in a hushed tone before vanishing into the darkness. Danzo's gaze returned to the sky, a slight smirk curling his lips, revealing a chilling smile. His body, altered and enhanced by years of experimentation, had transcended the limits of an ordinary human. His right arm was implanted with numerous Sharingan, each eye harboring immense power. He believed himself to be younger, stronger, and more deserving of the title of Hokage than Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you have grown old, while I remain youthful and vigorous. Danzo whispered, his voice brimming with confidence and ambition. Just wait, Minato is already dead, and you will inevitably step down. When that time comes, Konoha will stride towards true strength under my control. As the images in the sky slowly faded, Danzo's ambition burned ever brighter. He stood and walked deeper into the base, where his accumulated power and secrets awaited. He knew that his opportunity was drawing near, and the future of Konoha would ultimately rest in his hands. For Konoha, I would spare no cost, even if it means descending into darkness. Danzo's voice reverberated through the empty underground base, a solemn oath to his ambitions and a portent of what was to come. In a hidden base, Uchiha Obito stood silently, his figure merging with the shadows, as though he were an intrinsic part of the void itself. His lone eye, visible through the iconic spiral mask, gazed intently at the familiar yet distant figure of Minato on the screen. The image of Minato remained composed, his golden hair glistening in the sunlight, and his blue eyes exuding determination and wisdom. Each of Minato's actions and words seemed to awaken deep-seated memories within Obito. Sensei, Obito whispered. his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Memories of years gone by flooded his mind, the gentle figure who had taught him ninjutsu at the Ninja Academy. The Golden Flash who had fought valiantly to protect his comrades on the battlefield, the man who had stood in his heart like a father. Minato Namikaze had once been his greatest idol and the embodiment of the person he had aspired to become. Yet, all of this had been utterly shattered on that fateful night. Obito's memories were drawn back to the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, his body crushed beneath a boulder. And Rin's death, which had plunged him into darkness. His heart was engulfed in anguish and fury, as if a blazing inferno consumed his reason bit by bit. This time, he was not late, sensei. Obito's voice was low and hoarse, laced with a hint of sarcasm and self-mockery. He recalled the night of the Nine-Tails incident, when Minato sacrificed himself and Kushina to seal the beast. At that time, Obito was the mastermind behind it all. Watching his mentor lay down his life to protect the village, he felt not a trace of regret, only deeper hatred and despair. Yet, all of this was inevitable. Obito's voice grew cold, as if proclaiming an unshakable conviction. For this world is hell. He shifted his gaze from the heavens to the distant night sky. In the pitch-black expanse, not a single star shone, only endless darkness. The image of Rin's smile surfaced in his mind. The girl who once filled him with warmth and hope, now a permanent ache in his heart. Her death had become the catalyst for his descent into darkness and the rationale for his desire to annihilate this world. Rin, sensei, and mother. We shall meet again in another world, he murmured softly, his tone imbued with tenderness, yet resolute determination. In that realm, there would be no war, no suffering, no betrayal. Only peace and happiness. His fingers gently traced the cracks on his mask, as if caressing his shattered heart. Obito knew that everything he had done was unforgivable. Yet he no longer cared. His sole objective was to create a dream world devoid of pain, a realm of beautiful illusions. For this, he was willing to sever all ties to this reality, even if it meant becoming an enemy to his once beloved mentor and comrades. This world was beyond redemption. Obito's voice was deep and resolute, as if he were swearing an oath to himself. I will sever all ties and forge a brand new world. A world that belongs to us. The images in the heavens gradually faded, yet Obito's determination only grew stronger. His figure slowly merged into the darkness, as if becoming one with the void. He understood that his path was destined to be solitary, but he could not turn back. For Rin, for that illusory dream, he was willing to pay any price. Wait for me, sensei. Obito's voice echoed in the darkness, a farewell to the past and a proclamation for the future. His silhouette vanished completely into the shadows, leaving only endless darkness and silence. Uchiha Itachi stood quietly beneath a tall tree, gazing up at the brilliant figure of Minato in the heavens. Every movement, every word from him seemed to remind Itachi of what it truly meant to be a ninja and the weight of true responsibility. Yet, within Itachi's heart, there was no semblance of peace. Though his gaze was fixed on the sky, his thoughts had already drifted back to that fateful night, the Nine-Tails incident. That catastrophe not only devastated Konoha but also thrust the Uchiha clan into the spotlight of suspicion. The village's higher-ups began to speculate about the Uchiha's connection to the rampage of the Nine-Tails, even perceiving them as a potential threat. The Uchiha clan faced exclusion and surveillance, and the discontent and anger among its members grew ever stronger. As a double agent between the village and his clan, Itachi bore an unimaginable burden. If only the Nine-Tails incident had never occurred, perhaps everything would be different. Itachi murmured softly, his tone tinged with an imperceptible bitterness. The faces of his clan members flashed in his mind, those elders who had once held high hopes for him, his comrades with whom he had grown up, and his beloved younger brother, Sasuke. Yet, everything shattered after that night. As the bridge between the village and his clan, Itachi was acutely aware of his responsibility. He had endeavored to ease the tensions between the Uchiha and the village, but all hope crumbled with Shirsue's death. Shirsue, the man he regarded as an older brother and dear friend, a genius with the strongest genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, chose to end his own life to prevent the Uchiha's rebellion. His death became the final blow to Itachi's fragile resolve. Shirsue, you traded your life for a fleeting peace, but I cannot follow in your footsteps. Itachi's voice was low and hoarse, filled with pain and helplessness. He understood that he could no longer maintain this delicate balance. The Uchiha rebellion loomed dangerously close, and the village's higher-ups would not remain idle. Just then, a mysterious figure claiming to be Uchiha Madara approached him. The man, wearing a spiral mask, spoke in a deep, enticing voice. He informed Itachi that the fate of the Uchiha was already sealed, and the only thing Itachi could do was to end it all himself. In exchange for the village's peace and Sasuke's safety, sacrifice the clan, protect the village. Itachi repeated these words softly, as if trying to convince himself. A glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes, but more so was a profound sorrow. He knew that the decision he was about to make would burden him with eternal infamy and sin, yet he had no other choice. That night, the Uchiha stronghold was drenched in blood. Itachi moved like a specter through the clan's territory, wielding kunai, each swing claiming a life. The screams and pleas of his kin pierced his heart like daggers. Yet he did not falter, for he understood that this was the only way to protect the village and Sasuke. Forgive me, father, mother. Forgive me, Sasuke. Itachi's voice trembled, a confession to the souls of those who had passed. Tears of blood streamed from his eyes, yet he continued his grim task. In the end, Only he and Sasuke remained of the Uchiha clan. The images in the heavens gradually faded, but Itachi's heart remained mired in endless pain and guilt. He knew he could not turn back, nor could he seek forgiveness. The only thing he could do was to continue bearing this sin. Safeguarding the future of the village and Sasuke. Sasuke, you must grow strong enough to kill me. Itachi murmured, his tone imbued with both tenderness and resolve. Only then can you emerge from the shadows of hatred and find your own path. Standing atop Konoha, he gazed up at the familiar figure of Minato in the heavens. Sensei, Kakashi whispered softly, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Kakashi's life was fraught with twists and torment. In his youth, his father, Konoha White Fang Tsukumo Hatake, faced scorn from the village for a failed mission, ultimately choosing to take his own life. The loss of his father became an everlasting scar within Kakashi's heart. He grew cold and reclusive, sealing himself within the confines of missions and rules, until he encountered Obito and Rin. Obito, the perpetually tardy yet passionate youth, changed Kakashi through his actions. His sacrifice made Kakashi realize the importance of comradeship, and his Sharingan became the final gift Obito left him. However, fate played another cruel trick on Kakashi. In a subsequent battle, he inadvertently killed Rin, the girl he had vowed to protect. In that moment, Kakashi's heart shattered completely, plunging him into profound guilt and agony. Obito, Rin, if only I had been stronger back then, perhaps everything would be different. Kakashi's voice was low and hoarse, filled with pain and regret. His fingers gently caressed the Sharingan beneath his forehead protector, as if touching an irretrievable past. Yet, Kakashi's suffering did not end there. During the Ninetales incident, his mentor Minato and his wife Kushina sacrificed themselves to protect the village, leaving behind the young Naruto. Kakashi gazed at the lonely child, seeing in him a reflection of his former self. He wished to do something, but found himself powerless. The torment and confusion within him rendered him adrift, as though he were merely a shell of his former self. Sensei and Sensei's wife. I am sorry. I failed to protect you, and I could not take care of Naruto. Kakashi murmured, his voice laced with profound remorse. His gaze shifted from the heavens above to the distant Hokage rock. The statue of Minato Namikaze stood resolute, as if watching over him, a constant reminder of the weight of his responsibilities. Yet, as time unfolded, Kakashi gradually rediscovered his convictions. He recognized the futility of wallowing in past sorrows. The only path forward was to inherit his teacher's will, to safeguard Naruto, and to protect this village. He began to gather his resolve, stepping into the role of Naruto's mentor and becoming a pillar of strength for Konohagakure. Naruto, that child has grown, Kakashi mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a glimmer of solace brightening his eyes. He recalled Naruto's exuberant smile and his indomitable spirit captured in the celestial video. The once lonely boy had evolved into a capable ninja, even emerging as the village's hero. Sensei, can you see? Naruto has embraced your will. He is striving toward his dreams, Kakashi spoke softly, pride and nostalgia mingling in his tone. This time, I will protect him, and I shall not allow anyone to harm him again. The images in the sky began to fade, yet Kakashi's resolve grew ever more unyielding. He understood that his mission was far from complete. As Naruto's mentor and a shinobi of Konoha, he would continue to shield this village and those he cherished. Obito, Rin, if you watch from the heavens, please bear witness to my vow. Kakashi's voice resonated with a solemn determination, as if pledging to his departed comrades. This time, I shall not be lost, nor will I evade my duties. I will protect this village and safeguard Naruto in my own way. Chapter 21, The Examination in the Realm of the Ninja World. The countdown on the screen signifying the end of the video drew to a close. The following day, the atmosphere in Konohagakure grew palpably tense and bustling. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood before the window of his office, gazing at the throngs of villagers below, contemplating the forthcoming plans. He understood that the Chunin exams were not merely an opportunity to select exceptional shinobi, but also a vital stage to showcase the strength of Konoha, instilling on the other villages. Especially after the screen displayed those breathtaking images, every action taken by Konoha was under scrutiny. Notify all participating genin to prepare for the exam. The third Hokage commanded solemnly to the Umbu ninja beside him, his tone exuding an undeniable authority. The first round of the examination would once again be a written test. The news swiftly spread throughout the village, prompting genin from various villages to commence their preparations. However, this Chunin exam was markedly different from previous ones. The footage displayed on the screen not only placed Naruto at the center of attention but also reshaped the perceptions of the shinobi from other villages regarding Konoha's prowess. As Naruto entered the examination hall, all eyes instinctively turned toward him. Unlike in the original narrative, Naruto was no longer the overlooked underdog. He had transformed into the hero who battled pain to save the village, the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Every gesture, every utterance of his became the focal point of the other candidate's attention. Is that Naruto? The son of the fourth Hokage, a genin from Suigetsu murmured, a hint of reverence in his voice. I heard he asked the host of the Ninetales, but he doesn't seem to fit that description at all. Another ninja from Iwagakure whispered, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Gaara stood in the corner of the examination hall, coldly observing Naruto. A complex array of emotions flickered in his gaze. As the son of the Kazekage and another Jinchuriki, Gaara had been regarded as a monster since childhood. enduring endless solitude and suffering. In stark contrast, Naruto, despite his tragic past, always wore an optimistic smile and was surrounded by those who cared for him. Why? Can he be so optimistic? Gaara murmured, a trace of barely perceptible envy and confusion lacing his voice. His fingers tightened slightly, as if something within him was quietly shifting. Simultaneously, the ninjas from Iwagakure discreetly observed Naruto. But Suigetsu and Oki, intrigued by Konoha's current state after viewing the footage, had dispatched several elite genin to participate in the examination, hoping to glean insights into Konoha's true capabilities. Is that yellow-haired brat truly the son of the fourth Hokage? Akatsuki crossed his arms, watching Naruto with keen interest, a faint smirk gracing his lips. What an interesting little brat. He reminds me of Deidara-sensei, that rebellious brother. Images of Deidara, the eccentric ninja who proclaimed that art was an explosion, surfaced in Akatsuki's mind. Although Deidara had defected from the village, Akatsuki harbored complex feelings toward him. Naruto, while entirely different from Deidara, evoked a peculiar sense of familiarity. The ninjas from Orochimaru appeared somewhat subdued. They had originally come at Orochimaru's behest to participate in the exam and gauge the strength of Konoha's new generation. However, the footage of Naruto's battle against pain dispelled any thoughts of interference. Such a level of combat was far beyond their reach. Orochimaru-sama's plans may need to be reconsidered, one of the Orochimaru ninjas mused internally, his expression betraying a hint of unease. The atmosphere in the examination hall grew increasingly tense. Yet Naruto remained blissfully unaware. He stood at the entrance of the classroom, casually chatting with Shikamaru and Sakura. Although he sensed the unusual gazes directed at him, he paid them no mind. For him, the Chunin exams represented a chance to prove himself. And he had resolutely decided that he would pass the examination and become a true ninja. Naruto, please don't hold us back this time, Sakura said, looking at him with a mix of exasperation and concern. Don't worry, Sakura. I'm going to become Hokage. There is no way I can fail this exam. Naruto confidently patted his chest, a characteristic smile illuminating his face. Shikamaru, leaning back lazily, sighed, what a hassle. But this exam won't be that simple. As the candidates buzzed with chatter and caution, the door to the examination hall swung open, and the proctor, Ibiki Marino, accompanied by a cadre of monitoring Chunin, entered. A cold smile graced Ibiki's face as his gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over every candidate, silently warning them there would be no room for luck in this examination. Welcome to the first round of the Chunin exams, the written test. Ibiki's voice resonated, low and powerful, instantly silencing the room. He stood at the podium, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes hawkishly keen. The exam would consist of a questionnaire, with a time limit of 1 hour. The rules were straightforward. Cheating was prohibited, whispering was forbidden, and the use of any ninjutsu or tools was strictly banned. A single infraction would result in a deduction of 2 points. If a candidate's score fell below passing, they would be immediately disqualified. Upon hearing the term written test, Naruto's countenance turned ashen. A surge of agitation coursed through him, his insides churning as if 1,000 frogs were leaping about. His reputation for consistently scoring at the bottom was well known. He had always relied on luck to scrape through exams. This time, however, the Chunin exams would undoubtedly be far more challenging. How could he possibly succeed? A written test? This is bad, really bad, Naruto whispered, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His fingers drummed nervously against the desk, his mind racing with images of the tragic scenario where he would fail and be eliminated. At that moment, the seating assignments were completed. Naruto looked up to find himself seated next to Hinata Hyuga. Her head was lowered, cheeks flushed, fingers fidgeting nervously, clearly as anxious as he was. Spotting her, Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him. Hey Hinata, what a coincidence, we're sitting together, he exclaimed with a smile. Hinata trembled slightly at the sound of his voice, her face reddening further. She lifted her gaze to steal a glance at Naruto, then quickly looked down again, her voice barely above a whisper, and Naruto-kun, pleased to meet you. Seeing Hinata's bashful demeanor, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. He recalled the footage of her charging forward to fight pain to save him, despite her shyness. In that moment, Hinata and Appo's eyes had sparkled with determination and courage. A warm feeling surged within Naruto. Hinata, you are truly an extraordinary ninja, he said earnestly, admiration lacing his tone. Seeing you fight so hard to save me in that video really touched my heart. Hinata's face flushed deeper at his praise, nearly burying her face in the desk. Her heart raced, her mind a blank slate, and all she could stammer was, Naruto-kun. That was what I was supposed to do. I'm just glad you're okay. Naruto, increasingly charmed by Hinata's shyness, scratched his head and smiled. Hinata, you're always so shy. But you're really amazing. Let us give our best in this exam together. Hinata felt a warm current of encouragement flow through her at Naruto's words, gathering her courage. She looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with resolve. Yes, Naruto-kun, let us do our best together. Just as the two engaged in conversation, Ibiki's voice rang out once more. The exam begins. As his words fell, the examination papers were distributed to each candidate. Naruto gazed at the densely packed questions on the paper, instantly feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely vowed to himself, no matter what, I must pass this exam. for the sake of becoming Hokage and to live up to Hinata's expectations. The atmosphere in the examination hall grew tense. Each candidate was wholly engrossed in answering the questions. Although Naruto's heart was still in turmoil, the sight of Hinata's earnest profile beside him infused him with an inexplicable strength. "Hinata, thank you," he silently expressed in his heart, then lowered his head and began to concentrate on the test. He understood that this examination was not merely a test of knowledge, but also a challenge of will and belief. He would not concede easily. The atmosphere in the examination hall was so tense it was almost suffocating. Candidates stared down at their papers, their expressions varying. Some astute candidates, like Shikamaru, Sasuke, and Gaara, quickly discerned the true purpose of the exam. It was not a simple knowledge test, but rather an assessment of information-gathering abilities. They calmly observed the proctoring jonin, seeking exploitable loopholes, while also covertly analyzing the reactions of their fellow candidates. Indeed, this exam was far from straightforward. Shikamaru lounged lazily in his chair, scanning the questions on the paper, already formulating a strategy in his mind. As long as he wasn't caught, cheating should be permissible, right? What a hassle. Sasuke wore a cold expression. His Sharingan subtly activated, effortlessly copying the answers of the candidates ahead of him. His gaze occasionally flickered towards Naruto, noticing his frantic demeanor, and he thought, "Naruto, you need to realize this. It's crucial." Gaara, on the other hand, completely disregarded the questions on the paper, arms crossed, coldly observing everything in the examination hall. His gaze eventually landed on Naruto, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. "That guy, why is he so optimistic, even though he has Sage and Shiriki like me?" Meanwhile, Naruto was tugging at his hair, nearly scratching his scalp raw. He stared at the seemingly incomprehensible questions, feeling utterly defeated, on the verge of tears. What is this? Why can't I understand a single word? His mind began to conjure up tragic scenarios of being eliminated for failing the exam, and he even contemplated whether to resort to using shadow clones to cheat. Just as despair was creeping in, he inadvertently glanced at Hinata beside him. She was diligently answering the questions, her cheeks slightly flushed, but her eyes filled with focus and determination. Looking at her profile, an inexplicable strength surged within him. "No, I can't give up. Hinata is trying so hard. How can I just quit?" Gritting his teeth, Naruto lowered his head once more, diligently studying the questions on the paper. Though he still struggled to comprehend them, he resolved to persevere. Outside the examination hall, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, engaged in what appeared to be a casual yet subtly charged conversation with the leading instructors from other villages. His face bore a gentle smile. Yet his gaze was sharp as an eagle, scrutinizing everyone present. "Thank you all for traveling from afar to participate in Konoha's Chunin exam," the third Hokage began, his tone imbued with a blend of authority and warmth. "This exam is not only an opportunity to select outstanding ninjas, but also a chance for our ninja villages to foster cooperation and understanding." The instructor from the Earth-hidden village, Inoki, nodded, a hearty smile on his face. "The third Hokage speaks wisely. Our village has always been dedicated to maintaining peace within the ninja world. This Chunin exam is also a splendid opportunity for us to learn from Konoha." The third Hokage smiled slightly, his gaze shifting towards Orochimaru, who was disguised as the Wind Shadow. Despite Orochimaru's flawless disguise, the third Hokage sensed a familiar aura in his eyes. He remained vigilant within, though outwardly he maintained his composure. "Lord Wind Shadow, may I inquire about your thoughts on the recent videos displayed in the sky?" the third Hokage asked casually, his tone laced with subtle probing. Orochimaru smiled faintly, his voice low and raspy. "The content in the sky is indeed shocking, particularly the performance of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It is truly awe-inspiring. However, the third Hokage need not worry. Our Sand Village has always prioritized peace and will not be swayed by the content displayed." The third Hokage nodded, though he did not fully relax. He understood that Orochimaru's words were steeped in hypocrisy and calculation, yet this was not the moment to expose him. Peace is hard-won. All our ninja villages should cherish it. I hope this Chunin exam can serve as a bridge for deepening our understanding and enhancing our cooperation. Inoki agreed, nodding affirmatively. The third Hokage is correct. Our Earth-hidden village also hopes to maintain a friendly relationship with Konoha. Orochimaru smiled slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Indeed, peace is a shared aspiration. The third Hokage regarded the two, silently sighing. He knew that peace in the ninja world was never achieved overnight. It required the efforts and sacrifices of countless individuals. Although the content displayed in the sky revealed potential futures, it could also serve as a catalyst for chaos. He had to tread carefully, ensuring that Konoha did not fall into peril. "Everyone, the exam continues. Let us observe further," the third Hokage said with a smile, then turned to leave the conversation. His silhouette appeared slightly hunched, yet his steps remained resolute. Inoki watched the third Hokage's retreating figure with a flicker of respect in his eyes, while Orochimaru coldly chuckled, murmuring, "Old man, your era has come to an end." The decayed Konoha. Inside the examination hall, the atmosphere was so tense it was nearly suffocating. Ibiki Marino stood on the podium, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping across every candidate present, a cold smile playing on his lips. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful. "Next, we move to the 10th question. However, Before I reveal the question, I must first explain the rules. His words instantly silenced the entire examination hall, all eyes fixated on him, filled with anxiety and anticipation. The rules for the 10th question were simple: choose to take the exam or not. If you choose to take it but answer incorrectly, you will forever lose the opportunity to participate in the Chunin exam, relegated to the rank of a mere genin for life. Ibiki's voice was icy and merciless, as if declaring an irreversible fate. If you choose not to take the exam, you may forfeit and attempt again next time. However, your teammates will also lose their qualifications due to your choice. His words detonated like a bomb in the examination hall. Candidates and oppos, faces turned pale. Some even began to curse under their breath, evidently feeling anger and despair at such a brutal rule. What kind of absurd rule is this? It's so unfair. One candidate could not help but complain softly. A lifetime without the chance to participate in the Chunin exam? That is too harsh, another murmured. Terror etched in their eyes. Upon hearing this rule, Naruto was left stunned. Images of himself forever remaining a genin flooded his mind, filling him with resentment and fury. A lifetime as a mere genin? Naruto murmured, his voice trembling, as he surveyed the expressions of hesitation and fear on the faces of his fellow candidates. An inexplicable strength surged within him. At that moment, Ibiki's voice rang out once more. Now, you have 1 minute to consider. Those choosing to take the exam may stay. Those opting out may leave. The examination hall fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the ticking of the clock echoing in their ears. Each second felt elongated, pressing down on them, making it difficult to breathe. At last, someone stood up, bowing their head as they exited the examination hall. In quick succession, an increasing number of individuals chose to relinquish their efforts, their faces etched with a blend of discontent and resignation. Naruto observed the departing candidates, yet his resolve remained unshaken. Images of his battle against pain danced in his mind, alongside the memory of Minato sacrificing himself to protect the village and Hinata's selfless act to save him. He understood that retreating here was not an option. Do not underestimate me? Naruto suddenly slammed his hands on the table and rose abruptly. His voice resonated loudly and resolutely, shattering the silence within the examination room. I will not flee in the face of adversity. I shall participate, even if it means remaining a genin for life. With sheer determination, I will become Hokage. I am not afraid at all. His declaration struck like thunder, instantly reverberating through the hearts of all present. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances at Naruto, their eyes flickering with surprise and pride. Though the inner voice could not resist a critique, this fool has not considered us at all. Other candidates displayed a myriad of complex expressions. They gazed at Naruto, filled with admiration and awe. Particularly those who recognized Naruto's lineage could not help but murmur among themselves. Truly, he is the son of the 4th Hokage. Indeed, he possesses great courage, whispered a candidate from Suigetsu, his tone laced with respect. The figure portrayed in the sky is certainly no ordinary person. Another from Iwagakure murmured, his eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions. Karatsuchi's eyes sparkled, a subtle smile playing on her lips, reflecting her amusement. Indeed, he is exceptional. This boy is becoming increasingly intriguing. Ibiki regarded Naruto with a glimmer of appreciation. He spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a rare gentleness. Very well, since you have chosen to take the exam, the topic for the 10th question is, there is no question. His words left the candidates momentarily bewildered, followed by an eruption of astonished exclamations. No question? What does that mean? Sakura inquired, her eyes filled with confusion. Ibiki smiled slightly, explaining, the true test of the 10th question is your courage and determination. Only those who dare to confront the unknown and embrace risk are worthy of becoming Chunin. Congratulations. You have passed the first exam. The examination hall erupted into a fervor, candidates displaying relieved smiles. Naruto stood firm, his face still adorned with that confident grin. He knew he had taken a step closer to his dream of becoming Hokage. Hinata, Sasuke, Sakura, we did it. Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Hinata gazed at Naruto, her cheeks flushed, her eyes brimming with admiration and delight. Naruto-kun, you truly are remarkable. Sasuke snorted dismissively, turning away. Yet the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a rare smile. Humph, this underachiever finally shows some promise. Sakura shook her head with a mixture of exasperation and contentment. This fool has finally lived up to our expectations. Outside the examination hall, the 3rd Hokage stood at a vantage point, observing the scene within, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Naruto, you have indeed not disappointed me. The son of Minato Namikaze is destined to become an extraordinary ninja. Chapter 22. After the first exam, as the tension in the examination hall began to ease following the conclusion of the first test, and the candidates reveled in their triumph. A sudden, jarring sound of shattering glass shattered the fleeting tranquility. The crowd looked up, startled, to see a lithe figure vaulting through the broken window, landing gracefully upon the podium. It was a striking female ninja clad in a sleek black bodysuit, adorned with a vibrant green vest. A confident, exuberant smile graced her face as her hawk-like gaze swept across the assembled candidates. She was none other than the proctor for the second exam, Mitsuhashi Azuki. Greetings, candidates. Congratulations on passing the first exam, Azuki proclaimed, hands on her hips, her voice resonant and full of vitality. I am your proctor for the second exam, Mitsuhashi Azuki. The upcoming challenge will not be as lenient as the previous one. Her sudden appearance transformed the atmosphere in the hall into one of palpable tension. The candidates held their breath, eyes fixed intently upon Azuki, hearts brimming with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Azuki surveyed the remaining candidates, her brow furrowing slightly as she expressed her dissatisfaction. Why are there still so many of you? Ibiki, did you go easy on them? Standing nearby, Marino Ibiki shrugged nonchalantly, replying, rules are rules. They passed the test, and I can't intervene. Azuki pouted, clearly displeased with this response, turning her gaze like a blade across the candidates. A dangerous smile curled at her lips. Regardless, my oversight will eliminate at least half of you. The forthcoming exam will not allow for easy passage. Her words fell like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the flickering joy of the candidates. A cacophony of murmurs erupted within the hall. Some individuals could not suppress their discontent, while others displayed visible signs of apprehension. Eliminate more than half? That is too harsh, one candidate muttered in despair. It seems the second exam will be more challenging than the first, another remarked, furrowing their brow in worry. In stark contrast, Naruto's face radiated excitement as he clenched his fists, determination sparkling in his eyes. No matter how difficult it is, I won't back down. I will pass the exam and become a Chunin. Azuki observed the candidates' reactions with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. She clapped her hands and announced, all right. The next exam will not take place here. Assemble at this location tomorrow morning at 8. With that, she turned and leaped out of the window, her figure swiftly disappearing from view. The candidates exchanged glances, the weight of the situation settling upon them. Having completed the first exam, Naruto and his companions departed the hall with complex emotions. Although they had passed, Azuki's arrival and her foreboding announcement regarding the second exam made it clear that the real challenge was just beginning. To gather more information about the second exam, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura resolved to seek out their mentor, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei must know the details of the second exam, Naruto exclaimed as he walked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. We need to find him quickly and get some answers. Sakura shook her head in exasperation. Naruto, don't get too carried away. Kakashi-sensei might be off somewhere reading his Ika series. We should find him first. Sasuke remained aloof, hands tucked in his pockets, his tone laced with impatience. Humph. That lazy guy is probably slacking off again. As they conversed, the trio made their way to one of Kakashi's usual haunts. Sure enough, in a secluded grove, they found him reclining against a large tree, engrossed in a book. He wore his signature mask, one eye fixed intently on the pages of his novel, while the other was slightly squinted, seemingly lost in the literary world. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto called out, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. We passed the first exam. You must tell us what the second exam will entail. Kakashi lazily raised his head, glanced at Naruto, then returned to his reading. Oh, congratulations on passing the first exam. However, the content of the exam is confidential. I cannot disclose it. What? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you do this? We're your students. Sakura chimed in, unable to contain her frustration. Kakashi-sensei, can't you take this a bit more seriously? We really need your guidance. Sasuke regarded Kakashi with a cold stare, his tone dripping with sarcasm. As expected, this guy is unreliable. Kakashi closed his book, stretched lazily, and then stood up, his gaze sweeping over the trio with a hint of amusement. All right. No need to be so agitated. Although I can't tell you the specifics of the exam, I can offer you some advice. Instantly, Naruto perked up, leaning closer to Kakashi, eager for information. What advice? Please, tell us. Kakashi flashed a mysterious smile, his voice carrying an air of intrigue. The proctor for the second exam is Mitsuhashi Azuki, known for her brutal and perilous testing style. You must prepare yourselves mentally. The upcoming exam will likely be far more challenging than the first. We already know that. Naruto huffed, pouting. The proctor said she would eliminate more than half of the candidates. Kakashi nodded, continuing, in the second exam, you will also be competing against other candidates. So teamwork and tactical planning will be crucial. Sakura furrowed her brow, a hint of worry in her voice. Teamwork, but can the three of us manage? Kakashi met her gaze, his tone encouraging. You have completed many missions together. Your synergy should be sound. The key is to remain calm and not succumb to fear or pressure. Sasuke scoffed, exuding confidence. Humph, as long as I'm here, there won't be any issues. Naruto echoed his determination, fists clenched, eyes shining with resolve. Exactly. We will definitely pass the exam. Kakashi observed the trio, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Excellent. Since you are so confident, I am reassured. However, remember this. Trust and cooperation are more vital than mere strength. If you focus solely on yourselves, you may find yourselves in peril. Naruto nodded earnestly. I understand, Kakashi-sensei. We will unite as one. Kakashi smiled faintly, then waved his hand. All right, it's getting late. You should return and rest well. Tomorrow's exam will not be easy. The trio bid farewell to Kakashi and returned to their respective lodgings. As Naruto walked, he found himself ruminating over Kakashi's words, a swirl of anticipation and anxiety filling his heart. I will definitely pass, he murmured, determination blazing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura each contemplated the challenges of the next day in their own minds. Elsewhere, candidates from other villages were also preparing for the second exam. Gaara strode down the path, casting a cold glance into the distance, a glint of steel in his eyes. No matter what the exam entails, I will crush everyone in my path. Kuratsuchi, brimming with excitement, clasped her hands behind her head, her steps light. I wonder what interesting challenges await us in tomorrow's exam? As night deepened, the streets of Konoha gradually quieted. The genin from Suigetsu, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari returned to their temporary accommodations after completing the first exam. Upon opening the door, they were met with a familiar figure, their father, the fourth Kazekage Raza. Seated in the center of the room, an expression of solemnity etched upon his face. Their teacher, Maki, stood alongside him, as betraying a subtle vigilance. Father Kankuro began. Surprise lacing his tone, a hint of confusion evident. How did you arrive, Lord Kazekage? Temari respectfully bowed, yet a flicker of unease danced in her eyes. Gaara coldly regarded his father, devoid of any emotion. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly piercing through the facade before him. Orochimaru, masquerading as the fourth Kazekage, offered a slight smile, his voice deep and gravelly. I came to assess your circumstances. I hear you performed admirably in the first exam. Maki stood nearby, his eyes surveying the trio, his tone laced with a hint of warning. The Kazekage has come specifically to remind you not to lose sight of our true mission. Orochimaru nodded, rising slowly, his gaze slithering over the three. The second exam will take place in the Forest of Death, a forbidden area of Konoha, fraught with peril. However, for you, it presents an exceptional opportunity. Opportunity? Kankuro furrowed his brow, confusion evident in his voice. Temari watched her father warily, an unsettling feeling brewing within her. She sensed something amiss about him, yet could not articulate what it was. Orochimaru's smile grew colder. Our objective extends beyond merely passing the Chunin exams. We must gather intelligence on Konoha's internal affairs, their defensive vulnerabilities, and even the whereabouts of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Your performance in the exams will directly impact the success of our plans. Gaara remained expressionless, yet a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. He spoke icily, his tone edged with menace. So, you wish for us to create chaos during the exams? Orochimaru chuckled, a note of approval in his voice, as expected of my son. You are astute. However, chaos is merely a means to an end. The true aim is to acquire intelligence and pave the way for our subsequent actions. Maki nodded, adding, remember, your actions must be discreet. We cannot arouse Konoha's suspicions. Especially you, Gaara. Your power is crucial to our plans. Yet it must be controlled to avoid premature exposure. Gaara shot Maki a disdainful glance, his voice dripping with contempt. I do not require your reminders regarding my power. Kankuro and Temari exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with complex emotions. They understood the mission was far more perilous than it appeared. Yet they had no choice but to comply with their father and teacher's directives. Orochimaru regarded the trio, his tone laden with significance. Very well, it is getting late. Rest well. Tomorrow's exam will be no easy feat with that. He turned and departed, his figure swiftly vanishing into the night. Maki remained, his gaze laden with complexity as he looked at the three. Remember, our mission pertains to the future of Suigetsu. Do not let me down. Temari nodded firmly. We understand. Sensei. Kankuro clenched his fists, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. Do not worry. We will accomplish our mission. Gaara, still expressionless, fixated on the direction Orochimaru had departed, a chill flickering in his gaze. He knew the man before him was not the true Kazekage, yet he chose not to expose the ruse. To him, it mattered little. His singular goal remained slaughter and destruction. As night enveloped the village, the three from Suigetsu retreated to their respective chambers to rest. Temari sat at the edge of her bed, her brow furrowed with anxiety. She sensed a more significant conspiracy lurking behind this mission, yet the specifics eluded her. Kankuro, do you feel that father seems somewhat off? Temari inquired quietly, hesitation threading through her words. Kankuro frowned, shaking his head. Perhaps you are just too tense. Father is always serious. His visit today underscores the importance of our task. Temari sighed, refraining from further comment. She knew Kankuro and Gaara would not easily doubt their father, yet her unease lingered. Meanwhile, Gaara stood by the window, coldly gazing at the distant forest of death. Orochimaru's words echoed in his mind, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Konoha the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki slaughter, Gaara murmured, a hint of madness coloring his voice. No one would be able to stop him. In the shadows of the Rain Country's tower, the incessant rain drummed against the windows. An unyielding symphony. Nagato sat within the machine, his pallid visage illuminated by the dim light, revealing his gaunt features, yet his gaze remained sharp as a knife, exuding an undeniable authority. Konan stood beside him, clutching a freshly received report, her brow slightly furrowed. Nagato, Konoha is currently conducting the Chunin exams. Her voice was cold and calm, yet tinged with underlying concern. According to intelligence from Sasori's infiltrator among Orochimaru's ranks, he is allied with Suigetsu, intending to incite war during the Chunin exams. Should we intervene? Nagato paused, his eyes fixed on the distant, somber sky outside the window. The rain cascaded down the glass, as if the world were cloaked in a shroud of gloom. His voice emerged low and hoarse, laced with indifference. There is no need. Konan blinked. taken aback by his response. She regarded Nagato, her tone tentative, but if Orochimaru and Suigetsu truly wage war, Konoha may descend into chaos. This could be an opportunity for us. Nagato slowly turned his head, fixing her with a gaze as deep as an abyss. Conan, our goal is to make this world feel pain, thus ushering in true peace. The conflicts of great nations are integral to our plan. Let them deplete each other. Annihilate one another. Only then can we more easily achieve our objective. Conan remained silent for a moment, then nodded in understanding. I see. The warfare among great nations will lead them to their own ruin, and we merely need to await the opportune moment to strike and conclude it all. A slight smile crept across Nagato's lips, revealing a hint of cold amusement. Precisely. Orochimaru and Suigetsu's actions will only plunge Konoha into deeper suffering. We will simply watch as events unfold. When they are utterly exhausted, we shall deliver the final judgment in the name of divinity. Conan regarded Nagato, complex emotions flickering in her eyes. She understood the cold and ruthless nature of his plan, yet she also recognized it as the price they must pay to achieve peace. I will continue to monitor Orochimaru and Suigetsu's movements, ensuring their actions do not disrupt our plans, she vowed. Nagato nodded, his gaze once more drifting to the window. Go. Conan, remember, our aim is to make this world experience pain, not to be ensnared in the disputes of great nations. Conan inclined her head slightly before turning to leave the room, her silhouette gradually fading into the rain, merging with the somber sky. Nagato remained seated, his eyes gazing out the window toward the distant heavens. Images of Konoha and the ninjas on the brink of war filled his mind. Their faces etched with agony and despair. Pain, only through pain can one truly comprehend the essence of peace, he murmured, his voice imbued with a chilling resolve. Orochimaru, Suigetsu. Konoha let you all contend with one another. When you are utterly spent, I shall, in the name of divinity, bring an end to it all. In the heart of Kazekage, the chief, Simu, sat in a spacious chair, his brow furrowed, his face etched with a profound sense of helplessness and fatigue. Before him stood several ninjas of the village, all with heads bowed and expressions tinged with shame. Has Fu run off again? Simu's voice carried a note of exhaustion. Clearly accustomed to this recurring predicament, yet still feeling an overwhelming sense of distress. One subordinate nodded shamefully, his voice barely above a whisper. Yes, Lord Chief. We momentarily lost sight of her, and she slipped away. Simu sighed, massaging his temples, his tone laced with resignation. This Fu is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Where has she ventured this time? Another subordinate cautiously replied. Lady Fu mentioned. She intends to visit Konoha to seek out the genin named Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki? Simu's brow knitted in confusion, clearly unfamiliar with the name. The subordinate hastily clarified. He is the ninja from Konoha featured in the broadcasts, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. After witnessing his performance, Lady Fu has been incessantly expressing her desire to befriend him. She stated that since he too is a Jinchuriki and has demonstrated such prowess, she must meet him in person. Upon hearing this, Simu's expression of helplessness deepened. He shook his head, murmuring softly, this Fu truly is a source of concern. Does she not realize that as the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, her identity is unique and she cannot simply leave the village? The subordinates kept their heads down, unwilling to respond. They understood that although Fu was a vital asset to the village, her lively and impulsive nature rendered her difficult to contain. Her recent escape was evidently a whim, driven by her desire to meet the boy named Naruto in Konoha. Simu remained silent for a moment before waving his hand, his voice tinged with fatigue. Very well. Since she has already fled, send someone to pursue her. Remember, it is imperative to bring her back safely. We cannot allow her to cause any trouble in Konoha. The subordinates quickly nodded, responding respectfully. Yes, Lord Chief. We have already dispatched personnel to pursue Lady Fu and will ensure her prompt return. Simu nodded, his gaze reflecting a hint of concern. Let us hope so. Although Fu possesses formidable strength, her simplicity makes her susceptible to manipulation. With the Chunin exams currently underway in Konoha, various factions are watching closely. Her presence there is exceedingly perilous. The subordinates lowered their heads, refraining from further comment. They recognized that Simu's concerns were well-founded. As the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, Fu's unique status could easily attract unwanted attention from other villages. Meanwhile, Fu joyfully traversed the forest, heading towards Konoha. A radiant smile adorned her face, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Naruto, wait for me. I am determined to become your friend, she exclaimed. Her excitement palpable as she ran, muttering to herself. Her mind replayed images of Naruto's battle against Pain, the spirited boy with yellow hair who, despite being a Jinchuriki, remained optimistic and courageous, even willing to sacrifice his life to protect his village. Fu felt a kinship with him. Both were Jinchuriki burdened with heavy destinies. Yet Naruto lived so vibrantly, so brilliantly. I too wish to find my own path, just like him. Fu clenched her fists, her eyes shimmering with resolve. Unbeknownst to her, her escapade had incited alarm within Kazekage. A group of ninjas from the village was diligently pursuing her, striving to bring her back before she could reach Konoha. Lady Fu, please halt. One of the pursuing ninjas called out, urgency lacing his tone. Fu glanced back, sticking out her tongue and laughing. I refuse to return. I am going to meet Naruto. With that, she quickened her pace, her figure swiftly vanishing into the depths of the forest. The pursuing ninjas exchanged resigned glances before continuing their chase. Chapter 23. The Forest of Death in the Realm of Reality. The early morning sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the forest floor, while the air was thick with a damp, earthy aroma. The candidates had gathered early, following the proctor to the entrance of the Forest of Death, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the second examination. Standing before them was Mitarashi Anko. Her face adorned with a hint of menace, her gaze sweeping over each participant like that of a hawk assessing its prey. Welcome, everyone. To the site of the second examination, the Forest of Death, Anko's voice rang out, vibrant and commanding, instantaneously quelling the murmurings among the candidates. For the next 3 days, you will engage in a fierce contest of survival within these woods. The rules are straightforward. Form teams of 3. Gather the heavenly scroll and the earthly scroll, and reach the central tower within the designated time. Remember, this forest is rife with peril, not only from ferocious beasts but also from various traps. Moreover, your adversaries are not limited to the forest itself. Other candidates pose a significant threat as well. Her words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flickering flames of ambition in the candidates' hearts. Anxiety etched itself across many faces, while some began to voice their discontent in hushed tones. 3 days? We must also collect 2 scrolls? This seems insurmountable, one candidate murmured, a tinge of despair lacing his voice. The Forest of Death, it sounds terrifying. Another remarked, brows knitted in concern. Anko observed their reactions with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Clapping her hands, she announced, all right, enough dawdling. The examination begins. As her words echoed through the air, the candidates surged into the Forest of Death, embarking on this life and death trial. 3 days later, before the towering edifice at the heart of the forest, the successful candidates arrived in succession. Compared to 3 days prior, their numbers had diminished significantly, with nearly half having fallen by the wayside. Out of nearly 100 candidates, fewer than 30 had triumphed. Anko stood at the entrance of the tower, her eyes scanning each candidate, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Congratulations, you have passed the second examination. However, brace yourselves, the forthcoming trials will not be easy. Prepare yourselves mentally. The expressions of the successful candidates reflected fatigue yet were imbued with determination. They understood they had conquered the most arduous challenge. But the trials ahead remained formidable. The Konoha 12 emerged as the undeniable victors of this examination. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, despite facing numerous fierce battles, successfully acquired the scrolls and reached the tower through their seamless teamwork and indomitable spirit. Naruto's face radiated confidence, as if he feared no challenge. I knew we would make it, Naruto exclaimed, his fist clenched in exhilaration. Sakura shook her head, a weary tone in her voice. Naruto, don't be too cocky. The next examination could be even more challenging. Sasuke shot a glance at Naruto, his tone laced with disdain. If it weren't for Sakura and me, you would have been eliminated long ago. Beyond Team 7, other squads from Konoha also showcased commendable performances. The third squad, composed of Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten, advanced smoothly through their combined strength and coordination. Niji wore his characteristic self-assured expression, as if everything lay within his grasp. This examination was merely a warm-up, Niji stated coolly, pride evident in his tone. Rock Lee clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with resolve. In the next examination, I shall demonstrate the full extent of my youthful vigor. The team led by Gaara from the Sand Village also succeeded in advancing. Though Gaara's demeanor remained cold, a glint of lethal intent flickered in his eyes. His companions, Kankuro and Temari, stood behind him, weary yet vigilant. The ninjas of Konoha are nothing remarkable, Gaara murmured, his voice dripping with disdain. The team from the Stone Village, led by Kuratsuchi, also passed the examination. A playful smile danced upon Kuratsuchi's lips as her gaze occasionally flitted toward Naruto, intrigue evident in her eyes. That yellow-haired brat is indeed quite remarkable, she mused softly, admiration threading her words. The 3 ninjas from the Sound Village also successfully advanced, their expressions dark and cold, occasionally glancing at the Konoha candidates as if plotting something in the shadows. Anko surveyed the gathered candidates, a dangerous smile curling her lips. Well, everyone, congratulations on passing the second examination. However, brace yourselves, the upcoming trials will be anything but easy. Prepare yourselves, for the true challenge is just beginning. Flashback to 3 days prior. Deep within the Forest of Death, Orochimaru moved like a specter through the dense underbrush. His gaze was as cold and sharp as a blade, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. Initially, his plan was to place a cursed seal on Sasuke within this forest, fully subjugating him to his will. However, just as he prepared to act, Kabuto's urgent message came through a covert channel. Orochimaru-sama, there has been a shift in the Akatsuki's movements. Kabuto's voice resonated, low and urgent, through the communicator. They seem interested in the Chunin exams being held in Konoha and may intervene. If we do not prepare in advance, our plans could be jeopardized. A glint of coldness flickered in Orochimaru's eyes, his smile growing more sinister. The Akatsuki, those self-important fools will not miss any opportunity. He halted, ensuring no one was following before whispering. Kabuto continued to monitor the Akatsuki's movements. Additionally, inform our ninja forces near Konoha to expedite their actions and be on standby. Yes. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto replied respectfully, and then the communicator fell silent. Orochimaru stood still, rapidly devising his next course of action. He knew the Akatsuki's involvement could disrupt his plans. Especially that man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, whose power was unfathomable and must not be underestimated. It seemed he would need to act preemptively. Sasuke, you cannot escape my grasp, Orochimaru murmured softly, before vanishing into the depths of the forest. Disguised as the fourth Kazekage, Orochimaru stood before Maki, who bowed respectfully, awaiting his orders. Maki, the situation has changed. Orochimaru's voice was low and hoarse, carrying an undeniable authority. The Akatsuki's movements have shifted. They may intervene in the Chunin exams in Konoha to ensure our plans proceed smoothly. You must immediately notify the hidden ninja forces to accelerate their actions and gather near Konoha. Maki appeared momentarily taken aback by the order, but quickly regained composure, nodding respectfully. Yes, Kazekage-sama. I will arrange it at once. Orochimaru nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Remember, the operation must remain covert. We cannot raise Konoha's suspicions. Our objective is not merely the Chunin exams, but the entire village itself. Maki felt a shiver run down his spine and promptly replied, Understood, Kazekage-sama. I will ensure everything proceeds smoothly. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively, signaling Maki to withdraw. Maki bowed respectfully before turning to leave the command center. On the outskirts of Konoha, elite ninjas from the Sand Village were gathering in silence. Concealed among the trees, they moved swiftly and stealthily, akin to a pack of hunters lying in wait. Maki stood at the forefront of the group, his gaze steely as he surveyed each ninja present. Listen well. The Kazekage-sama has issued orders. Our actions may need to commence ahead of schedule. Maki's voice was low yet powerful, quelling any whispers among the ranks. Our target is Konoha, and the significance of this mission cannot be overstated. Remember, actions must be discreet. Our identities must remain concealed. The ninjas nodded in unison, their faces reflecting a grave demeanor. They understood that this mission was pivotal for the future of Suigetsu, and any misstep was unacceptable. Meanwhile, the candidates who had progressed through the second examination gathered within the central tower of the Forest of Death, their expressions a blend of fatigue and indomitable spirit. Although they had successfully navigated the perilous trials of the forest, the number of survivors exceeded expectations. From nearly 100 candidates, fewer than 30 had advanced. The atmosphere inside the tower was palpably tense, foreshadowing the brutality of the upcoming tests. Just then, the grand doors creaked open, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, strode to the podium. A gentle smile graced his face as his keen gaze swept over each candidate like the piercing eyes of a hawk. The candidates held their breath, their eyes fixated on the third Hokage, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. Congratulations to all of you for passing the second examination. Hiruzen's voice resonated with a deep authority, silencing the murmurs of the assembly. Your performance has filled me with pride. To emerge unscathed from this treacherous forest of death is a testament to your strength and resolve. His words momentarily eased the candidates' tension, a flicker of pride illuminating their features. However, the third Hokage's subsequent statement doused their burgeoning joy like a bucket of cold water. Nevertheless, he continued, his tone suddenly serious, an undeniable authority gleaming in his eyes. The number of candidates who have passed the second examination remains excessive. To ensure the integrity of the third examination, we shall conduct a preliminary round to further sift through and identify the 12 most exceptional candidates who will proceed to the final assessment. As soon as his words echoed through the hall, chaos erupted. Expressions of shock and discontent spread among the candidates, some unable to suppress their murmurs of dismay. A preliminary round? Another selection? One candidate whispered in despair. We've already endured the trials of the Forest of Death. Why must we be tested again? Another questioned, brows furrowed in confusion. Observing their reactions, Hiruzen maintained his gentle smile, but spoke with unwavering conviction. My dear candidates, the Chunin exams are not solely a measure of your prowess. They are also a crucible for your will and perseverance. Only the most distinguished ninjas are worthy of becoming Chunin and shouldering the responsibility of protecting our village. Therefore, this preliminary round is essential. His words cast a heavy pall over the candidates, who clenched their fists, determination igniting in their eyes. They recognized that the forthcoming preliminary round would be an even more grueling contest, yet they were resolutely prepared to embrace the challenge. Standing among the crowd, Naruto wore a confident smile. He clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with steadfast resolve. No matter the examination, I shall not falter. I will become a Chunin and ultimately the Hokage. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, a hint of disdain in his tone. Humph, just don't hold me back. Sakura shook her head in resignation, yet her eyes sparkled with pride. This fool has finally lived up to our expectations. Simultaneously, candidates from other villages contemplated the impending preliminary round. Gaara of Suigetsu remained impassive, yet a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. His companions, Kankuro and Temari, stood behind him, weariness etched on their faces but vigilance alight in their gazes. The ninjas of Konoha are nothing special, Gaara muttered disdainfully. In contrast, Kuratsuchi of Awagakure appeared exhilarated, hands clasped behind his head, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Naruto, intrigue evident in his eyes. That blonde-haired brat is indeed remarkable, Akatsuki mused. A hint of admiration in his voice. 3 ninjas from Otogakure lingered in a corner, their expressions shrouded in coldness, their eyes occasionally darting toward the Konoha candidates. As if plotting in the shadows. The third Hokage surveyed the gathered candidates, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Very well, the preliminary round will commence tomorrow. Ensure you rest well tonight, for the challenges ahead will demand your utmost. As he concluded, the candidates clenched their fists, their eyes alight with fierce resolve. They understood that the forthcoming preliminary round would be a battle for survival, yet they were ready to face the trials ahead. In the land of Earth. Within the office of its Suigetsu, Inoki sat in a grand chair, holding a freshly delivered intelligence report. His expression was as dark as a storm cloud. Brows knitted tightly as his gaze cut through each line of the report. It clearly stated that only his granddaughter Akatsuki and her small team had advanced from Iwagakure, alongside one member from another team, while Konoha boasted over a dozen candidates who had progressed to the final assessment. There is definitely foul play at work. Inoki slammed his hand on the desk, his voice seething with barely contained fury. How could Konoha have so many candidates advance? They must have manipulated the exams. Standing nearby, Akatsuki, a senior member of Iwagakure, cautiously spoke up. Lord Suigetsu, perhaps the new generation of Konoha is indeed stronger than we anticipated. After all, the footage displayed in the sky has proven their prowess. Inoki scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. Footage? Humph, merely a self-serving display by Konoha. Our ninjas cannot possibly be outmatched by them. Akatsuki sighed inwardly, understanding Inoki's arrogance, especially regarding Konoha, where an inexplicable hostility often colored his perspective. As a subordinate, he refrained from further comment, standing silently by. After a moment of silence, Inoki's gaze shifted, revealing a complex array of emotions. Memories of the young ninjas from Konoha, particularly the striking figure of Naruto Uzumaki, surfaced in his mind. The battle between Naruto and Pain had left a profound impression on him. That young man, despite his tender age, exhibited extraordinary strength and determination. Is the new generation of Konoha truly this formidable? Inoki murmured, a subtle hint of apprehension lacing his voice. Could it be that Iwagakure is genuinely falling behind? His thoughts involuntarily drifted to a different direction, his love-hate relationship with his former apprentice, Deidara, a rare genius in Iwagakure. Especially in explosive ninjutsu, Deidara's talents were unparalleled. However, his rebellious nature ultimately led him to defect from the village. Deidara, if only he could change his ways. He would be perfect, Inoki lamented softly, regret and helplessness tinging his tone. His gifts should have been harnessed for Iwagakure, not squandered on frivolous art. Hearing Inoki mention Deidara, Akatsuki felt a wave of complexity wash over him. He knew that Deidara's defection was a thorn in Inoki's side, especially in light of Konoha's rising stars. Deepening the sense of loss. Lord Suigetsu, the matter of Deidara has long passed, Akatsuki gently suggested, offering a note of comfort. We should focus on how to enhance the strength of Iwagakure rather than dwell on the past. Inoki remained silent for a moment, then nodded. His tone firm. You are right. The new generation of Konoha has already posed a significant threat to us. We must hasten our pace and cultivate a greater number of exceptional ninjas. We cannot afford to lag behind them. Inoki nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief within. He understood that although the Suigetsu was somewhat arrogant, he invariably made the right decisions at critical moments. In the Suigetsu's office, Naka's gaze remained fixed on the intelligence report in his hands. His mind continually replayed the rise of the new generation from Konoha, the defection of Deidara, and was filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Konoha, the new generation. Deidara, Inoki murmured softly, his tone laced with an imperceptible weariness. It seems that our village of Iwagakure must undergo transformation. He slowly rose to his feet, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. Akatsuki, inform all high-ranking officials. An emergency meeting will be convened tomorrow. We must devise a new strategy to enhance the strength of Iwagakure. We cannot fall behind Konoha. Chapter 24. Other developments in the realm of the shinobi world. As the Chunin exams fervently unfold in Konoha, far away in the land of lightning, the fourth Raikage, stands before the window of his office, arms crossed, gazing intently at the distant sky. His brow is furrowed, his face etched with irritation and unease. Recalling the footage displayed on the screen, particularly Pain's devastating Shinra Tensei that reduced Konoha to rubble, he feels an unprecedented weight of pressure. Pain. Who exactly is that individual? He murmurs under his breath, his tone tinged with unmistakable frustration. Images replay in his mind, the site of Konoha transformed into ruins under the Cataclysmic force, countless ninjas rendered powerless against such annihilation. That kind of power strikes fear even in his formidable heart. The Raikage prides himself on his might, particularly in taijutsu and lightning techniques, believing himself nearly unparalleled. Even against the legendary figures of the shinobi world, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, he feels confident he could hold his own. After all, those fabled warriors have long since passed, while he remains in the prime of his life. Yet, Pain's emergence instills a sense of helplessness within him. If that Pain were to invade Kumogakure, could we withstand it? He questions himself quietly, uncertainty creeping into his voice. He recognizes that although Kumogakure boasts a robust defense system, It would likely falter against the force of Shinra Tensei's magnitude. Visions of Kumogakure fill his thoughts, its towering raikage building, bustling streets, and rigorously trained ninjas. These are the fruits of his labor over the years, the pride of his leadership. However, Pain's strength casts a shadow of impending crisis over him. No. We cannot remain idle. The raikage slams his palm onto the desk, his voice brimming with uncontainable anger and resolve. We must find ways to bolster the village's strength. We cannot allow others to easily dismantle us. At that moment, the office door swings open, and his secretary, Mabui, steps in, holding a document in her hand. A serious expression adorns her face, and her tone conveys respect. Lord Raikage, here is the latest intelligence report from Konoha. The Raikage nods, accepting the document. His eyes swiftly scanning its contents. His brow furrows deeper, a chill lacing his voice. The new generation of Konoha is surprisingly formidable? It seems we in Kumogakure must not fall behind. Mabui nods cautiously, her tone tinged with apprehension. Lord Raikage, according to the report, the performance of Konoha's new generation of ninjas has been exceptional. While our younger generation in Kumogakure boasts many talented individuals, their overall strength appears slightly lacking. The Raikage snorts dismissively, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Humph, Konoha merely relies on the screen's propaganda. Our ninjas in Kumogakure are certainly not inferior. Mabui refrains from responding, standing silently by. She understands that the Raikage often harbors an inexplicable animosity towards Konoha. Yet, as a subordinate, she feels it inappropriate to voice her thoughts further. After a moment of silence, the Raikage's gaze reveals a complex array of emotions. He envisions the young generation of Kumogakure, Killer Bee, Darui, and others. They constitute the backbone of the village, particularly Killer Bee, whose prowess as the host of the Eight Tails is remarkable. However, compared to the new generation showcased on the screen from Konoha, they seem somewhat inadequate. Killer Bee, while his strength is commendable, his carefree nature is quite bothersome. The Raikage murmurs, a note of helplessness in his voice. Although Darui and the others are excellent, they lack the capability to uphold the village's future. His thoughts unwittingly drift to his younger brother, the one he both adores and detests, Killer Bee. His talent is undeniable, especially in mastering the power of tailed beasts, nearly unmatched. Yet, his overly carefree disposition and penchant for nonsensical rap leave his older brother exasperated. If only Killer Bee could apply himself a bit more seriously, perhaps Kumogakure's strength could ascend to new heights. The Raikage sighs, tinged with regret. Mabui, hearing the Raikage mention Killer Bee, feels a twinge of complexity within her. She knows that while Killer Bee's demeanor is laid back, his power is formidable, particularly in controlling tailed beast energy. However, his disposition often frustrates the Raikage. Lord Raikage, although Killer Bee's nature is lackadaisical, his strength is unquestionable, Mabui cautiously remarks, her tone laced with reassurance. With proper guidance, he can undoubtedly become a cornerstone of our village. The Raikage falls silent for a moment, then nods resolutely. You are correct. Killer Bee may be a source of frustration, but his strength cannot be overlooked. We must harness his power effectively. We cannot afford to squander it. Mabui nods, secretly relieved. She knows that while the Raikage can be self-assured, he invariably makes the right decisions in critical moments. In a tower within the land of rain, raindrops patter incessantly against the windows, creating an atmosphere of perpetual gloom. Nagato sits within his apparatus, his pale visage appearing particularly haggard in the dim light. Yet his eyes remain sharp and piercing, radiating an undeniable authority. Konan stands beside him, holding a report recently delivered by Zetsu, her brow slightly furrowed. Nagato. The intelligence from Zetsu indicates that Suigetsu's border defenses have contracted, while Konoha's remain unchanged. Konan's voice is cold and composed, yet tinged with an undercurrent of concern. It seems that Orochimaru's alliance with Suigetsu has gone unnoticed by Konoha. Nagato remains silent for a moment, his gaze piercing through the window into the distant, overcast sky. Rain trickles down the glass, casting a pall over the world outside. His voice is low and hoarse, imbued with indifference. Orochimaru is indeed a cunning character. He exploits Suigetsu, aiming to ignite conflict during Konoha's Chunin exams without raising any suspicions. Konan nods, her tone tentative. Are we certain we should not intervene? If Orochimaru and Suigetsu succeed, Konoha may descend into chaos. This could present an opportunity for us. Nagato slowly turns his head, his gaze as profound as an abyss, locking onto Konan. No, Konan. We need not interfere. Let them engage in their conflict. Let them exhaust one another. Konan hesitates, looking at Nagato with a hint of confusion. But if Orochimaru and Suigetsu fail, Konoha could emerge even stronger. This may not bode well for us. A cold smile creeps across Nagato's lips. Konan, our objective is to make this world experience suffering, paving the way for true peace. The strife among the great nations is integral to our plan. Let them deplete each other. Let them annihilate one another. This will facilitate the realization of our ambitions. Konan remains silent for a moment, then nods. I understand. The wars of the great nations will lead to their own downfall. And we merely need to await the opportune moment to strike and bring an end to it all. Nagato's voice is low and gravelly, carrying a sense of coldness. Precisely. Orochimaru and Suigetsu's endeavors will only plunge Konoha into deeper anguish. We shall simply observe, and when they are exhausted, we will deliver the final judgment in the name of a god. Konan gazes at Nagato, softly stating, I will continue to monitor Orochimaru and Suigetsu's movements. Nagata nods, his gaze once again drifting to the rain-soaked vista. Go, Conan. Remember, our goal is to make this world endure suffering, not to become embroiled in the conflicts of the great nations. Chunin gave a slight nod before turning to exit the room. Due to the exposure of the heavenly curtain and the vigilance of various ninja villages, the members of the Akatsuki organization had no choice but to reduce their outdoor activities and temporarily conceal themselves in the shadows. This forced hiatus left these warriors, accustomed to the freedom of movement, feeling immensely restless, prompting them to vent their frustrations to their companions. In one corner of the base, Deidara and Sasori sat together. Deidara, with a look of utter boredom, fiddled with the clay in his hands, his face etched with dissatisfaction. Hey Sasori, when will this dreary period come to an end? Deidara complained, his tone tinged with impatience. Hiding away all day without even a chance for an explosion is draining my artistic inspiration. Sasori cast a cold glance at him, the puppet parts in his hands making a faint clicking sound. Silence, Deidara. Your art only brings unnecessary trouble. The ninja villages are watching us closely. Laying low will do you no harm. Deidara pouted, clearly displeased with Sasori's response. Sasori, you are far too rigid. Art should be bold and explosive. What is this hiding nonsense? Sasori ignored his complaints, continuing to focus on his puppets, though a slight smirk betrayed his amusement at Deidara's incessant chatter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Haiden and Kakuzu were seated at a dilapidated table. Haiden waved his blood-stained scythe in irritation. Kakuzu, why are we hiding here? I am immortal. Those ninja village weaklings can't touch me, he shouted, his tone dripping with disdain. Kakuzu shot him a frosty glance, the pages of his ledger rustling loudly. Be quiet. Haiden, your immortality does not exempt you from attracting trouble. The ninja villages are on high alert. Our mission is already complicated enough without you adding to the chaos. Haiden huffed in discontent, but, upon meeting Kakuzu's icy gaze, begrudgingly fell silent. Yet, he soon sought a new topic. By the way, Kakuzu, what do you think Pain is planning? We can't stay holed up here forever. Kakuzu closed his ledger with a hint of annoyance in his voice. Pain's plans are not your concern. We need to follow orders and refrain from meddling in matters beyond our scope. Haiden pouted, clearly dissatisfied with Kakuzu's response. But he had no recourse. He could only wave his scythe in boredom, muttering, this is so boring. There isn't even a sacrificial offering. Lord Jashin will surely blame me. At a certain base in the land of water, Kasame leaned against a wall, the samahata in his hands trembling slightly, as if echoing his discontent. He glanced at the stoic Itachi beside him, a teasing tone lacing his words. Itachi, do you not think this hiding is rather stifling? I haven't stretched my muscles in quite some time. Itachi remained expressionless, his gaze deep and tranquil. Kisame, patience is also a form of training. The ninja villages are watching us closely. Rash actions will only expose our plans. Kisame shrugged, a hint of resignation in his tone. Itachi, you are always so composed. However, you are right. Pain's plans take precedence. Still, this monotony is quite tiresome. Itachi did not respond, merely gazing into the distance as if lost in contemplation. Seeing this, Kisame ceased his complaints and idly toyed with Samahata, murmuring softly, if only we could find a place to unleash some chaos. Chapter 25, The Art of Puppetry in the Village of Konoha. The candidates who had passed the examination in the Forest of Death returned to their respective homes, recuperating as they awaited the forthcoming preliminary matches. 2 days later, the countdown on the sky screen above the shinobi world reached its conclusion once again. The inhabitants, without a word, paused their activities, gazing up at the celestial display, filled with anticipation and trepidation. Whether they were training ninjas, villagers toiling in the fields, or the busy Kage engaged in administrative duties, all held their breath, their eyes fixed upon the heavens. The sky screen had appeared abruptly over a month ago, periodically showcasing stunning battle scenes, some depicting long-forgotten histories, and others hinting at potential futures yet to unfold. Top 6, Scorpion vs. Chiyo and Sakura. Ranking is not indicative of order, merely a sequence. Main characters, Akatsuki's Chiyo, the master puppeteer. I detest waiting and despise being made to wait. There is no decayed beauty in eternity, that is true art. Chiyo, the elder of sand, the puppetry master. I know you dislike waiting, but this time, please bear with me. Tsunade and Appo's disciple. Sakura Haruno, the important thing is to clarify your goals and steadfastly advance. The screen displayed a scene where Granny Chiyo and Sakura joined forces to confront the Akatsuki's prodigious puppeteer, Sasori of the Red Sand. Sasori concealed himself within his meticulously crafted puppet, the Hiriko, which boasted a menacing exterior, formidable defenses, and a plethora of concealed mechanisms, serving as an exceptional weapon for hiding his true identity. The Hiriko's shell was encased in heavy armor, nearly impervious to external destruction, while its interior concealed countless lethal traps, ready to ensnare the unwary. From the onset of battle, Sasori unleashed a vigorous offensive, commanding the Hiriko to launch a barrage of poison needles, which rained down upon Chiyo and Sakura like a tempest. The needles, coated with potent toxins, posed a lethal threat. Subsequently, Sasori employed his mechanical arms to execute precise long-range attacks, shooting sharp Saban needles towards the duo in a bid to obliterate them in one fell swoop. In the face of Sasori's relentless assault, Granny Chiyo remained composed. Drawing upon her years of combat experience, she swiftly discerned the trajectory of the attacks and guided Sakura to evade them adeptly. While dodging, Granny Chiyo stealthily entwined her chakra threads around the tail of the Hiriko. This seemingly insignificant act became the pivotal turning point of the confrontation. Chiyo understood that despite the Hiriko's might, it was not without flaws. Identifying a weakness could lead to its downfall. Her gaze reflected determination and sagacity, as if she had already unraveled Sasori's strategy. At the moment Sasori believed victory was assured, Sakura seized the opportunity, propelled by Granny Chiyo's chakra threads. She concentrated her strength, channeling chakra into her fist, and delivered a forceful blow that shattered the Hiriko's exterior. As the puppet crumbled, Sasori's true form was finally revealed before them. A strikingly youthful boy, starkly contrasting with the fearsome reputation of Sasori of the Red Sand. His countenance appeared serene and youthful, devoid of the cold detachment one would expect from a merciless puppeteer. A hint of indifference flickered in his eyes, as if he were unperturbed by the unfolding events. Granny Chiyo stared at Sasori's true form, her heart churning with tumultuous emotions. Her gaze lingered on his familiar yet foreign visage, as if time had reversed, transporting her back to a moment from years past. Sasori and Appo's appearance remained unchanged, as if time had stood still for him, leaving no traces of growth. Chiyo's lips trembled as she murmured, "What is happening?" He hasn't changed at all. However, Sasori's revelation did not signify the cessation of battle. Rather, it heralded an impending escalation of conflict. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the air stiflingly still, as if even the wind held its breath. Sasori rose with a graceful poise, exuding an air of control over the situation, a faint smile gracing his lips. He delicately raised his hand, slowly extracting a scroll from his sleeve, its surface bearing the patina of age, clearly a relic of the past. His fingers caressed the scroll as if it were a treasured artifact. In a low voice, he declared, "Allow me to show you something special." As the scroll unfurled, a large character appeared before all, a striking 3. Sasori's eyes glinted with pride as he continued. "This is a prized possession I obtained after a hard-fought battle, and it is my favorite." His tone conveyed a near-manic delight, as if he were flaunting his most cherished creation. With his words, the scroll erupted in a thick cloud of smoke, enveloping the onlookers. As the haze dissipated, a towering figure emerged, a man clad in the garb of the Kazekage, his visage stern, his eyes hollow. It was the long-missing third Kazekage of Suigetsu. Yet, he was no longer the formidable force of yore. Instead, he had been transformed by Sasori into a lifeless puppet. Granny Chiyo's pupils dilated in shock, her heart racing with disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that Sasori had dared to turn the third Kazekage into a puppet. This was not only a grave insult to Suigetsu, but also a desecration of the dignity of the deceased. Fury and sorrow welled within her, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms, oblivious to the pain. Sakura and Granny Chiyo exchanged grave glances, both filled with apprehension and vigilance. They understood that the ensuing battle would be far more arduous. The third Kazekage's prowess was formidable, and now, as a puppet under Sasori's control, his threat escalated exponentially. The air was thick with oppression, making even breathing feel laborious. With a subtle flick of his fingers, the puppet of the third Kazekage opened its eyes, a strange glimmer passing through its vacant gaze, as if the spirit of the deceased had been forcibly awakened, laden with unending resentment and murderous intent. The puppet lunged forward with lightning speed, closing the distance between itself and Chiyo and Sakura in an instant. Sharp blades suddenly protruded from its fingers, coated with a deadly poison, glimmering ominously in the dim light. Chiyo's expression hardened as she swiftly maneuvered Sakura to engage in fierce combat with the puppet. Although young, Sakura's physical prowess and reflexes were commendable. She adeptly dodged the puppet's onslaught while seeking an opportunity for counterattack. Nevertheless, the third Kazekage's puppet was immensely powerful, and even in its puppet form, its combat instincts and control over sand were daunting. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Sakura fought with all her might. Yet against such a formidable adversary, she found herself somewhat overwhelmed. Just as she attempted to evade the puppet's blade, Sasori's mocking laughter echoed. With a flick of his finger, a cloud of purple poison erupted from the puppet's sleeve, rapidly enveloping the area. Caught off guard, Sakura was engulfed by the toxic mist, dizziness overwhelming her as her strength seemed to evaporate, her legs buckling beneath her, forcing her to kneel. Granny Chiyo's heart raced with urgency. She understood the lethality of Sasori's poison. Without immediate antidote, Sakura's life hung in the balance. Yet, Sasori offered no respite. With a cold smirk, he gestured, and several kunai shot forth from the puppet's sleeve, hurtling towards the incapacitated Sakura. In a critical moment, Granny Chiyo swiftly produced 2 scrolls from her robe, extending her hands forward. With a puff of smoke, 2 puppets rapidly enlarged, positioning themselves protectively in front of Sakura. Before them stood 2 uniquely crafted puppets, one clad in simple male attire, the other adorned in gentle female garb, modeled after the very parents of Scorpion, father and mother. The moment Scorpion's gaze fell upon these figures, his pupils constricted sharply, and the smile on his face froze. His fingers trembled slightly, as if a long-buried memory within him had been forcibly awakened. The voice of Chiyo, deep and resolute, pierced the air, Scorpion, do you remember? These are the puppets you created in the beginning, father and mother. Scorpion's expression grew complex, but his eyes swiftly regained their icy demeanor. He retorted coldly, "What do you intend to achieve by bringing those out at a time like this? I know them inside and out. It's utterly tedious." As Chiyo manipulated the puppets of father and mother, a fierce confrontation ensued with Scorpion's third Kazekage puppet. The puppets danced through the air, their movements swift as lightning, creating a dazzling spectacle. Chiyo's fingers flew across the chakra threads, as if she were playing a vibrant symphony, while Scorpion's fingers were equally nimble, commanding the third Kazekage's every move with deadly precision. Though father and mother lacked the overwhelming power of the third Kazekage, they were imbued with Chiyo's profound emotions and skills. Their movements, while not as aggressive as the Iron Sand puppets, possessed a unique rhythm and cadence, as if narrating a long-forgotten tale. Each attack seemed an attempt to awaken the buried memories within Scorpion. In stark contrast, the third Kazekage puppet exhibited a ruthless velocity. The Iron Sand coalesced into countless sharp weapons, descending upon father and mother like a torrential downpour. Each assault bore devastating force, as though intent on obliterating any adversary in its path. The Iron Sand swirled through the air, emitting a chilling wail that sent shivers down one's spine. The speed of their manipulation escalated, and the puppet's actions became increasingly rapid. Beads of sweat began to form on Chiyo's brow, yet she remained fully focused, unwilling to yield. Scorpion's face remained expressionless, as if everything lay within his dominion. His fingers danced like phantoms, and under his control, the third Kazekage's movement sharpened, its onslaught growing fiercer. Tension permeated the air, as if time itself slowed. The clash of the puppets rang out in clear metallic tones, sparks flying, overwhelming the senses. A flicker of determination flashed in Chiyo's eyes. She understood that perseverance was essential to uncover an opportunity to defeat Scorpion. Under her guidance, father and mother gradually found their rhythm in battle. No longer merely evading the third Kazekage and Appo's as assaults, they began to seek openings for counterattacks. Each strike carried Chiyo and Appo's as hopes and calls to Scorpion, as if striving to awaken the forgotten emotions within him. Scorpion drew the third Kazekage puppet closer, coolly remarking, "This is becoming troublesome." His voice held a hint of impatience, yet more so an air of confidence in his control. With a subtle motion of his fingers, the third Kazekage's mouth began to open, and a plume of black iron sand flowed forth, swirling like a dark mist in the air. A smirk graced Scorpion's lips as he declared, "You will soon be shattered to pieces." Sakura, astonished, inquired about the phenomenon. Chiyo's pupils dilated, and she swiftly turned to Sakura, warning, "Be careful. That is a unique ninjutsu developed by the third Kazekage, magnet release, iron sand whirl technique. He can manipulate iron sand into any shape, forming unpredictable and lethal weapons." Her tone was laced with urgency, revealing her deep-seated trepidation towards this technique. Although Sakura still felt weakened, Chiyo's warning galvanized her, and she steeled herself, vigilantly watching the iron sand coalesce in the air. Anxiety and trepidation filled her heart, yet she knew she could not falter at this moment. With a flick of his fingers, Scorpion commanded the iron sand to swiftly assemble into myriad sharp weapons, spears, blades, spikes, and even colossal walls of iron sand, as if the entire space was enveloped by these dark armaments. The iron sand buzzed ominously in the air, echoing like the whispers of death, instilling fear in all who beheld it. "It is over," Scorpion declared coldly, then with a sudden flourish of his fingers, the iron sand weapon surged toward Chiyo and Sakura like a torrential storm. The onslaught was swift and relentless, leaving little room for evasion. Chiyo quickly maneuvered the puppets of father and mother to shield herself, striving to withstand the iron sand's assault. However, the power of the iron sand exceeded her expectations. The puppets were forced backward under its relentless barrage, cracks beginning to form. Cold sweat trickled down Chiyo's brow. She realized that these two puppets alone could not fully counter the third Kazekage's iron sand jutsu. Gritting her teeth, Sakura hastily formed hand seals, attempting to bolster her body with chakra in preparation for the impending attack. Yet, the toxin still coursed through her veins, slowing her movements. At the critical moment when the iron sand weapons were about to strike her, Chiyo exerted every ounce of strength to position father and mother in front of Sakura, endeavoring to absorb the iron sand's onslaught. Alas, the iron sand's might was overwhelming. The puppets could no longer endure the concentrated barrage, shattering into countless fragments with a resounding crack, scattering across the ground. Chiyo's complexion turned pale, yet she clenched her jaw resolutely, refusing to retreat. Standing before Chiyo, Sakura's gaze remained steadfast as she faced forward. Although her body was still affected by poison, her eyes radiated an indomitable spirit. Drawing a deep breath, she declared with unwavering strength, "Chiyo, please use me." Her tone held no trace of hesitation, as if she had long since made her decision. Chiyo paused, glancing at Sakura, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She understood Sakura's intent. Sakura was willing to become her puppet, to fight with her own body. A warm surge filled Chiyo's heart. Yet she hesitated. Sakura's gaze was as resolute as iron. "Chiyo, the only thing I can do now is to become your puppet and fight. While my body may lack the excellent weaponry of a puppet, I possess agility that allows me to evade the iron sand's attacks. Moreover," she hesitated, a note of pride creeping into her voice, "the indomitable spirit imparted by my master is etched deep within me. I will not lose. Chiyo regarded the young Sakura before her, as if catching a glimpse of a younger Tsunade. A flicker of comfort passed through her eyes as she murmured, Tsunadeheim. Her tone bore a hint of nostalgia, as though reminiscing about days gone by. Moments later, Chiyo nodded, her fingers dancing swiftly, chakra threads coiling around Sakura like a serpent. Sakura's body shuddered slightly, then she felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through her. Her movements became more agile, as if every cell within her had been awakened. Scorpion observed this scene with icy detachment, then waved his fingers, commanding the third Kazekage puppet to launch another assault. The iron sand morphed into a multitude of sharp weapons. Hurtling toward Sakura and Chiyo, Sakura and Appo's gaze sharpened, her body moving swiftly as she adeptly evaded the iron sand and Appo's strikes. Each movement flowed like water, as if every action had been honed through rigorous training. Chiyo's chakra threads precisely guided her every maneuver, enhancing the ferocity and lethality of Sakura's attacks. The battle escalated into a fever pitch, with Sakura, under Chiyo's control, relentlessly closing the distance to Scorpion's true form. Her fist was tightly clenched, chakra coalescing around it as if poised to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. Scorpion's expression grew increasingly grave, his fingers dancing ever more rapidly. The third Kazekage's puppet moving with heightened ferocity, yet still unable to fully suppress Sakura's onslaught. Boom! Sakura's fist shattered the iron sand wall that confronted her, her body swiftly closing in on Scorpion's true form. A resolute light flickered in her eyes, as if to convey to Scorpion that in this battle, she would never concede defeat. A fleeting glimmer of panic crossed Scorpion's gaze. He had not anticipated that Sakura could breach his defenses, just as he attempted to retreat. Sakura leaped forward, her fist crashing down upon Scorpion's body. Bang! With a resounding impact, Scorpion was struck by Sakura's fist, and in an instant, he shattered into pieces. A look of disbelief etched upon his face, as if he could not fathom that he had been bested by a mere girl. Chapter 26. The twilight of Scorpion in the realm of reality. The ninjas of Suigetsu gathered beneath the vast sky, their eyes transfixed upon the images projected above. When the scene unfolded revealing Scorpion releasing the puppet of the third Kazekage, an unprecedented wave of anger and shock swept through the village. For years, the villagers had believed the disappearance of their esteemed leader was the result of a conspiracy orchestrated by rival ninja villages. A belief that had ignited the flames of the Third Great Ninja War. Countless lives, both ninja and civilian, were lost in that conflict, casting a long shadow of grief and hatred over Suigetsu. However, the revelation displayed on the celestial screen shattered their understanding. The third Kazekage had not fallen to external foes, but rather to the treachery of one of their own, the prodigious puppet master, Scorpion. This truth pierced the hearts of the villagers like a razor-sharp blade, intertwining emotions of fury, astonishment, sorrow, and regret, rendering the atmosphere palpably heavy. How could it be him? He is one of us. An elder ninja clenched his fists, his voice trembling with disbelief and profound disappointment. The third Kazekage was slain by his own kin, a young sand ninja murmured, his voice laced with uncontainable grief. His father had perished in the Third Great Ninja War, and the roots of this tragedy were traced back to Scorpion's betrayal. As anger rippled through the crowd, some gritted their teeth, cursing Scorpion and Appo's name, while others wept silently for their innocent friends and family lost to the war. The disappearance of the third Kazekage not only deprived Suigetsu of its strongest leader, but plunged the village into a prolonged state of unrest and decline. All due to the selfish desires of a renegade ninja. To think we have paid such a heavy price for a traitor, one ninja whispered, his voice heavy with resignation and remorse. The images continued to play, with Scorpion's figure starkly illuminated against the backdrop of their sorrow. His calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to the outrage boiling within the hearts of the Suigetsu ninjas. In that moment, they comprehended the bitter truth. The true enemy was not external, but rather the betrayers hidden within their ranks. In a secluded corner outside the village, Chiyo, who had long since withdrawn from the world, quietly observed the unfolding drama. Upon witnessing her grandson Scorpion confess to the murder of the third Kazekage, an indescribable sorrow surged within her. Chiyo had suspected a connection between Scorpion and the Kazekage's disappearance but lacked the courage to delve deeper. As Scorpion's grandmother, she struggled to accept that her grandchild could commit such a heinous act. Overwhelmed with guilt and regret, she lamented, if only I had been more attentive. Perhaps none of this would have transpired. Scorpion, how could you have come to this? Chiyo whispered softly, tears glistening in her eyes. She recalled the image of her grandson as a child, bright, quiet, and passionate about puppetry, now transformed into a traitor and a criminal. Her heart was torn between sorrow for his fall and guilt for her negligence. In an Akatsuki base, Deidara looked up at the image of Scorpion, a flicker of surprise and just crossing his features. Unable to contain his amusement, he exclaimed, Scorpion, your true appearance looks even younger than mine. Who would have thought you were hiding behind that grotesque puppet? His tone carried a playful mocking, yet it was underscored by admiration for Scorpion's formidable abilities. Simultaneously, Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage in Konoha, also observed the unfolding scene. Upon seeing Scorpion's youthful visage, a sly smile crept upon his lips. Ah, Scorpion. It seems you too seek immortality. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse and chilling, imbued with an indescribable fervor. He instinctively licked his lips, his eyes shimmering with a fervent desire for eternal life, resonating with Scorpion's aspirations. Though Orochimaru and Scorpion tread divergent paths, their ultimate goals aligned remarkably, an unyielding pursuit of eternal life and power. Scorpion had forsaken his human form, transforming himself into a puppet to achieve near immortality, while Orochimaru perpetually swapped bodies through forbidden techniques to extend his existence. Both were extraordinary beings within the ninja world, their pursuits transcending the comprehension of ordinary mortals. How intriguing. Scorpion, Orochimaru murmured, a spark of excitement igniting in his gaze. He perceived a kindred spirit in Scorpion, a fellow madman willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of immortality. This shared ambition brought him a sense of delight, even kindling a desire to engage with Scorpion once more to discern whose path truly led to everlasting existence. The celestial display continued, the intensity of Scorpion's battle with Chiyo and Sakura escalating. On the ground, Deidara and Orochimaru, each harboring distinct intentions, watched the conflict unfold. Deidara remained filled with admiration for Scorpion, while Orochimaru's interest in the path to immortality grew ever stronger. This confrontation not only unveiled Scorpion's past but also illuminated his genuine pursuits and obsessions to those in the ninja world. Scorpion, you must not falter against those two women. Deidara clenched his fists, excitement bubbling within him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru coldly chuckled to himself. The path to immortality is never without its trials, Scorpion. Let me witness your limits. As the images played on the celestial screen, Sakura turned to Chiyo with a triumphant smile, exclaiming, "We did it, Chiyo. We succeeded." Her face radiated with the joy of victory, her fist trembling slightly from the exertion of her recent strike. Chiyo returned her smile, nodding in relief, believing that the battle had finally reached its conclusion. However, just as they deemed themselves victorious, a chilling sound suddenly echoed from behind. Sakura and Chiyo whipped around, astonished to see Scorpion's shattered form beginning to reassemble itself. The fragmented pieces of the puppet moved as if drawn by an invisible force, clicking together with mechanical precision. Scorpion and Appo's body gradually restored itself, not a single crack remaining. Chiyo and Sakura stood in shock, their pupils dilating as a wave of unease washed over them. They had believed they had utterly defeated Scorpion, only to discover he possessed such formidable capabilities. Rising slowly, Scorpion regarded them with an impassive expression. His voice icy as he intoned, "What do you mean by success?" His tone was calm and detached, as if the battle had merely served as a warm-up. Chiyo inhaled deeply, her smile fading to be replaced by gravity and vigilance. Indeed, the true spectacle has only just begun. With that, she swiftly retrieved a scroll from her robe, performed a series of hand seals, and dramatically unfurled the scroll. A plume of white smoke enveloped her, revealing 10 uniquely designed puppets surrounding her, each radiating powerful chakra, unmistakably beyond the ordinary. As Scorpion observed the puppets summoned by Chiyo, a slight smirk graced his lips, revealing a hint of disdain. So this is Chiyo's ultimate technique, the 10-puppet jutsu, capable of demolishing a city with a single user. His tone dripped with sarcasm, as if he were not surprised by Chiyo's secret weapon. However, Scorpion did not cease his actions. He slowly retrieved a scroll from behind him, giving it a gentle shake. At the moment the scroll unfurled, countless puppets surged forth like a tidal wave, densely occupying the entire battlefield. Scorpion's voice remained calm, yet it carried an unsettling sense of oppression. However, what I possess can annihilate an entire nation. My secret technique, the 100-puppet manipulation. Chiyo and Sakura gazed at the hundreds of puppets before them, their hearts sinking. They had not anticipated that Scorpion harbored such a terrifying power. Though Scorpion wore a faint smile, a hint of impatience flickered in his eyes. He murmured, "How bothersome. I am compelled to use my trump card against just an old woman and a little girl." The atmosphere of the battle became palpably tense. Chiyo's 10-puppet technique faced off against Scorpion's legion of puppets, each side's momentum akin to two colossal storms poised to erupt at any moment. Sakura clenched her fists. Though anxiety gnawed at her, she resolutely stood beside Chiyo, ready to confront the impending conflict. Chiyo commanded her 10 puppets, engaging in a fierce battle with Scorpion's army of 100. Under her precise control, the 10 puppets moved like seasoned ninjas, skillfully navigating the battlefield. Each puppet demonstrated remarkable combat prowess, wielding blades and triggering traps that shattered Scorpion's puppets one by one. Initially, Chiyo's puppets held the upper hand, swiftly diminishing the number of Scorpion's creations, leaving shattered remnants scattered across the battlefield. However, as the number of puppets dwindled, Scorpion's control over the remaining ones grew more concentrated and precise. His gaze turned icy and focused at a mere flick of his fingers. The remaining puppets surged forth with newfound vigor, their movements becoming swifter and deadlier. Each puppet's assault intensified, as if Scorpion's will had been directly infused into them. The pressure on Chiyo escalated, and her 10 puppets began to sustain damage, their numbers gradually declining. Sakura stood nearby, fists tightly clenched, her gaze fixed on the battlefield. She realized that if the situation persisted, Chiyo's puppets would inevitably be overwhelmed by Scorpion's 100-puppet manipulation. Swiftly, she made a decision and called out to Chiyo, "Chiyo, cover me. I will seek an opportunity." Chiyo nodded, her heart filled with concern, yet she trusted Sakura's judgment. She maneuvered the remaining puppets with all her might to restrain Scorpion and Appo's assault, creating an opening for Sakura. Taking a deep breath, Sakura dashed into the fray. Her figure darted like a bolt of lightning, deftly evading the puppets' attacks while searching for Scorpion's vulnerabilities. Her objective was clear: directly assault Scorpion's corporeal form. Scorpion's attention was entirely consumed by his puppets. Though their numbers had diminished, each puppet's combat capability had significantly increased. Yet, this also signified that his own form was relatively fragile. If an opportunity arose, a decisive blow could be struck. As Scorpion's puppets launched another fierce offensive, Sakura seized a fleeting moment of vulnerability. She drew from her bosom a puppet head that Chiyo had entrusted to her, a secret weapon meticulously prepared by Chiyo. Without hesitation, Sakura hurled the puppet head towards Scorpion. The head flew with remarkable speed. Though Scorpion sensed the impending danger, he could not evade entirely. Bang! The puppet head struck Scorpion squarely in the chest, the tremendous force pinning him against the wall behind. Scorpion's body was firmly immobilized. Just as Sakura believed victory was within their grasp, she exhaled in relief and turned to Chiyo, her face reflecting exhaustion, yet satisfaction. However, in that instant, Scorpion's silhouette suddenly emerged before her like a specter. His movements were so swift that there was no time to react. The blade in his hand gleamed coldly as it mercilessly pierced Sakura's body. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh resonated painfully in the still air. Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Scorpion, the excruciating pain nearly robbing her of breath. Yet, she did not falter, gritting her teeth. She bore the anguish and swiftly began to heal her wound using her palm technique. Her hands enveloped the injury, the glow of chakra shimmering as she sought to staunch the flow of blood. Chiyo's heart surged with intense anger and sorrow upon witnessing this scene. Without hesitation, she rushed forward, extracting her last antidote from her robe and swiftly administering it to Sakura. She understood that Scorpion's blade was undoubtedly coated with a lethal poison. Without immediate antidote, Sakura's life would hang by a thread. Sakura, hold on. Chiyo's voice trembled slightly, yet it was resolute. While she worked to detoxify Sakura, she deftly maneuvered the puppets, father and mother, which had regained their functionality. Scorpion coldly observed Chiyo and Sakura, seemingly indifferent to their struggles. His expression remained impassive, as if the earlier assault had been a mere afterthought. Yet, just as he prepared to launch another attack, Chiyo's puppets, father and mother, stealthily maneuvered behind him. With a sharp command, Chiyo yanked her hands, and the puppets instantaneously executed a fatal strike. Two razor-sharp blades pierced Scorpion's core, producing a sharp crack. Scorpion's body abruptly stiffened. His movements abruptly halted. His eyes darted between the puppets that had pierced his body, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his gaze. He looked down at the breach in his core, the very essence of his life as a puppeteer. The shattering of this core signified that his life was drawing to a close. Scorpion watched as Chiyo knelt, anxiously tending to Sakura. A trace of derision crept into his eyes, as if he found her efforts laughable. It's futile. Even without the poison, the strike targeted a vital point. You cannot save her, he stated, his tone calm and frigid, as though declaring an irrefutable truth. Yet, Chiyo paid no heed to Scorpion's words. Her hands pressed tightly against Sakura's wound, the glow of chakra radiating from her fingertips. This time, however, she was not employing a mere healing technique. A look of determination graced her features. Scorpion observed Chiyo's actions, his brow furrowing slightly. He sensed an unusual fluctuation in her chakra, suggesting she was not simply healing the wound. Just as his confusion deepened, Chiyo slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes locking onto Scorpion's. Her voice low yet resolute. Do you think I am merely healing her? No, Scorpion. This is a forbidden technique I have devoted years to researching, a means to transfer life force to another. Scorpion's pupils contracted slightly, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Chiyo's face bore a bittersweet smile as she softly remarked, this technique was originally conceived to resurrect your parents. I have always pondered that if I could someday alleviate your suffering from their loss, perhaps you would not tread this path. But now, I wield it to save Sakura, for her life is equally precious. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Scorpion's face. He had not anticipated that Chiyo would develop such a technique for his sake, nor that she would reveal this truth at such a moment. A torrent of indescribable feelings surged within him, filled with anger and an inexplicable sorrow. Reviving my parents? Huh, how laughable. Scorpion's voice dripped with sarcasm. Yet his gaze no longer held its previous coldness. He bowed his head, seemingly lost in brief contemplation. Chiyo refrained from further words, continuing to channel life force into Sakura. As chakra flowed, Sakura and Appo's complexion gradually regained its color, her wound beginning to mend. Her breathing steadied. Though still weak, she had escaped the clutches of death. Scorpion observed this scene, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He originally believed he had long cast aside all emotions. Yet the words of Granny Chiyo gently stirred a string deep within his heart. He slowly raised his head, his gaze complex as he looked at Granny Chiyo, and softly uttered, "You truly are a foolish old woman. Are you willing to sacrifice your own life for others?" Granny Chiyo smiled faintly. Her voice tinged with weariness, perhaps, but this is my path of endurance. Scorpion, you once held such a belief, only to have forgotten it. Ah, who would have thought it would end this way? Scorpion's voice was low and calm, as if he had long since come to terms with his impending death. His body gradually slumped, the light in his eyes slowly fading until he ultimately lost all vitality. Granny Chiyo gazed at Scorpion's lifeless form. Her eyes filled with sorrow and complex emotions. She murmured, "Rest in peace, Scorpion. I hope you find the answers you have long sought in another world." Chapter 27. The Resurgence of Turmoil in the Real Ninja World. After the broadcast of the video depicting Pain's invasion of Konoha, Nagato repeatedly commanded the Akatsuki members to limit their outdoor activities in order to diminish their presence in the eyes of the various ninja villages. He was acutely aware that the actions of the Akatsuki necessitated a degree of secrecy. However, the unfolding events exceeded his expectations. Following the latest video release, a tempest of discussion erupted across the ninja world, thrusting the existence and might of the Akatsuki into the spotlight. Debate surged as people deliberated over the content revealed in the video, particularly regarding the Akatsuki. The figure of Sasori, dubbed the Jewel of Akatsuki, adorned in his signature black cloud robe, prompted many to realize that he was associated with Pain, who had infiltrated Konoha in the earlier video, both belonging to the same organization. The Akatsuki. This revelation left individuals from various villages astonished by the Akatsuki's strength and influence. Turns out that traitor Sasori is also a member of the Akatsuki, exclaimed a ninja from Suigetsu. His companion nodded in agreement. Indeed, how many more such monsters does the Akatsuki possess? Their power is unfathomable. What could the Akatsuki possibly intend with such formidable members? Pondered a ninja from Kirigakure, his brow furrowed. His companion shook his head. Who knows? One thing is certain. Their ambitions are anything but simple. We must remain vigilant. Every member of the Akatsuki is a threat, stated a high-ranking official from Iwagakure solemnly during a meeting. A sentiment echoed by all present. After watching the latest broadcast, Nagato furrowed his brow. He had hoped that restricting member activities would diminish the Akatsuki's visibility. Yet the broadcast had inadvertently leaked their intelligence. He understood that the Akatsuki could no longer operate with the same level of secrecy as before. It appears we must accelerate our plans, Nagato murmured to Konan. She nodded, a flicker of concern passing through her eyes, but this may provoke an even greater backlash. On the outskirts of Konoha. Following the initial broadcast, Tsunade hurriedly returned to Konoha with Shizen. However, upon reaching the vicinity of the village, Tsunade halted. Standing at a vantage point, she gazed at the tranquil village below, a surge of complex emotions swelling within her. Konoha remained vibrant, with bustling streets and ninja diligently fulfilling their missions, while children trained vigorously, seemingly unchanged from days past. Yet, Tsunade and Appo's heart was far from at ease. Memories of her former lover, Dan Kato, the man who sacrificed his life for the village, flooded her mind. His smile, his vows echoed in her ears. She also recalled her brother, Nawaki, the boy who harbored dreams of becoming Hokage, but had been lost to war far too soon. These recollections pierced her heart like a sharp blade. Taking a deep breath, she quietly said to Shizen, "Let us not return to the village just yet. We will stay at a nearby outpost for a while." Though puzzled, Shizen did not press further, simply following Tsunade's lead, understanding that her mentor had her reasons. They arrived at a modest yet serene outpost near Konoha, where Tsunade sat by the window, contemplating the distant village. The day after the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exams. At a different outpost on the outskirts, the screen flickered to life once more, playing the latest video. As Shizen organized medical supplies, she glanced up at the screen. When Sakura and Chigo's conversation appeared, Shizen's eyes widened in astonishment. "Tsunade-sama. That Sakura on the screen is your future apprentice." At this, Tsunade lifted her gaze to the screen. The footage revealed Sakura fighting alongside Granny Chiyo, her fists charged with immense chakra, shattering Sasori's puppets. Tsunade's attention lingered on Sakura for a moment, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes as she murmured, "Is that so? That little girl will become my apprentice?" Shizen enthusiastically nodded. "Indeed. Look at her medical ninjutsu and overwhelming strength. It clearly reflects your style. She even utilized the healing jutsu in battle, one of your specialties." Tsunade did not respond immediately, her focus remaining on the screen. She witnessed Sakura's resilience and bravery in combat, her unwavering determination to protect her comrades. These scenes stirred something within Tsunade, reminding her of her youthful spirit, of the passion and conviction she once held. Perhaps, this child possesses something remarkable. Tsunade murmured softly, her tone imbued with a rare gentleness, as if a glimmer of hope had emerged. Shizen, observing Tsunade's expression, felt a sense of solace. She knew that although Tsunade appeared indifferent on the surface, deep down, she still cared for the village and her comrades. Perhaps Sakura's presence might help Tsunade rediscover her path. After a moment of silence, Tsunade suddenly rose, addressing Shizen, "Let us return to the village." Shizen paused, then smiled brightly. "Yes, Tsunade-sama." At Training Ground 26 in Konoha, the eager trainees were being put through their paces by Kakashi. Naruto, watching Sakura's performance on the screen, was beside himself with excitement, shouting, "Sakura is so amazing. Incredible! You defeated such a powerful enemy alongside that old lady. Truly, my teammate is the best." His voice brimmed with exhilaration and pride, as if Sakura's victory were his own. With each cheer, he waved his fists as if fighting alongside her on the battlefield. Standing nearby, Sasuke observed quietly, though not as vocally enthusiastic as Naruto. His gaze frequently darted to the screen, where he noted Sakura's formidable strength and unwavering resolve, stirring a ripple of emotions within him. Sakura has really grown stronger. He murmured, a complex expression crossing his face, a blend of acknowledgement for her growth and contemplation of his own future. I should be even stronger. Have I already eliminated that person? The image of Itachi Uchiha flashed in his mind, causing his fists to clench involuntarily. In the flower shop, Ino beamed as she watched Sakura's display on the screen. Despite their frequent quarrels over Sasuke, in her heart, Sakura would forever remain her dearest friend. Sakura, you're simply incredible. Ino could not help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling with pride. Recalling their cherished memories growing up together filled her with warmth. Though we may always bicker, you will always be my most important friend. Ino silently vowed. Kakashi stood to the side, hands stuffed in his pockets, lazily watching the screen. A hint of satisfaction graced his features, and a subtle smile crept onto his lips. So, Sakura has chosen the path of a medical ninja? Quite commendable, he murmured. Reminiscing about the timid girl who had once joined Team 7, now blossoming into a capable ninja. A sense of pride welled within Kakashi as he envisioned the trajectory of his student's growth. Yet, that Naruto, still the same as ever, Kakashi thought. Casting a glance at the boisterous boy, shaking his head in resignation, his gaze then shifted to Sasuke, noting the latter's complex expression, prompting a moment of introspection. Sasuke, your journey is still long ahead. Sakura, you truly are remarkable. Naruto called out once more, his voice resonating through the air, conveying boundless support for his comrades. Sasuke withdrew his gaze, murmuring, it seems I cannot fall behind either. Kakashi observed his spirited disciples, a gentle light flickering in his eyes. In his heart, he silently vowed. The future of Konoha rests in your hands. At a certain base of the Akatsuki organization, following the conclusion of the visual display, the demise of Scorpion plunged the members into a brief silence. However, in stark contrast to the others, Scorpion himself exhibited an unusual calmness. Sitting aside, he continued to manipulate the puppet components in his hands, as if the defeated and deceased Scorpion portrayed on the screen bore no relation to him. His gaze was focused, seemingly indifferent to the content displayed. Deara, on the other hand, was entirely different. Upon witnessing Scorpion's defeat at the hands of Chiyo and Sakura, he could not contain his outburst. How could Scorpion lose? This is impossible. His voice brimmed with disbelief and fury, fist clenched tightly, poised to leap into the screen for vengeance on behalf of Scorpion. How could those two women defeat Scorpion? There must be a mistake. Hearing Deidara's cries, Scorpion merely cast him a sidelong glance, responding in a tranquil tone, Deidara, quiet down. That is merely a potential future. It may not be the truth. His voice betrayed no emotion, as if he were discussing an event entirely unrelated to himself. Deidara paused momentarily, then grumbled in dissatisfaction. But Scorpion, how can you be so calm? That was you. His tone carried a hint of confusion and urgency, clearly unable to accept Scorpion's nonchalance. Scorpion chose not to elaborate further, returning his focus to the puppet in his hands. His fingers deftly maneuvered the components, as though those intricate mechanisms were his sole concern. His expression remained impassive, suggesting that the death portrayed on the screen was merely an inconsequential snippet. Meanwhile, other Akatsuki members were also observing the screen. Upon witnessing Scorpion's demise, they exhibited a variety of reactions. Kakuzu coldly remarked, "Humph, Scorpion actually lost to a little girl and an old woman. How embarrassing." His tone dripped with scorn, though a glimmer of wariness flickered in his eyes. Haydn laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Scorpion actually died. How amusing." Though his manner of death lacked artistry, his laughter was laced with derision, seemingly unconcerned by Scorpion's fate. Itachi stood quietly, his profound gaze fixed on the screen. His expression remained unchanged, yet a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. He murmured softly, "Scorpion, it seems the variables of the future are more numerous than anticipated." Kisame, wielding his sword, grinned. Scorpion actually had a slip-up. How surprising. But this also suggests that future battles will be more intriguing. Pain, Nagato, stood aloft, surveying the images on the screen. His expression remained indifferent, yet a flash of contemplation crossed his eyes. Conan softly remarked, "Nagato, the future's uncertainties exceed our expectations. We must be prepared." The members of Akatsuki harbored their own thoughts, yet unanimously, they sensed a looming uncertainty stemming from Scorpion's demise. While they outwardly feigned indifference, deep within, they were vigilant about the battles to come. As for Scorpion, he remained absorbed in his puppet work, as if all that transpired on the screen was of no concern to him. His demeanor was cold and serene, as if death were merely an inconsequential conclusion. Perhaps for one who had long transformed himself into a puppet, death had already lost its significance. Deara gazed at Scorpion's silhouette, unable to restrain himself. "Scorpion, do you truly not care?" His voice carried a trace of reluctance and concern. Scorpion did not turn around but replied coolly, "What of caring? Death is merely another form of eternity." In Konoha village, Jiraiya stood on the streets, gazing up at the images projected in the sky. When he witnessed Sakura's formidable prowess and medical ninjutsu during battle, a smile of satisfaction graced his face. Tsunade's apprentice. "It seems Tsunade has indeed returned to the village," he murmured softly, his tone tinged with nostalgia and joy. Jiraiya had long been aware of Tsunade's proximity to Konoha, yet he had refrained from seeking her out. He understood Tsunade's complex feelings towards the village, particularly her unresolved pains from the past. However, after viewing the footage, a strong impulse surged within him. He resolved to visit Tsunade once more, urging her to return to the village. Old man, our teacher truly is aging, Jiraiya thought, envisioning the third Hokage. Though the third remained spirited, the passage of time had etched deep wrinkles upon his face. Jiraiya knew the third had always hoped for Tsunade's return to the village, even if only for a brief visit. With this thought, Jiraiya set forth, heading towards the village outskirts. He had received word from the station ninja that Tsunade and Shizen had taken refuge at a nearby base. When the station ninja reported to the third Hokage, Jiraiya had been present, quietly noting the information. Tsunade, having come so close to the village, yet still refusing to enter. How vexing, Jiraiya mused, shaking his head in exasperation. His tone was laced with playful sarcasm, yet underscored by profound concern. Within the Konoha Inn, Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, observed the scenes unfolding on the screen. Upon witnessing Scorpion's defeat and subsequent death at the hands of Chiyo and Sakura, a subtle smile crept across his lips, revealing a meaningful expression. His eyes glinted with a chilling light, as if contemplating something profound. It seems your eternal artistry has withered. Scorpion, Orochimaru murmured, his voice hoarse and cold. His tone carried a hint of mockery, yet more so a detachment from life. Life is indeed fragile. No matter how powerful a ninja, none can escape the fate of death. Orochimaru's gaze shifted from the screen as he lowered his head to examine his pale, bloodless hands. Memories of his relentless pursuit of immortality surged within him. Those forbidden techniques, experiments, and reincarnation jutsu, all aimed at breaking free from the shackles of mortality to attain everlasting existence. I shall continue along the path of immortality, he vowed in a low, resolute tone, as if swearing an oath to himself. A glimmer of fervor flickered in his eyes, as if he could already envision his future, an existence transcending life and death, eternal and unyielding. Orochimaru's thoughts wandered back to his encounters with Scorpion. Though they were not true allies, he found some resonance with Scorpion's puppet techniques in the pursuit of eternity. Yet, Scorpion's demise solidified his belief. Only through relentless experimentation and forbidden techniques could one truly escape the clutches of death. Scorpion, though your path was unique, it ultimately led to failure. Orochimaru said softly, his tone laced with a hint of regret yet brimming with confidence in his own journey. I shall never tread the same path as you. Rising, Orochimaru approached the window, casting his gaze towards the distant Konoha village. His eyes brimmed with ambition and coldness, as if he could already see his plans unfolding step by step. He understood the dangers and challenges that lay ahead, yet he remained unwavering. Immortality is my sole pursuit, Orochimaru murmured, his voice imbued with an almost frenzied determination. His fingers gently tapped against the window frame, as if composing a silent symphony for his future. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Orochimaru swiftly reined in his emotions. Regaining the calm and authority of the fourth Kazekage, he turned to face the entrance, a subtle smile gracing his lips, hinting at a deeper significance. Chapter 28. The preliminary round concludes as the new video from the Celestial Dome came to an end. Discussions arose among the people of the ninja world. Yet these glimpses of the future bore no immediate impact on the present reality. The following morning, the candidates who had successfully navigated the Forest of Death gathered promptly at the Konoha arena. The atmosphere within the arena was charged with tension as the contestants stood at the sidelines, awaiting the announcement from the examiner. Examiner Moonlight Gale stood upon the elevated platform, his gaze sweeping over the candidates below. Before he proclaimed the rules of the preliminary matches, those who had triumphed in the Forest of Death would now engage in one-on-one preliminaries. The victors would earn the right to compete in the final examination a month hence. As Moonlight Gale articulated the rules, the undercover medic Kabuto raised his hand, signaling his withdrawal. A hint of regret adorned his face, as if he lamented his inability to continue in the competition. Subsequently, 2 other candidates, unable to fight due to injuries, also opted to withdraw. Consequently, only 24 candidates remained, vying for the final 12 spots through the preliminary matches. The screens within the arena flickered to life, displaying the randomly paired matchups one by one. The candidates held their breath in anticipation, waiting for the examiner to announce their forthcoming battles. In the first match, Sasuke walked onto the field with calm determination, his sharp gaze fixed on his opponent. CHJR, clad in armor, CHJR launched a rapid assault, attempting to overpower Sasuke with physical prowess. However, Sasuke, employing his exceptional Sharingan insight and agility, swiftly identified a flaw in CHJR's defense and executed a precise lightning release, Chidori, piercing through his opponent's guard and securing victory. The second match saw Naruto engage in a fierce clash with Kiba. Kiba and Akamaru's combined offensive was relentless, yet Naruto, driven by unyielding spirit and unexpected tactics, ultimately triumphed with a barrage of Rasengan. In the third match, Sakura faced Ino in an evenly matched contest. As both friends and rivals, neither held back in their combat. Ultimately, both exhausted from exertion, the examiner declared the match a draw. But due to the rules, neither advanced. In the fourth match, Shikamaru sauntered onto the field, seemingly indifferent in the face of the illusionist Kin. However, as the battle commenced, Shikamaru revealed his remarkable strategic mind, deftly controlling Kin and Appo's movements with his shadow imitation technique, leading to an effortless victory. The fifth match featured TS, a ninja skilled in sound wave attacks, whose elusive fighting style proved challenging. Though CHG put forth a valiant effort, he ultimately succumbed to TS's sonic assault, regrettably exiting the competition. The sixth match pitted Gaara against Lee in the most intense battle of the preliminaries. Lee unleashed the 8 gates, launching a furious onslaught against Gaara. Yet Gaara's impenetrable defense kept him unscathed. In the end, Gaara overwhelmed Lee, winning decisively. The seventh match showcased Niji's prowess against Hinata in a contest within the Hyuga clan. Niji, utilizing his remarkable gentle fist techniques in Byakugan, easily subdued Hinata. Despite her efforts, she ultimately fell short, regrettably defeated. In the eighth match, Temari unleashed a formidable wind release attack with her massive fan against Tenten, whose arsenal of tools, though fierce, could not withstand Temari's onslaught. Temari advanced with ease. The ninth match contrasted Shino's insect manipulation techniques with Sokka's airwaves. Through calm analysis and precise control, Shino emerged victorious over Saku. In the 10th match, Kankuro showcased his exceptional puppet mastery, effortlessly defeating his opponent, the Earth Ninja, and advancing to the next round. The 11th match saw Karui swiftly overpower a fellow contestant from the same village with her remarkable earth release techniques and physical prowess, demonstrating her strength. In the 12th match, a disguised Jonin from the Hidden Stone Village exhibited abilities far surpassing those of an ordinary Jinin, easily defeating Kiri and progressing to the next round. With the conclusion of the final match, Examiner Moonlight Gale announced the 11 successful candidates: Sasuke, Naruto, Shikamaru, TS, Gaara, Niji, Temari, Shino, Kankuro, Karui, and the disguised Jonin, who would fill the last spot after a duel between the two injured candidates upon their recovery. Moonlight Gale continued. In 1 month, you will gather in the official arena of Konoha for the final examination. Notable figures, including the daimyos of various nations, the Hokage, the Kazekage, and high-ranking officials from other villages will be in attendance. Prepare yourselves to showcase your utmost strength. Upon hearing this announcement, the candidates reacted with a mix of excitement and anxiety, yet all understood that the forthcoming month would be a critical period of preparation. Although the video from the Celestial Dome unveiled fragments of the future, the ninjas remained focused on the battles at hand. Their destinies would be shaped by their own strength and resolve. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood atop the arena's platform, his gaze warm and approving as he surveyed the new generation of Konoha ninjas below. Observing Sasuke, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Niji excel in the preliminaries, a rare smile graced his face. These children not only exhibited formidable strength but also illuminated the future of Konoha. Remarkable, these children have blossomed to this extent. The third Hokage murmured, his voice imbued with nostalgia. He reflected on his own youth, recalling the trials and tribulations Konoha had faced, and a wave of warmth surged within him. The future of Konoha rests in your hands. Simultaneously, on the audience stands, the teachers of the 12 young ninjas wore expressions of pride and satisfaction. They approached their students, offering encouragement, consolation, and guidance. While some students did not emerge victorious, their performances were equally commendable. Kakashi stood aside, hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze fixated on Sasuke and Naruto below. A flicker of pride crossed his eyes as he quietly remarked, "These two have finally lived up to my expectations." Despite his trademark nonchalance, the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed the joy within. Guy, in contrast, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming as he shouted at the sight of Lee and Niji. "Lee, Niji, your performance was phenomenal. This is the power of youth." His booming voice drew the attention of nearby ninjas. Waihai Kurenai gazed lovingly at Shino and Hinata below, a gentle smile gracing her features. She approached Hinata, softly placing a hand on her shoulder, reassuring her, "Hinata, you did wonderfully. Do not be disheartened. Keep striving." Hinata lowered her head, a hint of disappointment shadowing her face, but under Kurenai's encouragement, her eyes gradually regained determination. Asuma, with a cigarette between his lips, observed Shikamaru and Ino resting nearby, chuckling, "Shikamaru, well done. Ino, you were impressive as well, even though you didn't win. Your performance was commendable." Shikamaru lazily scratched his head, muttering, "What a hassle." Though CHG had lost to TS, Asuma consoled him. "CHG, you performed admirably. Be sure to rest well now." CHG nodded, a bit dejected, yet his spirits lifted as his teacher offered comfort. Meanwhile, in a dense forest far from Konoha, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, Fu, flitted through the trees like a jubilant butterfly. Her form was light and agile, seemingly in harmony with nature. However, a group of exhausted Takigakure ninjas followed closely behind, shouting, "Fu, stop running. Come back with us." Fu turned to glance back at her pursuers, a playful smile dancing on her lips. She stuck out her tongue and shouted back, "I don't want to go back. It's so boring in the village. I wish to seek out Naruto, for he is the friend I long to make." Upon hearing Fu's words, the Takigakure ninjas were immediately beset by a wave of exasperation. They understood Fu's lively and restless nature. She could hardly remain still. Yet, as the host of the Seven Tails, her safety was of paramount importance. Nevertheless, Fu paid no heed to their counsel. continuing to meander through the forest as if engaged in a game of hide and seek. Fu, please stop running. You have no idea how to get to Konoha. One of the Takigakure ninjas called out in desperation, his voice tinged with urgency. Clearly at his wit's end with Fu's obstinacy, Fu paused, tilting her head in contemplation before breaking into a smile and replying, "Then you should guide me there. After all, aren't you ninjas? Finding the way should be a simple task for you." The Takigakure ninjas exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Fu was indeed the host of the Seven Tails, and her safety was critical. Moreover, she was utterly unfamiliar with the route, and leading her on a wild chase would only complicate matters further. "Fu, Konoha is quite far from here, and there are numerous dangers along the way. You should return with us, and we will take you there when the opportunity arises." Another Takigakure ninja attempted to persuade her gently. Fu pouted, clearly dissatisfied with this response. She shook her head defiantly and declared, "No, I must go now. Naruto is my chosen friend, and I absolutely must meet him." With that, Fu turned and dashed deeper into the woods. The Takigakure ninja sighed in resignation, compelled to pursue her once more. They knew that once Fu set her mind to something, she would never easily relent. "There's truly no way to manage her," one of the Takigakure ninjas said with a wry smile. His companion nodded in agreement, responding with a hint of resignation. "Indeed, that's just Fu's nature. No one can rein her in." As Fu raced through the woods, her heart brimmed with curiosity and anticipation for Naruto. She had heard tales of him under the vast sky, perceiving him as a brave and resilient ninja, a hero who had saved Konoha. Fu had always yearned for a friend like Naruto, convinced that they would share countless topics of conversation. However, she was blissfully unaware of the precise location of Konoha, lacking even a basic sense of direction. She simply ran through the woods, guided solely by intuition, completely oblivious to the anxiety of the Takigakure ninjas trailing behind her. "How do I get to Konoha?" Fu murmured to herself as she ran. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she could already envision the moment of meeting Naruto. The Takigakure ninjas followed closely behind, their hearts a mix of helplessness and concern. They recognized that while Fu's spirited demeanor was endearing, her impulsiveness often left them in a quandary. Yet, they also understood that deep down, Fu's heart was pure. She simply longed for freedom and friendship. "Fu, please slow down. We truly do not know the way to Konoha." The Takigakure ninjas shouted once more. Their voices echoed through the forest, but Fu seemed oblivious, merrily forging ahead. Thus, Fu and the Takigakure ninjas continued to circle through the woods, resembling a never-ending game of chase. Fu's heart overflowed with anticipation for Naruto, while the ninjas could only helplessly follow in her wake, seeking a way to persuade her. "Perhaps we should deceive Fu a bit, saying we will take her to Konoha," one of the Takigakure ninjas whispered. His companion nodded, a glimmer of hope crossing his eyes. Indeed, at this rate, we might truly be exhausted by Fu's exuberance. Chapter 29, The Movements of the Tailed Beast. In the realm of the ninja world, within the land of Earth, the higher-ups of Awagakure gathered with grave expressions, engaged in a serious discussion regarding the content displayed upon the celestial screen. The third Suigetsu, Inoki, occupied the central seat, his brow furrowed, revealing a hint of concern in his gaze. The initial footage depicted Pain's invasion of Konoha, capturing the moment when he apprehended the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. This revelation alerted him to the possibility that the Akatsuki's ambitions extended beyond merely capturing the Nine-Tails. They might be targeting all the tailed beasts. In a low, cautious tone, Inoki proclaimed, "We must remain vigilant and ensure the safety of our tailed beasts and Jinchuriki." One of the senior members of Awagakure nodded in agreement, echoing, "That Suigetsu is correct. The strength of the Akatsuki cannot be underestimated. We must be thoroughly prepared." Inoki pondered for a moment before stating, "I have already dispatched a messenger to inform the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Kuro, to return to the village promptly. We require his power to confront the potential threat." However, when Awagakure's ninja located Old Kuro, who was wandering in the wilderness, he dismissed Inoki's concerns with a scoff. Sitting atop a large boulder, a flask of sake in hand, he leisurely drank, saying, "That old fool Inoki always overthinks. Even if an enemy were to come for me, I could handle it with ease. Return and tell him not to worry." The messenger, helpless, gazed at Old Kuro, attempting to persuade him further, but Old Kuro waved his hand dismissively, signaling for them to leave. His character was one of independence. He abhorred being confined within the village and was reluctant to heed Inoki's commands. In his view, his strength was sufficient to address any threat without the need to return. Meanwhile, in a remote valley of the land of Earth, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, Han, was immersed in arduous training. Han possessed a calm and introspective demeanor, fully aware of the immense power contained within the Five-Tails, understanding that any lapse in control could lead to catastrophic consequences. Thus, he opted for seclusion in this desolate valley, striving to master the formidable strength of the Five-Tails. In the valley, Han's figure appeared particularly solitary under the sunlight, enveloped in thick steam, a manifestation of the Five-Tails' power. His brow furrowed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. It was evident that his training was no easy feat. He murmured to himself, "Not enough. I am still unable to fully control this power." His training was not solely for the enhancement of his strength, but also to prevent the Five-Tails from rampaging and harming innocents. As a Jinchuriki, he bore an immense responsibility. He could not allow a moment of negligence to result in disaster. I must grow stronger. Only then can I safeguard the village and everyone within it. A glimmer of determination flashed in Han's eyes. He took a deep breath and immersed himself once more in his training, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. The ninjas of Iwagakure had also attempted to locate Han, hoping he would return to assist with their defenses, but he had declined their request. Through the messenger, he relayed to Inoki, "Once I have completely mastered the power of the Five Tails, I will return to the village. Going back now would only endanger everyone." Upon learning of old Kuro and Han's attitudes, Inoki let out a resigned sigh. He understood that both Jinchuriki were exceedingly stubborn. Forcibly commanding them to return would likely have the opposite effect. Nevertheless, he recognized the undeniable threat posed by the Akatsuki and knew that he must swiftly devise a response. It seemed that the only course of action was to bolster the village's defenses while closely monitoring the movements of the Akatsuki. Inoki murmured, his tone laced with resignation. In the land of lightning, where the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze caressed the air, the two-tails Jinchuriki, led by the shinobi named Yuki, traversed the dense forest on a vital mission. Their graceful movements and light footsteps made them appear as one with nature. During brief pauses in their task, the team would gather to discuss the videos broadcasted on the celestial screen. Simultaneously, in a bustling area of the village, a massive stage was nearing completion. Bystanders gazed upon it with amusement. "Surely this isn't another concert by Lord Killerby?" one passerby complained. "The last time was so loud it nearly shook the entire village. My windows buzzed from the noise. It was unbearable." Nearby, Omoy, Killerby's disciple, overheard the complaints and was drenched in sweat, silently praying for the upcoming concert to go smoothly. In a nearby room, Killerby busied himself selecting outfits for the event. As he sifted through garments, he conversed with the Eight Tails, Gyuki, residing within him. "What do you think of this outfit for today?" Killerby asked, holding up a vibrant ensemble before the mirror. "It doesn't even matter what you wear as long as you refrain from singing those dreadful songs." Gyuki's voice echoed in Killerby's mind, tinged with discontent. Killerby chuckled, unfazed by Gyuki's grievances. He was confident in his singing talent, believing this concert would undoubtedly bring joy to everyone. Far removed from the clamor, in a secluded mountain valley cloaked in mist, lay a small village where the inhabitants led tranquil lives, seemingly detached from the world. However, within this serene landscape resided a former rogue ninja, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, Yutaka. Once a prodigious ninja of Kirigakure, Yutaka wielded the formidable power of the Six-Tails, the Six-Tails Shichibi. Yet, due to the power struggles within the village and the fear of Jinchuriki, he ultimately chose to flee and became a rogue ninja. Now, he lived on the outskirts of the village, embracing a life free from conflict. Each morning, he wandered through the fog-laden forests, occasionally playing a haunting melody on his flute, as if expressing his inner solitude and tranquility. Yutaka's life appeared leisurely, but he was not entirely isolated. He had taken on a disciple named Mei, who hailed from the Tsuchikumo clan, a once illustrious, now dwindling ninja family. The Tsuchikumo clan was renowned for its unique ninjutsu and powerful sealing techniques, yet as time passed, their glory faded into obscurity. From a young age, Mei bore the weight of revitalizing her clan. She yearned for great power to protect her kin and homeland. Though her talent was modest, her unwavering determination and relentless pursuit of strength set her apart. She recognized that only by training alongside formidable individuals like Yutaka could she realize her aspirations. Thus, she resolutely departed from her family to stand by Yutaka's side, embarking on a rigorous path of training. Yutaka and Appo's training regimen for Mei was exceedingly strict, yet he occasionally displayed his gentler side. He patiently instructed her on chakra control, how to maintain composure in battle, and would even play soothing melodies on his flute to help her unwind during moments of fatigue. Mei held deep admiration and gratitude for Yutaka, viewing him not only as a mentor, but also as a guiding light in her life. Watching Mei grow, Yutaka felt a mix of pride and complexity. He understood that one day she would surpass him, becoming a strong individual in her own right. Meanwhile, he would continue to protect the hard-won peace and tranquility of this land shrouded in mist. In a tranquil corner of the land of water, above a misty pool, two figures emerged silently. Uchiha Obito and Zetsu stood upon the water's surface, appearing as if they were one with the surrounding nature. Obito's mask appeared particularly austere under the dim light, while Zetsu remained split in his typical black and white form. Black Zetsu emanated a somber presence, while white Zetsu sported a hint of a mocking smile. "This marks the fourth location," Black Zetsu murmured, his voice resonating as though it emerged from the depths of the earth, carrying an unsettling weight. The revival site of the Three Tails remained uncertain, yet according to their intelligence, it was most likely to re-emerge in one of these water bodies. Toby's gaze swept across the tranquil surface of the water, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. "The resurrection of the Three Tails is merely a matter of time," he stated calmly, "yet our time is limited. The Akatsuki's plan must not be hindered by the delay of a single-tailed beast." White Zetsu interjected cheerfully, "Rest assured. Every potential location has been assigned several White Zetsu to keep watch. The moment the Three Tails appears, we will be instantly informed. At that point, capturing it will be a simple task." Black Zetsu nodded, adding, "The resurrection of the Three Tails will be a pivotal step in our plan. Once we have it under our control, the capture of the other tailed beasts will proceed more smoothly. Toby fell silent for a moment, his gaze penetrating as he stared into the distance. His thoughts seemed to drift toward a far-off place. The plan that he had fought for over the years, the Eye of the Moon plan. By harnessing the powers of the 9-tailed beasts, resurrecting the 10 tails, and initiating the infinite Tsukuyami, he aspired to create an illusory world devoid of war and suffering. This was his redemption for himself and for the world, as well as his promise to Rin. The resurrection of the 3 tails is merely the beginning. Toby spoke slowly, his voice deep and resolute. The powers of all 9-tailed beasts must be firmly in our grasp. Anyone who obstructs our plan will be utterly eradicated. Black Zetsu and Appo's lips curled into a faint, chilling smile. Rest assured, Toby. Everything is within our control. Whether it is the 3 tails or the other tailed beasts, they will ultimately become the instruments for the realization of our plan. Toby did not respond. His expression remained stern. He understood that the road ahead was still fraught with challenges. The ninja from the 5 great nations would not idly stand by while tailed beasts were captured, especially Naruto from the Hidden Leaf, the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, who would pose the greatest obstacle. Yet, Toby was undaunted. He had long been prepared to confront everything. Continue monitoring these locations, Toby finally commanded, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. The moment the 3 tails is resurrected, inform me immediately. Our plan cannot afford any further delays. Black Zetsu nodded, then slowly sank beneath the water, vanishing from sight. Toby stood alone upon the water's surface, the surrounding mist gradually thickening, as if isolating him from the entire world. His figure flickered in and out of the fog, resembling a ghost emerging from darkness, silently awaiting the moment to arrive. In the distant reaches of outer space, the interior of the moon conceals an unknown secret. This is the dwelling place of the Tsutsuki clan. The Tsutsuki clan descends from Tsutsuki Kagaya's brother, Tsutsuki Hamura. In the past, Hamura, alongside his brother Kagaya, sealed the 10 tails and decided that Kagaya would safeguard the ninja world while Hamura would lead a portion of their kin to the moon to protect the seal of the outer path. As time elapsed, the Tsutsuki clan on the moon gradually grew in number, yet diverged into the main family and branch families due to differing ideologies. After Hamura's death, his descendants interpreted their ancestors' words with discord. The main family believed they should continue safeguarding the ninja world, maintaining peace and balance, while the branch family held an extreme viewpoint, asserting that the ninja world was rife with endless turmoil and conflict, having strayed from Hamura's original intent, rendering its existence meaningless. The branch family firmly believed that destroying the ninja world was in accordance with their ancestors' will, a form of redemption for the world. This radical ideology was passed down through generations within the branch family, ultimately culminating in a civil war among the Tsutsuki clan on the moon. In this brutal civil war, the main family and branch family engaged in a fight to the death. In the end, both sides were nearly annihilated, leaving only 2 clan members, a single adult and a young child. This child was Tsutsuki Shin. Shin grew up amidst the extreme beliefs of the branch family, as his father and kin incessantly instilled within him the notion that the world created by the Sage of 6 Paths was a failed world, mired in conflict for millennia, incapable of achieving true peace. The only solution was to obliterate the ninja world and recreate a pure shinobi realm devoid of war and suffering. Shin's upbringing was steeped in isolation and repression. He had no friends, no family. His only companions were the remaining members of the branch family and their frigid ideologies. His father told him that the Tsutsuki clan on the moon bore the mission of purifying the ninja world, and as the last hope of the branch family, Shin must fulfill this mission. Such thoughts became deeply rooted within Shin's heart, gradually transforming him into a cold and obsessive individual. As he matured, Shin's powers began to awaken. He inherited the formidable bloodline limit of the Tsutsuki clan, capable of wielding the mysterious Rinnegan. This power further solidified his conviction in his mission to annihilate the ninja world and reshape it anew. He began to orchestrate a grand plan, attempting to utilize the Rinnegan's power to utterly destroy the earth. Shin's plan was not a mere impulsive whim, but rather the result of years of contemplation. He believed that only through destruction could true redemption be attained. He cared not for the lives of countless beings in the ninja world, for in his eyes, those lives had long been corrupted by war and desire, devoid of meaning. His sole objective was to fulfill the branch family's mission and realize his ancestors' wishes. However, Shin's plan was not without obstacles. The ninja world still harbored powerful shinobi who would not allow their annihilation. Shin was acutely aware of this. Hence he resolved to bide his time and seize the power of the Hyuga clan, further augmenting his own strength. He aimed to evolve the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan into the Rinnegan, thereby acquiring the power sufficient to obliterate the ninja world. Deep within Shin's heart, a lingering desire for peace may still have existed. Yet, he had become ensnared by extreme ideologies, unable to turn back. His singular goal remained: destroy the ninja world and reshape it anew. This obsession permeated his entire existence. In the tranquil space where Tsutsuki Shin practiced daily, time seemed to stand still. The dim environment of the moon had accustomed him to darkness, though he possessed no eyes. He could still perceive everything around him through the innate talents of the Tsutsuki clan and the power of the Rinnegan. However, one day, his training was interrupted by an unprecedented phenomenon. A luminous screen suddenly materialized before him, as if conjured from thin air. This screen emitted a faint glow, casting its light upon the hollow sockets of Shin's eyes. He halted his actions in shock, a surge of indescribable emotions swelling within him. Although he bore no eyes and was surrounded by eternal darkness, he could vividly see this screen at that moment. The sensation was both foreign and unsettling, as if some force transcending his understanding was intruding upon his world. The screen began to display scenes from the ninja world, battles between shinobi. And over the course of a month, images of conflict flowed before Shin like a rushing stream. He seemingly witnessed wars among the 5 great nations, the destruction of villages, the cries of the innocent, and the fierce struggle for power, witnessing shinobi slaughtering one another for greed and hatred, and countless lives extinguished in the flames of war. These scenes pierced deeply into Shin's heart, further affirming his long-held belief. The ninja world was utterly decayed, and the world created by the Sage of Six Paths was a failed one. Indeed, this world is beyond salvation, Shin murmured coldly, his voice laced with icy resolve. The images on the screen solidified his determination to annihilate the ninja world and forge a pure new world. He believed that only through thorough destruction could true redemption be achieved. Chapter 30. Leisure moments in the real ninja world. In the bustling village of Konoha. Although most candidates from other villages failed to pass the second stage of the Chunin exam, this rare period of leisure afforded them the opportunity to unwind and experience the vibrant atmosphere of the village. The streets were alive with a flow of people. As ninjas navigated through various shops and food stalls, the air thick with the enticing aroma of grilled skewers and the sweet scent of desserts. Groups of candidates wandered together, some savoring Konoha's unique delicacies, others selecting favorite equipment in the ninja tools store, while a few sat in a dessert shop, engaging in leisurely conversation. Despite their inability to advance to the final assessment, they were all acutely aware that the true highlight awaited them in a month's time, the ultimate examination. Those who succeeded would engage in fierce battles under the watchful eyes of the masses, showcasing their strength and wisdom. This clash would not only test their capabilities but also challenge their resolve and determination as ninjas. For the candidates who did not advance, though disappointment lingered, anticipation filled their hearts. After all, such a spectacle of combat was not easily witnessed. During this waiting period, many candidates began to reflect on their performances in the assessment. Some recalled their missteps in the forest of death, lamenting their inability to collaborate effectively with teammates. Others recognized their tactical shortcomings and resolved to enhance their strategic training upon returning home, and still others lamented their insufficient strength, vowing to double their training efforts to stand out in the next Chunin exam. "I must succeed next time," became a solemn oath among many candidates. They understood that becoming a Chunin was not merely about attaining a title. It signified a significant elevation in their ninja careers. Only through relentless effort and honing could they shoulder greater responsibilities in future missions and emerge as true elite ninjas. At the entrance of Konoha, Jiraiya, preparing to depart in search of Tsunade at the outer base, was enveloped in a whirlwind of complex emotions. He was acutely aware that since leaving the village, Tsunade had led a nomadic existence, evading the pains of her past. As a former teammate, Jiraiya understood the importance of Tsunade as strength and wisdom to Konoha, and he was resolute in his determination to persuade her to return, no matter the cost. Just as he stepped out of the village, he spotted 2 familiar figures in the distance, Tsunade and her disciple, Shizen. Tsunade appeared as languid as ever, clutching a sake bottle with a hint of inebriation on her face, while Shizen trailed behind her, cradling their ever-present little piglet. Jiraiya felt a surge of joy. He had not yet set out, and Tsunade had returned of her own accord. He hastened towards them, greeting her with a smile. "Isn't this Tsunade? What a coincidence. I was just about to look for you." Tsunade glanced at him, responding lazily, "Jiraiya? What brings you here? I hadn't heard you were looking for me." Rubbing his head sheepishly, Jiraiya chuckled. "The village needs you now. As your old teammate, it's only right I come personally. But it seems you've returned on your own, saving me the trip." Tsunade scoffed, waving her hand dismissively. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just back to take a look and handle a few matters. Don't expect me to take up the position of 5th Hokage like in that video." Her tone conveyed disdain and resistance, clearly indicating her disinterest in the Hokage role. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, his voice taking on a serious tone. "Tsunade, you know the village's current situation. Our teacher is aging, and the village requires a strong, reputable leader to guide us. You are the most suitable candidate." Tsunade halted, turning to meet Jiraiya's gaze, her tone resolute. "Hokage? Whoever wants it can have it. I have no interest in such troublesome matters." Shizen, standing nearby, softly urged, "Lady Tsunade, the village truly needs you." Tsunade interrupted her, waving her hand. "Shizen, enough. I'm only back to take a look. I'm not interested in anything else." With that, she continued on her way, seemingly unwilling to delve further into the topic. Jiraiya watched her retreating figure, letting out a helpless sigh. He understood that Tsunade's aversion to the Hokage position stemmed from the shadows of her past and the pain of losing loved ones. Yet he also knew that deep down, she still cared for Konoha. He quickened his pace to catch up with her, cheerfully suggesting, "Well, since you're back, at least let us go see our teacher. I'm sure he would love to see you." At the mention of their teacher, Tsunade paused momentarily, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her features. After a brief silence, she nodded. "All right, visiting him wouldn't hurt. But don't expect me to change my mind." Jiraiya smiled, choosing not to press further. He understood that persuading Tsunade would take time, and all he could do was guide her step by step, helping her rediscover her sense of responsibility and belonging to the village. The three of them walked toward the village, the setting sun casting a warm glow upon them, elongating their shadows. Inside the Konoha Inn, the curtains drawn tight, the dim candlelight flickered shadows upon the walls. Disguised as the fourth Kazekage, Orochimaru sat quietly at the table. His pale fingers lightly tapping the surface, his eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon a recently delivered confidential letter. Jiraiya. Tsunade, he murmured softly. His voice raspy and chilling. What a nostalgic coincidence. Outside the window, the distant sounds of Konoha's villagers echoed, seemingly discussing the images displayed on the grand screen. A cold smile crept across Orochimaru's lips, his gaze growing increasingly dangerous. Who would have thought that the images shown would prompt both of you to return to the village? He slowly rose, moving to the window, peering through the curtain-esque gap toward Hokage Rock. It seems my plans require some adjustment. Looking down at his hands, still retaining the form of the fourth Kazekage, he knew they would soon revert to their original state, tearing apart this facade of deception. Orochimaru summoned a small white snake, which emerged with a sealed scroll in its mouth. He traced his fingers over the scroll's surface, murmuring softly, "Release." A cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing several specialized containers. Each container was immersed in various flesh and blood samples. First Hokage Hashirama Senju, second Hokage Tobarama Senju, fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Even the recently acquired corpse of the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Fortunately, I prepared in advance. He reached for one of the containers, inside which floated a strand of silvery hair, belonging to Katodan, Tsunade's former lover. He chuckled coldly, pondering what her expression would be when she saw him standing before her once more. Orochimaru recalled the several Konoha ninjas captured by his subordinates lurking in the outskirts over the past few days, excellent offerings for his purpose. While he had enough sacrifices for the reanimation jutsu, he still needed a bit more. He mused that if he could divert Jiraiya and Tsunade's attention, his plan would proceed smoothly. He moved to the window, gazing toward the Hokage building, a glimmer of icy light flashing in his eyes. "Teacher," he whispered to himself, "soon, we shall have a proper reunion." The images on the grand screen sent unprecedented ripples among the nobility of various nations. Within the Fire Country's daimyo's residence, several lords dressed in opulent attire sat before four massive screens, their grave expressions reflected in the glowing light. "Gentlemen, I trust you have all seen." The daimyo of the Wind Country began, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "The power of those ninjas has exceeded our imagination." Exceeded imagination? The daimyo of the Lightning Country scoffed. "The battles displayed are akin to the might of gods. If one day a certain ninja village's leader or a rogue ninja seeks to overthrow us, will our armies be able to withstand such force?" A heavy silence followed. The daimyo of the Land of Earth slowly lifted the teacup but refrained from sipping, instead gazing at the swirling tea within. He murmured, "We hold dominion over the common folk and the economy, while the hidden villages command military might." This was the essence of balance. Yet, if the strength of the ninjas has escalated to a point where they can disregard our armies, that equilibrium has already been shattered. Our samurai and forces, in the face of such formidable ninjas, may find themselves incapable even of stalling for time. The daimyo of the Land of Water spoke gravely. Casting a glance at the figure known as Pain in the Heavens, one jutsu from him could annihilate a mountain. Our walls, our troops, even the entirety of the daimyo's estate, must appear as mere paper to them. What is even more alarming is that although the hidden villages are ostensibly under our jurisdiction, what is the reality? The daimyo of the Land of Fire narrowed his eyes. The power of the shadows operates almost independently of us. They possess their own finances, their own regulations, and even their own authority in matters of warfare. We may bestow upon them mission commissions, and they may outwardly acquiesce to our directives. But when the moment of truth arrives, who can guarantee they will not turn against us? Especially now. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning lowered his voice. The heavens have revealed glimpses of the future. Could this incite a sense of disloyalty among the ninjas? For instance, might some conclude that rather than obeying us, it is more prudent to seize control for themselves? We cannot remain passive. The daimyo of the Land of Earth placed the teacup down. A glint of cold resolve in his eyes. We must devise a means to counterbalance the power of the ninjas. How shall we achieve this balance? The daimyo of the Land of Water furrowed his brow. The chakra of the ninjas, their jutsu, and even those enigmatic bloodline limits are beyond the capacity of an ordinary army to contend with. Perhaps we could exploit internal divisions. The daimyo of the Land of Wind suggested contemplatively. The hidden villages are not monolithic. Conflicts exist among the various clans. If we could incite them to turn against one another, we might diminish their collective strength. Alternatively, we could foster new powers. The daimyo of the Land of Fire mused, for instance, cultivating military forces that do not rely on chakra, or seeking out special weapons that can counter the ninjas. Regardless of the path we choose, action is imperative. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning rose, surveying the assembly. Otherwise, one day in the future, we may not even comprehend how we met our demise. As the meeting concluded, the four screens dimmed sequentially, yet within their hearts, the seeds of unease had already been sown. Chapter 31. Seeking Survival in the Realm of the Shinobi. while the feudal lords of the 5 great nations and the leaders of the hidden villages were engrossed in political maneuvering and power struggles. The plight of the forgotten weaklings in the small hidden villages went unnoticed. Among the participants of the Chunin exams, one red-haired girl from the Suigetsu team stood out, Karen. Wearing glasses and with her long crimson hair tied into a ponytail, she appeared ordinary at first glance, yet her limbs were covered in a multitude of bite marks. These scars were not the result of battle, but rather inflicted by her own comrades, the shinobi of Suigetsu. Karen's mother was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan from the Land of Whirlpools, possessing formidable chakra and unique healing abilities. However, following the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools, the Uzumaki clan was scattered and forced into exile until her mother was taken in by Suigetsu. What she thought would be sanctuary turned out to be a mere exploitation of her abilities. Her blood and chakra were utilized to heal others' injuries. Thus, she was treated as a mere blood bank, with shinobi biting her skin to siphon her chakra whenever they were wounded. This brutal exploitation persisted day after day. Year after year, Karen's mother endured countless bites, her health deteriorating until she ultimately succumbed to exhaustion from her chakra being drained. In her final moments, she clutched Karen's hand tightly, her eyes filled with despair and worry, aware that her daughter was destined to follow the same tragic path. Karen's childhood was cast in the shadow of such cruelty. From a young age, she was used as a tool, accumulating more and more bite marks. Some wounds never truly healing. The shinobi of Suigetsu were indifferent to her suffering. They only cared for her utility, a medical supply that could be exploited endlessly. In this Chunin exam, Karen was sent by Suigetsu not due to her qualifications, but rather as a logistical support. Whenever a shinobi in the team was injured, she would be thrust forward to endure their bites. Yet, Karen was not devoid of her own thoughts. She constantly sought an opportunity to escape. She did not wish to meet the same grim fate as her mother, drained of her last drop of chakra. But where could she flee? She vaguely recalled her mother mentioning Konoha, a place where members of the Uzumaki clan resided, including a red-haired kunoichi Kushina. However, her mother harbored a deep-seated aversion, even a semblance of hatred, towards Konoha. Karen did not know the specifics but sensed her mother's distrust. Therefore, even though she recognized Konoha might be her only sanctuary, she dared not approach. If even Konoha could not be trusted, where else could I go? Karen clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. At that moment, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a corner of the examination venue. There stood a blond boy, laughing boisterously with his companions. She did not know him, yet for some inexplicable reason, she felt that this person might alter her fate. After the preliminary rounds concluded, the shinobi of Suigetsu, preparing to return to their village, let their guard down. And Karen seized her chance. That night, while 2 of her Suigetsu companions slept, she quietly rose, her heart pounding like a drum. She understood that if captured and returned, she would face torturous suffering worse than death. The village would never forgive a blood bank that dared to escape. But Karen could no longer endure. She thought of the blonde boy Uzumaki Naruto. In the images displayed above, he was bright and courageous, never backing down even against formidable foes. More importantly, he was of her own bloodline, a member of the Uzumaki clan. If anyone in this world could aid her, it must be him. With resolve, Karen took a deep breath and stealthily left the campsite under the cover of night. She avoided the main paths, navigating through the forest, fearful of being discovered by the shinobi of Suigetsu. Her chakra sensing abilities were exceptional, allowing her to evade patrolling shinobi. Yet every rustle of the wind sent shivers down her spine. After a day, Karen finally infiltrated the outskirts of Konoha. She dared not enter the village directly, instead hiding at the forest's edge, observing the village's activities. Naruto, she reminisced about his vibrant presence during the exams, his orange attire, blue eyes, always bursting with energy. She had no knowledge of where he resided or how to find him. Her options were limited. Finally, 2 evenings later, she spotted a familiar figure. Naruto was concluding his training with his companions, complaining loudly about his hunger as they walked away. Karen's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. She instinctively wanted to approach but hesitated. Would he truly help me? What if he was just like those in Suigetsu, only seeking to exploit my abilities? But in the next moment, she recalled Naruto's protective demeanor towards his friends. No, he is different. Taking a deep breath, Karen summoned her courage and stepped out from behind the trees. Please wait. Naruto turned, surprised, to face the source of the voice. A red-haired girl stood a short distance away, her eyes behind glasses filled with tension and anticipation. Who are you? Karen clenched the hem of her clothing, her voice trembling slightly. I am Karen, a shinobi from Suigetsu. No, I escaped. She paused, gathering her courage to meet his gaze. I seek your help. Naruto blinked, still processing, as Sakura and Sasuke exchanged wary looks. From Suigetsu? Why are you seeking Naruto? Sakura asked, frowning. Karen bit her lip, speaking softly. Because we are of the same clan. Same clan. Naruto's eyes widened. The Uzumaki clan, I am one too. Karen whispered. Moreover, I saw you in the images above and know you are someone I can trust. Naruto paused for a few seconds, then broke into a brilliant smile. So that's how it is. You are my kin. He strode forward, patting Karen on the shoulder. Do not worry, I will help you. Karen's eyes welled with tears. She had finally found hope, just as Naruto was reassuring Karen of his promise to help. A languid yet steady voice floated down from the treetops. Ah, quite a lively scene here. Everyone looked up to see Kakashi, the silver-haired Chunin. Perched casually on a branch, his ever-present book in hand, his visible eye bore an unusual seriousness. His gaze fell upon Karen's red hair. Pausing momentarily as if he saw a familiar figure through her Kushina Izumaki, his teacher's wife and Naruto's mother. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, "Look, I found a fellow clan member." Kakashi gracefully descended from the tree, closing his book, his expression warm yet scrutinizing. "Indeed, I heard." He turned his attention to Karen, his voice calm yet firm. "Could you elaborate on your situation?" Karen felt a wave of nerves, her fingers instinctively twisting the hem of her clothing. But under Kakashi's steady gaze, she recounted her experiences, her mother's life drained by Suigetsu, her own treatment as a tool, the bite marks on her skin, and her daring escape in search of Naruto. "That is outrageous," Naruto exclaimed, striking a nearby tree with his fist, his eyes aflame with anger. How could they treat a comrade like that? Sakura clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. "It's even more brutal than the sound Nin." Sasuke remained silent, but his gaze had turned cold. Kakashi paused for a moment before sighing softly. This is indeed not a matter to be taken lightly. He turned to Xianglin, softening his tone somewhat. However, Kusa Hidden Village is, after all, an allied ninja village. Harboring their rogue ninja without consent could spark diplomatic issues. Are we to let her return and continue to be tormented by those people? Naruto exclaimed passionately. Kakashi placed a hand on Naruto's head, tousling his golden hair. Calm down, Naruto. This matter is not for you Fujinin to decide. He paused, glancing at the others. Let us first take her to see Lord Third Hokage, who shall determine whether she can be sheltered here. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, furrowed his brow deeply as he listened to Xianglin's account. He took a puff from his pipe, slowly exhaling the smoke, his gaze lingering on Xianglin's crimson hair. Descendant of the Uzumaki clan, he murmured, seemingly recalling some distant memory. Hokage-sama. Naruto couldn't help but step forward. Xianglin really can't go back to Kusa Hidden Village. They don't even treat her like a human. The third Hokage pondered for a moment before looking at Kakashi. What is your opinion? Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, spoke calmly yet firmly. From a humanitarian perspective, we cannot send her back. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan has profound ties with Konoha. The third Hokage nodded and turned to Xianglin. Child, do you wish to remain in Konoha? Xianglin's eyes reddened as she nodded vigorously. I do. As long as I am no longer treated as a tool. I am willing to do anything. The third Hokage smiled kindly. Very well, from this day forth, you are a member of Konoha. Naruto cheered, embracing Xianglin. That's wonderful. From now on, we are comrades. Tears finally fell from Xianglin's eyes. At last, she had found her true home. Outside Konoha. When the two Kusa ninjas awoke from their slumber, they discovered that Xianglin had long vanished, leaving only a disarray of signs. That damn bloodbag. How dare she escape? One of them seethed, kicking over the campfire, sparks flying. It's your fault for sleeping so soundly. The other glared at him. If the village finds out we've lost her, we're both finished. They cursed each other but knew they had to find Xianglin quickly. Otherwise, they would not only lose a precious healing tool but also face severe punishment for their negligence. During their search, they accidentally stumbled upon a concealed cave entrance. The cave walls were etched with indistinct runes, evidently not of natural origin. What in the world is this place? One frowned. Who cares? That girl might be hiding in here. The other unsheathed a kunai and ventured inside first. However, as they stepped deeper into the cave, they sensed something amiss. The air was thick with a chilling aura, and it felt as though countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. Who is there? One shouted, his voice echoing in the empty cave. In the next moment, several shadows darted out from the darkness with astonishing speed. Sound ninjas? The Kusa ninjas' pupils dilated as they immediately assumed a combat stance. But it was too late. The sound ninjas launched a swift and lethal assault within mere seconds. The two Kusa ninjas had their throats slit, unable to even utter a scream before collapsing into a pool of blood. The sound ninjas glanced coldly at the bodies, one murmuring, "What a nuisance." Just then, a hoarse voice echoed from the depths of the cave. What happened? A sound ninja respectfully replied, Lord Danzo. Just two Kusa ninjas who stumbled in. They have been dealt with. Emerging from the shadows, Shimura Danzo's single eye scanned the corpses with icy disdain. How did the Kusa ninjas find this place? His voice was low, laced with undeniable authority. Unknown, but it seems they were pursuing a fleeing red-haired girl. A strange glimmer flickered in Danzo's eye. A red-haired girl, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? He paused for a moment before commanding, immediately increase security. This stronghold must not be exposed. Additionally, send someone to investigate the whereabouts of that red-haired girl. The sound ninjas bowed in acknowledgement and swiftly vanished into the darkness. Danzo stood still, his single eye narrowing. The power of the Uzumaki clan must not be squandered. In the Hokage's office, the morning sunlight streamed through the window as Sarutobi Hiruzen reviewed documents, the wisps of smoke curling from his pipe drifting lazily in the light. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and Danzo entered, leaning on his cane, his expression grim. Hiruzen, Danzo's voice was low and unyielding. I have heard that you have taken in a rogue ninja from Kusa Hidden Village without authorization. The third Hokage raised his head, calmly meeting the gaze of his old friend and political rival. You are quite well informed. Indeed, that is the case. Danzo snorted derisively. Though Kusa Hidden Village is a minor nation, it is still an ally. Are you intent on provoking a diplomatic dispute by sheltering their defector without consultation? Sarutobi set down his pen, exhaling slowly. That child is not a rogue ninja. She is a victim, abused by Kusa as a bloodbag. Konoha has a responsibility to protect her. Sentimentality. Danzo slammed his cane onto the ground. For the sake of a little girl from an outer village, are you willing to expose Konoha to unnecessary risks? This is not a risk. It is a moral obligation, the third Hokage replied firmly. Moreover, she is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, deeply connected to our Konoha. Upon hearing the words Uzumaki clan, a glimmer of interest flickered in Danzo's solitary eye. In that case, it would be better for me to handle this matter. Danzo stepped closer, his voice lowered yet filled with pressure. Root can properly accommodate her, avoiding diplomatic issues while ensuring her safety. Sarutobi's gaze sharpened. He understood Danzo all too well. His so-called proper accommodation was merely a ploy to control Xianglin and exploit her Uzumaki lineage and unique abilities. No need for that. The third Hokage stood up, tapping his pipe lightly against the table. I have already decided to let her remain in Konoha, under the temporary care of Kakashi's Team 7. Danzo's expression darkened. Hiruzen, you are being driven by emotions. No, I am fulfilling the duties of the Hokage. Sarutobi met Danzo's gaze steadily, his voice calm yet authoritative. I am the Hokage. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. The air thickened with tension as the two locked eyes. Years of ideological conflict reaching a boiling point. Finally, Danzo sneered. I hope you do not regret today's decision. With that, he turned and departed. The sound of his cane striking the marble floor echoing down the corridor, a muted warning of his displeasure. Sarutobi watched the closed door, taking a deep breath of smoke. Danzo exited the Hokage's office, his cane striking the marble floor heavily, producing a dull thud. As he rounded the corner of the hallway, he unexpectedly collided with Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were walking together. Jiraiya was cheerfully chatting with Tsunade when he looked up and saw Danzo's stormy expression, momentarily taken aback. Oh. Lord Danzo, who upset you this early in the morning? Danzo shot him a cold glance, snorting disdainfully through his nose, and without halting his steps, brushed past the two, leaving a chilling aura in his wake. Jiraiya scratched his head, bewildered. Did he take the wrong medicine? Or did one of Root get punished again? Tsunade crossed her arms, watching Danzo's retreating figure with a smirk of derision. What else could it be? He must have run into the old man and hit a wall again. Jiraiya blinked. The old man clashed with him again? Who knows? Tsunade impatiently flicked her long golden hair, knowing full well that after every discussion with Danzo, he wore that expression as if someone owed him 8 million ryo. She strode towards the Hokage's office, her tone laced with disdain. Let's go and see the old man. He keeps insisting that I take over. At this rate, I might as well leave Konoha with Shizen to avoid being bothered by these trivial matters every day. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, following closely behind her. Don't say that. If you run away, the old man will surely thrust the Hokage position upon me. I have no desire to spend my days cooped up in the office, signing documents. Tsunade shot him an exasperated glance. Do you think I want this? As they pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the window, puffing on his pipe. Upon hearing the noise, he turned and greeted them with a warm smile. Oh, you two have come together. How rare. Tsunade plopped down onto the sofa, crossing her legs, cut the pleasantries. What did Danzo come to see you about? He looked as if he had just been pricked by a kunai. The third Hokage sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. It's the same old issue, a clash of ideals. Jiraiya leaned in closer, his arm draped over Tsunade's shoulder. Old man, what did you provoke him about this time? It wouldn't be because of that red-haired girl, would it? Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and nodded slightly. Danzo wanted to acquire her, but I refused. Tsunade scoffed, as expected. That man's obsession with bloodline limits and special abilities rivals even Orochimaru's. Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully, but still, since she is of the Uzumaki clan, it's better for her to stay in Konoha. Naruto would surely be thrilled. I've already arranged for her to interact with Team 7. The third Hokage turned his gaze to Tsunade, suddenly shifting the topic. By the way, Tsunade, regarding the Hokage position. Stop right there. Tsunade interjected, raising her hand to halt him, her expression one of distaste. I didn't come here to discuss that today. Shizen is still waiting for me at the hospital. I must take my leave. With that, she stood up, ready to depart. Jiraiya quickly blocked her path. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. You finally returned to the village. At least share a drink with me. Tsunade glared at him. Drink? You owe me money from our last bet. Watching the two bicker as they exited the office, Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled helplessly, but his gaze grew increasingly profound. He looked out at the bright sunlight streaming through the window and murmured to himself, who should the future of Konoha truly be entrusted to? Chapter 32, A New Life in the Real Ninja World. After the third Hokage consented to take in Shafeng, Konoha swiftly arranged a cozy little house for her, conveniently located next to Naruto's residence. This proximity not only facilitated their mutual care for one another, but also allowed Shafeng to experience the warmth and concern of the village. Upon learning this news, Naruto was overjoyed, practically dancing with excitement as he eagerly invited Shafeng to explore the bustling streets of Konoha, introducing her to his friends. Listen up. Everyone, this is Shafeng, my clanswoman. Naruto declared proudly to Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, and the others, thumping his chest. Although the group was not particularly familiar with the Uzumaki clan, they couldn't help but smile at Naruto's elation. Sakura stepped forward, taking Shanfeng's hand in hers, and warmly welcomed her to Konoha, proclaiming, "From now on, we shall be friends." Shikamaru lazily waved his hand, yet a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Though this adds to our troubles, welcome." Choji generously offered her a bag of chips, saying, "Here, a welcome gift." Shanfeng accepted it somewhat awkwardly, feeling her eyes welling with warmth. On the third day of Shanfeng's stay in Konoha, she learned that the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had returned to the village and had specifically requested to meet the new Uzumaki clan member. At that moment, Shanfeng was tidying her new room, cradling a stack of freshly received ninja uniforms. Upon hearing the news, her movements abruptly halted, her pupils constricting slightly as her heart felt as though gripped by an invisible hand. "Really? Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama?" Her voice trembled, and her fingers instinctively twisted the fabric of her clothes. Of course, Naruto grinned widely, completely oblivious to her anxiety. The pervy sage may seem carefree, but he's incredibly formidable. Although Granny Tsunade can be a bit intimidating, she is genuinely kind. Shanfeng forced a smile, but her heart was already tumultuous with concern. Why would such prominent figures wish to meet me? Countless thoughts raced through her mind. Was her identity under scrutiny? Or perhaps the higher-ups in Konoha did not fully trust her as an outsider? Or did they wish for her to relive her past experiences in the grass village? Those days of being treated as a mere tool, the painful memories of chakra exploitation. No, calm down. She took a deep breath, attempting to steady her racing heart. The third Hokage has accepted me, and Naruto regards me as family. There shouldn't be any issues, yet. Unease lingered like a shadow. She gazed down at her hands. The scars from past bites had healed, but the memories remained indelibly etched in her heart. What if they find me troublesome? "Hey, Shanfeng, are you all right?" Naruto leaned in closer, concern evident in his cerulean eyes. "You look a bit pale." "Oh, I'm fine." She hastily shook her head, forcing herself to regain composure. "It's just a bit surprising. Such important figures want to see me, and I don't know how to face them." Naruto laughed heartily, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. "Don't think too much. They're really nice people, especially Granny Tsunade. Even though she seems fierce, she genuinely cares for her juniors. Come on, I'll take you there." Shanfeng bit her lip but ultimately nodded in agreement. "No matter what, I cannot run away any longer." She followed Naruto toward the Hokage and Appo's office, each step quickening her heartbeat. Yet, deep within, a faint glimmer of anticipation began to swell. Perhaps, this could be a new beginning. When Shanfeng stood before Jiraiya and Tsunade, her nervousness nearly rendered her speechless. Jiraiya stroked his chin, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he remarked, "Oh, so this is the little girl from the Uzumaki clan? Her chakra feels quite unique." Tsunade approached, her gaze resting on Shanfeng's partially healed scars, her brow slightly furrowing. "You're Shanfeng, right?" Tsunade's voice was unexpectedly gentle. "The Senju and Uzumaki clans are distant relatives. Our two clans share a profound bond. I've heard of your mother's story." Shanfeng's head snapped up, shock and sorrow flickering in her eyes. Tsunade gently placed a hand on her shoulder, saying, "Let the past remain in the past. From now on, Konoha will be your home." Subsequently, Tsunade offered to treat Shanfeng's injuries. As the gentle glow of medical ninjutsu enveloped her, Shanfeng felt a warm current flow through her, gradually dissipating the weariness and pain that had long accumulated. "Your chakra has been overexerted. You need to rest for a while. If you're interested in the future, I could teach you medical ninjutsu. Your physique is quite suitable for it." Tears brimmed in Shanfeng and Appo's eyes as she nodded vigorously, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you. I will do my best." That night, as Shanfeng lay on her new bed, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, her heart swelled with mixed emotions. In just a few days, her life had transformed dramatically. She had companions to lean on, mentors willing to guide her, and even a true home. Memories of her mother and Appo's last words surged forth, and silent tears streamed down her cheeks. "Mother, can you see me? I am very happy now." She whispered softly, clutching the edge of the blanket. "I will live well, carrying your spirit with me." Outside, moonlight bathed the streets of Konoha in a serene glow. Shanfeng closed her eyes, experiencing for the first time in ages a profound sense of peace. She understood that her new life was just beginning. In a room at the Konoha Inn, Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, stood quietly by the windows, his golden serpent-like pupils narrowing as he observed the red-haired girl walking side by side with Naruto in the distance. A survivor of the Uzumaki clan, and from the grass village, no less? He murmured softly, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. How intriguing. He recalled the demise of the land of whirlpools, a nation once renowned for its powerful sealing techniques, ultimately obliterated by the combined assaults of several ninja villages. Though Konoha was embroiled in battle at the time, stretched thin, with the capabilities of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, it could have intervened if it truly desired to. Yet, they chose silence. So-called allies are but shadows before self-interest. Later, Konoha welcomed Kushina Uzumaki, gaining access to vast reserves of sealing techniques and secret ninjutsu. The plan to harness the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki progressed seamlessly. And now, Hiruzen had benevolently taken in this girl named Shanfeng. Sensei, have you truly grown soft in your old age? Orochimaru's fingertips grazed the window frame, a flicker of derision crossing his eyes. Or perhaps, you two have ulterior motives? He recalled his past research in Konoha, exploring bloodline limits in the essence of life. The Uzumaki clan's physical attributes were remarkably unique. Their chakra was immense and resilient, their vitality surpassing that of ordinary beings. Some even possessed the ability to heal others through bites. Such beings were prime subjects for research. If I could acquire that girl. His tongue lightly brushed his lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Yet, he quickly resumed a facade of calm restraint. However, now is not the time. At present, his plan was to destroy Konoha, eliminate the third Hokage, and seize Sasuke's body. While Shanfeng was an unexpected gain, her priority was evidently lower compared to the Sharingan. However, once the dust settles, perhaps I can conveniently take her away. With this thought, Orochimaru chuckled softly, his laughter cold yet pleasant. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan must not be squandered, dear teacher. Outside the window, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the streets of Konoha, tinting everything a sanguine hue. At training ground 30, Sasuke panted lightly. His black hair damp with sweat, clinging to his pallid skin. He gripped the kunai tightly, his Sharingan fixed intently on Kakashi's every movement. Once more, he barked. His figure suddenly lunging forward, lightning chakra coalescing in his palm, emitting a piercing cry akin to a bird. Chidori. Kakashi, with one hand tucked into his pocket, narrowed his exposed right eye slightly. Just as Sasuke was about to strike, his figure abruptly transformed into an afterimage and vanished. Too slow. Kakashi's voice resonated from behind Sasuke. A swift chop landing gently on his nape. In real combat, an enemy would not grant you such ample time to prepare. Sasuke stumbled 2 steps, gritting his teeth as he turned. Enough with the nonsense. Kakashi sighed, returning the intimate paradise to his ninja gear pouch. Sasuke, Chidori is not to be wielded like that. He raised his hand, the same lightning chakra gathering in his palm, but this time, the form was more refined. Watch closely. Suddenly, the lightning in Kakashi's hand split into several slender arcs, weaving through the air like living creatures. In the next instant, these arcs coalesced into a net of lightning, enveloping an area of several meters completely. What is this? Sasuke's Sharingan whirled desperately, attempting to decipher this transformation. Chidori stream, lightning net, Kakashi elucidated. One of the advanced applications of Chidori. It can serve not only as a defense, but also to restrict an opponent's movements. Sasuke's pupils constricted slightly. He had never imagined Chidori could be utilized in such a manner. Next came the practical training. Kakashi suddenly formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. 3 Kakashis appeared simultaneously, surrounding Sasuke in a triangular formation. Remember, true strength lies in adaptability. The 3 Kakashis spoke in unison. Now, try to break through this encirclement. Sasuke inhaled deeply, the tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly. He felt the intensity of today's training had markedly escalated. Yet, this suited him perfectly. Only through such rigorous training could he grow stronger, enabling him to eliminate that man. Lightning surged once more in his hands, but this time, he began to experiment with altering the shape of his chakra. Though still clumsy, he could already perceive the beginnings of branching arcs. Kakashi's lips, hidden beneath his mask, curled slightly upwards. This disciple truly possesses extraordinary talent. In the dim underground base, Danzo slammed his cane heavily against the floor, the dull thud echoing through the empty corridor. His solitary eye burned with suppressed fury, the wrinkles on his face deepening with rage. Again this. He hissed through clenched teeth, his voice as cold as a serpent's strike. Hiruzen, that old fool, uses his position as Hokage to oppose me at every turn. His footsteps resonated heavily against the stone floor. Memories of his recent dispute with the third Hokage replaying in his mind. Each time he proposed measures to strengthen Konoha, Hiruzen would reject him with that infuriatingly calm demeanor. Every time he advocated for more aggressive tactics, Hiruzen would suppress him with the authority of his title. What peace? What shinobi way? Danzo suddenly slammed his fist against the wall. Weak. Such naive thoughts will only lead Konoha to ruin. His mind involuntarily drifted back to that unforgettable day decades ago, when the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, led their retreat while being pursued by the Kin and Jin brothers. At that moment, Tobirama needed someone to volunteer to hold the rear. Danzo and Appo's solitary eye narrowed slightly. The images from his memory vivid as if they had occurred yesterday. He recalled his desire to step forward. But it was that fleeting moment of hesitation that allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to take the initiative. Just that brief second. It determined the rightful claim to the Hokage title. If only. Danzo's fingers dug deeply into his palm. If only I had been a moment quicker. At the end of the corridor, several root ninjas knelt silently, awaiting orders. Clad in masks, they resembled emotionless machines, blending seamlessly into the dark surroundings. Danzo halted, casting a cold glance over these utterly loyal subordinates. A sinister smile crept across his lips. Soon, very soon. Hiruzen, your era is coming to an end. He turned and strode towards the innermost chamber, where he had meticulously prepared his trump cards over the years, among them the forbidden experimental results and his secret dealings with Orochimaru. What you took from me back then. Danzo's voice echoed in the chamber. I shall reclaim with my own hands. For the future of Konoha, necessary sacrifices are inevitable. A glint of madness flickered in his solitary eye. In the darkness, he envisioned the day he would ascend to the position of Hokage. And to realize this ambition, he was unperturbed by the cost to all of Konoha. Chapter 33. Rebirth through Impure World Reincarnation. As the various factions within the ninja world busied themselves, the colossal countdown in the sky finally reached its conclusion. A new scene emerged upon the luminous curtain spanning the heavens, drawing the attention of the weary onlookers. Top 5 Sage Kabuto vs. Uchiha Brothers. The order is not indicative of ranking, merely sequence. Main characters. Sage Kabuto. I am no longer a serpent. The perfect power of a sage has shed my skin, elevating me to the form of a dragon. Akatsuki S. Crimson Phoenix. A ninja is defined by the cruel choices they are often compelled to make. Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time. Orochimaru S. Apprentice, Sasuke Uchiha, to Itachi, I am more significant than the village. In my heart, he holds the same importance. As the images flickered across the celestial screen, individuals from every corner of the ninja realm observed the Uchiha brothers traversing the dim depths of the forest. In the footage, Itachi, resurrected through impure world reincarnation, walked with measured steps, the hem of his Akatsuki cloak swaying gently beneath a veil of dust. Beside him, Sasuke's eyes burned with a hatred so intense it felt tangible, the glint of his Kazekage sword flickering ominously in the shadows. Suddenly, Itachi halted. A withered leaf landing softly upon his shoulder, which he brushed away with an air of tranquility. According to intelligence, Kabuto was said to be lurking nearby. Itachi's voice resonated through the celestial display, calm, as if discussing mundane matters. Sasuke's response, however, was laced with a chilling resolve. That treacherous scoundrel must be dealt with decisively this time. His hand instinctively brushed against his left eye, still haunted by the pain of his battle with Danzo. As the brothers approached the mouth of a cave, Itachi cautioned, "Be wary, you may have sensed our arrival." His Sharingan swirled in the darkness, the three tomo gradually aligning into a kaleidoscopic pattern. Sasuke's cold smirk sent shivers through the audience watching from afar, just as I wish. His chakra surged, crackling with electric energy at his fingertips. In that instant, the scene zoomed in, offering a close-up of Itachi's serene visage, which concealed a multitude of untold stories. The entire ninja world bore witness as Sasuke stepped into the cave first. And Itachi's gaze lingered on him, a gaze filled with both pride and concern, typical of an older brother watching his sibling grow. In the real ninja realm, the dust of the training ground remained unsettled, as Sasuke's Chidori pulsated at his fingertips. Upon catching sight of the familiar figure upon the celestial screen, the lightning flickered out, and the world seemed to freeze in that moment. Itachi, the name escaped Sasuke's lips, laced with venomous hatred. A kunai thudded into the ground, and his Sharingan spun wildly, the tomo distorting into a grotesque pattern. Kakashi swiftly formed seals to cancel the training session, his own Sharingan widening in alarm. "Wait, Sasuke. That ISNT. What am I doing?" Sasuke roared, his voice raw and primal. He fixed his gaze upon the version of himself walking alongside Itachi on the screen, his chakra spiraling out of control. Why didn't I kill him? Why am I still walking beside him? The trees surrounding the training ground began to sway violently, startled birds scattering in panic. A few Umbu shinobi materialized around them, only to be halted by Kakashi's raised hand. "Look closely, Sasuke," he said, his tone unusually stern. "That Itachi seems somewhat off. Moreover," he narrowed his eyes, "you appear to be confronting a common enemy." "Shut up," Sasuke retaliated, unleashing a colossal fireball into the sky, the searing flames distorting the air around the training ground. "How could I possibly align myself with that man, that demon who slaughtered our entire clan?" His voice faltered as he witnessed the version of himself on the screen nodding slightly to the impure Itachi, a gesture imbued with an unsettling camaraderie. In a fit of rage, he pointed at the screen. "What grotesque illusion is this? Who dares to toy with me?" At that moment, the scene shifted abruptly, revealing the sinister visage of Sage Kabuto. Just as Sasuke prepared to unleash his fury, he froze. He clearly heard himself say on the screen, "That insidious fiend must be dealt with thoroughly this time." Kakashi seized the opportunity. "It appears that you truly are collaborating against a formidable foe. Sasuke, calm down and consider, this might be the future." An Umbu member suddenly recalled that the scenes displayed earlier were fragments yet to transpire. Sasuke's breath gradually steadied, yet the hatred within his Sharingan remained unyielding. He fixated on the brothers' silhouettes entering the cave, a chilling smirk creeping onto his face. "Very well, I shall await the revelation of this future game." In a moment laden with turmoil, he turned and sprinted away, and Kakashi keenly observed. Sasuke's fingers trembled uncontrollably. "Should we pursue?" an Umbu whispered. Kakashi shook his head, his gaze filled with complexity as he watched the Itachi of the screen stand resolutely alongside his brother. "Let him find solitude for now. Some truths may be far more brutal than revenge." "Is that Mr. Itachi?" Kisame Hashigaki perched atop a tree, his shark-like eyes narrowing into a characteristic serrated smile. "It seems the future tale shall be rather intriguing." Itachi stood quietly to the side, the dark Akatsuki cloak fluttering gently in the drizzle. He gazed up at the dusty image of himself on the screen, a subtle ripple passing through his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. "Impure world reincarnation," he murmured, the words nearly drowned by the sound of rain. Upon witnessing the grown Sasuke walking alongside him, His pupils constricted imperceptibly. Kisame observed his partner's reaction with keen interest. I did not expect you to be summoned back after death. Moreover, he glanced at the Sasuke on screen. It seems your brother has finally grasped your intentions? Itachi remained silent, his focus unwavering upon the image of his brother, now a capable ninja. Although Sasuke's hatred lingered, their movements revealed a subtle understanding. This was far better than he had anticipated, yet also far more perilous. As Kabuto's figure emerged on the screen, Itachi's fingertips twitched almost imperceptibly. Orochimaru's subordinate, the techniques of the Richi cave, in that enigmatic form, all heralded a future fraught with complexities beyond imagination. It seems Orochimaru's plaything has grown considerably, Kisame remarked. But to be jointly confronted by you brothers is quite the honor for him. The rain intensified, dampening Itachi's lashes. He lowered his gaze, rapidly contemplating various possibilities. The impure world reincarnation signified that he could not escape death, yet Sasuke would be fighting alongside him. This indicated an unexpected turn of events, one that leaned towards a favorable outcome. However, Kabuto's emergence was a perilous omen. That man was as treacherous as Orochimaru. Should he wield the techniques of the Richi cave? Itachi's brow furrowed ever so slightly. Preparations must be made in advance. As he watched the unfolding scenes on the celestial screen, Itachi appeared profoundly solitary, yet his mind was clearer than ever. Regardless of how the future may unfold, he would continue to strategize from the shadows, safeguarding what he cherished, even if it meant paying a greater price, even if it meant betraying his own heart once more. For beneath that blood-red moonlight, he had long since vowed to be his brother's eternal shield. Even if it meant becoming the object of society's scorn, even if it meant being loathed by his kin. Let us proceed. Itachi turned, his Akatsuki cloak tracing an arc through the rain. Kisame observed his partner's silhouette, thoughtfully caressing his shark-like skin. How increasingly intriguing. Disguised as the fourth Kazekage, Orochimaru stood within a dense thicket, intently gazing at the heavens. Upon witnessing the reanimation of Itachi, his elongated tongue instinctively flicked across his lips. Ha ha. That Uchiha brat has actually perished? A sickly smile emerged beneath the Kazekage's hat. Did I resurrect him? Or perhaps, his gaze scanned the image of the now mature Sasuke, pondering if there were other, more fascinating developments at play. When the Sage Mode Kabuto materialized on screen, Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply. He recognized it as the Sage technique from the Dragon Cave, a forbidden art he had yet to fully master. Kabuto. Orochimaru's voice trembled with excitement. Never anticipating you would reach such heights. He scrutinized Kabuto's flawless serpentine features, a rare glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Such potential indeed exceeded my expectations. Fingers unconsciously rubbed within the robe's sleeve, as if conjuring the sensation of that power. Yet, what truly captivated him was the now-adult Sasuke, the vessel he had long coveted. Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, meticulously examining every detail of the young Sasuke on the screen, noting he did not appear to have been reanimated by me. His tone gradually turned icy. Was it my failure to act? Or, a perilous possibility emerged in his mind. Failure. This thought momentarily stilled the air around Orochimaru. He slowly raised his hand, observing the skin of his Kazekage disguise, and suddenly chuckled softly. It seems the future script is more intriguing than I had imagined. In the distance, Maki regarded the Kazekage's solitary laughter with confusion, hesitant to intrude. Little did he know, at this moment, his esteemed Kazekage was contemplating something profoundly sinister. Kabuto had mastered sage arts, yet Sasuke had evaded my reanimation. This implies a significant deviation in the plan at some point. How fascinating, exceedingly fascinating. Orochimaru's lips twisted into an exaggerated curve, indicating that I must reevaluate Sasuke-kun's worth. And my beloved subordinate, Kabuto. A gust of wind swept by, stirring the hem of the Kazekage's cloak. Orochimaru gazed toward the direction of Konoha, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Chapter 34, Confrontation in the Depths of the Cave. The damp air was thick with a peculiar mixture of decay and herbs. The flickering candlelight cast distorted shadows on the uneven rock walls, resembling countless venomous serpents writhing in the darkness. The figure of the apothecary Do was elongated by the wavering light as he sat cross-legged on a moss-covered stone platform. His body had fully transitioned into his sage mode. Pale, serpentine scales cloaked him like armor, glinting with an eerie pearlescent sheen in the candlelight. Horns sprouted from his head, twisting like withered branches, while golden snake-like pupils flickered with a cold light, their irises constricting into thin lines. Ah, what an unexpected guest. Do slowly raised his head, his neck emitting unsettling cracking sounds, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing sharp canine teeth. Uchiha Itachi, and young Sasuke. His voice, laced with a hissing quality typical of serpents, echoed eerily within the confined space of the cave. Fury ignited in Sasuke's eyes, the three-tomo Sharingan glaring vividly in the shadows. Do, you toy with the souls of the dead and desecrate the will of the departed. Today marks your end. His hand was firmly positioned on the Kusanagi sword, lightning chakra crackling at his fingertips. Unperturbed, Do rose to his feet, his loose white robe sliding down to reveal his scaled body. His snake-like tongue flicked across his lips. Desecration? No, I merely exploit their value. His gaze flitted between the two brothers. But you, A pair of pitiful siblings, one long deceased yet still meddling in the living world. The other obsessively chasing an illusory revenge. How tragic. Itachi's gaze remained as calm as water, yet the patterns within his kaleidoscopic Sharingan began to slowly rotate. Do, your actions have crossed the line. Release the impure world reincarnation and put an end to this farce. This is your final warning. Do suddenly threw his head back in laughter, the sound echoing harshly in the cave, startling the bats that roost in the crevices. And, no, the game has only just begun. Do and Appo's hands swiftly formed seals, the ground erupted violently, and countless giant serpents burst forth, their gaping maws poised to strike at the brothers. Simultaneously, Sasuke and Itachi retreated, and at the moment the serpents were about to pounce, boom, a violent cloud of smoke exploded, and as the dust settled, two enormous Susanoo, one red and one purple, stood proudly erect. Sasuke's purple Susanoo wielded a massive chakra sword, sweeping it with ferocity, severing the oncoming serpents, their blood spraying like rain. He commanded the Susanoo to step forward, tearing away Do's hood. Swish. Do's body transformed into several white snakes, scattering in all directions. Snake clones. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Hee. Do's voice emerged from the depths of the cave, laced with a disconcerting rasp. Sasuke-kun, your movements are still so direct. His true form gradually materialized from the shadows, golden snake-like eyes glimmering with a cold light, a twisted smile playing on his lips. To reach today's realm, I have paid a price unimaginable to you. Do slowly raised his arm, his pale scale shimmering with an uncanny glow in the candlelight. All of Orochimaru-sama's experimental subjects, his loyal subordinates, their abilities, their bloodline limits, all have been fused within me. I have surpassed Orochimaru-sama. I am now the perfect being. The scene suddenly zoomed in, Do's sage mode radiating an eerie fluorescence within the dim cave. He swiftly formed seals, the madness gleaming in his snake-like eyes. Sage art, white shock technique. In an instant, the entire cave trembled violently. Blinding white light surged forth, accompanied by high-frequency sound waves, creating visible ripples in the air. Both Sasuke and Itachi grunted in unison, forced to close their eyes and cover their ears. What technique is this? Sasuke felt every bone in his body resonate, the flow of chakra completely disrupted. More terrifyingly, the visual capabilities of his Sharingan failed under the intense light. Do's figure flickered in and out amidst the chaos of sound and light. Useless, Uchiha. This technique is specifically designed to counter your ocular techniques. Itachi's impure body trembled violently. But he suddenly noticed a detail. Do's serpentine form displayed a rhythmic opening and closing of scales at the neck when executing the sage technique. Now's the time. Just as Do prepared to unleash a second wave of attack, Itachi abruptly placed his hand on Sasuke's back. Through the touch conveyed by chakra, Sasuke instantly understood. The brothers acted in unison, launching toward the stalactites above. The massive stone spikes fractured from the heat, crashing down precisely at the key point where Do was casting his technique. What? Do was forced to interrupt his sage technique to evade. The effects of the white shock technique instantly diminished. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Itachi's hands blurred into motion. Release. A precise chakra blade sliced through a barrier node within the cave, an amplification device Do had previously set up. As the barrier shattered, the residual effects of the white shock technique dissipated completely. Impossible. Do's serpentine visage contorted in disbelief. How could you know? Itachi's Sharingan glimmered ominously amidst the dust. He slowly raised his hand, 3 shuriken affixed with explosive tags sliding from his sleeve. Your strategy relies too heavily on the environment. Taking advantage of the confusion, Sasuke darted in from the side, thrusting the Chidori straight at Do's throat. It's over. Not yet. Do suddenly shed his outer layer of skin, narrowly evading the fatal blow. Hanging in the cave, Do taunted, what can two of you accomplish? A hasty alliance could never surpass my perceptive abilities. Moreover, you are but brothers, torn apart by years of bitter conflict fueled by my brother's lies. Sasuke, do you remember the mission we undertook with me? The wild boar incident? Sasuke's pupils constricted slightly, his mind instantly drawn back to a distant past. A flashback ensues. Young Sasuke and Itachi stood side by side in a forest, facing a massive wild boar, tusks bared, angrily pawing the ground. Sasuke, its cunning, brute force alone won't suffice. Observe its movements and coordinate with me. Itachi's voice was calm and steady. Sasuke nodded nervously, gripping his bow tightly. In the next heartbeat, Itachi made his move first. A shuriken accurately aimed at the wild boar's eye. The boar roared in pain, charging furiously at Itachi. Just as it was about to collide with him, now, Sasuke launched a surprise attack from the side, his kunai sinking deeply into the boar's neck. The brothers executed a flawless combination, striking down their foe. Flashback ends. In the present, Sasuke's eyes suddenly sharpened, a cold smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Ah, I understand. Before he could finish, Sasuke's purple Susanoo retracted its massive sword, instead conjuring a dazzling bow and arrow. Do's golden snake-like eyes flashed with contempt. Useless. I have already discerned your attack trajectory. He twisted his form with serpentine agility. Sasuke-kun, you remain so naive. Do sneered, attempting to provoke him with words. Let rage consume you. Lose your reason as you did when pursuing Itachi all those years ago. Only then will you truly grasp power. However, Sasuke's expression remained unusually composed, even tinged with mockery. You are mistaken, Do. Swish. A beam of light suddenly sliced through from the side. Itachi Susanoo, having circled into Do's blind spot, struck. What? Do gasped in shock. Hastily dodging, yet still grazed by the blade. One of his horns was severed. In the realm of the living ninja, the Uchiha brothers worked in perfect harmony, subduing the sage Do. This scene caused all the ninjas observing the battle from the entire ninja world to hold their breath. Within the village of Konoha, Naruto stood atop the Hokage rock, his azure eyes reflecting the tumultuous clash unfolding in the sky, his fists unconsciously clenched. That guy Sasuke, he murmured. But why did the Uchiha clan meet their demise? Why did Itachi slay his entire family? Among the crowd of Konoha, an unknown voice posed this long burdening question that had weighed heavily on many hearts for years. In an instant, the streets of Konoha were abuzz with speculation. I heard it was because the Uchiha clan plotted a rebellion. Yet, Itachi was a prodigy of the Uchiha. Why would he align himself with the village? And why was only Sasuke spared? There must be more to this story. In the village of Kumogakure, Raikage gazed at the heavens, snorting disdainfully. The power of the Uchiha clan is ultimately a hidden danger. He shook his head. Yet, one cannot deny their strength is indeed astonishing. In the village of Kirigakure, CHJR adjusted his glasses and cautiously remarked, Lady May, do you believe Uchiha Itachi is truly a rogue ninja? Terumi May pressed her crimson lips together, her gaze profound. The truth is often more brutal than what meets the eye. In the skies, the battle raged on. The coordination between the Uchiha brothers grew increasingly seamless, while Kabuto's position became ever more precarious. Itachi, Sasuke, do you think this will suffice to defeat me? He roared, the power of Sage Mode surging chaotically as he sought to counterattack. Yet, Kabuto failed to comprehend that his defeat was already sealed. In a concealed underground base outside Konoha, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the faint glow of the sky, fracturing his gaze into shards of light. What an unpleasant sight, he murmured softly, his voice echoing eerily within the hollow cavern. The power of the Dragon Cave was indeed formidable, but his eyes remained fixated on Itachi's penetrating gaze in the skies. Uchiha Itachi, indeed, one must never underestimate you. Chapter 35. Izanami within the Celestial Dome. The frenzied voice of Kabuto echoed throughout the cavern. You fail to comprehend. I have gathered the data of every formidable opponent, and my sage techniques are flawless. Itachi's reanimated form stood silently, his Akatsuki cloak, shrouded in dust, billowing without wind, but you do not grasp the true power of the Uchiha. Sasuke's pupils constricted suddenly, as an epiphany struck him. The Uchiha clan possesses ocular techniques that can be executed without visual aid. Itachi's voice, as if emanating from a distant realm, revealed. The cost is the eternal loss of light. Techniques that do not require sight? Sasuke's mind was abruptly drawn back to his fierce battle with Danzo, the elder's arm closing the Sharingan each time he neared death, that eerie method of resurrection. Izanagi, Sasuke instinctively uttered. Itachi's lips curled into a slight smirk. You are aware of Izanagi, yet what I intend to employ is its corresponding forbidden technique. Another? Sasuke, even the sound of Kabuto's serpentine scale, Izanami. Sasuke, his consciousness plummeting into a sage chakra swirling violently upon. Enough with the idle talk. His sage form appeared as if paused. Kabuto's scales bristled in terror, chakra beneath his sage skin roiling. This is not a mere illusion. It binds the rigid form of Kabuto in the real world. On the right, his consciousness trapped in a continuous cycle. Each cycle culminated in the moment Itachi's kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The precision of his movements was chilling. In an instant, before Sasuke, reach out and come to me. I can sense on that night of our separation, what I did was as they, like Obito and Danzo, described. Let me reveal the entire truth to you. Then, he drew Sasuke into the illusion. Sasuke gazed at Itachi, uncovering all truths. I have always lied to you, seeking your forgiveness. I have consistently pushed you away with these hands. I did not wish to entangle you in this. Yet now, I ponder. Perhaps you once possessed the power to alter our parents' fate, to change the Uchiha clan. If only I had been able to confront you from the beginning. To discuss the truth as equals. At this juncture, as a failure, I realize you would not heed my words. So this time I wish to at least grant you a deeper understanding of the truth. As he spoke, he embraced the back of Sasuke's head. It is all right if you never forgive me. No matter how you evolve in the future, I will always love you. With that, their foreheads touched. The imagery within the Celestial Dome began to dim gradually. In the realm of the shinobi. With the conclusion of this segment, the shinobi world beneath the Celestial Dome fell into turmoil. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had long extinguished his pipe, his aged fingers trembling slightly. He gazed at Itachi, now transformed into light dust, with tearful murkiness in his eyes. I am sorry for what the village has done to you. Beside him, Midogate Tin and Tinin remained silent. Obito Uchiha's vortex mask cracked, his intense gaze fixed upon the Celestial Dome, even Izanami. Itachi, how many trump cards do you truly possess? Black Zetsu oozed from the depths, rasping. It seems we must exercise greater caution regarding Itachi. Disguised as the fifth Kazekage, Orochimaru's golden slit pupils constricted into lines. Ah, my dear subordinate, to be defeated in such a manner. His tongue involuntarily flicked across his lips. Yet what intrigued me more was, Sasuke-kun seems to have uncovered certain forbidden knowledge. Kisame Hashigaki, shouldering Samahata, rarely displayed a serious demeanor. Mr. Itachi, so you have always. Perched atop a tree branch, Itachi quietly gazed at the celestial dome, his Akatsuki cloak billowing in the wind. Reflected within his kaleidoscopic Sharingan was the image of himself confessing everything to Sasuke. It appears, the future has been irrevocably altered, he murmured to himself. What astonished him most was not his own fate, but Sasuke's final utterance of brother. In an unknown location, Haiden continued to bellow. Hey, how can that fellow die so sanctimoniously? The Lord of Evil will be displeased. Within the base, Danzo fixated intently on the scene where Sasuke recalled killing him. Veins bulging on his bandaged arms. Absurd. That little brat could never. He abruptly fell into a fit of coughing. Realizing that his plans might have encountered a significant twist, the brilliance of the celestial dome gradually waned. Yet Sasuke remained steadfast, his fists clenched until the knuckles turned white. Those images, Itachi's gentle smile, the truth of reanimation, the scenes of brothers fighting side by side, felt like countless kunai piercing his heart. What a farce. He suddenly erupted, lightning crackling as the entire stone wall collapsed, dust swirling upwards. Why only show me these fragments? What is the true story behind the massacre? That night, the genuine reason Itachi wept. Fragments of memory surged within his mind. The image of his parents fallen in a pool of blood. The sensation of Itachi striking him unconscious with the hilt of a blade, the countless slaughters replayed in Tsukuyomi. Yet now the celestial dome proclaimed that his demonic brother had been protecting him all along? Chakra erupted uncontrollably. Why only display battles and not the truth? The higher-ups in Konoha, Danzo, and that masked man. Thus, it dawned upon him. Sasuke's lips twisted into a terrifying smile. You are all merely performing for my benefit. In Sasuke's eyes, hatred transformed into something far more sinister. A blend of despair and obsession, and insanity lurking beneath. Since the celestial dome has not revealed the truth, I shall seek it out myself through these eyes. I will discern everything. The celestial canopy suddenly flickered with brilliance, its previously dim visage replaced by a colossal countdown. 30 days 000000. The numbers began to retreat second by second, enveloping the entire realm of ninjas beneath its ominous shadow. A month until the next content is unveiled? Shikamaru tilted his head back, unconsciously calculating with his fingers. The interval since the last broadcast had extended a full tenfold. In the land of lightning. At the hidden cloud village, Killer Bee momentarily paused his rap, his eyes narrowing slightly behind his sunglasses. Yo, this way it is quite nerve-wracking, foolish guys. Obito stood within the Kemui dimension, gazing at the sky beyond. Atop the towering edifice in the hidden rain village, Pain's Rinnegan reflected the digits of the countdown displayed in the heavens. Delicate raindrops cascaded through his gaunt figure, merging at his feet into a small whirlpool. A month. His voice was colder than the falling rain, indicating that the wait was indeed prolonged. Conan's paper fragments gathered around him. What troubles you? Nagato did not respond immediately. He raised his bony fingers to catch a drifting paper flower. The petals dissolved into points of chakra in his palm, much like Itachi's soul ascending in the celestial display. Notify all members, he commanded suddenly, tightening his grip into a fist. Suspend all missions. A flash of lightning struck outside the tower, illuminating the intricate patterns in Nagato's eyes, especially concerning Kisame and Itachi. Instruct them to hold their positions for now. Amidst the fluttering sound of paper butterflies, Nagato's gaze drifted toward a distant direction beyond the village. This celestial display. His body began to cough violently, blood seeping between his fingers, as it altered the fates of all. Yahiko, if it were you. Nagato's whisper faded into the sound of the rain. Simultaneously, Kisame, engaged in a mission, received a message. He twisted his shark-like body in discontent. Oh dear, Itachi. It seems we are on a break? Itachi stood atop a tree, his Akatsuki cloak billowing in the wind. He observed the flickering numbers on the celestial canopy. The tomo within his kaleidoscope slowly spinning. Just right. Some matters require confirmation. Deidara's clay bird had already turned. It appears I have time to create a new masterpiece, yes. Kurizetsu observed everything from the shadows, while Shirazetsu emerged from the ground. Should we inform Obito? No need. Chapter 36. Past grievances in the realm of the shinobi. Within the land of lightning, the blood-red sunset painted the jagged cliffs of Hell Valley in a dark crimson hue. As if the fissures of the rock still oozed the blood spilled a century ago. Chino stood at the precipice, her hair dancing wildly in the wind. Her blood-red eyes fixed intently on the vast celestial canopy above, an enigmatic presence that had suddenly manifested throughout the shinobi world, its origins shrouded in mystery. The images that had played across the sky pierced her heart, causing her fingers to dig deeply into her palm. They depicted the brothers of the Uchiha clan, reduced from a once thriving lineage to but 2 survivors. Witnessing the solitary figure of Sasuke Uchiha, She was struck by the haunting reality that the once mighty clan now lay in near extinction. What a cruel jest. Chino's voice trembled, and blood tears streamed uncontrollably down her pallid cheeks. How could they? How could they just perish like that? I have not yet. Chino. A deep voice resounded behind her. Yu Yakuchuin approached his daughter, mirroring her gaze towards the heavens. He towered over Chino, yet at that moment, his silhouette appeared wearied. Did you see it, father? Chino spun around, her blood tears leaving stark trails on her face. The Uchiha clan. They have already. They did not even need me to intervene. I saw it, Yu Yakuchuin sighed, gently wiping the blood tears from his daughter's face. This is what I have longed to convey to you. Revenge begets only further vengeance. The enmity between the blood pool and the Uchiha should have ended with our generation. Chino shook off her father's hand, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. End? How can we end it? Our entire clan was imprisoned in Hell Valley, dying like livestock. Mother, grandfather, uncle, they all. Her voice faltered, the horrific tales she had heard from her father flooding back to her mind. Yu Yakuchuin's gaze dimmed. He still recalled the stench of decay that permeated Hell Valley, the sight of his kin succumbing to madness one by one in despair. As one of the few who possessed the blood dragon eye without being consumed by madness, he had witnessed the demise of the Bloodpool clan. Come with me, he murmured softly, turning towards their makeshift camp. Chino hesitated momentarily, but eventually followed. By the campfire, Yu Yakuchuin retrieved an ancient scroll from the depths of his pack. The bloodstains upon it now a dark brown. What is this? Chino inquired, her brow furrowing. The truth, he replied, slowly unfurling the scroll, revealing the reasons behind the exile of the Bloodpool clan to Hell Valley. Chino leaned in closer, her pupils dilating as she read the contents recorded within. It was a private diary belonging to a feudal lord of the Land of Lightning, detailing the elaborate scheme that led to the Bloodpool clan's downfall. The main wife, consumed by jealousy, poisoned the lord and framed the Bloodpool's concubine. Chino murmured, her fingers trembling involuntarily. The Uchiha clan was merely tasked with guarding them? Indeed, Yu Yakuchuin's voice was heavy as lead. Our enemies have never been the Uchiha. They, like us, were mere pawns in a political game. Chino felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, the pillar of hatred that had sustained her for years suddenly crumbling. She collapsed to the ground, blood tears pouring forth once more. Then why? Why did you train me for revenge? Why did you tell me those? Kneeling before his daughter for the first time, Yu Yakuchuin revealed a profound guilt. Because I was blinded by hatred. After escaping Hell Valley, all I could think of was vengeance, even molding you into a weapon solely for the destruction of the Uchiha. He closed his eyes in anguish. It was only upon witnessing the Uchiha's fate that I realized the magnitude of my errors. The campfire crackled, casting flickering shadows that mirrored the resemblance between father and daughter. Chino felt an unprecedented emptiness, as if her very essence had been hollowed out. Without hatred, who was she? What was her purpose for living? As if reading her thoughts, Yu Yakuchuin spoke gently. Chino, you were not born for revenge. Your blood dragon eye. It should be a force for protection, not a tool of destruction. Chino gazed down at her hands, capable of manipulating blood and weaving illusions. She recalled her father's stern gaze during training. The near sadistic pleasure she derived from utilizing her blood dragon eye. Was all of it built upon a foundation of deceit? What should I do? She asked softly. No longer the cold avenger, but merely a lost girl. Yu Yakuchuin embraced her tenderly. Life, not for the past, but for the future. The bloodline of the Bloodpool still persists, and that is our triumph. The images upon the celestial canopy shifted to a different scene, the tragedy of the Uchiha concluding. Chino lifted her gaze to the darkening sky, for the first time noticing the brilliance of the stars twinkling in the night. Father, she suddenly inquired, if we had known the truth sooner, would everything have been different? Yu Yakuchuin pondered for a long while before responding. Perhaps. But what matters is not how the past has changed, but how we choose to proceed now. Chino took a deep breath, reaching a resolution. She wiped away her blood tears, rising with newfound determination in her gaze. I wish to explore this world, not as an avenger, but simply as Chino. Yu Yakuchuin broke into a genuine smile for the first time in years. I shall accompany you. The father and daughter packed their belongings, casting one last glance at the celestial display before turning towards the opposite direction of Hell Valley. The night breeze swept through Chino's hair, carrying away the final shadows of hatred within her heart. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she heard her mother's voice whispering in the wind. Live on. My child. Chino did not look back, yet a faint smile graced her lips. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the dusk in Konoha bathed the Hyuga clan estate in an amber glow. Hyuga Hizashi knelt within the tatami-matted room, the bamboo tubes in the courtyard producing crisp sounds at intervals, yet failing to disrupt his contemplation of the events displayed in the celestial tapestry earlier that day. His fingers curled slightly beneath his wide sleeves, the calluses on his palms brushing against the edge of the tatami. The Uchiha. Once a clan he had gazed up to in reverence. His voice fell like a leaf upon the clan emblem adorned on the folding screen. The azure and white patterns of his clan shimmered in the candlelight, reminiscent of countless opened Byakugan eyes. A maid approached quietly with a tea set, only to be halted by a raised hand. Once the paper door was closed, Hizashi recalled the bird in a cage mark upon the forehead of the Branch family. A mark once ridiculed as a degraded version of the Sharingan during the Uchiha's prime. now stood as a testament to the survival of the Hyuga clan. He recalled the third Hokage's drunken lamentation. You Hyuga are like pebbles in a stream, lacking brilliance, yet unbreakable. Laughter echoed from the courtyard, where elders were instructing the younger generation in the gentle fist technique. The sound of their small hands slicing through the air suddenly conjured memories of his own practice sessions with his brother years ago. Hisashi had always deliberately slowed his pace, allowing his palm wind to brush against his brother's garments, much like the elders were now treating their students. The tea had grown cold. Hisashi gazed into the reflection of the cup, staring at the face that bore a 7/10 resemblance to his brother. He recalled the incident that transpired during the Cloud Village delegation's visit. Had it not been for the elders forcibly stopping him as the head of the clan, he would have been the one to bear the burden of that exchange. His brother's final knowing smile before departing now etched itself vividly in his mind. He remembered the day Niji passed the Chunin exam, how he had hidden in the corner of the viewing platform. As the young prodigy demonstrated the improved version of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, the other shinobi in the stands marveled at his prowess, affirming that he was indeed a Hyuga genius. The sky fully darkened, and the first star emerged above the Hokage rock. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 37. The Actress Princess, Theatrical Version Modification. The copper bell at the Konoha Mission Dispatch Office jingled softly in the morning breeze, as Kakashi squinted at the falling cherry blossoms outside. With 23 days remaining until the third round of the Chunin exams, there was ample time to complete this meticulously arranged mission. Please confirm the mission scroll, Jonin Hitaki. The smoke from the third Hokage's pipe wafted gently from behind his desk, as his wrinkled fingers tapped lightly on the embossed document. The artistic troupe of Miss Fujike's Fubuki required 6 bodyguards to accompany them to the land of snow for filming. As Kakashi took the scroll, he noticed the frost flower emblem on the edge of the parchment, an ink only used by the aristocracy of the land of snow. When he unfolded it and saw the signature of Dr. Asama, a flicker of reminiscence crossed his single eye. 12 years ago, on a stormy night, the figures of a young princess and a fallen samurai resurfaced in his mind. Typically, artist bodyguard assignments are classified as C-rank missions, Kakashi remarked in a deliberately formal tone, while discreetly rubbing a particular spot on the scroll where the words Fubuki were inscribed in cipher. After all, this is an international shoot. The third Hokage removed his pipe, the sunlight casting the shadow of his Hokage hat onto the map of the ninja world on the desk. The political situation in the land of snow has been somewhat unstable of late. Given Miss Fubuki's prominence, classifying it as B rank would be more appropriate. They exchanged a tacit glance of understanding. Kakashi was aware that, at that moment, in the confidential archives located 3 floors beneath the Hokage Tower, lay the reconnaissance report brought back from the land of snow by the Umbu team 3 days prior. The Fubuki Raging Waves had advanced their chakra armor technology to the 3rd generation, and the scale of the snow ninja village had increased 5-fold. Team 7 was in need of experience with international missions. As Kakashi tucked away the scroll, he heard the 3rd Hokage nonchalantly add, "By the way, I've heard that Jiraiya has been gathering materials in the hot spring town these last couple of days. His route coincides with yours." As he stepped out of the Hokage Tower, the spring sun suddenly became blinding. Kakashi observed Naruto and Sasuke throwing shuriken at the training ground, with Sakura recording nearby, and he recalled the sorrow in the eyes of the young princess, Yukino, as he escorted her across the sea 12 years ago. Now she intended to reclaim her throne, and this time, he would not allow tragedy to repeat itself. "I refuse." In the tatami room of the hot spring inn, Fujike's Fubuki, or Princess Yukino, slammed her teacup onto the table. Her purple hair cascaded violently from her kimono's collar, revealing the glimmer of a hexagonal crystal necklace at the nape of her neck. "Your Highness." Dr. Asama knelt lower, his white beard nearly brushing the tatami mat. "The Raging Waves Chakra Armor Unit has already begun operations at the border. I have told you countless times, call me Fubuki." The actress suddenly seized the script from the table and hurled it out the window, the pages scattering in the wind to reveal the title The Great Adventure of the Princess of Wind and Cloud. Her lacquered fingers dug painfully into her palm. "That country has long ceased to be my concern." Naruto, hiding around the corner, widened his eyes. He had distinctly seen the renowned star's fury cause the cherry blossoms outside to eerily freeze for a moment. The spring of the land of snow was approaching. "When did you arrive?" Kakashi's voice, appearing unexpectedly behind her, prompted him to bend down and pick up a page of the script that had fluttered to his feet, which bore the title Princess of Wind and Cloud. Sasuke's Sharingan subtly whirled, noting that Kakashi's grip on the script was slightly tenser than usual. Sakura, keenly observant, noticed the ornate katana at Dr. Asama's waist, its hilt engraved with the same frost flower emblem as the mission scroll. That evening, when Naruto arose in the night, he saw a figure draped in a yukata by the hot spring. In the moonlight, Yukino's hexagonal crystal emitted a ghostly blue glow, but the reflection on the water revealed not the glamorous visage of the starlet, but a small girl curled up and weeping. In the morning mist at the dock of the Land of Waves, a luxurious passenger ship adorned with the film company's flag was being loaded. Among the wooden crates of filming equipment, hidden within were ninja tools and antidotes prepared in advance by the Umbu. Kakashi-senpai, the Umbu captain, disguised as a crew member, spoke in a hushed tone. The vanguard team from the Snow Ninja Village has infiltrated the vicinity of Raging Wave City. We discovered this. He stealthily handed Kakashi a shard of metal, the residual chakra causing a slight sting to Kakashi's lightning affinity. Inside the cabin, Dr. Asama spread a map of the land of snow across the dining table. 6 key locations were circled in vermilion. These are the sites where the Raging Waves have installed chakra receivers. If we destroy them, spring will. Wait. Sasuke interrupted suddenly. Why would the climate of the land of snow be controlled by chakra devices? Dr. Asama exchanged a glance with Yukino. The actress silently unfastened her collar and retrieved the hexagonal crystal she always wore. This is the key left by my father. It can activate the geothermal system buried beneath the capital. The land of snow does not lack spring. It is being suppressed by my uncle. Her voice faltered. A shout from the deck interrupted them. Perverted sage. What are you doing here? Jiraiya laughed heartily as he leaped down from the mast, his white hair flowing in the morning sun like an unfurled scroll. I heard you were filming a movie. How could the legendary writer not lend a hand with the script? He winked at Kakashi, revealing half of a sealed scroll from his sleeve. Inside was a chakra storage seal approved by the third Hokage. As the ship's whistle blared, it gradually departed the port. Yukino stood at the stern, gazing at the receding coastline of the Land of Fire, when the hexagonal crystal suddenly emitted a faint glow. Beneath the surface of the unseen sea, a barrier composed of 3 summoning techniques began to unfurl along with the ship's movement. A defensive formation set up by Jiraiya in advance. Above, amidst the clouds, a mechanical snow owl rotated its ruby eyes, transmitting navigational information through chakra fluctuations to the north. Atop the tallest spire in the Land of Snow, Fubuki Raging Waves caressed the latest model of chakra armor, the ice walls reflecting his sinister smile, this time. Let the snow bury all traitors. Guided by an icebreaker, the cargo ship slowly entered the harbor of the Land of Snow. Amidst the swirling snow, Naruto spotted thick ice formations clinging to the lighthouse on the shore. These icicles refracted the sunlight into a kaleidoscope of colors, yet inexplicably reminded him of the Sharingan he had seen in the sky, belonging to the Uchiha clan. Stay alert. Kakashi's voice emerged from beneath his cold weather mask, as he pretended to assist the crew with the equipment, while his Sharingan had already pierced through the guise of the dockworkers, identifying 3 chakra anomalies among them. 2 o'clock. The reconnaissance puppets of the Snow Ninja. Sakura pretended to tie her shoelaces, affixing an explosive tag to the bottom of a container. Sasuke's kunai spun deftly between his fingers, the lightning flickering across the metallic surface. As Fubuki wrapped herself in a white fox fur coat and descended the gangplank, the hexagonal crystal hidden in her sleeve suddenly vibrated with a buzzing sound. They found us. Her lips, painted with lipstick, barely moved, and Dr. Asama immediately signaled. The crew scattered abruptly, their seemingly chaotic movements effectively sealing off all angles of attack. Muffled thuds echoed from the shadows, followed by the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. Naruto craned his neck to catch a glimpse, but was held down by Jiraiya. Focus on being a bodyguard, kid. The abandoned mine in the blizzard became a temporary camp. The leader of the rebels stood in the center, declaring, Raging Waves has deployed 36 chakra amplifiers in the capital. He projected a 3-dimensional map onto the ice wall, 6 red dots pulsating. As long as the princess's key is inserted into the central altar. Wait. The director suddenly exclaimed, knocking over the camera. Isn't this the perfect plot? The exiled princess leading the rebels to reclaim her throne. He grabbed the script, feverishly revising it, convinced that adding ninja elements would guarantee immense success. Fubuki silently caressed the crystal. Outside, the whimpering of a young wolf pierced the air. When Naruto rushed out, he saw her kneeling in the snow, and he approached to comfort her. Compared to the content displayed on the celestial screen, her performance appeared rather juvenile, she suddenly remarked. Naruto's gesture of scratching his head froze mid-air, as snowflakes settled upon his tousled golden hair. Sasuke, shrouded in shadow, crossed his arms with a scoff. The underdog can actually offer comfort now. Transition. The decisive battle commenced at the break of dawn. Raging Waves, clad in the latest chakra armor, hovered in the air, their mechanical wings obscuring the rising sun. Do you really think a few leaf ninjas can turn the tide? His laughter resonated alongside the charging sound of the chakra cannon. In the face of absolute power, such utter nonsense. Jiraiya suddenly formed a seal, conjuring a barrier of sage chakra that enveloped the entire square. Seizing the moment, Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Mangeki Sharingan in full view of the students for the first time. As Naruto's shadow clone army performed a feigned assault to draw fire, Sakura's immense strength shattered the last amplifier's base. When Fugetsu inserted the crystal into the altar, the ground of the entire capital began to tremble, not from an earthquake, but from the awakening of geothermal pipes buried for 2 decades. The sound of ice fracturing resonated like a symphony of wind chimes. Tender green buds broke through the snow, and Raging Waves' armor malfunctioned amidst the chakra interference, plummeting to the ground. As Sasuke's Chidori pierced through his chest, the tyrant gazed incredulously at the sky. How is this possible? On the deck of the returning ship, the 3 doctors handed a scroll of alliance to Kakashi. The document, crafted from ice silk, bore the newly engraved seal of the Kazekage family, a design combining a hexagonal crystal and the Leaf Village's forehead protector. The Snow Ninja Village had splintered into 3 factions. Jiraiya stared at the distant snow-capped mountains, patting the scroll at his waist, which contained 2 complete sets of chakra armor cores. Naruto leaned over the ship's railing, feeling nauseous. Getsu, now rightfully referred to as the Kazekage, offered him warm water and suddenly inquired. That's Sasuke, his gaze. It resembles your teacher in Damp. Oppos. S in his youth, doesn't in Damp. Oppos. T. In the distance, Kakashi was instructing Sasuke on how to control the power of his Sharingan. The 3 Tomo in the boy's eyes slowly rotated, reflecting the dancing morning light upon the sea. On the return journey, as the dock emerged on the horizon, Sakura unexpectedly discovered additional pages in her ninja handbook, scripts of the final draft of Princess of the Wind and Clouds discreetly inserted by the director. The title page was inscribed in gold powder, dedicated to the true heroes. Beneath the great tree outside the Leaf's mission hall, Naruto danced exuberantly atop a bench, brandishing an exaggerated ice crystal shuriken, a commemorative gift from Getsu upon their parting. At that moment, hundreds of snow ninjas had encircled him. Naruto tossed the shuriken into the air, catching it deftly amidst the gasps of onlookers. I summoned 500 shadow clones and knocked them all away with a flurry of punches. Karen adjusted her glasses, the lenses glinting with mischief. Oh? Then why is there still tomato sauce on the collar of your shirt? Did you get knocked down? She leaned in to sniff, detecting a hint of ointment. And you have 2 broken ribs? That was a tactical injury. Naruto's face flushed crimson as he fumbled with his collar. Sasuke was hurt even worse. When his lightning jutsu struck that armor, Sasuke-kun was injured. Sakura's voice suddenly came from behind, startling Naruto, who nearly toppled from the bench. The pouch of medicinal herbs she held emitted ominous cracking sounds. Where exactly are you hurt? How severe is it? Shikamaru sighed, slamming a shogi piece onto the board. This is a hassle. You were only supposed to use shadow clones to transport equipment, as stated in Kakashi-sensei's mission report. Eh? Naruto sprang up as if his tail had been stepped on. Kakashi-sensei actually, Naruto-kun. You're quite impressive, Hinata's soft voice interjected, her fingers entwined, cheeks blooming like cherry blossoms, to be involved in an A-rank mission. Kiba laughed heartily, clutching Akamaru. Hinata, you're too kind. This guy is clearly exaggerating. When the chakra amplifier exploded, Naruto's voice dropped as he said, his blue eyes shimmering with rare brilliance in the sunset. It was Hinata's technique that saved Miss Getsu. He scratched his head. Even if I only turned halfway, I still ended up in a heap. Ino gazed at Hinata in astonishment. You actually learned the High-GA family's secret techniques? Hinata mumbled, drawing circles on the ground with her toes. Her voice growing softer, seeing Naruto-kun working so hard. Choji paused mid-bite of his chips. Wait, so you really were part of the core battle? Of course. Naruto regained his exaggerated posture, only to wince as he pulled at his injury. In the end, I used an improved version of the harem jutsu to distract raging waves. Though Sakura punched me, because you turned completely naked in front of the princess. You idiot. Sakura's fist erupted with steam above Naruto's head. Sasuke leaned against a distant tree trunk, letting out a soft snort. Though no one noticed the fleeting curve of his lips, his right hand instinctively brushed against the freshly changed bandages hidden in his sleeve, still bearing the scars from the backlash of the chakra armor. This is the best, Naruto exclaimed, suddenly pulling out a crystal ball from his ninja tool pouch. After infusing it with chakra, it revealed the lush mountains of the land of snow. Sister Yuki said, once the Chunin exams are over, she would take us all to a real hot spring. The crowd gasped in unison. While Shikamaru facepalmed, this is going to be an even bigger hassle. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the young men, their laughter startling the sparrows from the branches. From the window on the 2nd floor of the mission hall, Kakashi observed this scene, his single eye curving into a crescent moon. Upon the mission evaluation form in his hand, a bright red A trailed behind Team 7, the ink still wet. Chapter 38. Approaching the competition with merely 9 days remaining until the 3rd round of the Chunin exams, the genin of Konoha have immersed themselves in their final preparations. Under Kakashi's rigorous training, Uchiha Sasuke continually adapts to the power of his Sharingan. His movements grow increasingly swift, the lightning of Chidori flickering across the training grounds. Each thrust imbued with a fierce intent to kill. Kakashi observes from the sidelines, his expression serious. He is aware that Sasuke's rate of growth far exceeds expectations. Yet this newfound strength harbors an unsettling undercurrent. In the center of the High-GA clan's training grounds stands High-GA Niji, his Byakugan activated. The gentle fist technique sending sharp gusts of wind slicing through the air. The curse mark of the caged bird still adorns his forehead, yet his gaze is resolutely steadfast. Nara Shikamaru reclines atop a rooftop, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, squinting at the sky. What a hassle, he sighs, his fingers subconsciously manipulating a few shogi pieces, simulating potential battle scenarios. His father, Narashikaku, had once remarked that the Chunin exams are not merely a test of strength, but also a contest of strategy. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto tirelessly sweats it out on the training field, relentlessly practicing the Rasengan with his shadow clones. Jiraiya occasionally offers guidance, yet more often than not, he simply observes in silence. This kid is truly giving it his all. He muses, stroking his chin, a flicker of pride in his eyes. At the same time, Orochimaru has commenced his covert operations. Disguised as the fourth Kazekage, he has temporarily departed from Konoha under the pretense of attending to affairs in Suigetsu. In truth, he has infiltrated a hidden base near the borders of the Land of Fire, preparing to enact the reanimation jutsu. It is time for a few old friends to come out and play. He chuckles coldly, hands forming seals as a sinister array materializes upon the ground. As the incantation is recited, 3 coffins slowly rise: the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and an unexpected figure. Hige, Tsunade, and Jiraiya are sure to be surprised. Aren't they? Orochimaru's serpentine eyes glint with a chilling light. With this, they shall be too preoccupied to interfere with my plans. Meanwhile, in the depths of Konoha, Shimura Danzo's root organization operates in the shadows. He stands in a dimly lit chamber, tapping his cane lightly, his gaze profound. Third Hokage. Your era is drawing to a close. On the surface, Konoha remains as vibrant as ever. Nobles, wealthy merchants, and representatives from various ninja villages arrive in succession, preparing to witness this grand Chunin exam. Inside the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, warmly greets the distinguished guests. Lord Hokage, may we have a glimpse of the participants for this exam? Inquires a lavishly dressed daimyo with a smile. Certainly, the third Hokage replies gently, gesturing for the umbu to present the information. However, the true excitement will only be revealed on the day of the competition. Nearby, Tizuki Kamachi and Mito Gate in converse in hushed tones. This exam is under scrutiny from all nations. We must ensure that no errors occur. The third Hokage's expression briefly darkens, but he quickly regains his smile. He gazes out at the bustling village, a twinge of unease settling within him. I hope everything proceeds smoothly. Half a month prior, in a forest, Fu sits idly on a tree branch, swinging her legs and counting leaves out of sheer boredom. The chakra of the 7 tails, May, flutters beside her, the faint sound of insect wings resonating in the air. Ah, so dull, she shouts, startling a few birds. Konoha must be bustling right now. Why can't I just go over there? Just then, several figures dart through the trees, ninja from Takigakure. Leading them is a masked umbu, who bows slightly, his tone respectful yet firm. Lady Fu, you're here. Fu pouts, crossing her arms. What is it? Here to drag me back? No. We are here to convey the leader's wishes, the umbu replies solemnly. Konoha is currently hosting the Chunin exams, with ninjas from all nations gathering in a state of heightened vigilance. If you were to go there recklessly, it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings and trouble for Takigakure. Fu furrows her brow, about to retort, when another Takigakure ninja adds, moreover, the leader has already planned, after the exams conclude, he will personally escort you to Konoha under the guise of a formal visit. At that time, you may explore as you wish. Really? Fu's eyes brighten, yet she quickly narrows them suspiciously. You're not trying to trick me again, are you? Of course not, the umbu assures earnestly. You are our village's Jinchuriki. We would never let you take risks. Fu scrutinizes them for a few seconds before sighing and jumping down from the tree. Fine, fine, but if you dare deceive me, I will turn the village upside down. The Takigakure ninjas breathe a sigh of relief as they swiftly escort her away. Once they have departed, a figure emerges silently from the shadows of the trees. Zetsu from the Akatsuki rises from the ground, a peculiar smile gracing his black and white face. The Jinchuriki of Takigakure. What an unexpected gain. In the high tower of Amigakure, Pain's Rinnegan flickers slightly. The location of the 7 tails has been confirmed. No immediate action is required. His deep voice reverberates in the vast chamber. Once the chaos in Konoha begins, it will not be too late to strike. Konan stands nearby, paper fluttering gently around her. Will Orochimaru's plan truly succeed? Pain remains silent for a moment, then coldly replies, it matters not. Regardless of the outcome, it presents an opportunity for us. Within Konoha, the vibrant scene continues unabated. As the Chunin exams draw near, the streets teem with visitors and merchants from all nations, while ninjas diligently maintain order. Unbeknownst to them, a true storm is on the horizon. In a secluded corner, Kabuto adjusts his glasses, a sinister smile curving his lips. Soon, in a few days, everything will change. In Amigakure, eternally shrouded in rain, a conference room atop the tower projects several illusory figures through the technique of the projection of shadows. The chakra response of the 6 tails is last detected at the borders of the Land of Water. The bodies of the Akatsuki are blocking all leads. Says the cold voice of Devapath. Shall I cleanse those little fish? Asks Kisame, revealing his shark-like teeth in the darkness. No need. Konan's paper flowers drift beside Nagato's true form. The 3 tails requires 2 more years to be revived. Acting now would only alert our enemies. In the dim chamber, the chakra tubes of the outer path golem pierce deeply into Nagato's emaciated back, the Rinnegan glimmering with a sickly light. When the 5 great nations witness such power, a violent cough interrupts his words, blood dripping onto the Akatsuki robe. They will understand. True peace requires. In the Kamui dimension, Uchiha Obito caresses the rough stone wall. A white Zetsu clone emerges from the ground. Obito, it may take longer to locate the 6 tails. Silence. The 3 Tomo and his Sharingan slowly rotate, reflecting countless illusions upon the rock face. He gently touches one of the phantoms, the smile of a young girl dissipating like a bubble. Soon, In this illusory world, deep within a cavern, a dark figure detaches itself from the mural. The ancient eyes, aged a millennium, gaze at the relief of Kagaya Akatsuki on the rock wall. A hoarse whisper flowing through the crevices. Mother, can you see? These foolish pieces are assisting us in unraveling the final seal. Kisame counts the latest bounties received. So, no more large contracts for now? Haydn swings his scythe in agitation. Lord Jashin requires more sacrifices. They are a toy with the clay spider in his palm, pondering. Well, it seems I can only create small-scale artworks. Meanwhile, the gears of Sasori's puppet word, indicating the need for time to transform into a new creation. Along the borders of the 5 great nations, countless white Zetsu clones lay in ambush beneath the earth, spreading like the roots of a plant, continuously relaying intelligence back to the hidden rain. Amidst the rain, Conan's paper butterfly fluttered through the window of the towering structure, alighting gently on Nagato's gaunt hand. He gazed out at the incessant downpour, the blood-red full moon reflecting ominously in his Rinnegan. Just wait 2 more years. This world shall witness its true redemption. Chapter 39. Undercurrents in the realm of the ninja world, 8 days away from the final assessment. The sunset bathed Konoha village in a sanguine glow, enveloping the 7th training ground in a resplendent golden hue. The evening breeze rustled through the withered leaves at the edge of the training field, producing a mournful whisper. In the center, the wooden post stood in ruins, its surface marred with intricate fissures, silently narrating the tumult within the heart of a young boy. Uchiha Sasuke stood solitary amidst the desolation of the training ground, his short black hair drenched in sweat, clinging messily to his cheeks. His breath came in heavy, rapid gasps, the violent rise and fall of his chest betraying the pent-up fury surging within him. Drops of sweat cascaded from his chin, creating dark imprints on the parched earth below. Not enough, he murmured, his voice hoarse, betraying his youth at merely 13. As he wiped away the sweat threatening to obscure his vision, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the Hokage rock in the distance. The statues of the 4 Hokages loomed with an air of solemnity under the setting sun. A fleeting image from a fortnight past intruded upon his thoughts, unbidden. Danzo, with his right arm adorned with Sharingan, each crimson eye silently accusing him of something profound. Those eyes, were they his father's? His mother's? Or perhaps those of the uncles and aunts who had watched him grow? Damn it! Sasuke suddenly erupted, his right hand crackling with the piercing sound of Chidori, the blue lightning flickering brilliantly in the twilight. He dashed toward the last intact wooden post, unleashing a fierce Raikiri that pierced through the sturdy wood without restraint. As splinters flew, he envisioned Danzo's sinister visage, which shards grazed his cheek, leaving a thin line of crimson, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. For him, physical suffering was a mere routine. It was the haunting question that truly tormented him. What had the higher-ups of Konoha done on the night of the Uchiha massacre? Had they been complicit, instigators? Or merely opportunists after the fact? The familiar sound of footsteps echoed from afar, prompting Sasuke to swiftly mask his expression. As he turned, his face returned to its customary indifference, though the depths of his dark eyes still flickered with an unquenchable flame of hatred. Hey! He swung a fist, shattering the wooden post before him. Yet, this act could not quell the turmoil within. Since the enigmatic content revealed a fortnight ago, his world had been irrevocably upended. In his mind, the image of his future self facing off against that man, Shimura Danzo, with his Sharingan-laden arm, replayed incessantly. Each eye seemed to silently accuse him. Sasuke-kun, what are you thinking? Sakura's voice suddenly interrupted his reverie from behind. Nothing, he replied curtly without turning, his tone frigid as ice. Sakura bit her lip, noting Sasuke's increasing silence and relentless training. Lady Tsunade said she wants to take me on as her apprentice. Congratulations, Sasuke responded tersely, his gaze drifting elsewhere. The legendary Sannin, Tsunade taking Sakura as her apprentice, Jiraiya training Naruto and Orochimaru, a fortnight ago. On the night the celestial display concluded, while training alone at the Uchiha compound, a figure clad in an animal mask materialized unexpectedly. Uchiha Sasuke. The voice was deep and gravelly. Do you think that this child's play training in Konoha will make you stronger? Will it grant you vengeance? Sasuke immediately assumed a combat stance. Who are you? It matters not who I am, the figure sneered. What matters is, do you know whose collection the Kusanagi sword you wield belongs to? It is Lord Orochimaru's. It seems you have made a wise decision for your future. Danzo. Orochimaru. These names swirled in Sasuke's mind. Danzo was the one who despised the Uchiha clan the most. Think carefully, Uchiha prodigy, the figure concluded. After the Chunin exam, someone will come to assist you. In Konoha, you will never attain true power. Sasuke. Naruto's boisterous voice rang out from a distance. Kakashi-sensei said there's a meeting tonight. The matchups for the final phase of the Chunin exam are out. Sasuke inhaled deeply, momentarily suppressing the image of the Kusanagi sword in the dark figure's words. He turned towards his comrades, his expression reverting to its customary aloofness. Yet, the tempest within him raged on unceasingly. What were the higher-ups of Konoha concealing? Why did Danzo possess so many Sharingans? Could Orochimaru truly bestow him with power? Once the Chunin exam concluded, Sasuke resolved inwardly he would make his own choice. As night fell, the ruins of the Uchiha compound cast long shadows under the moonlight, mirroring the darkness that continually spread within Sasuke's heart. In a corner, a white serpent slithered silently, leaving behind a damp, cold trace. A fortnight prior, in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The last rays of the sun streamed through the window, elongating the shadow of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while Shimura Danzo stood opposite him, completely shrouded in darkness, his single eye glinting ominously. Sarutobi, you were too naive. Danzo's voice was low and gravelly. The fact that the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales and that Uchiha brat left the village simultaneously, do you know what that implies? The information displayed in the Celestial Show has exposed everything. Naruto's identity, his abilities, and even the jutsu he may master in the future. If they encounter an ambush or attract the attention of other villages. Enough. The third slammed his hand on the table, sparks flying from his pipe. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Naruto and Sasuke are ninjas of Konoha, trusted comrades. Kakashi, Sakura, and they will be fine together. Danzo let out a cold chuckle, his right arm tensing slightly, something stirring beneath his voluminous sleeve. He slowly raised his hand, pointing ominously at the distant Hokage rock. Trust? Huh, Sarutobi, have you forgotten how the Uchiha clan was annihilated? That brat, Uchiha Sasuke, stood against me in that celestial display. He will betray Konoha in the future, potentially becoming a threat. Rather than allowing him to grow, it would be better to control him now. The third's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Danzo. Control? They are all ninjas of the village, the future of Konoha. Danzo and Appos, as pupil constricted momentarily. But his demeanor soon returned to calm. Everything I do is for Konoha. For Konoha? The third's voice rose sharply, brimming with suppressed fury. Danzo, what is the meaning of your arm? Where did those Sharingans come from? How many corpses did you take on the night of the Uchiha massacre? Danzo fell silent for a moment before coldly responding. Some sacrifices are necessary. The third inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, the smoke swirling between them like an invisible barrier. His tone was grave and authoritative. Danzo, I do not wish to debate this now. The Chunin exam is imminent. With representatives from various nations and noble families present in Konoha, I do not want them to witness our disgrace. But remember, he abruptly rose. His Hokage robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, the aura of a leader surging forth. From this moment on, your root organization will cease all operations. And everyone will remain in Konoha. If I discover any clandestine actions on your part, his gaze turned icy as iron. I will not hesitate to revoke your position as elder. Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly, a sinister smirk curving his lips. Ah, Sarutobi, you remain as indecisive as ever. This is not indecision, it is trust. The third resumed his seat, his voice resolute. I believe in my subordinates and in the future of Konoha. Tobirama remained silent, slowly turning to walk towards the door. His silhouette appeared particularly sinister against the setting sun, reminiscent of a lurking beast. Sarutobi, you will come to regret this. The door slammed shut, and the third Hokage sighed deeply as he gazed in the direction Tobirama had departed. He picked up the documents on the table concerning the land of snow. I hope everything goes smoothly. Outside the village of Konohagakure, in a dim underground stronghold, a cold wind rustled through the gnarled trees, emitting a mournful whimper. Orochimaru, draped in the guise of the fourth Kazekage, had his golden serpent-like eyes glimmering dangerously in the shadows. He silently stepped into a concealed underground passage, where Kabuto had long been waiting. His figure illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a respectful smile gracing his lips, though a hint of inscrutable meaning flickered in his eyes. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse yet gleeful, akin to a serpent flicking its tongue. I never anticipated, Kabuto, that you, cloaked in the curtain of night, could master Sage Mode and even enhance the reanimation jutsu. His gaze slowly swept over Kabuto's face, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. It seems I have underestimated your potential. Kabuto slightly lowered his head, the lenses reflecting a cold light that obscured his expression. I have always been unwaveringly loyal to Lord Orochimaru. Oh, Orochimaru chuckled lightly, stepping closer. When did I ever express doubt about you? The air between them seemed to freeze for a moment. Kabuto maintained his smile, yet beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. The oppressive aura of Orochimaru rendered even the simplest of gestures suffocating. However, Orochimaru suddenly turned, walking towards the shadows where the candlelight did not reach. Since the curtain of night has foretold your potential, I shall take you to the Dragon Cave after this plan concludes. Kabuto's pupils constricted, his heart racing. The Dragon Cave? Indeed, came Orochimaru's voice from the darkness, laced with a hint of temptation. The White Snake Sage might find you intriguing, after all. One who can enhance the reanimation jutsu is no ordinary talent. Kabuto's breathing quickened, but he swiftly regained his composure, adjusting his glasses and humbly stating, Lord Orochimaru overestimates me. It is under your guidance that I have achieved any breakthroughs. Orochimaru's laughter was low and content. Kabuto, you are still the same. Always attributing your accomplishments to others. He emerged slowly from the shadows, his golden eyes locking onto Kabuto's. But remember, the reason I value you is never your humility, but your ambition. Kabuto's fingertips trembled slightly but soon returned to calm. Orochimaru continued, Sasuke, cloaked in the night, appears to be 3 or 4 years older than he is now, which means that during this time, our plan has succeeded. His tone bore a hint of anticipation, as if he could already envision the future. And you, Kabuto, will be the key to it all. Kabuto bowed deeply, a genuine fervor finally gracing his smile. I am willing to serve Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction, turning to walk deeper into the passage, his voice echoing softly. Then let us continue with our plan. The downfall of Konoha is about to commence. The flickering candlelight cast shadows upon Kabuto's gradually deepening eyes. The Dragon Cave. Sage mode. His fingertips gently caressed the scroll hidden within his sleeve, silently vowing, this time, I will not merely be a supporting character. In Konoha, at an izakaya, the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the paper window, illuminating a few untouched cups of sake on the wooden table. Asuma puffed on a cigarette, his brow furrowed. Kurenai rested her chin on her hands, worry flickering in her crimson eyes. Might Guy was unusually silent. His brows knitted with rare seriousness. Anko fidgeted, tapping her fingers nervously against the table. You all saw it, right? Anko suddenly spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. That old man's arm. The air grew tense. Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke, the tendrils dissipating in the sunset. Yes, I saw it. Kurenai sighed softly. That number, where could it possibly come from? She left her sentence unfinished, yet everyone present understood her implication. Those Sharingan could only originate from one place. Mike Guy downed a drink, unusually refraining from his typical exuberance, and solemnly remarked, I always thought the root organization was merely extreme in their methods, but I never imagined they would even exploit the eyes of the dead. Anko scoffed, unconsciously rubbing the cursed mark scar on her neck. Orochimaru was right. Konoha's darkness runs deeper than we ever imagined. An oppressive silence settled over them. Outside the izakaya, several A&B members donned an animal mask silently swept across the rooftops. Asuma caught a glimpse of this and deliberately raised his voice, speaking of which, that new dumpling shop that opened recently is quite good. Kurenai immediately caught on, responding with a smile, indeed, especially the red bean filling. Guy exaggeratedly slammed his hand on the table, laughing heartily. This is the sweetness of youth. Their laughter echoed awkwardly within the izakaya, sounding forced and stiff. Curious glances from nearby genin were quickly averted. Once they confirmed that no suspicious individuals lingered around, Anko lowered her voice to almost inaudible levels. The root members have been increasingly active recently, ever since the Curtain of Night began broadcasting various content. The entire village has grown strange. Kurenai whispered, outwardly, no one is discussing it, but privately. Does the third Hokage know? Guy couldn't help but ask. Asuma extinguished his cigarette, his gaze complex. The old man knows far more than we can imagine. But some matters, even the Hokage. His words trailed off. The wind chimes at the entrance chimed suddenly, and a root member wearing a raccoon mask appeared silently at the door, casting a cold gaze over the group. Ah, isn't this our root friend? Guy exclaimed, leaping to his feet and exaggeratedly waving his arms. Care to join us for a drink? This is the camaraderie of youth. The root member offered no response, merely nodding slightly before vanishing like a ghost. The four exchanged knowing glances. Night had fallen. Anko stood, her kimono sleeves trembling slightly. We have a mission tomorrow. As they exited the izakaya, the night had fully descended. The streets of Konoha were still aglow with lights and laughter. Yet beneath the dazzling facade, an unsettling current stirred in the shadows. Anko gazed up at Hokage Rock and suddenly asked, what do you think? Is the reason the Curtain of Night shows us those images? No one answered. The night breeze swept through, lifting a few fallen leaves, twirling them in the air before they settled towards the root headquarters. Chapter 40. The Thoughts of Great Nations as the latest video within the Celestial Canopy concluded. The shadows of various countries were steeped in diverse thoughts and emotions. Among them, the third Suigetsu, Noki, floated before the window of his office, his diminutive frame casting a long shadow upon the glass. His aged fingers absent-mindedly stroked the pouch of shinobi tools at his waist, where a fragment of rock still lay concealed. Uchiha Madara. The name slipped through his teeth, and he felt himself revert to the youth pinned beneath the weight of stone. The brilliance of dust release flickered in his palm, yet it could not dispel the oppressive memories that lingered. That demon could hardly fathom how far his clan had fallen. The fifth Mizukage, Terumi-me, leaned against the railing of the Mizukage Tower, her fingertips entwined with a strand of crimson hair. The image of the Uchiha brothers fighting side by side in the sky compelled her to unconsciously lick her lips. Such dashing young men, she mused with a soft chuckle. Though her gaze gradually dimmed, alas, only two Uchiha remained. Suddenly, a gust of sea breeze swept through, carrying a faint scent of blood. Terumi-me cast her eyes towards the distant memorial monument, engraved with the countless names of fallen clans. Yuki, Kagaya, Atsuki. The fourth Reikage, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his muscular arms crossed over his chest as his eyes fixated on the figures of the Uchiha brothers in the heavens. The purple Susanoo, the black flames of Amaterasu, the fateful Izanami. All of this ignited an irrepressible agitation within his chest. The Uchiha clan. Truly powerful to an irksome extent. He let out a low growl, his fist slamming onto the table. Yet, no amount of strength could escape the fate of mutual destruction. Now, only two youngsters remained. He scoffed, turning to his subservient secretary, Mabu, standing respectfully nearby. However, we of the Cloud Village cannot merely spectate. Mabu. The Reikage's voice thundered. Any progress on the leads regarding the brothers Kin and Jin? Mabu swiftly unrolled a scroll of intelligence, reporting calmly. According to recent intel from the Umbu, after their defection, they were active near the borders of the Land of Hot Water but have since vanished without a trace. However, rumors suggest their bodies may be sealed within a hidden realm, and the treasures of the Sage of Six Paths. A flicker of greed flashed in the Raikage's eyes. Not yet located, but intelligence indicates that the Amber Purifying Vase, 7-star Sword, Red Gourd, Banana Fan, and Gold Dust Rope should still exist somewhere within the shinobi world. Humph. Those artifacts are far more tangible than the Sharingan. The Raikage grinned, issuing orders to enhance border explorations, particularly at the intersection of the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Iron, led by a wooden puppet. Furthermore, he instructed Darui to peruse ancient texts from the Cloud Thunder Gorge to uncover any records about the treasures of the Sage of Six Paths. Yes. Mabu prepared to exit to relay the orders. Wait. The Raikage suddenly raised his hand, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Also, have that fellow get moving. He shouldn't just be singing pointless raps in the village all day. If we manage to find those treasures, our strength in the Cloud Village will transcend merely being the foremost among the 5 great nations. Understood. Mabu turned and left the office. The Raikage gazed once more at the celestial expanse, snorting disdainfully. The Uchiha brat, no matter how formidable, was but a solitary figure. As for us in the Cloud Village, we possess true power. He turned towards the concealed compartment of his office, retrieving a long dormant scroll inscribed with the words, "The Secret Record of Cloud Village Heritage." The fate of the trader's kin and Jin matters little, but their legacy must be inherited by the Cloud Village. In Sunagakure, Chiyo, the elder, ambled into the high-level meeting room of the Sand Village. Her gaze remained sharp, though the wrinkles on her brow had deepened. Since her retirement, she had seldom involved herself in village affairs, yet upon returning, she found the atmosphere of Sunagakure unsettlingly strange. You useless lot. You don't even know where the wind shadow is gone? She struck her cane sharply, causing teacups on the table to clatter. Several elders exchanged glances, one of whom mustered the courage to respond. Lady Chiyo, the wind shadow merely followed protocol to lead the team to Konoha for the Chunin exams. Protocol? Chiyo scoffed. When did the Chunin exams require the wind shadow to personally lead the team? And with the one tail in tow, silence enveloped the meeting room. Chiyo narrowed her eyes, surveying the submissive high-ranking officials. Where are the elite forces? The Umbu? Why does the village seem populated solely by inept individuals? The Wind Shadow said it was to strengthen border patrols. Nonsense. Chiyo laughed in fury. Does border patrol necessitate such a manpower draw? Are you too lazy to concoct a plausible lie? She inhaled deeply, suppressing her ire. Over the years, Sunagakure had steadily declined. The Wind Shadow Raza wielded formidable methods. His actions grew increasingly enigmatic. Now, he had not only personally gone to Konoha but also taken the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, along with a significant number of elite personnel. This is too strange, far too strange. Chiyo fell silent for a moment, ultimately snorting disdainfully as she turned towards the exit. Forget it. Questioning you worthless fools is futile. Lady Chiyo, where are you going? An elder hastily rose. To find someone who understands. She waved her hand dismissively without looking back. As for you lot, pray that the Wind Shadow doesn't ruin the village. After leaving the meeting room, Chiyo did not head straight home but instead made her way to the old archives of Sunagakure. There lay the secret records of past Wind Shadows, perhaps shedding light on Raza's recent activities. What is that rascal Raza plotting? She perused the recent task records, discovering that numerous Umbu had been dispatched to the borders of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain. That area held neither significant resources nor strategic value. Why the frequent deployment of elite forces? What troubled her further was the unusual flow of village funds. Significant amounts were being allocated to an unknown project referred to as the New Sand Plan, overseen by none other than Orochimaru's former subordinate, Kabuto, who had long since defected from Konoha. This is bad. Chiyo's fingers trembled slightly. In her youth, she had battled the legendary Three of Konoha and understood the peril posed by Orochimaru. Now, it seemed Raza was secretly colluding with him. Could it be he intends to strike at Konoha during the Chunin exams? The very thought sent chills down her spine. Sunagakure could not withstand another war. If it were to fall into enmity with Konoha, the consequences would be dire. With a sudden snap, she closed the file and swiftly exited. That fellow Akatsuki. He should know something. In the Land of Rain, torrential rain poured down, enveloping the entire nation in a shroud of haze and solitude. Within a hidden base, Nagato sat quietly within a machine, his frame gaunt, and his pallid face appeared even more austere under the flickering candlelight, with deep-set eyes resembling bottomless pools. Their depths reflected the dancing flames. Conan silently entered this oppressive space, her steps light yet tinged with fatigue as she approached, clutching a recently acquired scroll of intelligence. She gently walked to Nagato and Appo's side, seeking a slightly brighter corner. She carefully unfurled the scroll, her voice soft yet clear as she relayed the latest developments from the outside world. Nagato, who had initially kept his head bowed, raised it slightly, a few strands of disheveled hair falling beside his cheek. His gaze pierced through this veil, focusing intently on Conan, absorbing every syllable she spoke with unwavering attention. Upon hearing that Naruto and his companions had recently undertaken a mission entrusted by the village hidden in the leaves to journey to the Land of Snow, A fleeting glimmer of perceptible sharpness flickered in Nagato's eyes, vanishing as quickly as it appeared, yet imbued with a distinct acuity. The true purpose of Naruto's expedition was to assist Princess Kyuki in reclaiming her throne and to forge an alliance between the Land of Snow and the Leaf Village. This endeavor, initially envisioned as a grand and hopeful transformative journey, soon revealed the stark contrast between idealism and reality, plunging the situation into further turmoil. The Snow Ninja Village, beset by fierce clashes of interest, found itself engulfed in profound internal discord, ultimately leading to its disintegration and a catastrophic decline in overall strength. As various factions contended fiercely over the restoration of royal power and the distribution of benefits, internal conflicts erupted like a lit powder keg, resulting in irreparable divisions. Each faction stubbornly clung to its stance, refusing to yield, which culminated in the complete fracturing of the Snow Ninja Village. Once disciplined ninjas scattered in disarray, struggling for survival or consumed by hatred, causing the village's overall strength to plummet. A slight smirk graced Nagato's lips, forming a curve laced with scorn as he coldly remarked, "Humph, these so-called great ninja villages have, throughout history, always exhibited such deplorable behavior. The power struggles among great nations trample the lives of countless innocent civilians as if they were mere insects, driving once peaceful small countries toward the abyss of destruction, truly a sight both ludicrous and appalling." With that, Nagato slowly closed his eyes, seemingly suppressing the tumultuous emotions surging within him. Chapter 41. Memories of the Sand Ninja. Upon her return to Suigetsu, Chiyo discovered that both Raza and the One-Tail had departed for Konoha. After fruitlessly inquiring with the higher-ups, she sought clues in the archives and resolved to find her younger brother, Ai's. At Ai's secluded residence, she unearthed even more disconcerting news. With a grave expression, Ai's informed Chiyo, "Sister, Raza's recent behavior is quite peculiar." "Oh?" Chiyo furrowed her brow. Although she had withdrawn from public life, matters concerning the safety of Suigetsu compelled her to remain engaged. Originally, he conspired with Orochimaru on the Konoha collapse plan, intending to launch an assault during the Chunin exams. Ai's lowered his voice, however. Since the celestial screen projected those future images, Raza's demeanor has shifted significantly. Chiyo narrowed her eyes. What did he see? "I'm uncertain." Ai shook his head. While in the village, he ventured out alone and returned in a long silence before departing with a few confidants, claiming he was going to Konoha. To Konoha? Chiyo scoffed. Surely he does not intend to verify the veracity of the celestial screen himself? I sighed. The issue is, he left in such haste that no high-level meeting was convened, and now the villagers are filled with unease. Chiyo gazed silently out the window. The sunset over Suigetsu remained crimson, yet her heart felt heavier than ever. What is the purpose of our lives? She murmured. Ai's understood his sister's thoughts. The siblings had followed the first Kazekage, Reto, to establish Suigetsu, enduring numerous ninja world wars and witnessing the sacrifices of countless comrades. Most agonizing for Chiyo was the loss of her son and daughter-in-law in the wars, leaving only her grandson, Sasori, who had defected from the village and vanished without a trace. Originally, Chiyo had thought Sasori was merely missing, she mused. Yet the celestial screen revealed that he had become the murderer of the third Kazekage, a traitor to the village. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Ai's reassured her. The celestial screen has shown various contents. Perhaps it can also alter the future. Alter the future? Chiyo shook her head. Suigetsu is beset by internal strife and external threats. Raza's whereabouts remain a mystery, and the higher-ups harbor their own agendas. What can an old woman like me do? She slowly closed her eyes, her mind drifting to the past. The days when the first Kazekage established Suigetsu, when she and her brother were young and filled with passion, believing the village would bloom like an oasis in the desert. The Second Ninja World War claimed her son and daughter-in-law, leaving only the young Sasori. The defection of Sasori. The disappearance of the third Kazekage. The decline of Suigetsu. Is there truly no hope for Suigetsu? Chiyo whispered. Ai's placed a comforting hand on his sister's shoulder, speaking firmly, "Sister, Suigetsu will not fall. The advent of the celestial screen may very well be the turning point of fate." Are you suggesting? Chiyo lifted her gaze to her brother. If Raza has indeed realized something, perhaps he will revise his plans, Ai's analyzed. Moreover, since the celestial screen has unveiled Sasori's past, it might reveal more truths. Chiyo remained silent for a moment before sighing, perhaps, but at this point, I lack the energy to intervene. Ai's recognized his sister's exhaustion, yet he asserted. Regardless, the future of Suigetsu still requires us old-timers to safeguard it. After hearing Ai's words, Chiyo's expression sharpened. She rose slowly, her aged fingers clenched into a fist. No, we cannot simply sit idly by. Her voice was low yet resolute, regardless of Raza's schemes in Konoha. The future of Suigetsu could not rest solely in his hands. Ai's was momentarily taken aback. Sister, do you mean? Return to the village, Chiyo replied coldly. Summon those we can still trust, and prepare for the worst. She stepped forward, her pace slow, yet imbued with undeniable determination. Ai's watched her retreating figure, as if witnessing the puppet master who had once commanded the battlefield decades ago. As she walked through the windswept sands of Suigetsu, Chiyo's thoughts drifted back to years past, when the third Kazekage had mysteriously vanished, plunging Suigetsu into unprecedented chaos. The higher-ups urgently needed a new leader. With two formidable candidates, Raza and Yakura. Raza, the third Kazekage's disciple, possessed the ability to manipulate sand and gold, employing ruthless tactics and harboring grand ambitions. Yakura, a hero of Suigetsu, a genius ninja with the rare Kekkai Genkai of Scorch Release, was beloved by the villagers, known for her unwavering integrity. At that time, Chiyo had hesitated. Sister, whom do you think is more suitable? Ice had asked her. After a long silence, Chiyo had finally replied, Raza, I suppose. He is calm and strategic, while Yakura is undoubtedly powerful. Her gentle nature makes her less suited to lead the village. However, Raza's methods proved to be far more ruthless than she had envisioned. Yakura was not only the village's top combatant, but also a mentor revered by her subordinates. Chiyo recalled an instance when Yakura returned from a mission, visibly fatigued, yet a young girl among her students timidly requested guidance in her training. Yakura smiled gently, wiped the sweat from her brow, and said, All right, let me see how much you have improved. In that moment, Chiyo glimpsed her younger self, steadfast, passionate, willing to give everything for the next generation. Yet, it was this very Yakura who ultimately fell victim to betrayal from the village. At that time, Suigetsu was embroiled in a fierce battle with Iwagakure, while simultaneously facing threats from Kirigakure. Under the guise of a secret diplomatic mission, Raza dispatched Yakura to negotiate with Kirigakure. This is for the future of the village. Raza's voice had been cold and composed. Yakura had not doubted him. She believed her past efforts could secure a respite for Suigetsu. However, upon entering Kirigakure's territory, she was met not with a negotiation table, but with an ambush from numerous Kirigakure ninjas. Why? Yakura never understood why she had been forsaken by her village. The truth was that Raza had long since forged a secret pact with Kirigakure, trading Yakura's life for the safety of Suigetsu's rear. If only I had insisted on supporting Yakura back then, would Suigetsu be different? Chiyo whispered to herself. Yakura's death deprived Suigetsu of a true hero and left Chiyo utterly despondent, leading her to choose a life of seclusion. Yet now, the revelations of the celestial screen and Raza's unusual actions compelled her to realize that Suigetsu could not continue on its current path. Eyes, Chiyo suddenly halted, her gaze sharp. We must reach out to those ninjas still loyal to Suigetsu, especially Yakura's former subordinates. Ai's expression hardened. Are you suggesting? If Raza falters, someone must rise to defend Suigetsu, Chiyo said coldly. This time, I will not remain a bystander. In the distance, the winds began to stir, and the fate of Suigetsu may soon encounter a new turning point. Suigetsu, a village standing amidst endless sands. The environment is harsh, resources scarce, and the wind-eroded cliffs alongside the arid air make survival a daunting challenge. Worse still, as the feudal lords continue to cut funding year after year, the village's finances grow increasingly strained, and the treatment of ninjas has significantly declined. Nevertheless, the ninjas of Suigetsu have never yielded. Under the iron-fisted rule of the fourth Kazekage Raza, the power structure of Suigetsu had solidified. Those ninjas who had once followed Yakura, despite their considerable strength, were gradually marginalized for refusing to conform to Raza's regime. Originally elite shinobi who guided the Chunin were relegated to border patrols or lower-tier missions. Raza's trusted forces were prioritized for receiving ninja tools, intelligence, and high-level assignments, while Yakura's former subordinates struggled to survive at the bottom. Any public dissent against Raza's decisions would be labeled as undermining morale, leading to demotions or, in severe cases, deployment to the most perilous front lines. Yet, despite this, they have not relinquished their ties to Suigetsu. Suna Iron, the former deputy of Yakura, adept in wind manipulation and puppet techniques, now serves as an instructor at the border outpost, clandestinely training young ninjas and imparting Yakura's combat philosophy. He often tells his disciples, a true ninja does not fight for power, but lives for their comrades and village. Some ninjas, having openly questioned Raza's policies, were relegated to the logistics department, tasked with maintaining ninja tools. When Chiyo and Aiz re-enter the power center of Suigetsu, these forgotten ninjas lift their heads in recognition. Standing before the window of the Kazekage's office, Chiyo gazes out at the village that stands resolutely amidst the winds and sands. Raza believes that strength alone can elevate Suigetsu. But he is mistaken, she remarks slowly. Aiz nods in agreement. True power has never resided in political maneuvering, but in the hearts of the people. Taking a deep breath, Chiyo issues her first command. Summon all who are willing to fight for Suigetsu. It is time to set this village back on its rightful path. Outside the village, fierce winds whip up clouds of yellow sand, as several concealed outposts receive urgent orders from within the village. Lord Chiyo commands, all outposts must remain vigilant. Anomalies may arise soon. Border outpost wall of Suna Iron, outpost leader, Suna Iron, former deputy of Yakura, unfurls the scroll in his hands, his brow furrowed. A young ninja beside him whispers, My lord, has something happened in the village? Lord Chiyo. Suna Iron rolls up the scroll, his gaze sharp as a blade, issuing orders for all patrol teams to tighten their defenses, enhance reconnaissance, and remain wary of infiltration by other forces. The young ninja hesitates, but Isnt Kazekage currently allied with Konoha. Raza? Suna Iron scoffs coldly. He sees only his own ambition. When has he ever truly cared for the survival of Suigetsu? He turns his gaze toward the village and murmurs, "It is time to settle the score for Lord Yakura." The flames consume the urgent orders, and the ashes scatter into the wind. Her deputy's expression grows solemn. Does Lord Chiyo intend to confront the Kazekage? Not confront, but to restore order. The flames of determination flicker in her eyes as her fingers trace the kunai at her waist, marked by a searing scar, the final imprint left by Yakura. How many comrades has Raza betrayed in his quest for power? Even Lord Yakura was cast aside as a mere pawn. This time, we will not remain silent. Chiyo's actions upon returning to the village are perceived as rebellion by Raza's loyalists, who believe she seeks to usurp power. The ninjas from the fringe outposts suddenly become active, and Umbu kneels to report that they seem to be preparing for defense. Raza's confidant. The leader of Suigetsu's Umbu, Yashira, squints. That old fool Chiyo has been living in peace. How dare she issue commands while Kazekage is away? Does she think she is an elder? The sky continues to display the misdeeds of her grandson, Scorpion, whom she has not yet sought out. He snorts dismissively. Commanding his subordinates, immediately dispatch someone to monitor all peripheral outposts, especially the movements of Suna Iron and the flames of determination. Furthermore, he lowers his voice, sending word to the Kazekage that there are changes afoot in the village, urging him to return swiftly. Chiyo stands atop the highest lookout tower of Suigetsu, gazing into the distance where flickering lights of outposts can be faintly seen amid the desert. As approaches her side, sister. The ninjas at the outer posts are responding to your arrangements. Excellent. Chiyo's gaze is profound as night. Raza believes he can control everything through strength. Yet he forgets, Suigetsu's foundation has never relied on the Kazekage's scepter or schemes, but on the ninjas who steadfastly endure amidst the winds and sands. I hope I am merely overthinking. Chapter 42. A familiar shadow. The night breeze was cool, and the lights of Konoha flickered in the distance. Disguised as the fourth Kazekage, Orochimaru stood alone by the window of an inn, his golden snake-like eyes glinting coldly in the shadows. In his hand, he clutched a recently delivered confidential letter. The special insignia of Suigetsu's ENBU barely visible in the candlelight. Chiyo, has she returned to the village? He chuckled softly, his voice hoarse yet filled with delight. The letter detailed Chiyo's intrusion into a high-level meeting, where she had reprimanded the elders and even accessed classified documents of Suigetsu. This legendary puppeteer of Suigetsu, despite her age and seclusion, retained a terrifyingly acute intuition. Ah, no wonder she is a relic of the shinobi world war. He gently caressed the edge of the letter with his fingertips. Alas, it was too late. The paper silently ignited in his grasp, ashes scattering into the air. Orochimaru gazed out the window, the silhouette of Konoha appearing tranquil and serene under the night sky, his gaze fixed upon the Hokage rock in the distance, where the statue of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, overlooked the village. 2 more days. He extended his tongue, slowly licking his lips. The decrepit old fool should gracefully exit the stage. Why struggle any longer? The movements of Suigetsu were merely pawns in his grand design. The ambition of Raza, the sacrifices of the Sand Shinobi, even Chiyo's vigilance, merely tools to distract Konoha. As for the Sand Shinobi, they only needed to stall Konoha's ninjas for him. He turned towards the sand table in his room, his fingers lightly tapping the map of Konoha. Finally halting at the intersection of the Forest of Death and the Central Tower. Third Master, we shall soon have a reunion. His golden slit pupils narrowed slightly in the darkness, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Danzo sat alone in the dim underground base, his left eye flickering with a malevolent gleam. After the revelation of his transplanted Sharingan, the third Hokage had ordered him to refrain from any actions for the time being. At this moment, he was rhythmically tapping his bony fingers against the table, each tap synchronizing with the ticking of the clock on the wall. 2 more days. His hoarse voice echoed in the empty room. The oil woman, Tintin, stood quietly in the shadows, and upon hearing her leader's muttering, she raised her head slightly. Should we deploy early? Danzo scoffed. No need. Let that madman Orochimaru make the first move. He stroked his bandaged arm, waiting for the third Hokage. Suddenly, Sai emerged from the shadows. Lord Danzo, we have detected unusual movements from Suigetsu. No need to report. Danzo interrupted. Suigetsu is merely a pawn. Continue to monitor Uchiha Sasuke's movements. At the third Hokage's residence, under the warm glow of the lights, Hiruzen Sarutobi poured a cup of sake for Jiraiya. The fog from his pipe blurred his weary features. Jiraiya, for the past few days, I have had a feeling that something is amiss. Jiraiya took the conversation. I've noticed it too. 3 patrol units are missing at the border, and the snakes in the Forest of Death are unusually active. The third Hokage inhaled deeply. Orochimaru has returned. The cup halted on the table, ripples forming in the sake. Jiraiya's pupils dilated. You knew all along? The chakra of the Kazekage. Something is off. The third Hokage gazed towards the Hokage rock, but I need solid evidence. Jiraiya suddenly stood up. I will check the perimeter. No. The third Hokage shook his head. You stay in the village. Let the ambu. Old man. Jiraiya slammed the table. If it truly is Orochimaru, ordinary ambu won't. Precisely for that reason, I need you here. The third Hokage calmly interrupted. Tomorrow at the finals, you are responsible for the security of the audience. The two exchanged silent glances before Jiraiya heavily sank back into his seat. You remain the same, always leaving the most perilous position for yourself. Under the cloak of night in Konoha, the moonlight illuminated the training ground where Guy and Lee practiced together, casting its glow upon the empty courtyard of the Uchiha estate, and also upon Naruto, who trained alone. No one noticed the several white snakes silently slithering towards the Chunin exam venue. Jiraiya stood atop the Hokage rock, gazing at the seemingly serene village. The sage Fukasaku suddenly spoke. Young Jiraiya, it looks like rain. Ah. Jiraiya pressed his forehead protector down. A storm is brewing. Meanwhile, at home, Kakashi abruptly closed Ika Paradise and gazed out the window with his one eye. This sense of unease. The following day, the setting sun cast its golden rays upon a casino on the outskirts of Konoha, where Tsunade sat languidly at a table, the dice cup in her hand shaking but never revealing its contents. Her luck had been consistently poor today, having lost 17 consecutive rounds, while Shizen sighed helplessly beside her. One more round. Tsunade pushed her chips forward, her gaze somewhat distracted. At that moment, a familiar figure flashed past the casino entrance. Blue long hair, a gentle profile. That old jacket she had minted herself. Dan. Tsunade's fingers trembled violently, the dice cup clattering onto the table. The count landing perfectly on 3 sixes, she had won. But she could no longer pay attention to that. She abruptly stood up, knocking her chair to the ground. Lady Tsunade? Shizen exclaimed in surprise, only to see Tsunade already sprinting out of the casino, racing towards the direction where the figure had vanished. Wait, Lady Tsunade. Shizen hurriedly chased after her, but Tsunade's speed was too swift. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared around the corner. Anxious, Shizen searched the street, but found no trace of Tsunade. A sense of foreboding surged within her, and she immediately turned to head towards the izakaya, where Jiraiya often frequented. Lord Jiraiya. She burst through the door, breathless, exclaiming, Lady Tsunade is missing. Jiraiya was chatting and drinking with several Chunin, and upon hearing this, he immediately set down his cup, his expression turning serious. What happened? Shizen quickly explained the situation at the casino, particularly mentioning how Tsunade had suddenly chased after a certain figure. She wouldn't leave after winning. That is not like her at all. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. And moreover, for Tsunade to lose her composure like this, a terrifying suspicion flashed through his mind. Kato Dan. Not possible. Dan has been dead for many years. But if it were an illusion, or perhaps Edo Tensei? Jiraiya's pupils constricted, and he immediately stood up. Lord Jiraiya. Should we go look for Lady Tsunade? Shizen asked nervously. Jiraiya clenched his fists, torn inside. Tomorrow is the finals of the Chunin exam. The third Hokage specifically tasked him with overseeing security. If he left now, damn it. Orochimaru, is this you? He took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Shizen, keep calm. We will first report the situation to the third Hokage at the Hokage building. I cannot leave the village. Shizen blinked in surprise, but quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, nodding firmly before swiftly departing with Jiraiya. Upon hearing Shizen's report, the third Hokage's expression grew grave. He immediately summoned an elite AMBU team. Search for Tsunade's whereabouts at once, but do not alert the enemy. He commanded in a low voice, if any suspicious individuals are discovered, prioritize ensuring Tsunade's safety. The AMBU set off, and the third Hokage stood by the window, the smoke from his pipe swirling around him, obscuring his worried gaze. Orochimaru, what exactly are you planning? He knew that Tsunade's sudden disappearance was no coincidence. And tomorrow was the Chunin exam. Tsunade sprinted through the forest, her heart pounding like a drum. That figure maintained a distance neither too close nor too far, as if deliberately guiding her away from the village. Not good. Her footsteps suddenly halted, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Years on the battlefield honed her instincts, and she instantly realized, this is a trap. But just as she prepared to turn back, Kato Dan abruptly stopped ahead, slowly turning back to face her. The familiar visage revealed a sinister smile, followed by the abrupt act of tossing a bucket of fresh blood towards her without a moment's hesitation. What? The blinding crimson erupted in her field of vision, the pungent scent of iron infiltrating her nostrils. Tsunade's pupils dilated in shock, her limbs stiffening uncontrollably, as if her very blood had frozen in an instant. Blood. Blood. She collapsed heavily to the ground, a tortured gasp escaping her throat. The onset of hemophobia caused her body to tremble, rendering even a single finger immobile. What a nostalgic reaction, Tsunade. A chilling voice emerged from behind. As Orochimaru stepped out from the shadows, his golden snake-like eyes glinting coldly in the moonlight. Orochimaru. Tsunade clenched her teeth, attempting to struggle. Yet her body refused to obey. Do not worry, I shall not harm you. Orochimaru crouched down, his fingertips lightly brushing her nape. I merely wish for you to sleep soundly. The chakra sealing technique was swiftly enacted, and Tsunade's consciousness sank rapidly into darkness. Before she succumbed to total oblivion, she vaguely heard Orochimaru's whisper, after all, we were once comrades. Within the dim underground base, Orochimaru gently laid the unconscious Tsunade upon a stone bed. He had deliberately chosen a clean room, far removed from the sin of blood, even draping a pristine cloak over her. Lord Orochimaru, will you not seize the opportunity to acquire her cells? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with inquiry. There's no need. Orochimaru replied, not looking back as he exited the room. Her value does not lie in her physical form, but rather in her absence. He understood Tsunade all too well, one of the legendary Sannin. If she sensed a lethal threat, she would instinctively unleash her chakra, even in unconsciousness. Rather than risk provoking her, it was wiser to let her remain in peaceful slumber. This is sufficient. Orochimaru closed the stone door, a complex smirk gracing his lips. Even after betraying Konoha and descending into darkness, he retained a flicker of warmth for his former comrade. Next, his gaze shifted towards Konoha, a chill emanating from his snake-like eyes. It was time to catch up with the third Hokage. The village of Konoha lay shrouded in mist before dawn, the streets eerily silent. Orochimaru stood aloft, his golden serpent eyes reflecting the slumbering village, a cold smile curling at his lips. With Tsunade out of the way, next, it would be that fool Jiraiya. He formed a series of hand seals, murmuring, shadow clone technique. A puff of white smoke dissipated, revealing another Orochimaru beside him. The shadow clone was not a mere chakra construct. It possessed the energy of a body he had previously reincarnated, sufficient to deceive Jiraiya's senses. Go, lead him away from Konoha. The main body of Orochimaru commanded coldly. The shadow clone grinned ominously before transforming into a shadow and racing towards the outskirts of Konoha. At dawn, Jiraiya stood atop the Hokage rock, gazing at the village awakening from slumber, his brow furrowed, haunted by Tsunade's disappearance. Something is amiss, far too amiss. Just then, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting figure in the distant woods, long hair, an ominous aura. Orochimaru. Jiraiya's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, he leaped from the Hokage rock, pursuing the shadow. Wait, Orochimaru, he shouted, but the figure merely turned back, offering a strange smile before accelerating into the depths of the forest. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and pursued, alarm bells ringing in his mind. This guy's sudden appearance is definitely suspect. Nonetheless, he could not allow Orochimaru to roam near Konoha. I must confront him here. However, he was unaware that he was being led step by step into a trap away from Konoha. As Jiraiya's figure vanished into the distance, Orochimaru's main body withdrew its gaze with satisfaction. With that, the troublesome individuals would all be out of the way. He turned his attention towards the Chunin exam venue, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. As for Kakashi, Asuma, and the other Jonin, he scoffed disdainfully, letting that group of Suna ninjas handle them. The Sand Ninjas remained blissfully unaware, believing this operation aimed to weaken Konoha and rejuvenate Suna. Little did they know, they were mere pawns in Orochimaru's plan, intended to distract Konoha's elite forces. By the time they realized, it would already be too late. Orochimaru strolled towards the venue, his cloak billowing in the morning breeze. The morning light had yet to dispel the dew, as Hiruzen Sarutobi stood before a mirror, his aged fingers gently tracing the scratches on his armor, marks from battles waged against the likes of the Cloud and Rock villages. Since becoming Hokage, this armor had been sealed away for years. The third tightened the last strap, and as he turned, the armor emitted a heavy metallic sound, donning the Hokage cloak. Its ample sleeves concealed the armor, yet could not mask the aura of impending slaughter. The armor whispered softly with each step. Villagers greeted him as usual. Yet the Umbu had keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere, silently increasing their protective presence. Hokage-sama. Umbu member Rado appeared at his side. Jiraiya-sama has pursued a suspicious individual out of the village. The third steps faltered imperceptibly. The glow of his pipe flickered in the morning mist as he exhaled a long puff of smoke. What of Kakashi and the others? They have been positioned at key points in accordance with your directives. However, Rado's voice lowered. The number of Suna's guards exceeds the reported figures by 30%. Around the corner, a few Suna ninjas were engaged in conversation. Upon spotting the Hokage, they immediately saluted, but the third caught sight of one ninja's muscles tensing instantaneously. I hope I am merely overthinking this, he murmured to himself, yet discreetly formed a hand seal within his sleeve. Chapter 43. The tournament commences within the arena. The cheers of the crowd had yet to subside when calamity struck. As the examiner, Hinata Genshin, announced the commencement of the duel between Sasuke and Gaara. The spectators were still animatedly discussing the outcomes of the previous matches: Naruto's victory over Neji, Temari's triumph against Shikamaru, Shino's win by default after Kankuro's withdrawal, and the respective defeats of Kuratsuchi and Oanoki. However, just as Sasuke and Gaara were about to engage, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, suddenly erupted onto the scene. Seizing the third Hokage. Boom. The explosive tags set by the Sound Ninjas detonated in the stands, and chaos spread like wildfire. The Sand Ninjas tore off their disguises and launched a surprise attack on the Leaf Ninjas. Without hesitation, Sasuke pursued Gaara, while Kakashi, Asuma, and other Jonin swiftly organized a defensive response, clashing fiercely with the invaders. Barrier. 4 purple flames formation. For Sound Ninja Jonin established a barrier in the center of the arena, sealing Orochimaru and the third Hokage within. Those outside could only watch helplessly as the battle raged on inside. Meanwhile, on the playground of the Ninja Academy, the children continued to frolic without a care in the world. Iruka-sensei, when can we go watch the matches? Konohamaru eagerly inquired. Iruka smiled but found his gaze drawn toward the arena. That Naruto kid must be competing right now. Yet, in the next instant, boom. The explosion in the distance silenced the playground. Irika and Appo's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Everyone, return to the classroom immediately." At the same time, deep within the forest, Sasuke finally caught up to Gaara. "What do you want from me?" Sasuke's Sharingan fixed intently on his opponent. Gaara's sand armor began to peel away, revealing a sinister grin. "Ha ha ha. You have no idea. What gives someone like you the right to forge bonds?" The power of Shikaku began to surge, with sand gradually enveloping Gaara's body, transforming him into a monstrous form. Although Sasuke activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, he still found himself struggling against the beast might. Chidori. Sasuke's lightning surged toward Gaara, only to be thwarted by a shield of sand. Just as he was about to be crushed by a sand hand, Sakura dashed forward, using her body to shield him from the lethal blow. Blood trickled from her mouth. Yet she steadfastly stood in front of Sasuke. Gaara was taken aback. Why? Why would someone be willing to die for another? Memories of his lonely childhood flooded his mind, cold nights, the chill of Shikaku, warmth he had never experienced. "Don't you dare hurt Sakura!" Naruto roared as he charged forward, landing a punch squarely on Gaara's face. Summoning technique. Naruto bit his finger and slammed it onto the ground. However, when the smoke cleared, a tiny toad appeared. "Hey, kid, you don't have enough chakra," the toad complained. "Quit the chatter. Help me." Naruto gritted his teeth and shouted. Faced with a fully transformed Gaara, Naruto stood little chance. Yet, time and again, he rose to his feet, refusing to back down despite his injuries. Inside the barrier, the third Hokage, besieged by the first, second, and fourth Kazekage, was already battered and bruised. "Orochimaru, you desecrate the dead, your sins are unforgivable." The third Hokage roared, his hands coming together. Reaper Death Seal. The spectral figure of the Shinigami emerged behind him, massive chains coiling toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru's soul was forcibly torn apart, and the reanimated bodies of the first and second Hokage were sealed away. However, the third Hokage's chakra was completely exhausted. "The future of Konoha is in your hands." The barrier of the 4 purple flames slowly dissipated, rain washing over the battlefield. Orochimaru stood amidst the ruins, staring down at his trembling hands. The price of the Reaper Death Seal rendered him incapable of forming hand seals to perform jutsu. "Damn old man. Even in death, you seek to thwart me." He seethed, his golden snake-like eyes flickering with fury and resentment. In the distance, Jiraiya led the Leaf Ninjas in clearing the battlefield, his gaze sharply fixed on Orochimaru's figure. Now is not the time for distractions. Orochimaru suppressed his rage, coldly commanding the Sound Ninja beside him, "Retreat." "What about the Sand Ninja?" one of the Sound Ninja quietly asked. Orochimaru's lips curled into a cruel smirk. "Let them hold the rear and draw the ire of Konoha." Before the words left his mouth, his figure transformed into a white snake, vanishing swiftly into the rain. "Orochimaru!" Jiraiya bellowed, attempting to pursue him, but a massive summoned serpent rampaged through the streets of Konoha. Remnants of the Sand Ninja still resisting fiercely. "Damn it." He clenched his fists, ultimately gritting his teeth and turning toward the rampaging serpent. "Everyone, prioritize protecting civilians. Eliminate the invaders." Jiraiya's voice echoed across the battlefield as the Leaf Ninjas quickly reformed their ranks and began their counterattack. Sanjon and Maki stood atop the ruins. The Kazekage was actually Orochimaru in disguise. This realization plunged him into a chilling despair. What was even more terrifying was that the true Kazekage, Raza, had likely met with tragedy. "Maki-sama, the Sound Ninja scoundrels abandoned us and fled," a Sand Ninja reported, panting. Maki's expression darkened as he grasped the situation. Sunagakure had been manipulated. "Send the order." He barked, "All Sand Ninjas, retreat immediately." But what about the Leaf Shinobi? Now is not the time for explanations. Maki seized the collar of his comrade. "If we linger, we'll all perish here." The Sand Ninjas began to retreat in panic, with the Leaf Shinobi in hot pursuit. Maki glanced back at the burning Konoha, a torrent of complex emotions surging within him. What does Sunagakure gain from this war? Only endless shame and loss. As the Sand Ninjas withdrew and the summoned beasts were eradicated, Konoha finally caught its breath from the onslaught. Yet the streets lay in ruins, and the hospitals were filled with the wounded. Standing atop Hokage Rock, Jiraiya gazed at the rain-soaked village, his fists clenched tightly. "Orochimaru, when we meet again, I will not let you escape." Meanwhile, in the distant forest, Orochimaru's figure slowly materialized. He looked down at his hands, unable to form seals, and suddenly chuckled softly. "Sarutobi-sensei, do you think this will stop me?" His gaze turned toward the horizon, as if piercing through the rain to see an even greater ambition. The special operations team of the Umbu, led by Yugao, followed the chakra traces left by Kabuto, ultimately finding the unconscious Tsunade in a concealed underground facility. "Tsunade-sama." Yugao rushed forward to check her condition. Her chakra was sealed, but her vital signs remained stable. "Release it," another Umbu member whispered. "Orochimaru's jutsu is tricky and will take time." "There's no need for that." Suddenly, Tsunade's eyes flew open, her chakra erupting like a volcano. Crack. The sealing technique shattered in an instant, the violent chakra causing the entire underground base to tremble. "Orochimaru, that bastard." Anger blazed in her eyes. Yugao quickly reported, "Tsunade-sama, Konoha is under a joint attack from Sand and Sound Shinobi. and the third Hokage. What happened to the old man? Tsunade grasped Yugao's shoulders with such force it nearly crushed her bones. The third Hokage sacrificed himself. The air froze instantly. Tsunade's pupils dilated violently, and memories of the old man, who always smoked a pipe and rambled on, flashed through her mind. Dead? That old man, known as the professor of ninjutsu, dead? In the next moment, her expression turned utterly frigid. Let us go. She strode towards the exit with resolute steps. Her voice hauntingly deep, back to Konoha. By the time Tsunade and the Umbu squad returned to Konoha, the battle was nearing its conclusion. The streets lay in ruins, the air thick with the stench of blood and scorched earth. Jiraiya was directing the ninjas to clear the battlefield when he looked up to see Tsunade standing aloft, her gaze coldly surveying the devastation. Tsunade, are you all right? Jiraiya swiftly moved to her side, his voice laced with an unusual tension. What about Orochimaru? Tsunade inquired directly. He fled. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. The old man used the dead demon-consuming seal to render his hands useless. But, enough, Tsunade interrupted, taking a deep breath. What are the casualties? The evacuation of civilians was timely. The losses are minimal among them, but the ninja forces suffered significantly. Tsunade remained silent for a moment before suddenly striking a nearby crumbling wall with her fist, causing the entire structure to collapse with a thunderous roar. That bastard dared to do this to Konoha. Jiraiya observed her, suddenly realizing that the Tsunade who had once languished in despair due to her fear of blood and the loss of loved ones now burned with a long-lost spirit of battle. Tsunade, you. Stop talking, she said coldly. Konoha needs a new Hokage. Jiraiya paused, then smiled wryly. So you finally agreed to take the position? Less chatter. Tsunade shot him a glare. Let us focus on rebuilding the village first. Heavy rain poured down as the villagers of Konoha stood silently before the memorial stone. Raindrops cascaded down the cold stone surface, dripping onto Tsunade's clenched fists. She held her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, yet she felt no pain. Jiraiya stood beside her, his usual light-hearted demeanor replaced by a heavy gloom. His gaze fell upon the name of the third Hokage. That old man who always scolded him while puffing on his pipe, now reduced to mere engravings. What are we even doing? Tsunade suddenly spoke, her voice raspy as though scraped by sandpaper. Jiraiya did not respond. He recalled his foolish chase after Orochimaru's shadow clone as he fled the village, and Tsunade's oversight in falling for the genjutsu. They had both sensed the abnormalities yet were still toyed with by Orochimaru. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the distant sounds of villagers weeping softly. A child tugged at his mother's sleeve, asking, when will Grandpa Hokage come back? Tsunade's shoulders trembled slightly. Jiraiya suddenly slammed his fist against a tree trunk beside the memorial stone, splintering wood. Damn it. We are the legendary three. The crows scattered from the treetops. And yet they had failed to protect even their own teacher. Shut up. Tsunade abruptly lifted her head, tears mingling with the rain as they cascaded down her face. What good is it to say these things now? She turned and walked towards the hospital, her white coat billowing in the wind. I must go treat the injured. At least now. I need to do something that can be done. Jiraiya watched her stagger away, suddenly reminiscing about the days when the three of them fought side by side. Back then, Orochimaru would mock him for his lack of dedication to training, and Tsunade would laugh while playfully hitting their heads, while their teacher would sigh in exasperation. Naruto gazed at the portrait of the third Hokage, tears mingling with the rain. Why? Why would people gamble their lives for others? Kakashi placed a hand on his shoulder, softly saying, because that is the will of fire. Iruka looked up at the sky, murmuring, Third Hokage, the village you protected, we will surely continue to safeguard. Chapter 44, The Revelation in the Conference Room of Suigetsu. Chiyo's teacup shattered with a sharp crack, the scalding tea cascading down her frail fingers. Yet she remained oblivious to the chaos. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage. Her voice emerged as a strained whisper, her aged visage contorted with fury. The kneeling sand ninja, quaking with trepidation, stammered, yes, indeed. Lord Maki witnessed it firsthand. Orochimaru used some forbidden technique to resurrect the first and second Hokage. And what else? Chiyo slammed her palm on the table, causing the room to fall into an eerie silence. And the fourth Kazekage? Her pupils constricted violently, a vision of Rashi's perpetually solemn face flashing through her mind. The Kazekage of Suigetsu had long since met a tragic fate, manipulated by their adversary to turn against their allies. What of the One Tail? She demanded sharply. I, Lord Gaara, have been captured by Konoha, and over 100 ninjas could not retreat. Useless. Chiyo's wrath erupted, chakra surging violently, shattering cups in the conference room. The elders gazed at the reclusive matriarch in terror. The dignity of Suigetsu has been trampled, the Kazekage slain, the Jinchuriki captured. We have become mere pawns in Orochimaru's game. Breathing heavily, Chiyo suddenly broke into a cold smile. Very well. She tore off the ceremonial sash that signified her status as an elder, her murky eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Send word. Suigetsu shall immediately dispatch an envoy to Konoha, Lady Chiyo. Are we to surrender? An elder exclaimed in panic. Surrender? Chiyo's expression twisted into a bitter smile. No. It is to atone. She turned and strode toward the door. I shall personally go to Konoha, to bring our children back. The night had deepened. The moon above Suigetsu shrouded by thin clouds, casting a hazy glow. Chiyo's fingers lingered on her ninja tool pouch, her calloused fingertips brushing against the seam. The room was illuminated only by a flickering oil lamp, casting elongated shadows that danced on the walls like restless phantoms. "Rashi," she murmured softly, her voice resonating with unsettling clarity in the stillness. Scattered across the table were various scrolls and vials, each meticulously examined by her over the years, a habit ingrained from her relentless pursuit of perfection before missions. Yet tonight, her thoughts drifted incessantly towards the one who was no longer present. Outside, the sound of gravel tapping against the window echoed like a myriad of tiny fingers knocking. Chiyo's gaze pierced through the window towards the Kazekage's office. It was likely deserted now, ever since the confirmation of Rashi's death. The power center of Suigetsu had succumbed to an eerie stillness. "When you conspired with that venomous snake," she continued to muse aloud, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the kunai at her waist. "Did you ever consider how he could be so benevolent?" Chiyo closed her eyes. Orochimaru. The name slipped from her lips, laced with palpable disdain. She was all too familiar with the rogue ninja. Their paths had crossed during the Second Shinobi World War. That serpent never acted without ulterior motives. Each of his smiles concealed venomous fangs. The flame of the oil lamp flickered suddenly, jolting Chiyo back to reality. She realized her breath had quickened. Her chest felt as though it were burdened by a stone. Exhaling slowly, she resumed her preparations, categorizing antidotes and specially formulated food pills. To perish within this conspiracy, she shook her head, her silver hair glistening under the dim light. When Rashi's corpse was discovered, it was no longer recognizable, a method typical of Orochimaru's, who discarded what he had used without so much as a trace. Chiyo paused. Moving to an old cabinet in the corner of the room, she opened the lowest drawer, retrieving a tightly wrapped scroll. Unsealing it revealed a financial report of Suigetsu from recent years. She needed to examine it further. Those figures were etched in her memory. The village could no longer withstand the ravages of war. She sighed, her fingers tracing the red ink on the scroll. Suigetsu's economic condition was far worse than the outside world perceived. The feudal lord of the Wind Country had been steadily reducing funding, and Rashi's pride in the sand gold technique could not fill this abyss. She approached the window, allowing the night breeze to disperse the stifling air within the room. In the distance, a few Chunin were still training. Their movements appeared especially frail under the moonlight. Chiyo recalled a time in her youth when the number of ninjas in Suigetsu exceeded 3 times that of the present. "The reduction in funding," she murmured, recalling the recent quarrels during the Chunin meeting. There were insufficient mission commissions, inadequate funds to train new recruits, and even the basic maintenance of ninja tools had become problematic. The elite route proposed by Rashi sounded appealing, yet in reality, though the sand ninja claimed to pursue an elite path, Chiyo chuckled bitterly. The dwindling numbers no longer supported their capacity for warfare. She thought of her grandson, Sasori, that exceptionally gifted child. If only he had killed the third. No, she must not dwell on such thoughts. Returning to the table, Chiyo began inspecting the mechanisms of the mother and father puppets. The scent of machine oil offered her a modicum of comfort. At least these old companions would never betray her. She carefully adjusted the gears at the joints, her thoughts drifting further afield. Rashi's decision was not without merit. Suigetsu indeed required change, powerful allies. But why did it have to be Orochimaru, that rogue ninja who could betray even his own village? Chiyo's fingers suddenly pressed too forcefully, causing a small spring to pop out and roll across the floor, disappearing from sight. Foolish, she scolded herself, bending down to search for the lost part. At this age, unable to control her emotions, it felt as though she were regressing. Yet as she knelt, her fingers brushed against the cold floor. A wave of powerlessness washed over her. Suigetsu was indeed in decline. This was an undeniable truth. Rashi recognized it, thus he took the gamble. Chiyo retrieved the spring. Slowly rising, her knees protested, a reminder of the relentless passage of time. Yet at this moment, she felt more lucid than ever. If war truly erupted, she shuddered to envision the consequences. With Suigetsu's current military strength, it could scarcely withstand even a medium-scale conflict. Rashi's plan was to leverage Orochimaru's power to revitalize Suigetsu. But he had not considered the cost of failure. Chiyo placed the last ninja tool into her bag, fastening the strap securely. Tomorrow she would depart to confront an ally who may already have turned traitor, to clean up the mess left by Rashi. She was uncertain of what awaited her. But as an elder of Suigetsu, it was her duty. Extinguishing the oil lamp, the room was engulfed in darkness. In the last traces of moonlight, Chiyo's gaze hardened with determination. At the very least, she whispered, "I shall not follow in your footsteps, Rashi." In Konoha, shrouded in the lingering smoke of battle, ninjas busied themselves clearing the debris of collapsed structures. The newly appointed 5th Hokage, Tsunade, stood by the window of the Hokage's office, her golden hair shimmering in the sunset. Yet her brow was furrowed with concern. Mountains of paperwork cluttered her desk, casualty reports, reconstruction budgets, diplomatic documents, each serving as a reminder of the weight she bore. "Shizen, how's the situation with the medical team?" Tsunade inquired without turning, her voice tinged with exhaustion. "All severely injured have stabilized, but 27 genin require continuous observation." Shizen, cradling a piglet, wore an expression of deep worry. "Lady Tsunade, you haven't rested for 3 days. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Have we received any word from Sunagakure? Just now, we received a message. Elder Chiyo will come in person to negotiate. Tsunade scoffed, her fist involuntarily clenching. She turned and grasped the green robe hanging on the back of the chair. I will visit the hospital to check on the injured. Inform Rookyu to prepare the negotiation plan before my return. As she walked along the street leading to the hospital, Tsunade could feel the villagers' gazes upon her, some filled with reverence, others with anticipation, and a few laced with veiled reproach. The calamity of the Chunin exams had exacted a heavy toll on Konoha. The sacrifice of the third Hokage weighed heavily upon her heart, like a colossal stone, while the betrayal by Sunagakure was akin to salt rubbed into her wounds. The pungent scent of medicinal solutions permeated the medical department. Upon entering, she immediately heard the heart-wrenching cries emanating from the end of the corridor. My leg. Why can't I feel my leg? She hurried toward the source of the commotion, pushing open the door to the patient room, where a 12-year-old genin was frantically pounding his bandaged lower limbs. The medical ninjas stood helplessly by. Silence. Tsunade's sharp reprimand silenced the room instantly. Approaching the bedside, her hands glowed with a luminous green chakra. Let me see. After her examination, Tsunade's expression softened slightly. The nerves were not completely severed. It could be treated. However, she fixed her gaze on the boy's terrified eyes. If you move again, you will truly become crippled. The boy fell silent at once. Tsunade turned to the medical team. Prepare the operating room. I will handle this personally. But, Lady Hokage, you have already. This is an order. Meanwhile, in the forest at the border of the Land of Fire, the surviving forces led by the San Sanin, Maki, were encamped by the campfire. Temari nervously fiddled with her 3-star fan. Sensei, Garahi Konoha will not lightly harm a Jinchuriki, Maki replied somberly, yet the furrow in his brow betrayed his concern. Lady Chiyo has already set out. We must trust in her negotiation skills. Damn it. Kankuro suddenly struck the tree trunk. This is clearly Orochimaru's scheme. Why must we bear the consequences? Because we indeed participated in the assault. Maki wearily closed his eyes, now pinning his hopes on Lady Chiyo to persuade Tsunade. After all, his unfinished thought drifted into the night breeze. After all, Chiyo and Tsunade had shared experiences on the battlefield in their youth. Konoha at the dimly lit end of a corridor, Danzo sat alone on a stone chair, absently toying with the hat that symbolized the position of Hokage. The flickering candlelight cast a capricious shadow across half his face, while the eye concealed beneath the bandages, the transplanted Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui throbbed with a dull ache. The time has come, he murmured softly, his voice echoing in the vast underground chambers. When the plan to obliterate Konoha was set in motion, he remained motionless, coldly observing the life-and-death struggle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. He had calculated everything. When the village fell into despair, when the third Hokage perished, when the leaders were thrown into chaos, he, Shimura Danzo, would step forth, turning the tide, becoming the new leader of Konoha. However, as he finally led the elite ninjas of the Root organization out of the underground, prepared to seize control of Konoha, the scene before him caused his pupils to constrict in shock. On the streets, the ninjas were orderly clearing the rubble and tending to the wounded. And everyone was speaking the same name. Lady Tsunade has agreed to succeed as the 5th Hokage. With Tsunade here, the village will surely be rebuilt. Truly one of the legendary 3, her medical ninjutsu is unparalleled. Danzo's knuckles turned white as an indescribable fury ignited within his chest. Tsunade, it is she. He had expected that upon the third Hokage's death, the advisors would hastily propose his succession to the position of Hokage. After all, in terms of experience, methods, and control over Konoha, he believed no one could rival him. Yet reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. He was bypassed entirely, without even a nomination. With a sullen expression, Danzo stormed into the advisor's office within the Hokage building. Midogate Han and T.G. Kohara were discussing reconstruction efforts when he abruptly intruded, leaving both momentarily stunned. Danzo, what are you doing here, Tsunade? Danzo coldly interrupted, his voice low and menacing. With the third Hokage deceased, the position of Hokage should be determined through discussion among the higher-ups, yet you have unilaterally nominated her? Midogate Han adjusted his glasses, sighing, Danzo. Konoha needs a leader who can stabilize the hearts of the people. Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, one of the legendary 3, and her medical ninjutsu is unrivaled in the shinobi world. Both the populace and the ninjas trust her. Trust? Danzo scoffed. How many years has she been away from the village? Can her understanding of Konoha compare to ours, those who have continuously protected it? T.G. Kohara shook her head. Danzo, this is not the time for a power struggle. The village has just endured great calamity. Tsunade can swiftly rally the people's hearts. She is the most suitable candidate. Suitable? Danzo's voice rose sharply. What about me? Am I not worthy of becoming Hokage? The two advisors exchanged a glance, a flicker of helplessness passing between them. Danzo Midogate Han slowly spoke. We are growing old. Perhaps it is time to hand this era over to the younger generation. Ah, old? Danzo mocked with a laugh. Your weakness does not mean I must also retreat. Konoha does not need a gentle healer. It needs an iron-fisted ruler. Danzo. T.G. Kohara frowned. Tsunade has already gained the recognition of the daimyo and the elite ninjas. Only a ceremony remains. The situation is settled. You must not cause trouble. These 3 words pierced Danzo's heart like a sharp blade. He stared intently at his former comrades, finally realizing they had never truly considered making him Hokage. After leaving the Hokage building, Danzo stood in the shadows, gazing at the brightly lit medical department in the distance. Through the window, he could vaguely see Tsunade treating the injured, surrounded by countless adoring gazes. How he slowly clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Since you will not grant me, then I shall take it for myself. He turned and vanished into the darkness, his lone eye glimmering with a cold light in the night. Chapter 45. Subsequent events. The morning light of the sixth day cascaded over the Hidden Leaf village. The air still tinged with a faint scent of scorched earth. In the streets, ninjas directed craftsmen in repairing the damaged structures, while medical teams busied themselves within the hospital. Outside the Hokage building, villagers spontaneously laid out flowers to mourn the late third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Although the official ceremony for the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, had yet to take place, her presence was increasingly felt throughout the village. She personally treated the critically injured, engaged in reconstruction planning, and even met with the families of fallen ninjas to offer solace. Tsunade-sama, here is the schedule for the Sunigakure envoy. Shizen presented a document, her voice soft. Elder Chiyo is expected to arrive tomorrow evening. Tsunade glanced at it, emitting a cold scoff. Finally coming, are they? Jiraiya leaned against the window, gazing at the distant Hokage rock, his tone unusually serious. The peace won with the old man's life cannot be dismissed by a mere apology from Sunigakure. Tsunade clenched her fists, her gaze sharp. Rest assured, if Sunigakure does not pay the price, this matter will not end here. Within the Land of Fire, a delegation from Sunigakure was making its way to the Hidden Leaf. At the forefront, Elder Chiyo sat atop a beast of burden, her aged visage betraying no emotion. Elder Chiyo, will the Hidden Leaf accept our apology? A Sunigakure Jainin inquired softly. Chiyo closed her eyes slightly. Whether they accept or not, we must make this journey. Sunigakure cannot withstand another war. Behind her, several sand ninjas remained silent, acutely aware that the death of the fourth Kazekage, the schemes of Orochimaru, and the blame for the attack on the Hidden Leaf had utterly tarnished Suigetsu's reputation in the ninja world. They had not only lost their Kazekage but also the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara, who was now in the custody of the Hidden Leaf. Maki has temporarily assumed the role of Kazekage and is currently purging the remaining sound ninja forces in the village, another ninja reported. Chiyo nodded slowly. I hope he can stabilize the situation, otherwise, Sunigakure is truly finished. In these brief 6 days, the information network of the ninja world was swept up as if by a hurricane, with news of the Hidden Leaf's turmoil frantically circulating among the major ninja villages' underground exchanges, gold exchanges, black markets, and even among wandering ninjas. The fourth Kazekage was assassinated by Orochimaru long ago? Does that mean the Sunigakure forces attacking the Leaf were under the control of the sound ninjas all along? Sunigakure had indeed made a significant blunder. Even their own leader was swapped out, yet they dared to declare war on the Hidden Leaf? The Jutsu master Hiruzen Sarutobi sealed Orochimaru's hands with the dead demon-consuming seal. The third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, truly a formidable old man. Tsunade has succeeded as the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya has returned as well. Despite the heavy losses, who would dare to underestimate the Hidden Leaf with these two in command? In the Hidden Stone Village, Inoki squinted as he listened to the report, sneering, Sunigakure has truly shot themselves in the foot this time. In the Hidden Cloud Village, the fourth Raikage, smashed his fist onto the table. That bastard Orochimaru dares to play such tricks. In the Hidden Mist Village, Terumi May sipped her red tea, contemplative. The Hidden Leaf, it seems we must reassess. Within Sunigakure, after Maki took on the role of Kazekage, he immediately commenced a purge of internal elements. All ninjas who have had contact with Orochimaru are to be isolated and interrogated. Maki ordered coldly, especially those who participated in the attack on the Hidden Leaf. None are to be spared. Tamari and Kankuro stood beside him, their expressions grave. They understood that Sunigakure had not only suffered severe losses but had also seen its reputation in the ninja world obliterated. Can Gaara truly return? Kankuro queried softly. Tamari clenched her fists. The Hidden Leaf will not release him easily, unless we pay a sufficient price. In the office of the Tsukikage. Deep in the night of the third day, Inoki hovered above a three-dimensional sand table, the brilliance of dust release casting the terrain of the borders upon the surrounding walls. Akatsuki was reshaping the sand table model with earth release, while Kuratsuchi dozed with the latest intelligence scroll in her arms. The demolition team has withdrawn from the Shinobigai Bridge area. Inoki suddenly spoke, startling Kuratsuchi awake. These 3 outposts, he pointed, and the miniature fortresses on the sand table immediately collapsed, will serve as a greeting gift for the Hidden Leaf. The chief of staff, Akatsuki, quickly advised against it. Father, those outposts control the vital routes to the land of Grass Fool. Inoki's dust release suddenly disassembled the teacup into molecules. That woman Tsunade has even overcome her fear of blood. Right now, the Hidden Leaf is a wounded lion. He floated to the window, gazing at the starry sky before dawn. Let them and the Hidden Cloud fight to a standstill on a ship of the Land of Water. Terumi May stood on the deck, delicately sipping sake from a celadon cup. CHJR rushed over in a panic. Mizuki-sama. Aoi Senpai discovered Shu. She pressed her fingertip to the young man's lips, elegantly forming hand seals with her other hand, and a soundproof water curtain rose around them. Is it spies from the Land of Lightning? Aoi Byakugan peers through the 3 layers of deck, observing a merchant in the hold dissecting a water dragonfish with a chakra blade. It's a rogue ninja from the hidden mist. Really, Terumi May's lava-released chakra instantly vaporized the sake cup, preparing the most exquisite, colorful coral from the fish tank, and casually gestured to the umbu for a throat-cutting sign. In the Yunlei Gorge, bastard, idiot, Killer B's rap echoed through the canyon. While the tentacles of the 8 Tails wrote rapidly on the ground, discovered ruins of Orochimaru's laboratory. Suddenly, Samui's communicator exploded with noise. A's furious roar shook the very mountains. Get back here immediately. That bunch from the hidden leaf actually calmly, Mabui added, Reikage-sama has received intelligence. Tsunade is reorganizing the hidden leaf's medical system and is expected to cultivate 100 medical genie within 3 years. Humph. A's lightning release armor erupted, shattering the newly replaced tempered glass in the office once more. He seized the Reikage hat and lowered his voice. Tell the Jinchuriki of the 2 Tails to maintain a state of readiness. In the shadows of the shifting powers of the 3 countries, several ninjas wearing animal masks were exchanging scrolls in an underground trading post. The leading cat-faced ninja unfurled the latest intelligence. Coordinates of the Hidden Stone Demolition Team withdrawal, price, 8 million Ri. Cargo list of the Hidden Mist Delegation, price, 5 million Ri. Operational routes of the Hidden Cloud Jinchuriki, price, 12 million Ri. These bits of information held immense value. The cat-faced ninja nodded in satisfaction, money and goods exchanged, and everyone departed cautiously. As the transaction concluded, several figures vanished into the darkness. At that moment, the umbu of the Hidden Leaf also received news regarding this transaction. Tsunade furrowed her brows, realizing someone was intentionally stirring the pot to gather intelligence from all sides. Jiraiya stroked his chin. We must strengthen our control over information. We cannot let these details fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives. Meanwhile, the Sunigakure delegation drew ever closer to the Hidden Leaf. Elder Chiyo gazed into the distance, her heart filled with trepidation. She understood that the outcome of this negotiation in the Hidden Leaf was anything but predictable. In the Hidden Leaf, Tsunade and her team were ardently preparing for how to respond to Suigetsu's apology and what price they should exact. A negotiation that would influence the direction of the ninja world was about to unfold. In the land of rain, shrouded in perpetual gloom and drizzle, Pain and Conan stood side by side. Before them lay a table strewn with freshly delivered intelligence scrolls. Pain's signature orange hair appeared even deeper under the dim light, and the Rinnegan in his eyes shimmered with a mysterious and cold light, as if capable of unveiling all the hidden plots and movements behind this intelligence. He scrutinized every word on the scrolls with meticulous attention. The intelligence indicated that the Land of Wind had dispatched a formidable envoy, making its way towards the Hidden Leaf. In the Land of Thunder, there is an unmistakable stir. The military elite frequently convene, and various signs point towards a shocking intent, an ambition to invade the Hidden Leaf village. In stark contrast, the Land of Earth has opted for a completely different strategy, retracting its defenses and consolidating its forces at key domestic strongholds. Akin to a great beast retreating into its shell after being startled, lying in wait for the situation to clarify. Meanwhile, the Mizukage of the Land of Water prepares for a diplomatic mission to the Hidden Leaf, observing the intricate and tumultuous dynamics among the various factions within the shinobi world. The usually silent Pain finally speaks. His voice, deep and hoarse, carries an undeniable authority. These so-called great shinobi villages have always been thus. They are intoxicated by the pursuit of power, obsessed with territorial expansion, indulging in reckless behavior amidst a facade of prosperity and stability, utterly oblivious to the suffering endured by ordinary shinobi and the populace. Only when genuine suffering descends upon them like a catastrophic flood, when blood stains their lands, and cries echo through their streets, will they awaken in despair, understanding the true value of peace. Nagato slightly raises his head and continues, let them fight. During this period, the content broadcast in the sky has caused these great shinobi villages, who typically regard our Akatsuki organization as a formidable threat, to station troops along the borders. However, now, with the spark of war igniting, they will be too preoccupied to fixate on us as they once did, no longer treating us as their adversaries everywhere. Conan nods gently, her gaze reflecting a blend of agreement and resolve. She understands that in this storm-tossed shinobi world, Nagato's envisioned path, though strewn with thorns, is the only glimmer of hope leading to genuine peace. Outside the window, the rain continues to fall softly, as if lamenting the impending turmoil of the shinobi world. In the underground cavern, Obito's fingertips traced the weathered map of the shinobi world on the stone wall, the flickering candlelight casting his shadow into a distorted, monstrous shape. The latest intelligence scroll unravels on the stone platform, densely filled with grim records. 47 new ninjas at the Konoha hospital, unable to be healed due to the war. 300 new graves at the Suna border. It has begun again. The Sharingan beneath his mask slowly rotates, reflecting Tsunade's speeches before the Hokage building, hypocritical declarations of peace. How absurd. Abruptly, Obito crushes the intelligence, the fragments consumed by Kamui before they touch the ground. As long as ninjas exist, this cycle will never end. Water droplets on the stone wall suddenly reflect Lin's smiling face, causing Obito's breath to catch. That rainy day, The sensation of Kakashi's Raikiri piercing through Lin's chest lingers in his palm. Obito. Lin's apparition reaches out through the mist. You said you would create. I will. He vehemently disperses the illusion, the kaleidoscopic pattern in his single eye constricting violently. This time, it must work. Black Zetsu timely presents a new scroll. Interesting findings at Orochimaru's base it's about. Not important, Obito interrupts, standing before the cavern's sole light source. Gazing at the deceptive sunlight outside. When the moon turns red, his voice softens, as if whispering to the memory of Lin, will transform into beautiful dreams. When Black Zetsu looks over in confusion, scenes of Lin dying in Kakashi's arms emerge in his Sharingan. The more ninjas struggle. The Kamui vortex in his right eye slowly rotates, devouring all intelligence concerning the 5 great nations from the stone table. The more it proves that this world needs saving. In the unseen shadows, Obito's left hand remains tightly clenched around something, a small, weathered stone, inscribed with a child's handwriting pledging to become Hokage. Now, it is slowly being eroded by dark chakra, gradually turning to dust. Chapter 46. Solitude in the Dark Night in the Realm of Reality, the Hidden Leaf Village, akin to a valiant warrior battered by storms yet unyielding, swiftly immersed itself in the process of restoration and rebuilding following the harrowing incident during the Chunin exams. The streets were bustling with industrious figures. The usually jovial students of the Ninja Academy wore serious expressions, diligently transporting construction materials, their small frames radiating immense energy as they toiled tirelessly, sweat soaking their backs without respite. Experienced jonin employed their ninjutsu with precision and efficiency, restoring the severely damaged homes and defensive structures as if the earth and stone had come to life, obediently returning to their rightful places. Medical ninjas were equally occupied, moving in and out of makeshift medical stations, tending to the wounds of villagers and ninjas injured during the rebuilding efforts, employing their healing techniques. Each person played their part, working in concert, using their hands and sweat to gradually erase the shadows cast by the calamity. All hearts yearning for the day when the Leaf Village would once again flourish in peace. Each individual understood that every bit of effort contributed to the village's rebirth. Amidst the fervent wave of reconstruction in the Leaf Village, the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, operated like an unflagging machine, her movements swift yet methodical. She frequently traversed the various critical departments of the Hokage office, reviewing and approving mountains of documents one by one. Strategic decisions regarding the village's future, plans for public welfare, and the allocation of ninja forces were all under her meticulous scrutiny, each decision imbued with a sense of responsibility and wisdom for the Leaf. Despite the overwhelming busyness of her duties, Tsunade never neglected her role as a mentor. Whenever she found a moment of respite, she would hasten to the hospital. Upon entering the corridor, permeated with the scent of antiseptic, her expression softened as she approached Sakura, who was diligently attending to her patients. At that moment, Sakura had shed her naivety and inexperience, her gaze now filled with determination and focus as she carefully treated the injured, replacing bandages. Tsunade quietly stood behind her, waiting for Sakura to complete her initial tasks before gently tapping her shoulder and providing detailed explanations of more intricate medical ninjutsu techniques. From the subtle workings of the human meridian system to the precise allocation of chakra for effective treatment based on different injuries, each crucial piece of knowledge was imparted through practical examples. Sakura listened intently, taking notes without pause. The bond of understanding and tradition deepening between mentor and student through their interactions. Meanwhile, in another corner of the village, Jiraiya was engaged in the laborious task of transporting timber alongside Naruto. Naruto's signature orange jacket was already dust-laden, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yet he remained spirited, gripping the heavy logs firmly as he pushed forward. Jiraiya, agile and attentive, kept a watchful eye on Naruto, offering assistance when necessary. Each brief respite became an opportunity for Jiraiya to impart his teachings. Sitting on the ground, gazing into the distance as if reminiscing about countless thrilling missions, he spoke to Naruto with a calm yet concerned tone. Naruto, executing missions outside is not as carefree as it is in the village. Intelligence gathering is paramount. Even the slightest oversight could plunge the entire team into peril. You must learn to discern the veracity of information through various methods. Sometimes false intelligence deliberately leaked by the enemy is more dangerous than real weapons. As he spoke, he sketched a simple topographical map in the dirt with a stick, simulating scenarios of ambushes and misinformation, vividly illustrating strategies for counteraction. Naruto listened with rapt attention, his eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge, occasionally posing questions. The once abstract and obscure survival tactics of a ninja took root in Naruto's heart like seeds, awaiting the time to grow into a towering tree that would protect the leaf. The cold moonlight, akin to a shattered jade plate, filtered through the dilapidated paper door, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow upon the aged tatami mat. Sasuke sat alone, resembling a cold and austere statue. In the center of the empty and desolate training ground, a short blade lay horizontally before him, its icy edge gleaming with a chilling light under the moon's gentle caress, reflecting the blood-red hue of his Sharingan, burning with hatred and resolve that seemed poised to ignite the night. In the distance, the towering faces of past Hokages carved into Hokage rock glimmered with a pale, cool light under the moonlight, silently observing the tumultuous ninja world. A dull cough shattered the night's stillness. Sasuke leaned forward abruptly, a sudden spurt of crimson blood splattering onto the cold blade. An agonizing reminder of the near-fatal battle with Gaara days prior, the hot blood trailing along the blade like a winding path. Memories flashed back. In an instant, Sakura's desperate leap towards the shadow of the sand spear flickered before his eyes, the blood that splattered onto his face, warm and metallic, still etched in his heart like a searing brand. What pierced his heart even deeper was the unexpected power unleashed by Naruto during a critical moment, the giant toad he summoned. The very one often dismissed as a mere comic relief, who in a life-threatening scenario exhibited such formidable strength, wielding jutsu capable of altering the tide of battle. This scene struck a painful blow to Sasuke's pride. With a resounding thud, Sasuke's fist crashed against the hard ground. The sudden noise startling a flock of crows resting under the eaves, scattering into the night sky with raucous cries, leaving behind a flurry of dark shadows. On the edge of the training ground, a few shuriken, usually at rest, seemed to tremble slightly, sensing the tumult within their master's heart. Visions of himself and Itachi confronting Kabuto played in his mind, a mysterious Umbu member who had recently approached him to reveal that the divine artifact, the Kusanagi sword he wielded, belonged to Orochimaru. The thought of Sakura training under Tsunade and mastering exquisite medical ninjutsu and formidable strength, while Naruto rapidly improved under Jiraiya's guidance, left Sasuke feeling increasingly isolated. Even Kakashi, despite his formidable skills, seemed to have no unique techniques left to impart that could help him break free from his current predicament. With a resolute determination for revenge against Uchiha Itachi and to uncover the truth behind his family's massacre, Sasuke made a firm decision. He would defect from the Leaf Village and embark on an unknown journey to find Orochimaru, regardless of the thorns that lay ahead or the enmity with the entire world. In the stillness of the deep night, Naruto lay alone in bed, his thoughts racing like wild horses, galloping freely. He recalled the relentless busyness of recent days, each moment vividly etched in his memory. Particularly, the moments spent with the lecherous sage Jiraiya played out like vibrant scenes in his mind. The strict yet caring manner in which Jiraiya imparted his ninjutsu, along with the thrilling and amusing stories shared during breaks, left an indelible mark on his heart. Each lesson propelled Naruto forward on his path of growth. The encounters with Karen, a fellow clansman, also left a profound impression on him, her resilience and unique aura resonating deeply within him. In the course of their conversations, Naruto gradually came to learn more about his family's past, those stories concealed deep within the annals of time, subtly filling the void in his understanding of his heritage. Throughout this arduous journey, he increasingly sensed that he was inching closer to the heroic figure who once graced the skies, defeating pain and saving Konoha. He could feel the surging power within him, which was not merely a convergence of chakra but also a robust growth of belief and courage. Each metamorphosis following the triumph over adversity, each resolute escape from confusion, served as stones, constructing the staircase leading him toward the path of heroism. Clenching his fists, his eyes shimmered with fervent light, as though he had already glimpsed the future version of himself, stronger and entrusted with the sacred duty of protection. In the stillness of the night in Konoha, as the clamor subsided, only the familiar izakaya remained aglow with its flickering yellow light. Inside, the charcoal fire blazed, dispelling the lingering chill of late spring nights. Tsunade and Jiraiya sat opposite each other, the low table before them laden with cups and plates of appetizers, the aroma of sake wafting through the air. Tsunade lifted her hand, downing a cup in one gulp, the fiery liquid coursed down her throat. Yet it could not dissipate the complex emotions swirling within her. Setting the cup down, she furrowed her brow and broke the silence. Jiraiya, what do you think has caused Orochimaru to become the way he is now? Her words were laden with sorrow and confusion, her gaze reflecting nostalgia for the bygone days. Jiraiya sighed deeply, his face etched with regret as he poured sake into both their cups. He slowly began. Who could have imagined? When the three of us first apprenticed under Lord Hiruzen, his talent, his wisdom, were evident to all. We believed we could safeguard Konoha together. Passing down the will of fire, yet his heart. Jiraiya hesitated, raising his cup to his lips, the sharpness of the drink bringing a mist to his eyes. It was as if darkness had consumed him over time. The pursuit of power is not inherently wrong. After all, which ninja does not ascend the path of strength? Yet, he resorted to unscrupulous means to achieve his goals. Tsunade's fingers lightly tapped the table, her tone tinged with anger, waging war, slaughtering the innocent, and even attempting to destroy Konoha, the very place we have devoted ourselves to protect. Her voice faltered, and, killing Lord Hiruzen. A fleeting sorrow flickered in Jiraiya and Appo's eyes. The image of their beloved teacher seemed to linger as if it were but yesterday. Lord Hiruzen had always held high hopes for him, bestowing upon him trust and guidance. Perhaps it was the overwhelming desire for power that led Orochimaru astray, believing that by dismantling everything, he could uncover his so-called truth. At what cost had they tried to stop him? Tsunade's gaze drifted beyond the sake cup, towards the window of the izakaya, where the night was profound, concealing countless secrets. Yet, as long as he did not turn back, Konoha would never find peace. Nor could they allow him to continue his malevolence. Jiraiya nodded firmly, gripping his cup once more, resolutely declaring, indeed, for the sake of Konoha, for our fallen teacher." With that, they exchanged a knowing glance and drained their cups once again. In a shadowy and obscure lair, Orochimaru stood alone, exuding a chilling and oppressive aura. His visage contorted with rage and resentment. He muttered curses under his breath. "That old fool, even in this dire state, still stumbles about." Before dying, he expended his last ounce of strength to seal my hands. How utterly detestable. With a violent sweep of his sleeve, he sent numerous vials crashing to the floor, their shattering echoing painfully in the silence. He paced back and forth, his steps frantic and disordered, while his mind raced with calculations. However, he had not walked away entirely empty-handed. A sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's lips, his eyes gleaming with malice. "That boy, Sasuke, is already beginning to waver. I can see clearly his yearning for power. With just a little more persuasion, I can fully draw him to my side and finally achieve my long-desired new body." The thought of the immense strength hidden within Sasuke ignited a primal hunger within Orochimaru, prompting him to lick his parched lips as he envisioned himself possessing Sasuke as form. Reborn anew. Chapter 47. Shifts in mindset in the aftermath of the tumultuous Konoha collapse plan. The entire village of Konoha found itself ensnared in a tense atmosphere of post-war reconstruction and vigilance. As the host of the One Tail, Gaara was defeated in battle and subsequently imprisoned within the confines of Konoha's jail. To prevent the tailed beast from spiraling out of control and unleashing further calamity, the sealing team of Konoha spared no effort in reapplying and enhancing the sealing techniques. These intricate and potent seals acted as steadfast shackles, firmly restraining Shikaku's power and bestowing upon Gaara a rare tranquility. During these days, he finally found the peace to sink into a restful slumber, no longer disturbed by the ferocious roars and endless grievances of the One Tail. Nourished by ample sleep, Gaara's rationality began to awaken, akin to spring shoots breaking through the earth. He started to examine his past with a clear and objective mindset. Memories surged forth like a tide, and the figures of Naruto, Sakura, and others repeatedly surfaced in his mind. In a pivotal moment of confrontation with Sasuke, Sakura unhesitatingly stepped forward to shield Sasuke from a fatal blow, while Naruto, upon witnessing his friend's peril, erupted into a frenzy of protective fury. This unwavering resolve to defend one's comrades deeply resonated within Gaara's soul. Once, he had wandered alone on the fringes of darkness, eroded by Shikaku's power and stung by the world's indifference, never having felt such fervent bonds of connection. Yet now, witnessing others risking everything for their companions, a complex and warm sentiment surged within him. His thoughts drifted further, leading Gaara to recall his brother and sister. In the intricate dynamics of Suigetsu, they had genuinely offered him care, treating him with the same tenderness as a beloved younger sibling, cautiously nurturing and patiently accompanying him. However, at that time, he was dominated by Shikaku's violent temperament, consumed by rage against the world and bitterness toward his own fate, utterly disregarding these precious affections, repeatedly rejecting his family's goodwill with coldness and rebellion. Reflecting now, his heart was heavy with regret and melancholy. The scar of his father, the Kazekage, lingered as a wound that had yet to heal. Gaara had come to understand, through the lens of reason that now prevailed, the burdens his father bore as the leader of the village, navigating countless complexities and weighing the pros and cons faced with the volatile nature of a Jinchuriki. Extreme measures might indeed have been a desperate necessity. Yet, understanding did not erase the pain, loneliness, and discrimination he endured in his childhood. The night spent imprisoned as a monster, scorned and reviled by villagers, clung to him like a nightmare for years. He could attempt to empathize with his father's difficult choices, but the profound fissure within him rendered forgiveness elusive. Amidst this profound contemplation and reminiscence, the brutal aura that had coalesced within Gaara over the years, wrought by Shikaku and suffering, gradually dissipated. He sat quietly in the corner of his cell, his visage no longer twisted with rage, replaced by an unprecedented calmness and gentleness. In that moment, he resembled a traveler reborn after enduring countless tribulations. Though the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, a glimmer of dawn illuminated his heart, guiding him to rediscover himself and seek connections anew. Night fell. Shino lay quietly on her dormitory bed, her gaze fixed on the ceiling, as her mind replayed the series of unexpected events that had unfolded that day like a film. The afternoon sun still cast a warm glow upon the ground when a slender figure, emanating an aura of mystery, suddenly appeared before her, a member of the Umbu, announcing in a low, icy voice, "Come with me, Elder Danzo seeks you." At that moment, Shino's heart sank, as a sensory-type ninja. She keenly sensed the palpable malice radiating from the Umbu, akin to a serpent concealed in the shadows, poised to strike. A dangerous alarm sounded in her heart. Fortunately, at that critical juncture, Kakashi-sensei appeared like a wraith, with his tall stature and signature silver hair glinting coldly in the sunlight. A mere glance from him instilled caution in the ill-intentioned Umbu. Kakashi-sensei discreetly shielded Shino behind him, his familiar and reassuring presence allowing her taut nerves to instantly relax. She reflected with apprehension. Had Kakashi-sensei not arrived in time, she would have been at a loss for how to confront this sudden crisis. In recent days, Shino had been busy yet fulfilled. She visited the hospital daily, moving between wards to change dressings for injured ninjas, delivering water, and attending to every small task within her capabilities. Amidst the hustle, Lady Tsunade occasionally appeared, the legendary figure in medical ninjutsu, patiently guiding Shino with intricate medical techniques and sharing invaluable experiences from the field, enriching her knowledge immensely. Each interaction with Lady Tsunade felt like a gateway opening to a new realm of understanding, empowering Shino to stride confidently along her path in medical practice. Yet amidst this busyness and growth, Shino often found herself lost in thought, her mind drifting to the visage of the late third Hokage. Although her encounters with him had been few, each brief meeting left a profound impression, his warm smile and the kindness in his eyes resonating deeply. To her, the third Hokage represented a beacon of warmth and inclusivity, silently safeguarding every villager in Konoha. However, the harrowing events of the day struck her like a hammer, shattering her previously unblemished perception of Konoha. She had believed that this land, steeped in fervor and dreams, was suffused with light. Yet a single aberrant action from an Umbu member unveiled a shadowy corner lurking in the darkness. As Kakashi-sensei walked her back to her dormitory, his expression was unusually grave. He repeatedly cautioned her, "Shino, in the days to come, you must be exceptionally careful. Never wander alone, and if you must go out, let Naruto accompany you. His strength will ensure your safety." Lying on her bed, Shino etched every word of Kakashi-sensei into her heart. She understood that in the seemingly tranquil Konoha, the days ahead might not retain their former simplicity. She must remain vigilant to navigate this world rife with hidden currents and find her place of solace. Chapter 48. United we stand. During the period of reconstruction in Konoha, each individual shone like a star, collectively forming a brilliant constellation that illuminated the path ahead. Everyone devoted their utmost efforts to contribute to the village's rebirth. The elite shinobi set the example, shouldering the heavy responsibilities. Kakashi tirelessly traversed various critical sites, guiding workers on construction sites on how to reinforce building structures. With his extensive combat experience, he accurately identified vulnerable areas that required enhanced protection. He also appeared at the Ninja Academy, imparting tactical knowledge from real combat scenarios to the young students, whose eyes brimmed with admiration for his wisdom and composure. Might Guy, with his fervor and passion, immersed himself in physical labor. Wherever heavy objects needed to be moved, his figure clad in a green jumpsuit could be seen. He sang stirring songs, encouraging those around him with the exuberant spirit of youth, exclaiming that life is about sweating it out. His vitality invigorated everyone, transforming weary toil into a spirited endeavor. Other shinobi also remained industrious, navigating through streets and alleys, taking on roles of organization and coordination. Ibiki took charge of resource allocation, his gaze steely as he meticulously counted supplies in the mountainous warehouses, ensuring every resource was efficiently distributed according to the needs of different areas. Akatsuki focused on soothing the emotions of the affected populace, her gentle voice resonating in temporary shelters as she recounted the countless adversities Konoha had previously overcome, instilling renewed confidence in everyone. The students of the Ninja Academy also swiftly matured during this reconstruction. Konohamaru, along with his mischievous friends, proactively helped clear debris from the streets. Despite blistered hands and soiled faces, they laughed and joked with one another, their enthusiasm unwavering. They even entertained passers-by with amusing little performances, infusing a touch of joy into the somber atmosphere of rebuilding. The ninja clans united in their efforts. The Hyuga clan utilized their Byakugan's superior perception to patrol the village day and night, vigilant against any potential external threats, safeguarding the fruits of their hard work. The Yamanka clan employed their family as spiritual techniques to alleviate the stress of injured and fatigued shinobi, enabling them to return to battle after brief rests. The Nara clan continued to leverage their intellectual prowess, collaborating closely with construction teams and artisans to constantly refine the reconstruction plans, striving to make Konoha's layout more rational and aesthetically pleasing. Logistical personnel also played an indispensable role. Medical ninjas worked tirelessly in hospitals, treating an unending stream of injured patients. Their exceptional medical skills and gentle demeanor provided considerable comfort to the afflicted. The cooks, rising before dawn, prepared hearty meals for those laboring tirelessly, serving steaming dishes that warmed every heart. Even the usually reclusive elders of Konoha emerged from the council hall, contributing their wisdom to the rebuilding efforts. Danzo, despite his ruthless methods, was compelled to set aside his pride to collaborate with other elders on raising funds and strengthening the village's defenses, his cold and resolute gaze reflecting Konoha's unwavering determination. Throughout this prolonged period of reconstruction, whether renowned shinobi or ordinary citizens, everyone shared a common goal and exerted their strength together, nurturing this land with sweat and fervor, anticipating that Konoha would once again rise to prominence in the ninja world with renewed vigor and vitality. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, wielding his extraordinary intellect, engaged in the village's reconstruction planning. Often resting his chin in contemplation with furrowed brows, he meticulously pondered over Konoha's map, seeking ways to optimize the layout for enhanced fortification and improved transportation. When communicating with the construction teams, he articulated his ideas with clarity and precision, earning the admiration of the workers. Even when faced with challenges, he would merely sigh, remarking on the inconveniences, before immersing himself once more in the intricate calculations and designs, crafting a blueprint for Konoha's future. Choji capitalized on his physical strength to assist in moving heavy objects. Whether it was towering stacks of building materials or laden crates, he managed with ease. During breaks, he would share his cherished snacks with his fellow laborers, rejuvenating their spirits with sweet indulgence. as he witnessed the village gradually regaining its vitality. A proud smile adorned his round face. Ino utilized her family's floral expertise to adorn various locations throughout the village with flowers. The once devastated streets, under her careful embellishment, gradually radiated warmth. She also visited injured shinobi in their homes, bringing beautiful bouquets to comfort their spirits and remind them of life's beauty amidst suffering. Concurrently, she assisted at the flower shop, providing fresh blooms to villagers, spreading optimism and hope. Kiba and Akamaru patrolled the village perimeter, ever vigilant for any impending dangers. Kiba gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, while Akamaru followed closely, occasionally sniffing the air for any unusual scents. Ready to raise the alarm at the slightest hint of trouble, they traversed through woods and grasslands, braving the elements to ensure Konoha's safety. Guarding the fruits of their arduous reconstruction, Shino, accompanied by his swarm of insects, quietly aided the village's agricultural development. He directed his insects to sow seeds in the fields and assist farmers in tilling the soil, helping crops flourish. Initially, the farmers were apprehensive of the busy insects. But upon witnessing the healthy growth of their crops, they began to commend Shino with thumbs up. He merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining focused on his insect-driven labor. Hinata, though still somewhat shy, mustered her courage to participate in the distribution of supplies. She carefully handed out food, medicine, and other necessities to villagers, softly inquiring about their needs to ensure everyone received care. For families in difficulty, she would willingly stay to assist, demonstrating her inner kindness and resilience. Tenten busied herself organizing weaponry in the armory. With deft hands, she meticulously polished each blade, categorizing and arranging them for swift access by the shinobi when needed. Additionally, she offered suggestions for weapon design improvements to the armory staff based on her combat experiences, providing stronger support for future battles. Rock Lee, despite still recovering, persevered with a cane, guiding young shinobi in training with unwavering dedication. He shouted motivational slogans with fervor, personally demonstrating standard techniques, inspiring everyone with his determination. As he observed his students making progress under his tutelage, a smile of satisfaction blossomed on his resolute face. In the days following Konoha's upheaval, none of the 12 young ninjas faltered. They inscribed a new chapter for Konoha amidst the ruins with their hands, intellect, and fervent spirits. In the hidden cloud village, the Reikage, harboring ulterior motives, sought to capitalize on Konoha's turmoil following the demise of the third Hokage. Believing that the village was leaderless and vulnerable, he brazenly initiated an invasion of Konoha, meticulously planning troop movements, envisioning a lucrative expansion of the Cloud Village as territory amidst the chaos. However, he was unprepared for the shocking turn of events that soon unfolded. Tsunade, with remarkable swiftness, seamlessly ascended to the position of Konoha's new Hokage. Even more astonishing was the unanimous support from the entire village for her leadership, as if everyone shared a silent understanding, resolutely standing behind their new Hokage. Not only that, the legendary ninja Jiraiya of Konohagakure also resides in the village, his formidable reputation and strength casting an indelible aura of resilience over every inch of the land. At this moment, Konoha resembles a robust rope twisted together by a formidable force, tightly united and impeccably fortified, even more so than during the reign of the third Hokage. The palpable cohesion seems capable of crushing any external threats. Upon learning of this situation, Reikage felt a shiver run down his spine. He was acutely aware that before such a Konoha, even a forced invasion would yield no advantage for his side. Not to mention the soaring morale and exceptional combat prowess of Konoha and Appo's ninja. The sheer determination to stand united would ensnare intruders in a quagmire from which they could not escape. Weighing the pros and cons, Reikage clenched his teeth, begrudgingly deciding to cancel the meticulously planned invasion. Reluctantly, he redirected his focus back to his own village of Kumogakure, contemplating how to enhance its strength. The Six Paths treasures, lost due to rebellion years ago, carried with them boundless power and hope. They were intended to be his leverage to balance the forces and dominate the ninja world. Yet now they seemed as elusive as the moon reflected in water. Each time he pondered this, a surge of anger welled up within him, yet he found himself powerless. Pacing back and forth in the office, unleashing bouts of impotent roars that echoed around him, reflecting his frustration and unfulfilled ambitions. In Iwagakure, within the office of the third Suigetsu Anoki, the weathered hands of the seasoned leader grasped the latest intelligence report that had just arrived. The flickering candlelight illuminated his deeply lined face, revealing both wisdom and shrewdness. A fleeting look of complex emotion crossed his eyes as he absorbed the report and Appo's contents. Feeling a sense of relief that he had not foolishly attempted to exploit the turmoil following the third Hokage's demise to invade the seemingly chaotic yet deeply rooted powerhouse that was Konoha. He understood well that Konoha was no ordinary village that would easily fall into disarray due to the loss of a single leader. As expected, Tsunade ascended the throne of the fifth Hokage with remarkable strength, injecting new life and vigor into Konoha, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. A bittersweet smile crept upon Anoki's lips as he reflected on his wise decision to avoid reckless actions and even relinquish several border outposts to extend an olive branch to Konoha. In the ever-changing world of ninjas, making enemies is easy, but forging friendships is far more challenging. Having one more ally is preferable to gaining another adversary. especially considering Konoha's undeniable strength. Unlike the simple-minded and brutish warriors of Kumogakure, who naively believed they could seize the opportunity offered by Konoha's power transition for their own gain, they failed to recognize the true essence of Konoha. It was a place that had nurtured countless elite ninjas over generations, emerging victorious in several ninja world wars. Under Tsunade's leadership, Konoha had gained formidable momentum, with its ninjas brimming with determination and morale, seemingly capable of obliterating any intruders, even the most foolish of cloud ninjas. Upon witnessing such a scene, would likely be deterred from their invasion plans, for no one desires to challenge such formidable odds, risking a fate of certain doom. Anoki sighed softly, casting his gaze out the window, where the distant mountains appeared especially profound in the night. He couldn't help but marvel at Konoha's fortuitous fate. Occupying the most fertile and bountiful land with a temperate climate rich in resources, providing unparalleled conditions for nurturing ninjas. Time and again, powerful ninjas emerged from Konoha. And it was these exceptional talents that allowed the village to stand resilient through the trials of war and crisis, maintaining its esteemed reputation as the foremost village in the ninja world. In stark contrast, Anoki felt a wave of melancholy wash over him as he pondered the fate of his own Iwagakure. Time waits for no one, at his age. He should be enjoying the fruits of his labor with grandchildren, yet he found himself burdened with the weight of leadership, struggling to find successors capable of bearing the mantle of responsibility. Each day, he labored under the strain of managing various intricate affairs, consumed with worry for the village's future. The younger generation lacked either the strength to command respect or the strategic acumen to shoulder significant responsibilities, leaving Anoki frequently troubled. He feared for the path that awaited Iwagakure after his time, as the road ahead seemed shrouded in a thick fog, obscuring any clear direction. Another sigh escaped his lips in the quiet room, reverberating and carrying the weight of his deep concern for the village's future. At sea, several ships braved the vast ocean, racing toward Konoha. At the helm stood the striking and commanding figure of the fifth Mizukage, Materumi. The sea breeze whipped through her vibrant long hair, creating a stunning tableau as it danced alongside the fluttering flag of the Mist Village. In her hands, she clutched a freshly updated intelligence report. Her alluring eyes fixed intently on the contents, filled with quiet admiration. The report revealed that Konoha, after enduring the significant blow of losing its third Hokage, had swiftly regained its footing under Tsunade's leadership, revitalizing the village in a matter of days. An astonishing feat. Tsunade, the legendary kunoichi renowned throughout the ninja world, demonstrated that her abilities and influence were indeed formidable. Materumi recognized that the capacity to rally the village and restore its fighting spirit in such a critical moment spoke volumes about Tsunade's extraordinary leadership and resilient character. However, as a fellow female Kage, Mei felt a flicker of determination and confidence. She raised her chin slightly, whispering to herself, "Tsunade, while you are impressive, I, Materumi, am no ordinary contender." Deep within her heart, she had already vowed to lead the Mist Village out of its shadows, much like Tsunade had done for Konoha, utilizing her own wisdom and strength to transform it into a noteworthy powerhouse within the ninja realm. This mission to Konoha held profound significance for Mei. On one hand, she aimed to reshape the perception of the Mist Village, which, due to historical reasons, had long been viewed as mysterious and somewhat ominous. The moniker Bloody Mist had acted as a heavy shackle, stifling the village's growth. She intended to break this stereotype and reveal a new image of the Mist Village, open, friendly, and vibrant. On the other hand, forging an alliance with Konoha was undoubtedly the wisest choice. As the heart of the ninja world, Konoha possessed deep resources and intelligence in jutsu. Through an alliance, the Mist Village could access invaluable information to bolster its development. Among the most critical pieces of intelligence was the matter of the fourth Mizukage being controlled for many years. Mei understood that within the ninja world, only the Uchiha clan possessed the capability to wield such powerful genjutsu and manipulate a figure of such stature for an extended period. Current intelligence indicated that the Uchiha clan was now reduced to Itachi and his brother Sasuke. Yet, Mei's perceptive mind discerned that the situation was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. In this tumultuous world of the ninja, who can assure that there are not other members of the Uchiha clan lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to act? After all, the former glory and might of the Uchiha clan are evident to all. Upon reflecting on this, Terumi Mei instinctively clenched her fists, her eyes revealing a glimmer of vigilance and determination. She silently vowed to uncover more truths regarding the Uchiha clan during her mission to Konohagakure. To safeguard the future of the Kirigakure village, the sailboat continued to bravely navigate the tumultuous seas, and as Terumi Mei faced the ocean breeze, her posture was resolute, her heart brimming with aspirations and resolve. Chapter 49. The delegation's thoughts. The morning in Konoha village was enveloped in a cacophony of bustling activity. A week had passed since the Chunin exam attack, yet the destruction wrought by Orochimaru and the Sand Ninja remained exposed, like raw wounds scattered across the village. Workers traversed the rubble, bearing timber and stones, their hammering and shouts echoing in the air. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, stood by the window of her office, her golden eyes surveying the village below as it underwent reconstruction. In her hand, she clutched a recently delivered scroll. The Sand delegation was due to arrive that evening. Behind her, Shizen stood, cradling a piglet in her arms. Tsunade tossed the scroll onto the table, her Hokage robe slicing through the air with a sharp arc as she turned. That old hag Chiyo is leading the team in person, claiming it is to apologize. Humph. Does an apology require bringing along 2 elite Jonin and a dozen Chunin? Shizen bit her lip. They want to reclaim Gaara and other captured sand ninja. That Jinchuriki of one tail? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. After Orochimaru's conspiracy was exposed, the sand had quickly turned against him, claiming they were deceived. And now they wish to retrieve their people? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Outside, a gust of wind swept through, stirring up the dust on the ground. Tsunade's gaze followed the swirling particles, her thoughts drifting to distant places. As Hokage, she had to weigh the pros and cons. Continuing to detain the sand ninja could incite a full-scale war, while releasing them might harbor future threats. Inform Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai to bolster the prison's defenses, Tsunade ordered, and ensure the Umbu closely monitor every entrance to the village. I do not wish for any unforeseen incidents. Shizen nodded, taking notes, but hesitated before asking, what about Naruto? He has been inquiring about the situation of the captured sand ninja, particularly regarding Gaara. Tsunade rubbed her temples. That blonde boy has been flailing about like a headless chicken ever since he learned that the Sand-S Jinchuriki was imprisoned. As someone who also harbors a tailed beast, Naruto seems to possess an unusual empathy toward that red-haired youth. Do not let him near the prison, Tsunade finally said. The situation is too sensitive right now. Meanwhile, at a training ground on the outskirts of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki was relentlessly striking a wooden post, each punch fueled by pent-up fury. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, mingling with the dirt to form mud. You'll ruin your hands like this. A languid voice drifted from behind a tree. Kakashi leaned against the trunk, holding his ever-present book. Naruto did not cease his assault. Instead, he struck harder. Kakashi-sensei, why can't I meet that sand guy? They say he is like me. A Jinchuriki. Kakashi closed his book, his visible eye growing serious. Precisely because of that, you cannot approach him now. The Sand Village's stance is unclear. Gaara is an important bargaining chip, but he is not an object. Naruto finally stopped, turning to face Kakashi, his blue eyes ablaze with anger. He is a person. I can feel it. He is as lonely as I am. Kakashi fell silent for a moment. He understood better than anyone the pain and solitude that Naruto, as a Jinchuriki, endured. That sand boy may indeed share a similar experience, but politics never takes such matters into account. The sand delegation will arrive tonight, Kakashi eventually stated. Elder Chiyo is leading the team. There may be a turning point. Before that, you must remain patient. Chiyo? Naruto blinked, recalling the elderly woman who had confronted Sakura during their exam. Yes, she is an elder from the Sand Village, a legendary puppet master, Kakashi replied. Meanwhile, in a dense forest a day's journey from Konoha, the sand delegation was advancing rapidly. A dozen ninjas formed a tight formation around the central carriage, the sand forehead protectors gleaming coldly. Inside the carriage, Elder Chiyo rested her eyes, her wrinkled face betraying no emotion. Beside her sat the elite Jonin, Kankuro. Elder, we will reach Konoha before sunset, Kankuro reported softly. According to the plan, we will first present a compensation proposal. If Konoha refuses, do as I say, Kankuro. Chiyo opened her eyes, her seemingly clouded gaze sharpening like a blade. The purpose of this mission is to bring back our compatriots, not to incite new conflicts. Kankuro bowed his head slightly, but a flicker of skepticism crossed his eyes. Konoha is currently weak. It is our. Enough. Chiyo interjected sharply. Do you think Tsunade is easy to deal with? Or do you believe Orochimaru's betrayal has not already brought enough shame upon us in the shinobi world? She inhaled deeply, her voice lowering. This mission must be approached with caution. The sand can no longer afford any failures. Alone at a ramen stand, Naruto sat in a daze, stirring the cold noodles absent-mindedly. The cold, indifferent face of that red-haired boy kept surfacing in his mind. They had confronted each other during the exam. And the profound sense of loneliness was one Naruto knew all too well. Boss, another bowl, please. He suddenly shouted, his voice louder than usual, as if to chase away the bothersome thoughts. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Tsunade was engaged in a heated debate with 3 council elders. We must punish the sand severely. Mitokado Hamura slammed his palm on the table. Their betrayal has cost us many excellent ninjas. But war benefits no one. Kohara Udatane adjusted her glasses. Accepting compensation and returning the captives is the wisest course of action. Tsunade listened to the arguments unfolding, her gaze resting on the portrait of the 3rd Hokage, who had remained silent. Teacher, what would you do? The sand delegation was about to arrive, and further out at sea, the Mizukage was also drawing near. The collision of 3 forces would either bring peace to Konoha or unleash a greater storm. As the sunset elongated the shadows of the sand delegation, they were but a few hours away from Konoha. Chiyo raised her hand, signaling the team to halt, her wrinkled face appearing particularly haggard in the twilight. Kankuro, she called. A middle-aged ninja bearing the sand forehead protector and a scar over his left eye stepped forward. He was another elite Jonin known for his calm and rational demeanor. Elder, what are your orders? Send 2 Chunin ahead to inform Konoha of our arrival time. Chiyo instructed, producing a scroll from her robes. Deliver this to Tsunade as a greeting gift. Kankuro took the scroll, pausing as his fingers brushed against the intricate sealing techniques inscribed upon it. This was no ordinary document, but a record of the Sand's advanced puppet techniques. Elder Chiyo was indeed making a significant gesture of goodwill. Kankuro accepted the task and departed. Chiyo watched his retreating figure, a flicker of concern crossing her clouded eyes. She understood better than anyone that this mission was far more complex than it appeared, not only to retrieve their captured compatriots but also to restore the Sand's reputation in the shinobi world. Within Konoha, the Hokage office was ablaze with light. The Sand delegation has arrived early? Tsunade frowned at the latest intelligence, which reported their arrival 3 hours ahead of schedule. Yes, Hokage-sama, an Umbu member knelt to report. Moreover, our reconnaissance team detected a faint chakra reaction 2 kilometers behind the delegation, which does not resemble the chakra signature of the Sand. Tsunade exchanged a glance with Kakashi beside her. Continue monitoring, but do not alert them. She turned to the other assembled elite members of Konoha, Asuma, Kurenai, Narashikaku, and others. Everyone, tomorrow will be a challenging battle. Tsunade pointed to the map hanging on the wall. The Sand appears to be here for negotiations, yet we must not let our guard down. Kakashi. How is the prison's defense? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 50. The meeting as night descended like a vast expanse of black silk. It quietly enveloped the hidden leaf village, with only a few flickering lanterns at the village entrance struggling to pierce a small patch of dim light. The silhouettes of the Sand ninja delegation gradually emerged from the hazy darkness, their weary journey evident in their disheveled appearance. Specks of sand glimmering like tiny stars on their garments, whispering tales of the hardships endured along the way. Elder Chiyo strode at the forefront. Her hair silvered by the frost of time, yet her back remained as straight as the unyielding backbone of the hidden sand village. With each step, her cane tapped the ground, resonating like a silent proclamation of the Sand's existence on this unfamiliar terrain. Beside her, the agile Jonin, Kazekage, bore a steadfast gaze, striving to maintain his composure, though the slight tension in his jaw betrayed the turbulence within him. Upon entering the hidden leaf village, they were immediately met with a barrage of scrutinizing gazes. The leaf ninjas, clad in their familiar green vests, either lingered beneath eaves or concealed themselves in the shadows of trees, their eyes entwined with judgment and hostility, piercing Kazekage like tangible arrows, making him feel profoundly uncomfortable. He instinctively clenched his fists, the sweat from his palms saturating the bandages, igniting a flame of defiance and resentment within him. These glances seemed to mock the past recklessness of the Sand, while simultaneously warning them of their current plight, igniting his indignation. Humph! Elder Chiyo let out a subtle snort. Her expression stern, seemingly unfazed by the unfriendly stares, she advanced steadily, each step bearing the weight of the Sand's glory and dignity, resolute against any faltering. Tsunade approached with 2 elders, her tall figure illuminated by the flickering lights as her golden hair shimmered. The symbol of the 100 healings on her forehead exuded an air of authority. Elder Chiyo, I appreciate your arduous journey, Tsunade began, her voice steady and powerful, shattering the awkward silence. Although she wore a courteous smile, Kazekage keenly sensed the underlying distance in her gaze. Chiyo nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Tsunade. It has been a while. We have come with the hope of fostering peace between our villages, and I trust that Leaf will show this sincerity. Her tone was neither servile nor arrogant, embodying the dignity of the older generation of ninjas. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tsunade gestured toward the village. It is late, and everyone is weary from their travels. Let us first arrange accommodations for the night. Tomorrow morning, we shall discuss matters in detail. With that, several leaf ninjas stepped forward to guide the Sand delegation into the village. Kazekage lingered at the back of the group, surveying his surroundings. The architecture of the leaf village was harmoniously arranged, with greenery enveloping the residences, a stark contrast to the desolate, dust-laden landscape of the Sand. Occasionally passing shops still aglow. The enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, causing a few young ninjas in the delegation to involuntarily grumble with hunger. Yet, in that moment, no one paid heed to such distractions. They were acutely aware that beneath the seemingly tranquil night lay the brewing of an impending storm. At the negotiation table tomorrow, the fate of the Sand village would be weighed. Whether it would rise anew or plunge into deeper despair remained uncertain. Upon settling into the inn, Kazekage sat alone by the window, lost in thought as he gazed into the night. In the distance, a patrol from the leaf brandished torches, their flickering flames casting shadows across his face, outlining his resolute yet troubled features. He understood well that this visit to the leaf was no mere journey of atonement. After the devastating blow from the leaf's collapse plan, the Sand village had dwindled in numbers and resources. Failing to secure favorable terms in negotiation would spell hardship for the days to come. The captured Jinchuriki represented the glimmer of hope for the Sand, a light they could not afford to relinquish. As he pondered these weighty thoughts, a gentle knock on the door broke his reverie. Opening it revealed Elder Chiyo, who entered with her cane, her gaze assessing Kazekage before she spoke slowly. Kazekage, I understand your anxiety, but do not act rashly tonight. Though the leaf appears peaceful, it is rife with hidden dangers. A single misstep could cost us dearly. Let us wait for tomorrow's negotiations. Kazekage hesitated. Words caught in his throat, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Chiyo offered a few more words of caution before departing. Once the door closed again, Kazekage resumed his position by the window, cradling his head in his hands, sinking deeper into contemplation. Outside, the night grew ever darker, and an unmarked war, devoid of smoke and fire, had quietly begun its ominous prelude. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade returned with the two elders to find Danzo, Jiraiya, and others already waiting, the atmosphere thick with tension akin to the calm before a storm, all eyes fixed on the impending negotiations with the sand. Danzo abruptly rose, his solitary eye gleaming with fierce intensity, his voice a harsh blade slicing through the silence. The sand must pay a sufficient price for their actions. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, sacrificed himself to protect the leaf in his battle against Orochimaru. We cannot simply overlook the reckless deeds of those sand ninjas. His fervor escalated as he detailed his vision of retribution against the sand's indiscretion. Tsunade frowned, feeling a growing discontent toward Danzo's obstinate stance. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage now, and the decisions are mine to make. Her voice carried an undeniable authority, momentarily quieting the room as all gazes shifted toward her. At that moment, Jiraiya sighed, stepping forward with a serious demeanor. Everyone, let us remain calm. The sand is also a victim in this scenario. Orochimaru's treachery ensnared them in his schemes, and they too have suffered greatly in this turmoil. What we need most now is peace. Reigniting conflict with the sand will only stoke the flames of war. Other ninja villages are watching hungrily, should they witness us battling the sand. They will surely seize the opportunity to strike, plunging the ninja world into chaos once more. Peace is a hard-won prize, paid for by the lives of countless ninjas. Jiraiya's words flowed like a refreshing stream, easing the tension in the room. Tsunade nodded slightly, surveying the gathered individuals, her tone softening. I will consider all aspects. For now, return to your quarters, rest well, and prepare for tomorrow's negotiations. As the others began to rise to leave, Jiraiya suddenly halted, a serious expression crossing his features. Wait, there is one more matter. The mysterious celestial curtain that has appeared in the skies above the ninja world is approaching its countdown. None can predict what shocking revelations it may unveil tomorrow morning. We must remain vigilant. With this revelation, the previously relaxed atmosphere tightened once more. And the group exchanged solemn glances, each burdened with their own heavy thoughts, before slowly exiting the office, leaving Tsunade standing alone by the window, gazing out over the hidden leaf village, lost in contemplation. In the land of rain, a place perpetually shrouded in gloom and drizzle, a figure cloaked in shadows, Obito, materialized like a specter, silently appearing behind Pain. The sound of raindrops falling seemed to lower the volume of their clandestine meeting, the atmosphere thick with gravity. Obito raised his head slightly, the one visible Sharingan flickering with an eerie crimson light in the dimness. And with a smirk that danced between mirth and malice, he spoke, Pain, the ninja world has been quite lively of late, hasn't it? His voice cut through the rain, laced with a hint of mockery and profound meaning. Pain's iconic orange hair glistened slightly in the drizzle, yet he stood tall and unwavering, responding without turning his head. Humph. Nearly the antics of a bunch of buffoons. Obito's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile as he continued. Do not underestimate these antics. You witnessed the footage projected on that sky. The growth of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki surpasses imagination. I have heard that the little rascal, with merely his silver tongue, has persuaded many steadfast individuals. Should you encounter him in the future, will you not find yourself swayed as depicted in that projection? The distrust in his words grew increasingly apparent. At last, Pain slowly turned to face Obito, his Rinnegan coldly scrutinizing him, as if piercing through the depths of his scheming heart. His voice was low and frigid. There is no need for your concern. He and I stand at opposite ends of a stark divide. The light he seeks is in direct opposition to the pain I bear in pursuit of peace. I have my divine mission, which cannot be swayed by mere words. Obito shrugged lightly, seemingly unfazed by Pain's response, and shifted the conversation. Very well, the immediate priority is to swiftly locate the whereabouts of the Six-Tails Jinchuriki. That fellow is elusive, hiding quite deeply, but as long as he exists in this world, he will inevitably reveal himself. And as for the Three Tails, once it is reborn, our plan can commence. Other trivial matters are indeed not worth our energy. The pressing task is to advance steadily according to plan. Pain nodded slightly, his gaze drifting towards the depths of the rain-soaked horizon, where it seemed his aspirations and resolute vision for a new world lay hidden. Once I gather the power of the tailed beasts, I shall wield absolute pain to make the world comprehend true peace, and no one shall be able to obstruct this. The raindrops continued to fall relentlessly, soaking their garments, yet they could not extinguish the fervent flames of ambition burning within their hearts. Chapter 51. The gathering of the five shadows in the realm of the ninja. As dawn broke and the sun ascended from the horizon, gentle rays cascaded through the clouds, bathing the earth in warmth. In this tranquil moment, a resonating sound filled the sky. The colossal celestial screen, once flickering with a countdown, had completed its course. In its stead, lines of text gradually sharpened into focus, capturing the attention of ninjas across the land, prompting them to pause their activities and gaze upward. In the training grounds of Konoha, Naruto was engaged in his routine training with comrades when he abruptly looked skyward. The words in the azure expanse became increasingly vivid, reflecting in his eyes. Simultaneously, similar sounds echoed from other locations within the ninja world. It's here again, they exclaimed in excitement, eagerly anticipating the spectacular scenes about to unfold on the celestial screen. It had been a while since the screen displayed content, and curiosity and anticipation filled the air. After all, these battle scenes not only showcased the prowess of elite ninjas, but also offered invaluable insights into combat techniques and strategies, potentially revealing glimpses of future events. Top 4 Allied 5 Shadows vs. Edo Tensei Madara. The order does not imply ranking. Main character, Edo Tensei Uchiha Madara. Have you ever seen an adult lose their temper with a child? The 5th Hokage. Tsunade Senju, material things will wither away, but memories endure eternally. The 4th Raikage, I can finally unleash my fists, I can hardly wait. The 3rd Suchikage. Anoki, the world gradually evolves over time, steadily progressing towards peace. The 5th Mizukage, Meitarumi, we're fighting Uchiha Madara. I'm not even married yet. The 5th Kazekage. Gaara, in the endless struggle, I have discovered my true self. The 5 shadows are uniting against Uchiha Madara. In Sunagakure, Temari gazed at the heavens. Her fingers instinctively tightening around her 3-star fan, Gaara. Temari exchanged a glance with Kankuro, both astonished by the revelation that their brother had become the Kazekage of Sunagakure. In the Raikage's office, A's fury erupted as he smashed his fist against the desk upon reading Madara's words. That bastard. On the rooftop of the Konoha hospital, Tsunade stood quietly, her golden hair flowing in the morning breeze. She looked at the words on the celestial screen, memories of her brother and rope tree flashing before her eyes. The elders of Awagakure nodded in agreement upon reading the Tsuchikage statement. Though aged, their leader steadfastly adhered to this belief. The ninjas of Kirigakure could not help but laugh, though they soon fell silent. Their Mizukage often mentioned marriage, yet her strength was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, ninjas from Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Awagakure paused their tasks, holding their breath as they stared at the evolving celestial display. It was as if time stood still for the entire ninja world, with only the prominent words on the screen silently heralding the arrival of an epic confrontation. As the text on the celestial screen gradually faded, an image of a cracked earth emerged. On the dust-laden battlefield, 5 silhouettes stood united against the legendary man, Edo Tensei Uchiha Madara. Is that Uchiha Madara? The ninjas of Konoha gasped in disbelief. Even from behind the celestial screen, the oppressive aura radiating from him was suffocating. Madara stood silently, his long black hair dancing in the wind, the Rinnegan in his eyes exuding an air of indifference. He did not even adopt a hand seal, casually standing there. Yet the 5 shadows felt an overwhelming sense of threat. The scene shifted, and the battle commenced. Tsunade was healing Gaara and Inoki from the rear, urging the Raikage and Mizukage to buy them some time. Now, shouted the Mizukage. O was enveloped in lightning chakra, moving with such speed that he was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. All right, lava release, melting monster technique. Meitarumi declared, her lips parting, her hands swiftly forming seals. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a torrent of amber-hued viscous liquid that spread across the ground like a living entity, causing the rocks to hiss and releasing a noxious white smoke. Madara raised an eyebrow, effortlessly retreating as the corrosive liquid came dangerously close to his attire. Don't think you can escape. A roared, electricity crackling around him as he transformed into a streak of blue lightning, cutting off Madara's retreat. With his muscular arm coiled with chakra, he delivered a powerful elbow strike to Madara's chest. Boom. The force of the blow sent Madara crashing to the ground, landing directly in the swirling mass of corrosive liquid. However, an instant later, a flash of blue light erupted. A semi-transparent blue skeletal figure emerged from the viscous pool, the corrosive liquid sliding off its chakra shell without leaving a mark. Lightning release, thunderclap dance. A bellowed as he leapt into the air, his right arm enveloped in wild lightning chakra, transforming it into a blade of electricity aimed at Susanoo. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, causing pain to the ears. Susanoo merely leaned back slightly, while A was thrust backward by the recoil, tumbling several times before barely landing, his right arm trembling. Meitarumi seized the opportunity, continuing to expel lava-like liquid, creating a deadly swamp that ensnared Madara's Susanoo. Within the allied forces, ninjas watched in awe. A young shinobi swallowed hard. I feel like I shouldn't be here. The nearby Jonin wiped the cold sweat from his brow. We cannot afford to underestimate him. There's no way we can intervene. The trembling voice of a shinobi echoed. The leading Jonin decisively declared, you all stay with me and keep watch in another direction. Just then, the ground shook violently. The trapped Susanoo suddenly radiated a blinding light, a colossal figure of bone and muscle materializing. The giant's arms trembled, and the viscous swamp evaporated in a surge of chakra. Lightning releases instantaneous body combined with lava releases Kekiai Genkai? Madara's voice resonated from above, acknowledging their impressive attack power. Mei gazed at the towering blue giant, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. I have always admired men who cannot easily be melted away. She wiped the sweat from her brow, her gaze sharpening. But you are still not worthy. A stood beside her, lightning chakra enveloping him once again. He focused intently on Susanoo's movements, his teeth grinding in determination. He can completely withstand my ultimate speed. I need to be faster. A's fist clenched tightly, the lightning chakra surging violently around him, akin to boiling blue flames. I require a swifter velocity to unleash the power capable of shattering that shell. High above, Edo Tensei Madara chuckled softly as Susanoo's 4 chakra swords sliced through the air with deadly arcs. What of your defenses? Before he finished speaking, The giant swords descended with a whoosh. Sand shield. Gaara swung his arms, and a tempest of sand coalesced into an impenetrable barrier. Simultaneously, Inoki formed seals with his hands. Earth release. Giant of rock. A titan made of solid granite surged forth, creating a dual-layered defense alongside the sand shield. Boom. The thunderous crash reverberated, engulfing the area in a cloud of dust. As the haze settled, the sand shield and rock giant, though marred with cracks, still stood firm. A determined expression appeared on Inoki's wrinkled face. This has transformed into a battle fought to protect one another. Dual defense of sand and rock? A flicker of admiration crossed Madara's Rinnegan, noting the cleverness of their strategy. Here it comes. Next, we shall unleash our full offensive, Inoki suddenly declared. Beckoning A and Mei closer, Reikage, Mizukage, come here. The three quickly gathered, as Inoki urgently whispered his tactical arrangements. Gaara manipulated the sand, forming a temporary barrier around them to thwart any potential eavesdropping. Yet, how could the reanimated Madara grant them a moment's respite? The colossal sword of Susanoo was once again raised high, its overwhelming power distorting the very air around them. On the front lines, Naka's rock giant bore the brunt of the assault, its rocky surface beginning to crack under the inferno. Scatter. Inoki commanded, and in an instant, the 5 Kage dispersed to 5 distinct positions. A, enveloped in a surge of lightning, darted to Susanoo's flank with an almost imperceptible speed. Meanwhile, Gaara ascended into the air behind a veil of sand clouds, his hands forming seals. The tactics had officially commenced at this moment. In the realm of reality. On a serene morning, Chiyo stood within a guest house in Konoha village, her gnarled fingers unconsciously stroking the scroll at her waist. The images projected in the sky flickered in her murky vision, scenes of the 5 Kage fighting side by side, with Gaara, now the Kazekage, standing prominently in the center. It seemed the negotiations were secure. Chiyo squinted her eyes, a subtle relaxation tugging at the corners of her mouth. The display likely depicted a future event. Gaara's ascension to Kazekage indicated that Konoha had not pursued absolute extermination of Sunigakure following this incident. Yet, as she pondered, her back straightened with renewed resolve. An appropriate show of contrition was still required. After all, they were indeed at fault this time. Within the village of Konoha, streets thrummed with the gathering of numerous ninjas and civilians. A genin wearing goggles shouted towards the sky, "Look, it's Lady Tsunade." The surrounding villagers craned their necks, witnessing Tsunade radiating emerald chakra, the intricate patterns of the Byakugan no Jutsu shimmering on her forehead. The other Kage are present too. A member of the High Ga clan exclaimed, activating their Byakugan in astonishment. That S, the Reikage from Kumogakure, the Tsuchikage from Iwagakure, the Mizukage from Kirigakure, and is that the new Kazekage from Sunigakure? A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Uchiha, Madara, was he already dead? Sakura covered her mouth, recalling the earlier projections of the Valley of the End battle, where the first Hokage had clearly. Kakashi squinted his single eye. Edo Tensei, was it Orochimaru's doing? Or perhaps his subordinate, Kabuto? His hand instinctively reached for his forehead protector, concealing the transplanted Sharingan. On the floating stone platform above Iwagakure, Noki held a teacup, his hand trembling in shock as he beheld the image of himself alongside the other Kage in battle. Scalding tea spilled onto his legs, unnoticed. That man has been revived. He stood abruptly, only to hear his old back crack audibly. Ouch. My back. Tsuchikage. The nearby IWA Nin rushed to support him, but he waved them off, his gaze fixated on the sky. Do not concern yourselves with me. That form of Susanoo. In the Reikage's office, A smashed his fist into the wall, debris flying as he was enveloped in a tempest of furious lightning chakra. Damn it. That Madara. He glared at the projection where his full force attack was effortlessly thwarted by Susanoo. His muscular arms tensed, veins bulging as he thought. I need greater speed. More formidable strength. On the vast ocean, the ships of Kirigakure cut through the waves. Madarumi leaned against the ship's railing, her crimson lips parting slightly as she exhaled a breath laced with misty vapor. The display of her lava-release prowess commanded the respect of the surrounding water Nin, who instinctively took a step back. It appears the future me is still quite captivating, she mused, brushing her chestnut hair aside before a sudden sigh escaped her lips. Yet, in the face of such a monstrosity, I still find time to ponder matters of marriage. Meanwhile, atop a tall tower in Sunigakure, Temari and Kankuro gazed at the sky in disbelief. Is that truly Gaara? Temari's 3-star fan clattered to the ground. She had never envisioned her brother, once feared by the villagers, could become the Kazekage safeguarding the entire village. Kankuro, trembling, pointed at the projection. Look at his gaze. It is entirely different from the Gaara we once knew. The image of Gaara commanding a vast wave of sand, his expression resolute and composed, starkly contrasted with the murderous intent of the brother she remembered. Beneath the celestial display, the entire ninja world buzzed with excitement over this new revelation. Some were gripped by fear, others invigorated, but many ninjas planted the seeds of hope in their hearts upon witnessing the 5 Kage fighting in unison. In a dim underground base, flickering candlelight cast distorted shadows upon the walls. Lying weakly in bed, Orochimaru, his hands sealed, gazed with his golden serpent eyes at the breathtaking battle unfolding in the sky. A sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth. What a captivating spectacle. His raspy voice echoed in the cavernous space, reminiscent of a serpent's hiss, sending shivers down the spine. In the projection, Edo Tensei Madara's Susanoo clashed violently with the five Kage, each collision unleashing powerful waves of energy. Orochimaru's tongue instinctively flicked across his lips, his eyes gleaming with morbid curiosity. Is this the masterpiece of my future Edo Tensei? Or perhaps Kabuto's doing? He recalled Kabuto's submissive demeanor upon departure in the earlier projections, narrowing his eyes. Sage Mode, the legacy of the Dragon's Cave. It seems Kabuto possesses greater potential than I had anticipated. Reflecting on his earlier encounters with the third Hokage, and those less than successful reanimations, he paused. To achieve such strength with Edo Tensei, this completion far exceeds my expectations. From the shadows in the corner, a small white-scaled serpent slithered forth. Coiling around his arm, contemplative, the future ninja world appears to be even more delectable than I had imagined. Madara's power. Hashirama's cells. And Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru's voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately dissolving into an unsettling, mirthless chuckle. Chapter 52, Light and Darkness. The Shadow War. Viewing edition. Deep within the confines of Konoha prison, the cold stone walls seeped with droplets of water. Echoing softly as they struck the ground, Gaara leaned against the damp wall, his chakra completely suppressed. He tilted his head back, his crimson hair disheveled against his pallid cheeks, the dark circles under his eyes appearing even more pronounced in the dim light. Above the prison, a luminous screen flickered to life, and Gaara squinted, observing the surface ripple like water, gradually revealing a vivid image. Was this the Celestial Dome? Having always watched the Celestial Dome from outside, he was unaware that it could also be viewed from within. On the screen, 5 figures stood upon cracked earth, facing a singular man, a presence so suffocating that merely standing there was overwhelming. Gaara's pupils contracted sharply as he recognized the legendary visage, Uchiha Madara. But what astonished him further was that among the 5 figures, a red-haired youth stood prominently. That is me? Gaara's voice emerged hoarsely, unrecognizable even to himself. I have become the Kazekage? The Kazekage. Gaara exuded unwavering resolve, standing shoulder to shoulder with the other 4 shadow-level powerhouses, fearlessly confronting the formidable adversary. This starkly contrasted with his current state of confinement in Konoha prison, where he was regarded as a monster by all. Impossible. Gaara's fingers instinctively dug into the stone wall, sending fragments cascading down. How could someone like me possibly become the Kazekage? The battle on the Celestial Dome commenced. The 5 shadows displayed impeccable coordination, each showcasing their unique strengths. Kazekage Gaara manipulated sand, more refined than he had ever controlled, creating various offensive and defensive formations, alternately shielding allies and ensnaring foes. In his gaze, there was no solitude or savagery, only a steadfast determination to protect. Breathing heavily, the imprisoned Gaara felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He had never envisioned such a future for himself, trusted by the village, relied upon by his comrades, shouldering the responsibility of safeguarding the entire Sunigakure. Until now, he had only understood the meaning of slaughter and the need to prove his existence. He had never contemplated that the notion of protection could ever be intertwined with his own identity. Why would I? His voice trembled. Not from fear, but from a tumultuous wave of emotions he had never experienced before. Meanwhile, at the training ground on the opposite side of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki sat with Kankuro and others, wide-eyed, gazing at the Celestial Dome. Wow, that red-haired guy. Naruto suddenly leaped up, pointing at the Celestial Dome and exclaiming, "Isn't that Gaara?" He actually became the Kazekage. Kankuro adjusted his glasses and frowned, urging, "Calm down, Naruto. That brooding sand ninja? How could that be?" "It is him. There is no mistake," Naruto exclaimed, flailing his arms in excitement. "Look at his dark circles and that sand gourd. My goodness, Gaara has become so strong." Shikamaru lazily interjected, "Aren't you missing the point? Isn't that Uchiha Madara from the previous video? The 5 shadows are actually teaming up against him? What a joke." The battle on the Celestial Dome intensified, the coordination of the 5 shadows astonishing to behold. Naruto watched intently, erupting in excitement every time his own image flashed across the screen. Konoha prison. Why fight so desperately? Gaara murmured to himself. For those who once feared and shunned you, is it worth it? The Kazekage Gaara on the Celestial Dome seemed to sense his question at a certain moment. He turned, his gaze appearing to pierce through time and space, locking eyes with the imprisoned Gaara. In that gaze, there was no hatred, no solitude, only a serene resolve. Because this is the responsibility of the Kazekage. This sentiment did not emanate from the Celestial Dome, but resonated directly within Gaara's mind. He shuddered. An unprecedented feeling surged within him, an awareness of being needed, of being trusted, a realization of having found a purpose for his existence. Outside the prison, the guards whispered among themselves. "Did you see that? That sand ninja kid actually became the Kazekage. Unbelievable. Isn't he a dangerous individual? But the content displayed on the Celestial Dome seems to depict the future. Who knows if it could be fabricated?" These words drifted into the cell, and Gaara lowered his head, observing his trembling hands. These hands had once taken countless lives merely to validate his existence. Yet now, the Celestial Dome revealed that these hands would one day be used to protect lives, to safeguard the village. The Kazekage. Beneath the gray firmament of the Kamui space, swirling spatial ripples twisted slowly. Obito leaned against a floating square stone pillar, his single eye behind the mask fixated on the celestial dome's imagery. The battle between the five shadows and Uchiha Madara raged intensely on the screen. Each clash of jutsu sending subtle tremors through the surrounding space-time. Obito's voice was low and hoarse, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of his mask. He had actually brought Madara back through Edo Tensei. On the screen, Madara received a full-force strike from the Raikage, retaliating with a blow that sent his opponent flying hundreds of meters. Obito leaned forward slightly, the three tomo in his Sharingan slowly rotating, analyzing every detail of the battle. Completely overpowering the five shadows, truly worthy of the legendary ninja. His tone bore a hint of barely detectable reverence. The screen now showcased the five shadows working seamlessly together, briefly cornering Madara into a desperate situation. The five great ninja villages actually united. Obito's voice dripped with sarcasm and an indescribable emotion, temporarily setting aside their animosities to combat a common foe. What naive solidarity. His fingers tightened, the faint sting of his nails digging into flesh coursing through his palm. A fragment of memory suddenly flashed, a scene from his youth with Kakashi and Rin. The three of them standing back to back against an enemy, overlapping with the five shadows on the celestial dome. Boring. Obito suddenly swiped his hand dismissively, as if to disperse those unwelcome recollections. This hypocritical bond is precisely what necessitates the reformation of this world. Chapter 53, The Intent of Pain. Rain, an unceasing downpour. The gray clouds hung low, nearly brushing against the spires of the rain-hidden village, which jutted skyward like steel thorns. Water cascaded along the cold metal, coalescing at the tips into an incessant curtain of droplets. At the pinnacle of the tallest tower, Pain stood like a statue, his Rinnegan gazing at the vast canvas of the sky, icy raindrops striking his face, yet failing to stir even a ripple in his godlike eyes. The five Kage joined forces to confront Uchiha Madara. His voice was colder than the eternal gloom that enveloped the rain-hidden village, more decayed than the rust on the iron spires. Rainwater flowed down the black chakra receivers embedded in his face, resembling black tears streaming from a lifeless shell. In the heavens, the coordination of the five Kage evolved from awkwardness to a harmonious unity, akin to longtime comrades rather than former foes. Pain's Rinnegan narrowed slightly, absorbing every tactical nuance. Indeed, a near-divine smile curled at the corners of his mouth. That masked gesture was ultimately not Uchiha Madara. Conan's figure materialized beside him like origami, the blue-purple paper flowers remaining dry amidst the rain. Nagato, the shadows of the five great nations, had they truly united? Pain, or Nagato, who manipulated this corpse, interrupted her. His voice carried a twisted delight. How ironic. Only when the blade hung over their heads would these self-proclaimed shadows temporarily set aside their enmity. Such power. Yet Pain did not flinch even slightly. The strength of mortals, no matter how formidable, would ultimately be obliterated before divine retribution. As he observed the five Kage battling Madara, a distant memory suddenly pierced Nagato's consciousness. Many years ago, when Yahiko was still alive, the three of them had fought back-to-back for a dream that now seemed naively laughable. But Nagato swiftly extinguished this weakness. He was no longer that red-haired youth clinging to illusions, but Pain, the god of the new world, a judge who must purify this decaying realm through suffering. Conan. Can you see it? Pain's voice echoed from the depths of an abyss. These shadows would only reluctantly retract their fangs when faced with a force capable of crushing them. Conan fell silent for a moment, her paper wings fluttering gently. At least this proves they can understand. Understand? Pain's cold laughter froze the raindrops around them. No. This merely demonstrated the corrupt essence of the shinobi system. Today's allies would draw blades against each other over an inch of land tomorrow. Danzo was thus. The entire history of the ninja world is a chronicle of betrayal. The rain intensified violently, akin to the wrath of a deity pouring down. Conan instinctively wished to shield Pain with her paper wings but was halted by his icy gaze. Yahiko once believed in dialogue and understanding. Conan's voice was nearly drowned by the rain. And Yahiko is dead. Pain's voice was colder than the blade of a complete Susanoo, slain in the schemes of Hanzo and Danzo, perishing within the so-called balance maintained by the five great nations, dying at the hands of a world rife with deceit. His voice grew louder, as though persuading an unseen audience, or perhaps himself. Behold the truth displayed upon this celestial screen. The five nations only unite in the face of annihilation. This is humanity. This is the root that must be purified through pain. A flicker of hesitation crossed Conan's eyes. Nagato, perhaps we should reconsider. Reconsider what? Pain instantly regained his divine demeanor. Reconsider that Navi dream of the blonde-haired boy? Consider the theories of that fool who, despite being despised by the village, still foolishly wished to protect it? He abruptly turned, his black cloak slicing through the rain with a resolute arc. No, Conan. It is precisely because I once believed as he did that I understand all too well that such a path leads only to despair. It will soon come. The five nations will comprehend the true essence of suffering. Pain withdrew his hand, his voice returning to an inhuman calm. And that boy named Naruto. Should he dare obstruct the arrival of the new world? The rain continued to fall incessantly. He forcefully closed his eyes. When he reopened them, his Rinnegan held no trace of hesitation. Outside the rain-hidden village, in the subterranean base, the damp air was permeated with the scent of rust and mildew. The Akatsuki members, having received no worthwhile missions for nearly half a month, languidly congregated in the common area until the heavens suddenly illuminated. projecting the scene of the five Kage facing Uchiha Madara. Finally, something interesting to watch. Deara sat cross-legged at a stone table, his golden hair swaying behind him, idly manipulating a lump of clay. This month has nearly suffocated me. Scorpion leaned against the wall, the shell of his Hiriko emitting a faint creaking sound. Shut up, brat. The noise of the living is more nauseating than rotting corpses. Huh? Who are you calling a brat, you old puppet? Deidara's clay instantly transformed into the shape of a small bird. Want to taste my art, You too, be quiet. Kisame grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. The muscles on his back wriggled with excitement. This is a rare entertainment program. Let me relish the violent aesthetics of Uchiha Madara. Kisame sat in a stone chair, his green eyes fixated on the combatants in the sky, his fingers mindlessly tracing the seams. The five Kage. Together, they are worth at least 500 million. Hey, Kakuza-senpai, you don't intend to capture them now, do you? Haiden hefted his bloody scythe, his crimson eyes flickering with fervor. Although I would love to offer them to Lord Jashin. Idiot. Kakuza retorted coldly, that would be tantamount to seeking death. In the sky, the Raikage unleashed his lightning armor, charging at Uchiha Madara like a bolt of blue lightning. Deidara whistled. Wow, this speed surpasses my C2 dragon. Rough application of power. Scorpion critiqued, the tail of his Hiriko impatiently swaying. If turned into a puppet, it could at least improve efficiency by 30%. Kisame licked his lips, but Lord Madara is even more formidable. Look at how he wields the Sharingan, killing with an elegance akin to a dance. Haiden abruptly sat upright. Lord Jashin should revel in their suffering. Conan silently appeared in the corner of the room, paper fluttering. Focus on watching. This holds significant reference value for our future endeavors. The lights in the root base were perpetually dim, as if even brightness could be swallowed by the conspiracies within. Shimura Danzo sat alone in the center of a stone chamber, his remaining right hand gripping a teacup tightly, the knuckles turning white from excessive pressure. The light and shadow of the celestial display reflected upon his wrinkled visage, staining the bandage over his right eye an eerie shade of blue. That foolish woman Tsunade. The tea trembled due to the quaking of his arm. How dare she once again exclude me from the Sand Ninja negotiations? The teacup suddenly shattered, shards embedding into his palm, warm tea, and blood dripping onto the emblem of the root. Yet Danzo remained oblivious to the pain. A cold flame burned in his exposed left eye, more chilling than Uchiha's Amaterasu. I am the one who should occupy the Hokage position. He hissed softly, his voice echoing as if from the depths of a grave. Hiruzen's weak policies, Tsunade's indecision. Konoha requires an iron-fisted rule. In the sky, Uchiha Madara caught the Raikage's full-force strike with one hand, countering to send him flying. Danzo's pupils suddenly constricted, an instinctual fear crawling up his spine. Even through the celestial screen, the oppressive aura of that man was suffocating. The malevolent Uchiha. Danzo gritted his teeth, the wound in his palm reopening from the force, more blood seeping out. Even in death, there is no peace. Memories coiled around him like a venomous serpent. The night when the blood moon hung high, the screams from the Uchiha clan echoed throughout Konoha. Tobi stood in the shadows, observing with indifference as Itachi carried out the task of annihilating his clan. In retrospect, that decision could not have been more justified. Gazing at Uchiha Madara in the heavens, he contemplated the remaining Uchiha orphans in the village, particularly Uchiha Sasuke. This cursed bloodline ought not to exist at all. Chapter 54. The coordination of the five shadows. The images continued to play across the vast canvas of the sky. A fierce wind stirred the sands, and Gaara hovered high above, his hands suddenly clasped together. Below, the desert writhed like a living creature. Countless waves of sand rising to form a storm that obscured the sun, a veritable prison of sand. Sands of binding. In an instant, the yellow sand enveloped the deep blue Susanoo. A mere parlor trick. The reanimated Uchiha Obito scoffed as the forearms of Susanoo erupted with blinding blue light. The torrent of chakra surged forth like a volcanic eruption, and the sand prison crumbled in an instant. The exploding sand raining down and transforming the ground into a honeycomb pattern over a 100-meter radius. But in that fleeting moment, Inoki had arrived at the battlefield's edge, accompanied by two shadows. Listen closely, that Suigetsu floated atop the Raikage's shoulder, his 3-inch white beard dancing wildly in the wind. Though his Susanoo was formidable, his wrinkled hands traced strategic trajectories in the air. Mei's Jutsu can disrupt the Sharingan's vision. A is responsible for the main assault, while I will support you with light heavy rock. Understood. The Raikage's body crackled with lightning chakra, the blue arcs coursing across his bronze skin. The water shadow, Mei, spoke, her lips parting. Water release, hidden mist technique. The fingertips of her hand seals unleashed a torrent of vapor, instantly engulfing the battlefield in a thick, milky fog, obscuring even the outline of Susanoo. Now, Inoki's aged voice resounded in the Raikage's ears as he clapped his hands upon his back. Earth release, ultra-light heavy rock technique. The Raikage felt his body become as light as a feather, his lightning chakra propelling him forward at 3 times the speed, transforming him into a brilliant blue lightning bolt that tore through the fog. Obito's Rinnegan suddenly contracted, his chakra responses, before he could complete the transformation of Susanoo. The Raikage had already breached the sound barrier, appearing before him. Inoki's thunderous voice echoed across the battlefield. Now, Earth release, ultra heavy rock technique. An overwhelming weight was instantly applied to the Raikage's right fist, which, already enveloped in lightning armor, now felt as if it had transformed into a meteor. With a deafening crack as the air compressed, the fist smashed through the chest armor of Susanoo, the shockwave shattering Obito's body into fragments. The blue chakra shell shattered like glass, and among the drifting debris, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Obito's Sharingan for the first time. Earth release, giant rock golem. Clinging to the Raikage's back, Inoki swiftly formed hand seals, his chakra surging uncontrollably. The ground trembled violently as a towering rock giant, dozens of meters tall, rose from the earth, its rough fists crashing down towards Obito. The Raikage leaped, standing alongside Inoki on the giant's shoulder, his electrified fist poised to strike. Crush him. Inoki's white beard whipped in the wind, his voice filled with determination. However, the broken Susanoo merely gazed upward calmly, a hint of derision flashing in his Rinnegan. With a composed gesture, he clasped his hands together. Would release. Flower tree world. In an instant, the ground split apart, and countless thick vines erupted like enormous serpents, swiftly wrapping around the body of the rock giant. The wooden fibers eroded the stone at a visible rate, producing a sound that grated on the nerves. Obito smirked slightly, the strength of ants. Boom. The rock giant collapsed under the constricting vines, and the Raikage hastily retreated amidst the flying debris. Behind them, Tsunade was injecting medical chakra into Mei, her pallid complexion gradually regaining its hue. It's getting closer. What should we do? Mei's voice, laced with rare panic, turned towards the tidal wave of encroaching vines. Those vines were blossoming with stunning red flowers at an astonishing speed, golden pollen glimmering faintly within the flower centers. Tsunade's pupils constricted as she exclaimed, that is, my grandfather's. The memory of the past overlapped with the present scene. When Hashirama Senju unleashed this technique, the entire battlefield would become a graveyard of flowers. Wind shadow. She suddenly turned to Gaara. Understood. Gaara had already activated his chakra, the sand beneath him rapidly expanding to elevate everyone into the air. The grains coalesced into a platform, lifting the 5 shadows swiftly skyward. Just as they ascended, the vines crashed down upon their previous position like a tidal wave, stirring up a cloud of dust. Do not inhale the pollen? Tsunade warned sharply, gazing at the spreading golden mist below, a potent poison capable of instantly paralyzing the nerves. The group held their breaths, looking down upon the frenzied growth of the deadly flower garden. The vines continued to climb, some already reaching the edge of the sand cloud. The Raikage's fist crackled ominously. That bastard. The 5 shadows hovered high above, the desert below transformed into a dense forest. The vines writhed like serpents, the vibrant red flowers blooming, and the golden pollen drifting like mist, enveloping the entire battlefield in a deadly beauty. Yet, just as they remained vigilant of the flower world below, your attention is all focused on the flowers. A cold voice echoed from behind. Boom. The deep blue chakra surged skyward, the colossal Susanoo materializing, its arms spread wide as if a divine being had descended. Inoki's pupils dilated, and he turned abruptly. Not good, Raikage. But it was too late. The giant fist of Susanoo descended like a meteor, the air compressed into a deafening roar. And the 5 shadows had no time to react before being violently slammed into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The sand exploded, and the figures of the 5 shadows were forcibly driven deep into the forest, the vines and giant trees splintering and shattering under the impact, the ground collapsing into a massive crater. Obito stood atop the crystalline head of Susanoo, coldly surveying the scene below. He crossed his arms, a mocking smile gracing his lips. How utterly pathetic. 5 shadows. Then, Susanoo leaped backward, landing steadily on a distant high ground. Obito slowly raised his hand, forming a simple seal. Let us add a great fire to this. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Boom. The searing flames surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire forest, instantly igniting the vines and giant trees. The golden pollen combusted under the intense heat, transforming the battlefield into a sea of flames. The heat distorting the air, even painting the sky in blood-red hues. The 5 shadows struggled to keep their bodies upright, but the toxins of the flower world began to invade their nerves. Tsunade clenched her teeth, attempting to use medical ninjutsu to detoxify, but the flow of chakra slowed. The Raikage's muscles trembled slightly, the radiance of his lightning armor fading. Gaara's control over the sand grew sluggish. Water shadow. Inoki strained to look at Mei, hoping she could extinguish the flames with water release. But Mei's face was pale, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Her chakra was suppressed by the toxins, and she could barely muster the strength to form the seals. The Raikage lay unconscious on one side. Inoki watched as everything began to fall apart. The flames drew nearer, the heat searing their skin, and the 5 shadows' vision began to blur. Obito stood within the Susanoo, coldly observing it all, as if enjoying a meticulously choreographed play. It's over. In the realm of reality, the scene of the 5 shadows collapsing played out upon the screen of the sky, plunging the entire ninja world into a brief silence. Then, panic, anger, and doubt erupted like a tidal wave. Impossible. They are the 5 shadows, the strongest 5 in the ninja world. A sand ninja clenched his fists, his voice trembling. That Uchiha Obito. The screen had shown his battle at the Valley of the End, but I never imagined he could be this powerful. The rock ninja's face turned pale, realizing he had clearly died, yet could be revived to wage war again. The forbidden techniques of Konoha are terrifying. The mist ninja gritted his teeth, declaring that such a blasphemous jutsu must be utterly prohibited. Otherwise, the ninja world would never know peace. A cloud ninja spoke up that Orochimaru, the rogue ninja from Konoha, isn't that his specialty? When he initially took the life of the third Hokage in Konoha, he summoned the first and second Hokages. Indeed, someone nearby echoed. But how could the first Hokage be as formidable as depicted on the screen? If the legends were true, and would release could quell the chaos of the world. Then when Orochimaru summoned him, Konoha would have long been reduced to rubble. And what about Kabuto Yakushi? A ninja nearby exclaimed in indignation, having seen the footage. That man also mastered the reanimation technique. Ultimately, it is all Konoha's fault. A roar erupted from the crowd, first for developing such a perilous forbidden technique, and then for nurturing a cadre of powerful rogue ninjas. Orochimaru, Itachi Uchiha, Kabuto Yakushi, which of them is not a lunatic causing havoc in the ninja world? Konoha must give an account. Indeed, they must utterly obliterate any research on the reanimation technique. Otherwise, who knows what monstrosities might emerge again. At the training grounds of Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage smashed a massive boulder with his fist while glaring at the content on the screen, bellowing, "Damn it! How much more trouble will those Konoha fools create?" The people of Konoha were also abuzz with discussion. In the distance, Kakashi stood atop a high place, gazing at the screen with a complex expression in his single eye. Reanimation. Orochimaru. Kabuto. He murmured softly, "Indeed. The mere existence of this technique is a curse." On the eaves of the Hokage office, Tsunade stood with her arms crossed, her golden hair swaying gently in the wind. She stared at the image on the screen depicting the five Kages' defeat, her amber eyes reflecting the blazing floral realm, her knuckles unconsciously turning white from clenching. That Madara he can actually use would release. Her voice was low and heavy with disbelief. How is this possible? Would release is clearly a unique bloodline limit of my grandfather. Jiraiya crouched on the roof ridge, his white hair dancing in the wind. Rarely devoid of his usual playful demeanor, he spoke seriously. Even more terrifying is the second Hokage's forbidden technique. If the future unfolds as the screen shows, reanimation will reduce all past powerhouses to mere tools of war. He turned to Tsunade, his gaze sharp as a blade. The old man should have completely destroyed the scroll of this technique back then, contemplating the possibility of an even more brutal war ahead. Jiraiya's pupils suddenly constricted. I must seek out Orochimaru. He rose abruptly. Now that he had been sealed by the third Hokage, he was at his most vulnerable. Before he becomes like what is shown on the screen. No. Tsunade interjected sharply, fissures appearing in the eaves under her suddenly surging chakra. Konoha had just endured the assault during the Chunin exams. The Sansuna envoy was still in the village, watching with keen eyes. She pointed towards the direction of the inn. Jiraiya's fist cracked ominously. The wind swept through, rustling the leaves between them. The blue light of the screen casting shifting shadows upon their faces. Listen, Jiraiya. Tsunade took a deep breath. Once the screen finishes, we need to negotiate with the Sansuna. What is shown may be the future, but it is merely one possibility. Chapter 55, the might of dust released with a resounding bang. A fragment of stone was crushed beneath the frail fingers of the third Suigetsu, Inoki, gritting his teeth. Beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, yet his gaze remained sharper than ever. Indeed, age had begun to take its toll. He gasped for breath, his trembling arms supporting his diminutive frame, knees creaking under the strain. However, the moment his eyes swept over the fallen forms of the other four Kages, his murky pupils abruptly contracted. What a jest! He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, seeking to excuse his aging as not his responsibility. With a swift motion, he brought his hands together, causing the chakra of dust release within him to surge violently, radiating a blinding white light from his palms. Dust release, original world separation technique. A colossal cubic beam of light swept forth, disintegrating everything in its path. Vines of the flower tree world, towering trees, and even the very earth itself vanished into nothingness at the atomic level. The Susanoo of the reanimated Obito was forcibly severed in half, and he himself was propelled back several dozen meters, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. Huff, huff. Inoki hovered in midair, the brilliance of dust release still shimmering from his right hand, his white hair dancing in the turbulence of chakra. He looked down below, cough. The Raikage, was the first to rise, his bronzed muscles bulging with veins. He lifted his gaze towards the Tsuchikage above, a grin breaking across his face. Inoki. In quick succession, Tsunade slammed her fist into the ground, cracked spiderwebbing outwards, using the momentum to leap into the air. The green glow of her healing ninjutsu swirling in her palm. The poison has been dispelled. Kuratsuchi wiped the blood from her lips, a dangerous smile gracing her red lips. How utterly pathetic, to be driven to such a state by a mere corpse. Gaara and Appo's sands silently surged, his eyes remaining calm, yet the grains moved with greater urgency, an unmistakable sign of rising battle intent. Awakened, are we? Excellent. Inoki and Appo's voice echoed from the heavens, aged yet imbued with undeniable authority, declaring the onset of their counterattack. Swish. The four Kages sprang into action, instantly dispersing their positions. Yet at that moment, the armor of the reanimated Obito shattered, exposing his upper body. Upon his chest was unmistakably embedded a human face. Was that the face of the first Hokage? The Raikage pupils dilated, incredulity spilling forth as he shouted. Tsunade's expression hardened, her fist cracking ominously. I guessed correctly. No wonder he can wield would release. Obito cast a fleeting glance at the Senju cells adorning his chest, then addressed Tsunade, that woman who employs healing ninjutsu. You have inherited his bloodline? Haven Tiju? And what of it? Tsunade retorted coldly. I shall deal with you first. Obito's tone was nonchalant. Yet it sent chills down spines. Akatsuki quickly formed hand seals, the acidic mist of lava release enveloping her. It is common sense to eliminate the healing ninja first. We are already aware of your intentions. Do you truly believe it will be effortless? Obito chuckled. You are mistaken. His gaze locked onto Tsunade. Cold mockery dancing in his Rinnegan. For that woman is a descendant of Hashirama Senju. With your healing ninjutsu, you can merely delay the inevitable. His voice resonated as though from an abyss, dwarfed in comparison to Hashirama. He required no hand seals to heal his wounds. His ninjutsu was unrivaled. He was heralded as the strongest ninja. Obito's tone suddenly escalated, chakra erupting like a volcano. My battle with him was a life-and-death struggle, not a trivial game. As his words fell, the damage wrought by dust release had completely mended, his reanimated form restored to perfection. In the realm of reality, the eyes of the ninja world were firmly captivated by the contents displayed on the celestial canvas, as if an invisible cord tethered the hearts and minds of all present. In the streets of Awagakure, villagers gathered, discussing that Suigetsu's impressive display. Look at our Lord Suigetsu. His strength is undeniable. That unparalleled power of dust release, executed at such a crucial moment, has truly salvaged the other 4 Kages from the brink of despair. How many in the entire ninja world possess such prowess? A robust, dark-skinned ninja wore a face of reverence, his voice tinged with uncontrollable pride, as others nodded in agreement, their eyes shimmering with respect for Tsuchika Jinoki. Far away in the land of lightning, atop the tall structures of Kumogakure, the 4th Raikage stood with arms crossed, his iron tower-like form steadfast against the wind. Gazing at the images in the sky, his brows furrowing deeply as he muttered with a cold scoff, that Inoki fellow, his strength is indeed not to be underestimated. The guards beside him exchanged glances, understanding the Raikage sentiments without uttering a word, remaining silently by his side as they too focused on the celestial display. On the ocean, the ships of Kirigakure swayed gently with the waves. Standing at the bow was Akatsuki, her graceful stature emanating an innate aura of strength. She parted her crimson lips, her gaze fixed upon her own somewhat disheveled reflection in the sky, self-deprecatingly smiling. Tisk, I look rather pitiful up there. Uchiha Obito is truly a monstrosity. That overwhelming power would be difficult for anyone to withstand. The sea breeze tousled her hair, yet it could not disperse the gravity and trepidation lurking within her eyes. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the streets and alleys were overflowing with people. Naruto, Sakura, and a host of other young ninjas mingled within the crowd, gazing upwards in anticipation. Suddenly, a keen-eyed young ninja in the throng exclaimed brightly, Look, that Obito has been rambling on for ages in the sky. Is he deliberately stalling for time? Just look. He has nearly recovered. At this remark, the crowd erupted into a fervor, conversations igniting as speculations and discussions surged like a tidal wave. Indeed, Uchiha Obito is far too cunning. Those Kages are likely falling into his trap. That Obito is truly formidable. Not long ago, the celestial canvas showcased his exaggerated clash with the first Hokage. Chapter 56, The Clash of Ideologies. The scene in the sky continued to unfold. As the body of the reanimated Madara had completely recovered, he looked down upon Tsunade from a lofty height, his Rinnegan eyes glimmering with icy disdain. What capabilities do you possess, even as a descendant of Hashirama? His voice was low and oppressive, akin to the judgment of a pitiful counterfeit. You do not wield would release, and your medical ninjutsu pales in comparison to even a finger of Hashirama, and you are but a frail woman. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. The weak are indeed grotesque, and the frail Senju even more so. At his words, Raikage's forehead pulsed with veins, and his lightning chakra erupted violently around him as he roared, Enough of your nonsense. However, Tsunade raised her hand, signaling him to remain calm. She took a deliberate step forward, her golden ponytail billowing in the wind, her gaze resolute and sharp. Indeed, I am a descendant of the first Hokage, but I do not possess would release. She acknowledged, her tone unwavering. As for medical ninjutsu, compared to the first, I am nothing remarkable. Madara scoffed, seemingly anticipating her response. Yet Tsunade's next words caused his expression to tighten slightly. Moreover, I am a woman. She lifted her chin, a confident curve gracing her lips. That said, I am not the Andopos, frail woman Andopos, you claim. What I possess is not merely power. Her fist slowly clenched, chakra coalescing in her palm. A green glow of healing energy igniting like flames. What I have inherited from the first, the legacy that endures until now, that is my true strength. At that moment, Madara's pupils constricted. Behind Tsunade, he seemed to perceive the ethereal figure of Hashirama Senju, the man who once stood beside him yet ultimately chose a different path. Do not underestimate the will of fire. Madara fell silent for a moment, then sneered. Do you truly believe that the will left behind by Hashirama can defeat me? His Rinnegan narrowed, his tone cold and resolute. Power is not mere will, it is a phenomenon induced by matter. Yet Tsunade stood her ground, stepping forward once more, her voice ringing with conviction. Wrong. The will of the departed inspires the living. thus manifesting strength. Her gaze blazed with the fervor of countless ancestors' beliefs. The medical ninjutsu I have created is born from such a will. Her voice resonated across the battlefield as if the very air trembled. Madara's expression finally shifted slightly. Tsunade continued, establishing principles for medical ninjas. First, medical ninjas must never abandon treatment before a teammate's death. She formed hand seals, and the cursed seal on her forehead erupted in dazzling purple light, black patterns spreading across her body like living tendrils. Second, medical ninjas must never stand at the forefront. Chakra surged wildly, her skin glistening with the sheen of the mitotic regeneration technique, her muscle fibers reinforced through the ultimate regenerative power. Third, medical ninjas must never perish before any member of their team. Her voice rang with authority, echoing across the battlefield. These are the principles I impart to my students. Madara narrowed his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his Rinnegan. But Tsunade suddenly raised her head, her gaze piercing. The fourth rule: only medical ninjas proficient in ninjutsu, creation, rebirth, mitotic regeneration are permitted to break all the aforementioned rules. Boom! Her chakra erupted completely, the ground beneath her shattering. In other words, only I can fight. The pollen had been dispersed by the dust release, but now there was merely an additional medical ninja. Madara retorted. But before he could finish, Tsunade's figure lunged forward. What? Madara's pupils contracted. The next second, bang! Tsunade's fist struck violently against the blue skeletal frame of Susanoo, the overwhelming force cracking it like spider webs. This woman. A hint of gravity finally emerged in Madara and Appo's eyes. Though her speed did not match Reikage and Appo's, did her strength surpass his? If 4 cannot do it, then 5 will. She shouted fiercely. Do not presume I am merely an ordinary medical ninja. Madara coldly laughed, leaping backward, his hands forming seals with haste. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Madara unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing the battlefield in a sea of fire. Water release. Water barrier. Konan charged from beside Tsunade, forming seals with her hands, a massive water wall rising to meet the flames in a fierce collision, steam billowing forth. Konan's red lips curled upwards, changing her hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Roar. A colossal water dragon erupted from the steam, roaring as it engulfed Madara. The water dragon slammed into Madara, sending him hurtling away with immense force, rendering him momentarily unable to control his movements. Now's our chance, Inoki called out, leaping alongside Reikage to flank Madara from behind. Earth release. Ultra heavy rock technique. Inoki pressed his hands heavily against Reikage's back, the terrifying weight instantly applied. Reikage's muscles tensed. Lightning chakra surging wildly, his right arm transforming into a blinding bolt of lightning. Lightning destruction. Horizontal 1,000-year dance. Boom! Reikage's fist struck like a meteor against the back of Susanoo, the already wavering skeletal frame shattering completely under the impact. But it was not over. Tsunade's figure suddenly flashed, leaping high, her right leg descending like a battle axe. Heavenly guard kick. Bang! A violent shockwave erupted, scattering the fragments of Susanoo, as Madara's body was blasted into the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive crater. As the dust slowly settled, Madara sat at the bottom of the pit, the remnants of his reanimation gradually mending. He lifted his head, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his Rinnegan. Indeed, he rose slowly, a cold smile curling on his lips. You are certainly not a weak woman. His gaze swept over the remaining 4 shadows standing beside Tsunade, his voice cold and resolute. However, since you have chosen to seek death, the others will surely follow. The only one capable of healing is you alone, is it not? Tsunade remained undaunted, her fists cracking ominously. Unless you can truly kill me. The 4 shadows stepped forward in unison, standing alongside Tsunade. Madara regarded the scene before him and suddenly chuckled softly. Hashirama, he seemed to be speaking to himself. I do not know what you have truly left behind, but with this meager ability, you fall far short. His tone carried a hint of mockery, yet also an ineffable complexity. If you wish for your successors to inherit something, it would be better to impart to them the method of resurrection, just as I have. What you left behind after your death is merely the vitality of cells attached to me. The only thing your brother left behind is the ocular jutsu of my eyes. Tsunade stepped forward abruptly, her voice thundering. I have said it. I have said, you are mistaken. Madara's Rinnegan narrowed slightly, and finally, he slowly raised his hand. Chakra converging like a tidal wave. If there is anything that can be inherited, then it is only hatred. In the heavens above, the fierce confrontation between the 5 shadows and Madara continued, while the entire ninja world buzzed with their words. In Konoha, Lady Tsunade is right. A young leaf ninja clenched his fists, his eyes glimmering with unwavering determination. The will of fire is certainly not an ephemeral concept. However, a seasoned ninja beside him furrowed his brow, for Obito's words were not entirely devoid of merit. Indeed, hatred is a legacy passed down through generations. Much like our relations with other villages. Those sand ninjas, Orochimaru, even caused the demise of the 3rd Hokage. The Suna ninja scoffed. The principles of medical ninjas? How laughable. An elite Suna ninja crossed his arms, mocking the feeble convictions in the face of absolute power. What do you understand? A female ninja glared at him. Without medical ninjas, how many comrades would have perished on the battlefield? The Cloud Village's Reikage executed his duties splendidly. A throng of Cloud ninjas cheered, marveling at the synergy of Sasuke's attack. Yet, Obito's words also held some truth. A one-eyed ninja pondered, for strength is the essence, all will is but an illusion. Nonsense. A young female ninja kicked at his leg. What differentiates power without belief from that of a beast? In the Hidden Mist Village, Kisame's water techniques remain as splendid as ever. Several mist ninjas gazed entranced at the sky. Nonetheless, Obito's statements warrant contemplation, a masked Umbu murmured. During the era of the Blood Mist, were we not governed by hatred? Thus, it is imperative to change now. Chunin suddenly stood, his voice trembling with fervor. The fifth Mizukage is leading us into a new era. In the Rock Village, the old man is truly putting in the effort. One rock ninja wiped the sweat from his brow. Hey, don't you find Obito's words rather pragmatic? Another ninja muttered, which village in history has not spoken through strength? Yet without belief, we would still be slaughtering one another. Akatsuki suddenly stepped forth from the crowd, hands on her hips. Wasn't the purpose of the Five Kage Summit exactly this? In the tavern, a debate ensued. If you ask me, Obito sees the clearest. A Ronin-dressed samurai down to drink. This world is indeed one of the survival of the fittest. Then why are you still here drinking? A nearby ninja sneered. According to your logic, I should be robbing you of your drink money. The samurai was momentarily at a loss for words, and laughter erupted in the tavern. At the border outpost, ninjas from different villages encountered each other, instinctively gazing up at the sky. So, how do you Suna ninjas perceive this? A leaf ninja broke the silence. The Suna ninja touched his forehead protector, at least for now. I believe Lady Tsunade is correct. Chapter 57. The Art of the 100 Heroes. A voice resonated through the celestial expanse, declaring, you are already dead, so do not spread hatred any further. With a fierce cry, Tsunade's fist struck the chest of the reanimated Obito with tremendous force, instantly obliterating half of his body into fragments. Obito's form careened through the air like a severed kite, the shattered remnants of his body scattering in the wind. Now's our chance, Reikage. Aoi exclaimed. Understood. Gaara's eyes sharpened, and the sand began to surge like a tidal wave. With a decisive motion of his hands, yellow sand coiled upward like a great serpent, enveloping the blasted Obito in layers. The grains compressed rapidly, forming an impenetrable cage. Desert Layer Burial. A thunderous roar erupted as a colossal pyramid of sand ascended, thoroughly ensnaring Obito within its depths. It is sealed, Gaara stated solemnly. Excellent. Tsunade's lips curled into a smirk, her fist still clenched. However, thwack. A piercing tear echoed suddenly. The pupils of the four shadows constricted in unison as a deep blue chakra greatsword shot up from the ground, impaling Tsunade's abdomen directly. Blood sprayed forth as her body was lifted high into the air by the chakra blade. Wah! The Reikage and the others stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Rustling sounds echoed as a massive tree twisted nearby, and Obito's silhouette emerged. His Rinnegan glinting with icy mockery. What you have confined is merely a wood clone once utilized by Hashirama, he said nonchalantly, and it is indeed quite lifelike. The four shadows gritted their teeth, fixating on him. Obito continued, only I, as your adversary, have seen through it, thanks to my ocular prowess. He slowly raised his hand, the blade's radiance intensifying. Now, the other shadows are left with no escape. Yet a furious shout suddenly erupted. Tsunade, impaled by the chakra sword, lifted her head abruptly, her left hand slicing downward with ferocity. Crack! The chakra sword shattered upon impact. In one swift motion, she grasped the blade embedded in her abdomen and forcibly pulled it free, her left hand seizing the broken fragment. Blood dripped between her fingers, but her eyes glimmered with a sharpness unmatched. What? Obito's Rinnegan widened slightly, evidently taken aback by her counterattack despite her grievous injury. The four shadows were equally astonished, with Meitarumi instinctively stepping forward. Yet the next moment, swish, 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 several chakra shurikens shot forth from Obito's hand, striking Tsunade's body with brutal force. Boom. The immense impact sent her hurtling into the distant rock wall, dust and debris erupting. Obito coldly observed the scene. Boom. From within the cloud of dust, a figure pushed aside the boulders and stood slowly. Tsunade's mouth bled, yet the patterns of the 100 Heroes technique shone brighter than before, her wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Obito regarded her rapidly mending injuries with a glimmer of surprise in his Rinnegan. How can you still move? Tsunade slowly lifted her gaze, blood dripping from her chin, yet evaporating in midair thanks to the chakra of the 100 Heroes. Her eyes were as sharp as a blade, her voice deep and resolute. I told you, you are mistaken. Obito's gaze fell upon her healing abdomen, his pupils contracting slightly. A regenerative body that does not require seals. I see. His voice carried a hint of realization. Is this your ability? Just like Hashirama's. Tsunade scoffed, her fist cracking ominously. I thought I could create an opening with this technique. A mocking grin crept across Obito's lips. You intend to use my technique against me? However, just as his words fell, I can indeed do that. Anoki's thunderous shout resounded from behind Obito. Dust release, original world separation technique. A blinding white light erupted from the Tsuchikage's palm, a cubic beam of light enveloping Obito in an instant. Excellent. Reikage's eyes sparkled with joy, his fist clenched tightly. A rare sense of pride surfaced on Anoki's aged face, as if the humiliation he faced at Obito's hands decades ago was finally being avenged. But the next moment, his smile froze. Have you gone senile, Anoki? Within the light beam, Obito's form remained unscathed, his Rinnegan-S ripple swirling slowly, absorbing the chakra of the dust release like a flowing stream. The Rinnegan can absorb all ninjutsu. His voice was cold and mocking. Such techniques are ineffective against me. You should know that to defeat me, you must either incapacitate or seal me away. Cold sweat beaded on Anoki's forehead as he gritted his teeth, declaring, My dust release previously pierced your chest. The original world separation technique cannot have failed. Obito chuckled lightly, his tone casual as if discussing the weather. Oh, that was because I wanted you to see Hashirama's face. He raised his hand to press against his chest, where the dust release had penetrated, revealing the cells of Hashirama Senju. I thought it would dampen your spirits. His gaze swept over the crowd, but unexpectedly, it only served to motivate you all. Tsunade stepped forward, her bloodstained fists tightening once more. Let me ask you a question. You evaded the attacks of us five with a wood clone. That is a fact. But from another perspective, her eyes were as sharp as a blade. It can also be said that it was because you were cornered and had no choice but to create a clone to cope. Am I wrong? Obito fell silent for a moment. He did not respond, merely gazing around slowly, the five shadows each occupying a corner, encircling him in the center. In the real ninja world, above the celestial expanse, the battle between the five shadows and Obito unfolded with rapid intensity. As people across the ninja world looked up in various expressions, Sunigake, you're truly the five shadows, a sand ninja murmured, all flickering in his eyes. But that legendary Obito is far too powerful. Even the five strongest in the ninja world can barely contend with that monster. Obito is terrifyingly strong. A nearby companion's voice trembled, recalling the previous celestial display of his battle with the first Hokage. It was nothing short of a clash of deities. A Wagakure, do you think? A rock ninja whispered to his companion that the Obito we see in the celestial display hasn't he fully restored his strength? After all, he can still control the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails? The other gasped. That's right. The celestial display also showed the battle between the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the Akatsuki leader, Pain. That scene was utterly cataclysmic. Konoha was left in such a state. Someone added quietly, their tone complex. In the small nations and towns lacking powerful ninja protection, civilians gathered in the squares, gazing up at the celestial display of devastation, their faces pale. These ninjas are too terrifying. A middle-aged man dressed as a merchant stammered. Any one of their techniques could obliterate our entire town. The third great ninja war. An elderly man sighed, pain flickering in his murky eyes. Every war, we small nations suffer first. What if? A young man suddenly interjected, his voice tinged with suppressed anger. What if all these ninjas perished? Wouldn't the ninja world be more peaceful? An immediate silence enveloped the crowd. Some wore contemplative expressions. Others displayed glimmers of agreement, but a few shook their heads in fear. Don't be absurd. Without ninjas, we couldn't even fend off bandits. Konoha on the streets of Konoha. Ninjas silently watched the celestial display. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 58. The mighty Obito in the vast expanse of the sky. After all, it was 5 against 1. The voice of the reanimated Obito was deep and mocking, as if merely stating an inconsequential fact. Kirigakure's Mei tightened her crimson lips. Her gaze sharp. Even if it is 5 against 1, we must emerge victorious. Do not accuse us of being despicable. At least we acknowledge your strength in this manner. You are Uchiha Obito. A smirk played at the corner of Obito and Appo's mouth, a hint of derision flashing in his Rinnegan. I will not accuse you of being despicable. He slowly raised both hands, forming a seal. 5 against 1? Just the right opportunity to have some fun. Boom. The ground suddenly cracked open, and countless sturdy vines erupted from the earth, instantly transforming into 25 identical would-release clones of Obito. Each clone wore a chilling smile as they dispersed, completely surrounding the 5 Kages. Now, this is what 5 against 1 truly looks like. Obito stood atop a rock, surveying them from above, declaring, Do not call me despicable. You are the 5 Kages. Now, I have a question. His voice was as piercing as ice. Regarding these clones, should they utilize Susanoo or not? The pupils of the 5 Kages simultaneously contracted. With your meager abilities, can you even answer? Then allow me to respond, swish. The 25 would-release clones simultaneously raised their hands, a deep blue chakra erupting like flames. Could it be? Mei's voice quivered slightly. Nonsense. Raikage A's lightning armor erupted with blinding sparks. The next moment, boom, boom, boom. 25 four-armed blue Susanoo rose from the ground, standing like deities upon the battlefield. Obito, high above, with hair billowing in the chakra's turbulence, spoke coldly and with certainty. Use them. They. Tsunade's fists cracked ominously. 1 person against 5? The Raikage gritted his teeth and growled. No. Gaara's voice was low. It is 5 against 1. Anoki floated upward, his aged face displaying unprecedented seriousness. No. He slowly corrected. It is 25 against 5. Mei's forehead beaded with cold sweat as she glanced at the Suigetsu. Anoki took a deep breath. his small frame suddenly exuding an astonishing aura. Cover each other. Cooperate. His voice resonated like a bell across the battlefield. We are the 5 Kages. This roar seemed to ignite the fighting spirit of the other 4 Kages. Yes. The Hokage, Reikage, Mizukage, and Wind Kage responded in unison, their chakra erupting like a volcano. Inoki's white beard danced wildly in the wind, and with a sudden downward motion of his right hand, up. The remnants of the sunset had been swallowed by the night, leaving the battlefield filled with the flashes of colliding chakra and swirling dust. The 5 Kages stood together, each bearing wounds and heavy breaths. Ha! Ha! The Reikage's lightning armor had long since dimmed, his bronzed skin marred with burn marks. Chakra is running low. Mei's lava release chakra was nearly depleted, her lips pale with exhaustion. It is not over yet. Gaara floated nearby, the flow of sand slowing. Tsunade gritted her teeth, the lines of her Byakugan technique flickering ominously, clearly nearing her limits. Yet, she resolutely turned, placing her hands on Inoki's back, her medical chakra flowing into his frail body like a gentle stream. Tsunadeheim. Inoki gasped, cold sweat beading on his forehead, urging her to give it more effort. You need not say. Tsunade retorted sharply, but her chakra output remained steady. Inoki took a deep breath, his wrinkled hands slowly opening, the light of dust release coalescing in his palms. With chakra nearly depleted, let this be our final gamble. Dust release, extreme dismantling technique. Swish, a tiny point of light shot from his palm, streaking across the battlefield like a meteor, landing at the center of the remaining Susanoo clones. The next moment, boom, the point of light suddenly expanded, transforming into a colossal cubic prison of light spanning hundreds of meters, the blinding white radiance illuminating the night as if it were day. The Susanoo clones shattered like glass under the dismantling of dust release, their deep blue chakra shells fracturing into countless motes of light, dissipating into the air. In the distance, Obito's pupils constricted, his body suddenly swerving, but he still felt the dust release graze his right side. Hiss. His right hand and leg instantly turned to ash. This is bad. I failed to absorb the dust release due to using Susanoo. Obito's mind raced, his body instinctively retreating. However, it is not over. Mei's voice rang out. Lightning water dragon bullet. A water dragon, entwined with violent lightning, burst forth from the light curtain of dust release, roaring as it engulfed the reanimated Obito. The high-pressure water mixed with the paralysis effect of lightning dragged him back to the center of the battlefield. I told you, only physical attacks are effective against me. Obito calmly analyzed within the torrent. Did you think a feint with dust release would work? But just as he prepared to absorb the ninjutsu, sand binding coffin, Gaara and Appo's sand entwined like a living creature, swiftly binding his limbs and torso. More terrifyingly, the grains of sand were laced with countless sealing tags, densely plastered all over his body. What? Obito's Rinnegan finally flickered with astonishment. He attempted to mobilize his chakra, only to discover, I cannot absorb ninjutsu. In the distance, Gaara spread his fingers, his eye of the sand coldly observing him. There is not just sand. These sealing tags are specially prepared for you. If you dislike sand, then do not absorb ninjutsu. Mei's lips curled into a cold smile. But in that case, you'll be paralyzed by the lightning water dragon bullet and be unable to move. The Reikage's lightning armor crackled then. That Suchikage's dust release will completely dismantle you. Inoki floated in midair, a rare battle spirit gracing his aged features as he shouted at Obito. Do you see? This is the full power of the 5 Kages. The sealing tags of sand binding coffin tightened further, while the paralysis effect of lightning water dragon bullet gradually eroded Obito's body. However, I see. Obito mused, as if merely critiquing an inconsequential performance. Indeed. Worthy of being ninjas bearing the title of Kage. Then, boom. An unprecedented surge of chakra erupted. Deep blue energy swept across the battlefield like a tsunami, shattering the sand that bound him and the lightning water dragon bullet in an instant. I, Uchiha Obito, shall fight with all my might. Regardless of the sand 5 Kages or anyone else, all efforts shall be in vain. Swish. A figure more colossal than any Susanoo prior rose from the ground, obscuring the sun. This is. Tsunade's pupils dilated. The true Susanoo. Gaara's eye of the sand trembled violently. Obito's right hand flexed in the air, indifferently stating, it is not over yet. Settle. The deep blue Susanoo suddenly transformed, its heavy armor enveloping his entire body like a living entity. The helmet morphing into a fearsome Tengu mask, and the chakra wings unfurling behind him, resembling a descending deity. The gap is so vast. Tsunade's voice trembled slightly. Her grandfather once battled against such an opponent. Obito gazed down at the 5 Kages, his Rinnegan radiating a cold pity. I have said, the only one who can stop me is Hashirama, but he is no longer here. However, this may prove to be a fortuitous turn of events for you, because... Whoosh. The colossal Susanoo unsheathes its chakra sword, its blade slicing through the night sky, sweeping down with the overwhelming pressure of annihilation. Boom. The figures of the 5 Kage are sent flying like fallen leaves, distant peaks cleaved asunder by the residual force of the blade, massive boulders collapsing, and the earth wailing in despair. What? The mountain has been split apart? Terumi Mei struggles to steady herself, her gaze filled with disbelief as she stares at the jagged cliffs in the distance. Inoki's eyes widen with unprecedented shock as he murmurs, "This is Uchiha Madara." He suddenly raises his head, his voice hoarse. "Then, why did you not kill us back then?" The reanimated Madara stands atop the crystal of Susanu's forehead, looking down upon them with an indifferent tone. What adult would bother to be angry with children? Setting that aside, the immense Susanu takes a step, the ground shattering like fragile ice beneath it. "Have you all finished your commotion?" The 5 Kage grit their teeth, suppressing their shock and resentment, their eyes fixed on the divine-like giant. Inoki gradually descends, his diminutive form appearing minuscule before the towering Susanu, yet his gaze is more resolute than ever. "Though we have long been lost." He looks up at Madara, his voice hoarse yet powerful, "But now we finally have the opportunity to find a way out. How can we halt our progress here?" Madara gazes down at the 5 Kage, his Rinnegan exuding a chilling indifference. Susanoo embodies destruction. His voice resonates like a grim reaper's proclamation, each strike carrying the power to shatter the very fabric of existence, rivaling that of the tailed beasts. "Go along with your so-called path, to be obliterated, 5 Kage." The enormous Susanoo raises its chakra sword once more, the pressure of annihilation causing the air to congeal. The earth shadow. A glimmer of despair flashes in Terumi Mei's eyes. Regrettably, it seems this is where it ends. Silence. Water shadow. The lightning shadow roars, his lightning armor bursting forth with its final sparks. "I have not yet given up." Just as the chakra sword is about to descend, whoosh, the figure of Susanoo suddenly blurs and then dissipates into the air like an illusion. Madara's body glows with an eerie light as he looks down at his gradually transparent hands, his brow furrowing. What is happening? The 5 Kage stare in astonishment, with Inoki being the first to respond. "What is that light?" Susanoo has vanished, and his gaze falls upon the swirling dust emanating from Madara, the remnants of the reanimation jutsu scattering into the air. Without a doubt, Madara picks up where he left off, his tone oddly calm. The reanimation jutsu has been lifted. "What?" The lightning shadow stares wide-eyed in disbelief. Tsunade rapidly analyzes the situation. The whereabouts of Orochimaru are still unconfirmed. Isn't this too soon? If it were merely locating him, that would be one thing, but to halt this technique, who could have done this? Inoki takes a deep breath. It does not matter who it is. Whoever it may be, they are a hero who has safeguarded the ninja world. A hint of relief surfaces on his aged face. It appears that fate has not abandoned us yet. Madara's body becomes increasingly transparent, yet he suddenly laughs. "It seems there are capable ninjas among your ranks. There is no helping it." Terumi Mei glares at him warily. "Have you come to your senses?" Inoki suddenly realizes something, urgently exclaiming, "It's not over yet." He intends to make a final struggle before disappearing. Be cautious. No sooner had he spoken than Madara erupted with his final chakra, hurtling towards the 5 Kage like a meteor. Fire style, dragon flame song technique. Several menacing dragon heads of flame roar towards them, the intense heat warping the very air. No, there is no time. Terumi Mei attempts to form seals to unleash water style, but Madara's fire style is simply too swift. In that critical moment, Tsunade leaps in front of everyone, her fist enveloped in the final chakra of the Baika no Jutsu, striking fiercely against the flames. Boom. The inferno is forcefully dispersed. Sparks flying. "Hokage." Terumi Mei cries out. "I'm fine." Tsunade is suspended in midair, yet her heart feels heavy. The Baika no Jutsu has been expended. Just then, Madara's body suddenly stiffens, his soul beginning to detach from his reanimated form. "But we have won." Tsunade breathes a sigh of relief but is horrified to discover Madara, at the last moment of his soul's departure, forcibly conjures a miniature Susanoo, the chakra sword thrusting toward them. "What?" The four shadows attempt to assist, but it is far too late. In this life and death moment, Tsunade's body, which should have been immobile, oddly sidesteps this lethal strike. What was that? The lightning shadow's eyes widen. She had clearly lost consciousness. Inoki is equally astonished. Tsunade, having narrowly avoided disaster, is equally bewildered. Why? Could I move just now? Suddenly, a familiar voice resonates in her mind. "Long time no see. It's me, Dan." Dan. The figure of Cat Dan emerges clearly in her consciousness, smiling gently. "The reanimation jutsu has been lifted, and I flew here using the spirit transformation technique. That was truly a close call just now." Tsunade's eyes well up with tears. "Dan, I have always felt." Dan gently shakes his head, his smile warm and resolute. "There is no time. We cannot dwell on sorrow. I must leave soon." They then reminisce about their past experiences and dreams. In the end, being able to protect you. Dan's figure gradually blurs, awakened from the reanimation, which holds some merit. As his voice fades, his soul dissipates like starlight. In reality, the lightning shadow's anxious voice calls out, "Hokage, are you all right?" Madara gazes at Tsunade, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Has she regained her vitality? Has she absorbed chakra? Tsunade comes back to her senses, whispering, "Just now, I met an old friend." Madara scoffs, "You will soon reunite." Suddenly, Terumi Mei exclaims, "What? What is happening?" They observe the chakra that had begun to dissipate once again adhering to Madara, his body visibly regenerating at a remarkable speed. Why? Why has he not vanished? The lightning shadow roars. The reanimation jutsu has evidently been lifted. Madara slowly raises his hand, forming an unfamiliar seal. The reanimation jutsu is a technique that summons the dead. However, it carries a risk. If the summoned dead knows the seal, they can actively nullify the summoning contract of the reanimation. Tsunade's pupils constrict, nullify the contract? A dangerous smile creeps across Madara's lips. If that happens, you will have a great deal of trouble. An immortal body, boundless chakra, unbound by the summoner's control, free to act. Inoki's complexion shifts dramatically. Could it be? Go inform the summoner. Madara's Rinnegan radiates an otherworldly glow. Forbidden techniques must not be misused. Reanimation jutsu. Release. As the final seal is completed, the light enveloping him stabilizes entirely, showing no signs of dissipating. Chapter 59. The Defeat of the Five Shadows. The video in the sky. The figure of Impure World Reincarnation's Obito appeared particularly cold under the moonlight. He slowly raised his hand, deep blue chakra surged like a tide, and Susanoo rose once more. The colossal blue figure radiating an eerie, frigid light in the night. The game is about to end. His voice was terrifyingly calm, as if merely announcing a foregone conclusion. The five shadows stood amidst the ruins, drenched in blood. Kazekage's lightning armor had long since extinguished, his bronze skin marred with deep, bone-revealing wounds. Tsunade's chakra was depleted. Blood seeping from her crimson lips, Gaara's sand lay scattered on the ground. Inoki hovered lower and lower, the radiance of his dust release fading. Only Tsunade, barely able to stand due to the chakra granted by Dan, remained upright. Yet, the intricate patterns of her Byakugo technique had completely vanished. Her breath heavy like a worn-out bellows. The five shadows. Impure World Reincarnation's Obito looked down upon them, his Rinnegan devoid of pity, only an almost divine indifference. Your farce ends here. Swish. The chakra sword of Susanoo swept across, its speed so swift that even its afterimage was untraceable. Bang. The Kazekage fell first. His chest torn apart by the sword's force, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the scorched earth. Kazekage. Tsunade attempted to rush forward, but her legs could no longer support her. She knelt down the moment she took a step. Mizukage. Inoki aimed to use dust release, but his chakra exhaustion rendered his hand seal sluggish. In the next moment, Susanoo's four arms swung simultaneously, piercing through Tsunade's abdomen, causing her to cough up blood as she slowly fell. Cough what a disgrace. She forced a bitter smile, the light in her eyes gradually fading. Gaara's sand instinctively sought to defend him, but Susanoo's blade sliced through the sand wall as if it were mere tofu, striking his shoulder and nearly cleaving him in two. Wind Shadow. Tsunade's eyes widened in desperation, wanting to rush in to save him, but Obito's figure appeared before her like a specter. Your opponent is me. Swish. A single strike. Just one strike. Tsunade's body froze in place, her pupils dilating in shock. Her gaze slowly drifted down. There was a thin line of blood appearing at her waist. What? In the next second, her upper body slowly slid down, blood gushing forth like a waterfall. Hokage. Inoki's roar echoed through the night sky, but immediately after, a strike sent the Suigetsu flying. Impure World Reincarnation's Obito did not look back, merely indifferently retracting Susanoo and turning to leave. Boring struggles. His figure gradually faded into the night, leaving behind five broken bodies lying in pools of blood. In the real ninja world, the image in the sky finally froze on the blood-soaked battlefield where the five shadows had fallen, Obito's silhouette receding into the darkness. Beneath the celestial dome, the entire ninja realm fell into a brief silence. No one spoke. No one dared to breathe. Time passed. Kimogakure. Kazekage. The young cloud ninjas looked at A, who lay in a pool of blood on the screen, their voices trembling. Bang. The fourth Kazekage smashed a nearby boulder with his fist, veins bulging on his bronze muscles. Not enough. I'm not strong enough. A fierce battle spirit burned in his eyes. Relay the order. From today onward, all Jonin will undergo training at triple intensity. Iwagakure. Karatsuchi supported the trembling Inoki, who gazed at the image of himself falling on the screen, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Uchiha Obito, truly powerful beyond human limits. Old man, you actually admit defeat? Karatsuchi said in a deliberately light tone, though her eyes were already red. Admit defeat? Inoki suddenly straightened his hunched back. In that image, this old man was the last one standing. Kirigakure's ship. Tsunade stood alone by the cabin window, her fingertips digging deep into her palm. The scene in which she was the first to declare the end replayed in her mind. How humiliating. She pressed her forehead against the cold glass. As the Mizukage, she was the first to lose her fighting spirit. On the deck, CHJR held the unconscious fish. Gazing at the tightly shut cabin door, Lady Tsunade, let her be alone for a while. Ao's Byakugan flickered with a hint of pain. This was what true leadership looked like. Sunagakure. Tamari and Kankuro stood on the rooftop, watching in eerie silence as their brother lay in a pool of blood. Konoha Gakure. That bastard. Naruto slammed his fist against the telephone pole. I will definitely make him pay in the future. How could he injure Granny Tsunade like that? Calm down. Dead weight. Sasuke's Sharingan spun violently. Sakura bit her lip fiercely, her medical notes crumpled in her grasp. The Byakugo technique. Kirin's glasses reflected the cold light of the screen. Is this what legendary ninjas are like? Hokage's office. Tsunade stared at the image of herself being bisected, the teacup in her hand shattering silently. In a panic, Shizun hurriedly brought a towel, only to be waved off. Am I truly to fight against such monsters in the future? She looked towards the memorial stone outside the window. Dan, this time you truly. Suddenly, she squinted her eyes. Wait, I seem to still have consciousness after being severed. Onsen rooftop. Jiraiya took a sip of alcohol. Gazing at the scene in the sky where Kakashi saved the day with his spirit, chuckling bitterly, I lost. Living beings can never defeat the dead. Suddenly, his expression sharpened. But the caster is Kabuto? What is that guy Orochimaru up to? Otogake your base. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils gleamed with excitement. Kabuto. That fellow actually found Obito's remains? He licked his lips. This is getting more and more interesting. Rain Country Outer Base. Hey, isn't Uchiha Obito a bit too exaggerated? Haiden shouted, carrying a bloody scythe. The five shadows united. Kisame's shark-like face rarely showed a grave expression. Deidara suddenly turned to Kakuzu. A while ago, you mentioned that the village sent you to assassinate the first Hokage. Did you really attempt to kill the first Hokage back then? Kakuzu snorted coldly. What do you think this heart of mine came from? He touched the stitches on his chest, though it only withstood 3 moves. Land of Iron. Mitsuki's hand trembled slightly on the hilt of his sword. Truly terrifying strength. Is the era of the samurai truly at an end? Fire Country Daimyo's residence. The Fire Country Daimyo waved his folding fan, brows furrowed. The 5 shadows have all been defeated. This Uchiha Obito is incredibly powerful. A nearby aide whispered. This man co-founded Konoha with Shinja Hashirama, a legendary ninja on par with the first Hokage. Capable of obliterating a nation. The fan in the daimyo's hand snapped shut with a loud clap, his expression darkening. Wind Country Daimyo's residence. The elderly daimyo coughed as he asked, have we investigated the origins of that caster named Kabuto? According to intelligence, he was originally a Konoha ninja but later followed the rogue ninja Orochimaru. A samurai-clad aide knelt on one knee, but his whereabouts are currently unknown. A rogue ninja from Konoha? The daimyo's murky eyes flashed with anger. Another Konoha. First that Orochimaru, now this Kabuto. How much disaster will they bring to the ninja world? Land of Lightning. The Land of Lightning daimyo slammed the table. Immediately send orders to the Raikage. By any means necessary. We must cultivate ninjas capable of combating such monsters. In the streets. Hey, did you see that? The 5 shadows have all. In a tavern. A merchant-dressed man spoke with a trembling voice. Those are the 5 shadows. The 5 strongest individuals in the ninja world. The blacksmith wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Unable to contend with that Uchiha Obito. In the marketplace, an elderly woman cradled her grandson, murmuring about the recent battle displayed in the heavens. That Uchiha Obito and the first Hokage, they were nothing short of monstrous. Is another war on the horizon? The young farmer and Appo's face turned pale as he observed the unchanging demeanor of the influential figures, fearing that it would and Appo's be long before. How are we commoners to survive? The bowl in the stall owner's hand shattered upon hitting the ground. In a border town. Have you heard? The practitioner named Orochimaru. It said he is a rogue ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, well-versed in forbidden techniques. My cousin, who serves in the Hidden Stone Village, mentioned that this Orochimaru was once a spy for the Leaf. Among the patrons at the tavern, an elderly man spoke up. To discuss the rivalry between Uchiha Obito and Shinja Hashirama, one must trace back to the Warring States period. Chapter 60. Negotiation results in the realm of reality. The twilight glow outside the tower gradually faded, as cold raindrops dripped down the windowsill. Pain's Rinnegan reflected the final scene of the sky. The 5 Kage collapsed in a pool of blood, while the figure of the reanimated Madara Uchiha slowly receded. It seems we have underestimated the value of the Edo Tensei. His voice was deep and frigid, devoid of any emotion. Konan stood beside him. Her paper flowers silently spinning at her fingertips, her expression equally grave. If that is the future, then Orochimaru holds the key. Pain slightly tilted his head, the raindrops distorting within the ripples of his Rinnegan. Find him. No matter where he hides, we must acquire the technique of Edo Tensei. Konan nodded gently, her paper wings silently unfurling behind her. I will personally investigate. However, her gaze flickered slightly. If we truly collaborate with that Toby in the future, does it imply? Pain fell silent for a moment, ultimately leaving only a single statement. Power is the sole means to achieve peace. In the dim cave, Toby's mask shimmered with a cold gleam under the faint firelight. Black Zetsu seeped from the shadows, its hoarse voice laced with amusement. How intriguing. The sky spoke of Madara being reanimated by Toby. Toby's fingers gently tapped on the stone pedestal, the Sharingan behind the mask's holes flickering faintly. His voice bore a hint of mockery. It appears that in the future, we are in a cooperative relationship with that Toby. Black Zetsu chuckled softly. Like a serpent flicking its tongue, reviving a group of fallen strongmen to contend with the 5 great shinobi villages. Indeed a clever strategy. Toby slowly stood, the vortex of Kamui distorting slightly beside him. Send Black Zetsu to find Orochimaru. If he has indeed mastered Edo Tensei, then perhaps we can lay the groundwork in advance. Black Zetsu's figure gradually sank into the ground, leaving behind a final whispered remark. Lord Madara's plan will ultimately come to fruition. In the shadowy underground laboratory, the eerie green cultivation tanks emitted a cold light, with various remnants of experimental subjects suspended in the liquid. Toby adjusted his glasses. The lenses reflecting the final scene of the sky, the 5 Kage's defeat, in the proud silhouette of reanimated Madara departing. A faint smile of amusement crept onto his lips. It seems my future self has accomplished something grand. He turned towards the experimental table, his fingers gently gliding over a row of scrolls. Finally pausing at a document labeled Forbidden Technique Research. Edo-tensei, he murmured softly, a glimmer of desire sparkling in his eyes. Images of the previous Sky video flashed in his mind, himself being defeated by the combined forces of Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha. So that is it, these fragments are interconnected. He picked up a syringe, slowly injecting a dark red liquid into the spine of the experimental subject. The subject convulsed violently. Bizarre curse seal patterns emerging beneath its skin. Lord Orochimaru. Tobi's gaze drifted towards the depths of the laboratory, the private domain of Orochimaru. When will you teach me, Edo-tensei? He retracted his gaze and continued his work, but his thoughts had already wandered far. If I could master that technique, perhaps the future's narrative should be pinned by me. Within the root base, Danzo sat alone upon a stone pedestal, the glow of the sky illuminating his wrinkled face, casting deep shadows around his bandaged right eye. He silently observed the scene of the 5 Kage lying in pools of blood, the figure of reanimated Madara gradually receding. Uchiha Madara. His voice was low and hoarse, like a curse squeezed from the depths of his throat. Such a monster should not exist. His fingers unconsciously traced the patterns on his cane, his thoughts drifting back several decades. That corpse, back then, the teacher had confirmed its death. Yet it mysteriously vanished. Who could have stolen Madara's body? The power of reanimated Madara sent a chill down his spine. That overwhelming strength could shatter the balance of the entire shinobi world. What unsettled him further was the future, war has erupted once more. His single eye narrowed slightly, his gaze sharp. Konoha needs me. No. I should say, only I can lead Konoha to true victory. His left hand slowly raised. Fingertips brushing against the bandages wrapped around his right eye, the cold touch of the Sharingan permeating through the fabric. Don't tell me. Faces flashed through his mind. Jiraiya, Tsunade, even, that nine-tails brat. Against whom would it yield the greatest effect? A cold smile crept onto his lips. Power. I need more power. Whether it be the Sharingan, would release, or even Edo-tensei. As long as it can protect Konoha, any means are justified. On the return journey from a mission, Shikamaru, what do you think? Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke. Shikamaru gazed at the dissipating sky. What a hassle. A foe of this caliber. He suddenly turned to Choji. Hey, share half of your bino with me. Huh? But Choji clutched the bino box tightly. Observing his friend's rare serious expression, before reluctantly breaking it open and passing half over. Ino wiped her kunai, murmuring, even the 5 Kage, we mere Chunin. That is precisely why we must grow stronger. Asuma extinguished his cigarette. Let us go. Upon returning to the village, we will double our training. On the streets of Konoha, the sand-hidden village delegation marched under the guidance of the Umbu. Granny Chiyo leaned on her cane, walking steadily. Yet a hint of gravity lay hidden in her aged eyes. How ironic, she murmured softly, just moments ago in the sky. Our Kazekage was cleaved by Uchiha Madara, yet now, we must bow to Konoha to redeem him. Beside her, the sand Umbu, Karasu, wore a tense expression. His fingers unconsciously tracing the tools in his pouch. Lady Chiyo, this negotiation. I know. Chiyo interrupted coldly, when the 3rd Kazekage went missing, we did not bow. When the 4th Kazekage was assassinated, we also did not bow. But this time is different. Gaara is still alive, and over 100 sand shinobi remain imprisoned in Konoha. She lifted her gaze towards the Hokage building, her eyes sharp. Moreover, the future depicted in the sky, if war truly breaks out. The sand-hidden village cannot be enemies with Konoha. Look, it's the sand-hidden people. They are the ones who caused the death of our 3rd Hokage. Get out of Konoha. Angry villagers gathered on either side of the street, some even throwing rotten vegetables at the delegation. The Umbu swiftly stepped forward to intervene. But hostile glares pierced like daggers towards the sand shinobi. Karasu spoke quietly. Lady Chiyo, the situation is worse than expected. Chiyo remained unperturbed, continuing forward. The chain of hatred has always been like this. But precisely because of this, we must put an end to it. In the Konoha conference room, Tsunade's hands were crossed on the table, her gaze burning fiercely at the sand-hidden delegation across from her. Shizen stood beside her, holding a thick report of losses. Elder Chiyo, your sand-hidden village's actions this time have far exceeded the bounds of provocation. Tsunade's voice was cold and authoritative, the ambush during the Chunin exams. The assassination of the 3rd Hokage, resulting in hundreds of casualties among Konoha shinobi and civilians. How do you intend to explain this? Chiyo slowly sat down, her aged fingers lightly tapping the table. Explain? She scoffed. Hokage of Konoha, you should be well aware that the mastermind of this operation was Orochimaru. We sand-hidden. We're merely pawns used. Pawns? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Pawns do not willingly dispatch hundreds of elite shinobi, nor do they allow their Kazekage to participate in battle personally. Kasek spoke solemnly. We have also encountered traitors within Sunigakure. The higher echelons have been infiltrated by Orochimaru, leading to misguided decisions. Misguided decisions? Tsunade slammed her palm onto the table. The death of the 3rd Hokage cannot be dismissed with a mere word like misguided. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense, as the hands of the AMU ninjas instinctively rested on the hilts of their swords. Chiyo fell silent for a moment before finally exhaling deeply. Lady Tsunade. We did not come here to evade responsibility. She slowly retrieved a scroll from her bosom and slid it across the table towards Tsunade. Suigetsu is prepared to compensate Konoha for all its losses and sign a new alliance treaty, with but one condition: release Gaara and our ninjas. Tsunade stared at the scroll, hesitating to take it. On what grounds do you presume that Konoha would acquiesce? Chiyo's gaze deepened. Because you have seen the future within the heavens. An adversary like Uchiha Madara is not one that any village can confront alone. Suigetsu and Konoha require one another. Outside the conference room, Jiraiya lingered in the shadows, his eyes fixed intently on the Suigetsu delegation. What a troublesome situation. He scratched his head, but Chiyo's words rang true. His expression sharpened. If the future truly unfolds as foretold, the ninja world must unite. Chapter 61. A new covenant in the Hokage's office of the real ninja world. The air seemed to solidify into a tangible weight, dimming even the sunlight that filtered through the window under the oppressive atmosphere. Tsunade's fingers lightly tapped the desk, the rhythm slow yet forceful, each strike resonating like a hammer upon the hearts of the Sand Village delegation. Her gaze slowly traversed the compensation terms presented by the Sand, an exorbitant sum of reparations, mining rights, and the withdrawal of border sentries. The Sand had indeed shown unprecedented sincerity this time. Humph, she scoffed, flinging the scroll onto the desk. It appeared they were genuinely anxious. Chiyo, the elderly matriarch, stroked her gnarled cane, her wrinkled visage betraying no emotional fluctuation. Hokage-sama, the Sand's sincerity is laid bare before you. Sincerity? Tsunade leaned forward slightly, her hands crossed beneath her chin, her gaze sharp as a blade. With merely this, you cannot hope to regain your Kazekage. The temperature in the room seemed to drop further, and standing behind Chiyo, the elite Jonin of the Sand's puppet corps, Sasori, unconsciously pressed his fingers against his ninja tool pouch. Chiyo narrowed her eyes, her voice raspy yet piercing. Then what do you desire? Tsunade slowly straightened, enunciating each word. I demand the complete secret scroll of puppet techniques from the Sand. What? Sasori exclaimed, his complexion paling in an instant. That is impossible. It constitutes the very foundation of the Sand's village. Indeed, the puppet techniques represented the core ninjutsu system developed over generations by the Sand, encompassing intricate mechanisms, chakra thread manipulation, and poison concoction secrets, all traditionally reserved for a select few elite ninjas. To relinquish this scroll would be akin to surrendering the very lifeblood of the Sand's military. However, to everyone's surprise, Chiyo chuckled softly. She slowly produced a jet-black scroll from her sleeve, its surface adorned with complex sealing techniques rendered in sand gold. Tsunade Heim. You are far more ruthless than I imagined. She slid the scroll towards Tsunade, adding, but I have prepared this in advance. Tsunade raised an eyebrow as she accepted the scroll, her fingertips gathering chakra to gently brush against it, causing the sealing techniques to emit a faint golden glow. She quickly skimmed through its contents, her pupils narrowing slightly upon seeing certain pages. This was indeed authentic, and even more detailed than she had anticipated. It seems. Tsunade closed the scroll, a knowing smile gracing her lips. You were already prepared for this. Chiyo, leaning on her cane, spoke with an unnerving calmness. Since you have decided to yield, then yield completely. Suddenly, she shifted her tone. However, I have an additional condition. Tsunade squinted. Speak. Chiyo's gaze deepened profoundly as she pointed to the remnants of the twilight sky outside. You have seen that future. An entity like Uchiha Madara cannot be confronted by any village alone. Therefore, I propose Sand and Konoha establish a genuine military mutual assistance treaty. Not merely a truce, but a profound alliance encompassing intelligence sharing, joint exercises, and unified command during wartime. The room fell into an immediate silence. A pin drop could be heard. The recording board in Umbu's hand clattered to the ground, and even the typically composed Umbu captain involuntarily held his breath. Tsunade stared at Chiyo for a full 10 seconds before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Old woman, you truly are calculating. She slammed her hand on the table, exchanging a puppet technique scroll that we would inevitably decipher for Konoha's future military protection. Chiyo also exhibited a rare smile, her gap-toothed grin appearing particularly cunning. It is mutual. After all, she glanced meaningfully at the portraits of past Hokages behind the desk. Some of their grandfathers were indeed capable of subduing tailed beasts single-handedly. In the depths of the dark prison, the damp air clung to the skin as the dim light cast elongated shadows of the iron bars. Gaara leaned against the wall, the kanji for love on his forehead barely discernible in the shadows. The chakra of Shikaku was subdued by a special seal, allowing him to feel an unusual calm, albeit as a prisoner. Suddenly, rhythmic footsteps echoed from afar. Not the patrolling Umbu. This cadence. The harsh sound of the iron door creaking open revealed an Umbu clad in a fox mask standing at the entrance. You may leave. Gaara slowly raised his head, sand slipping silently through his fingers. Why? He rasped. The Umbu did not respond, merely stepping aside to allow passage. At the corridor's end stood Chiyo and Sasori. Sasori's expression was grim, while Chiyo, the very elder who had once taught him that ninjas require no emotions, now bore a complex emotion he had never witnessed before. Go on, boy. Chiyo tapped her cane against the ground. We'll tidy you up later. Yet her tone held little reproach. As Gaara stepped out of Konoha's gates, the summer sun pierced his eyes painfully. He instinctively glanced back, his gaze traversing the myriad buildings until it landed on Hokage Rock there. The statue of the fifth Hokage had just begun the scaffolding. Future. Will it truly unfold as the twilight sky suggests? And how shall I confront such a future? Sand particles gathered in his palm, then quietly scattered. Within the main hall of the root base, the pale blue candlelight cast distorted shadows upon the walls. Danzo, leaning on his cane, had veins bulging in his hand, his knuckles whitening from exertion. "Tsunade," he shouted, slamming his cane against the ground, the dull thud echoing in the enclosed space. How dare she unilaterally decide to release the Jinchuriki without consulting the elders? Beside him, the oil user murmured, "According to intelligence, the sand has surrendered the secret scroll of puppet techniques," and sighed. "Foolish," Danzo interrupted sharply. "A mere scroll cannot compare to a strategic weapon." His half-shadowed face appeared particularly menacing in the candlelight. "If I were present, I would have demanded the sealing techniques of Shikaku." He slowly raised his bandaged right arm, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. "It seems it is time for certain individuals to understand who truly has Konoha's best interests at heart." As the towering cliffs of the sand village appeared on the horizon, Gaara unconsciously slowed his pace. Each return to the village had previously met him with fearful gazes and hushed whispers from the villagers. But this time, it was Chiyo-sama and the others. "Look. It truly is Lord Gaara returning." Among the gathered villagers at the village entrance, one individual even held up a humble wooden sign that read "Welcome Home." A little girl with horn-like pigtails broke free from her mother's grasp, stumbling toward him, thrusting a desert rose into Gaara's hands. "Lord Kazekage, the wind of the sky is so handsome." She blushed before darting back to her mother. Gaara stared blankly at the flower in his hand, sand swirling around him unconsciously. Chiyo huffed lightly behind him. "It seems my concerns were unwarranted." Upon entering the Kazekage's office, Kankuro excitedly waved new puppet parts. "I heard the negotiations went smoothly." "These were sent from Konoha. This is not the time for celebration," Temari interjected sternly. "The future of the twilight sky." "Precisely," Gaara interjected, his voice calm yet resolute. "From this day forth, the sand shall undergo a complete transformation." He approached the window, gazing down at the bustling streets below. The villagers, who had once shunned him, were now gathered in small groups, discussing something animatedly. "We shall form a special tactical unit to research joint ninjutsu against Susanoo. We will open basic puppet technique courses to all lower ninjas." And he turned to Chiyo. "Thank you for your dedication in teaching the younger ninjas." Chiyo narrowed her eyes. "Oh? Interested in my techniques?" The desert wind whipped against the window, scattering fine grains of sand and producing a faint sound. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted,